Chapter 61 Friends. Miss. The sentry looked at Hua Mu with tears in his eyes, which made Hua Mu feel a little sorry. But she thought about it for a long time before coming up with this statement, and she couldn't back down at this time. No need to say more, it's decided. She was afraid that she would be soft-hearted, so she stood up and pretended to be busy with other things. Baizhen sat there blankly, and soon began to wipe away tears silently. The blow of being fired by Hua Mu was too great for her, and the goal she had been striving for was gone. Miss. Hua Mu was speechless. How could this stupid sentry be so stupid? There were only 2 of them on the island. Even if he fired her, would they never see each other again? If not master and servant, they could be something else. For example, friends. Or, for example, partners. First of all, she had to make it clear that she didn't say that because she liked this big idiot, but because she was considering what might happen when she helped her calm her spirit in the near future. Baizhen bit her lip and cried breathlessly, her mind full of the thought that the young lady didn't want her anymore. Hua Mu couldn't bear to watch it any longer. So she came back with a jar of honey and toasted coconut flakes and sat beside her. Miss. Baizhen was afraid that her crying would bother Hua Mu, so she covered her face. Why are you crying? If you don't serve as my bodyguard, you will be free. Right? This is a great thing. What kind of a great thing is this? If she doesn't serve as Mrs. Bodyguard, she will have nothing to do with her. But I don't want to. Miss, please let me continue to be your bodyguard. I don't want a salary. Hua Mu shook her head firmly. No. My self-esteem won't allow it. As she spoke, she dipped the toasted coconut flakes in honey and ate them. But she didn't seem embarrassed to eat someone else's food. Baizhen was at a loss, sobbing and crying so hard. Oh, was it because of her period? Even a strong sentinel like Baizhen became sentimental. Not to mention, she was cute. Why do you have to be my bodyguard? If someone else were in this situation, they would probably just abandon me. Or worse, they really had bad intentions towards her. No one would treat you like this. No, you are the weird one. Don't think everyone is like you. Hua Mu looked at her speechlessly. And after a while he said, if you don't want to be my bodyguard, I can upgrade you to a friend. Don't be sad. Friend. Being the eldest lady's friend. This is something Baizhen dared not even think about. She wanted to be friends with the eldest lady. But she also wanted to be the eldest lady's bodyguard. Baizhen looked at her with red eyes. Are you willing to be my friend? Just like Miss Catherine and Miss Maman. Hua Mu nodded generously. Anyway, we have been through life and death together. You are trustworthy. So I am willing to be your friend. Baizhen had some hope. Then can you not fire me? Yes. I feel honored to be your friend. But I also want to be your bodyguard. Why is this guy so obsessed with the position of bodyguard? Can you be a little more ambitious? I said there is no salary for you. Wait, do you really want to be my bodyguard so much? Baizhen's eyes lit up, and he nodded repeatedly. I don't want a salary. Miss, you just let me be your guard. That won't do. You still have to pay me. Hua Mu looked at her with a sidelong glance, feeling somewhat uneasy and shy. Ahem, you sentinels can't do without guide element. Right? I'm a very good guide. I can use my help to comfort you as my salary. How can this be possible? Hua Mu felt that it was not easy for her, and this sentinel was too irritating. In order to make it more natural for Baizhen to accept it, she had come up with such a perfect idea, and what else could this guy do besides denying it? Humph, it's up to you. I'd rather die than let all my efforts go to waste, leaving me without guards, friends, and dirty work every day, and finally die alone on the island. Baizhen was anxious. No. Rescue will come soon. Soon? It's been more than 2 months. Do you think there's any sign of it? Do you believe it yourself? I heard that someone lived on a deserted island for 35 years. And when he was found, he was already a crazy old man. Baizhen felt more and more unsure. Letting the young lady live on the island alone for 35 years. It would be better. It would be better to let her live with me. Hua Mu saw that she seemed to be shaken, and continued, do you think I'm sacrificing myself for you? I just don't want to be alone. What if rescue doesn't come? What should I do? Hua Mu's words were like a revelation to Baizhen. Yes, if rescue never comes, the young lady will be alone on the island, and I will die with my eyes wide open. Then the young lady Baizhen still had tears on his face, and said anxiously, I will try my best to survive, and will not let you be alone. Hua Mu now loves to listen to Baizhen's loyalty. That's better. But the sentinel was determined to survive. But he was still worried about what might happen. If it was just to sort out the spirit body. Maybe there is a way. As for the mechanism and cause of the generation of combined heat, research institutions have never stopped exploring. What is relatively certain at present is that this is the result of the interaction of pheromones. The purpose is to instinctively prompt the highly compatible sentinels and guides to combine in time to reproduce offspring. There are some drugs that can relieve the symptoms of combination fever, but generally speaking, they have more or less side effects. In addition, there is another method, which is suitable for sentinels and guides who are in the running-in period. Mental combination is not only reversible, but also can greatly reduce the frequency and intensity of combination fever attacks within a specific period. This phenomenon is called binding refractory period, because the purpose of the bonding heat is to promote the bonding of both parties. And spiritual bonding is usually recognized as a high bonding intention. The body will automatically reduce the stress response to pheromones, thereby reducing the intensity of the bonding heat. However, spiritual bonding is not without risks. After all, simply opening up one's spiritual vision to others is dangerous in itself. And the sentinels and guides of spiritual bonding can almost perceive all the emotions of the other party, which is more dangerous than physical bonding to some extent. Therefore, most of the sentinels and guides who are determined to achieve spiritual union can make it to the end. If unfortunately they don't progress to that step, the two will almost never see each other again. The reason why Baizhen never considered this before was that she was afraid that her unclear thoughts would be discovered by Hua Mu. But now that things have come to this point, she must not let the eldest lady's lifelong happiness be ruined because of this selfishness. Hua Mu is now too tired of hearing the sentinels. But what's wrong with you? Baizhen had made up his mind, and he spoke more smoothly. I want to know, how much do you know about spiritual union? Because spiritual union is reversible, the general public seems to have the wrong idea that spiritual union must be performed first and then physical union. In fact, there is no specific order between the two, but most sentinels and guides will make such a choice out of prudence. That is to say, physical union first and then spiritual union, or both at the same time are possible. If Hua Mu only swallowed the other sentinel knowledge without thinking, then he hated the chapter of combination. If he didn't try hard to recall it, he would definitely not remember anything. Isn't it the behavior of the spirit body nesting in the other's picture? Nesting is a very vivid way of saying it. In fact, it is the behavior of the spirit body leaving a mark. This mark can be called a coordinate or a channel. From now on, the spirit bodies of both parties can freely come and go between the two pictures. To put it simply, it is true. But Baizhen explained the consequences of spiritual union to her, and told her his proposal. I know this is very offensive to you, but compared to that, this is the best way I can think of. Even if the young lady discovered her little thoughts, even if she was called a pervert, even if she could not see the young lady again after returning, she would never regret it. Baizhen made a plan, and thought Hua Mu would agree happily. Unexpectedly, the other party looked at her with wide eyes, and did not say a word for a long time. Jing, spiritual union can have such an effect? Even if she died of exhaustion in bed, she would never have a spiritual union. Although it is good to know what the other person thinks, the problem is that won't everything you think be known? Isn't this too embarrassing? Is there any privacy left? Don't so many sniper couples have family conflicts? Isn't it that they can't even hide their private money? Although Hua Mu has read a lot of fan fiction, Xiao Wang. Fiction, there are too few academic parts in them, most of which are written by ordinary people, and have no reference value at all. Although this type of literature is quite popular in the circle of noble ladies, the way of communication is extremely obscure and ambiguous, and the focus is even less likely to be on this aspect, which has led to Hua Mu only now knowing the consequences of spiritual union. Miss, what do you think? Not very good. Hua Mu couldn't even eat honey. Seeing that she suddenly got angry, the sentry thought that his suggestion had angered her, and said in fear, I know this is not a good way, but spiritual union can be eliminated, as long as we don't contact often after we go back. No means no. You are not allowed to mention it again. Hua Mu stuffed the jar in her arms into Baizhen's arms, and walked away with a huff. Miss, Baizhen didn't understand why Hua Mu was more resistant to spiritual union than physical union. Although she had some little secrets, she believed that these were not as important as Hua Mu's innocence. So she naturally couldn't understand her reaction. Hua Mu turned back halfway and warned again fiercely. Don't even think about it. She didn't want to become a synonym for pornography and unsatisfied desire in Baizhen's mind. Chapter 62 Friends. It seems that it is impossible to make a spiritual connection for the time being. Baizhen tried several times and finally gave up. Hua Mu's resistance was more intense than she thought. She had to start thinking about how much she disliked her. Because the eldest lady had always been rude to her, so she had some self-knowledge. What made her sad was not that the eldest lady hated her, but that the eldest lady was willing to make such a sacrifice for her even though she hated her. This might be the magnanimity that a king should have. Others may not know, but she has always seen it. The eldest lady is a very insightful person, not only has a clear sense of right and wrong, but also does not simply treat things based on her own likes and dislikes. She knows that Hua Mu is not free in many situations. She plays a role that is admired by the public, and only puts down her disguise in front of close people. She is naturally not a close friend of the eldest lady, but because she is close enough, she also understands the truer her. Baizhen was very glad that she had made efforts. The real young lady might be a little willful in the eyes of others. But she knew that even this willfulness was calculated in advance. In the face of the image of the royal family and interests, she would never make mistakes. So to be honest, Hua Mu's running away from home was beyond Baizhen's expectations. She originally thought it was just an ordinary father-daughter dispute. Until the night Hua Mu ran away. She knew that the outbreak point of the conflict was the choice of a partner. As a father known for loving his daughter, no one would doubt that Hua Jian was strict in choosing a partner for Hua Mu. And Baizhen certainly thought so. She trusted the Grand Duke and believed that the Grand Duke would choose a 1 in a million. Noble and distinguished sentinel for the eldest lady. Out of her duty as a guard, she first persuaded Hua Mu to go back. However, when Hua Mu said the 3 words, "I don't like it," Baizhen followed her and fled the Duke's mansion without hesitation. In her mind, Hua Mu's like was the first priority. But now, Hua Mu has to ignore his own likes and dislikes for her, which really makes Baizhen suffer. So as long as I am proficient, I can command Luna without speaking? These days, Baizhen has been helping Hua Mu with his theoretical lessons, and the two of them have talked a lot more than before. Hua Mu found that Baizhen usually looks dull and not good at speaking. But he is very good at teaching. Not only is his voice difficult to distract, but he also explains the knowledge points in a very simple and profound way, which makes people understand it at once. That's right. Whether it is imagining the barrier as a circle or making sounds when giving orders, it is just a way of practicing. Because abstract things are difficult to master at the beginning, they must be replaced by more concrete things. After a long period of training, conditioned reflexes can be formed and abilities can be used naturally. But sometimes Luna doesn't understand what I mean at all, and I sometimes don't understand what it is thinking. Isn't it said that spirits and masters are in touch with each other, and they are the embodiment of the host's will? This is a normal phenomenon, especially when the ability has just been awakened. Well, let me give you an example. You should know how old movies are played, right? You mean projecting onto a screen? Yes, assuming you are the subject of the projection. The spirit body is the image of the projection, the distortion of what can be understood as light path obstruction or screen distortion. Your will cannot be accurately transmitted to the spirit body. Hua Mu understood, but there was still something he didn't understand. Then why don't I understand what it means? I'll give you an example. Miss, when you look in the mirror, no matter what you do, the person in the mirror will have the same reaction. Right? Isn't this a matter of course? This is not a horror movie. Hua Mu didn't know why she liked this kind of interaction with Baizhen very much. So sometimes even if she understood it immediately, she would deliberately continue the topic. When Baizhen taught her, his way of speaking changed significantly. He was less humble and cautious, which made her feel equal. But what if you have a very special mirror in front of you, and the image you see in the mirror is a triangle, and every time you make a move, the triangle will change accordingly? This is too weird, isn't it? The triangle has no hands or feet. So what can it do? This is the key point. Because the image is different, you won't understand even if it reacts. For example, if you raise your hand, the triangle changes from equilateral to right angles, and it responds to your hand, but you can't understand it. Because you don't understand, your will naturally be confused, and the behavior of the spirit will become more unpredictable. Hua Mu completely understood it this time. After saying so much, these two combined mean that there is a funhouse mirror between Luna and me? It doesn't understand what I mean, and I don't understand what it means, because we are not familiar with this mirror. We don't know where it is concave, and where it is convex. So we can't interpret each other's instructions and responses. That's right. You are so smart. Miss. Oh, I was praised. That's right. You don't even look at who I am. So far, no teacher has not praised me. Except for the one who taught her the theoretical knowledge of the guide. So what's the method? How can I be as skilled as you? Practice hard. I guess. No matter how talented the sentinels and guides are, they can't escape practice. This is the only way to get familiar with the spirit. It would be useless if I didn't say it. Hua Mu pouted. Not to mention that she started 6 years later than most people just now. Once Luna is released, it will be a blast. She can't practice. The sentinel obviously realized this, looking at her awkwardly. How about, I'll go somewhere farther away, and you can practice here. Baizhen recovered well, and was able to carry out normal daily activities after her menstrual period. Because she had enough rest, and she didn't use artificial guide element, she didn't have any trance after nearly 10 days. It's okay for me. The question is, how are you? It's been more than a week, are you? Are you okay? Didn't this sentinel have to take a small white pill every 5 or 6 days before? How come he can endure it so much this time? Baizhen looks in good spirits. Don't worry, I'm okay. Your guide element is very effective, so... Oh. It's impossible to say that Hua Mu is not worried, but she finally made up her mind, and it's hard to bear to keep dragging it on. It's better to be direct, and make a quick decision, to avoid any more trouble. Because of this incident, she didn't dare to ask Baizhen to hold her while sleeping, which seemed very unrestrained, and she was almost falling apart from sleeping these days. She missed her human mat very much, but the human mat didn't seem to feel anything at all. It's just right that I'm going to see the trap I made before. You can unlock the limiter here in practice. Are you really okay? Hua Mu asked unwillingly. Don't worry, I'm fine. Hua Mu looked at the sentry's not agile, but extremely steady steps, and snorted softly. The big fool just recovers quickly. She grumbled inwardly while untying the limiter. The unicorn emerged from the scene almost at the moment the necklace was taken off. Woo woo woo. Luna whined as soon as she came out, and was spinning around like a headless fly. Stop! The master's command still had some effect. Luna stopped her little hooves, but her head was still turning restlessly, and her pair of black eyes were rolling around. You useless guy, why are you not reserved at all? Hua Mu knew at a glance that she was looking for the white wolf, and looked at it with disdain. Yeah. Luna looked at her aggrievedly, as if asking her where the big white wolf had gone. What are you saying? You need to study hard now. You know? You are so stupid, you only know how to lick. Woo woo woo. The unicorn obviously disagreed with its master's evaluation of it, and kept shouting to refute it. Hua Mu looked at it carefully, and found that it had grown a little bit without knowing when, and was almost as tall as herself. You've grown up too fast. Haven't you? I'm wearing a suppressor. Ah. Luna pouted her lips as if she wanted to howl to the sky, but she couldn't imitate the howl of a wolf, and the last sound was like snoring hidden in her throat. Hua Mu looked at it speechlessly. I really didn't expect this little fool to be assimilated so quickly. In fact, it is the spirit of Baizhen. Hattie is handsome and smart. So he is hers. Hua Mu always felt that she could bring Baizhen back, all thanks to the big white wolf. Not only did he lick Luna, but he also helped it grow up. Okay, stop barking. If you behave, you will see Hattie soon. You can lick him however you want. Luna's eyes lit up, and she stamped her hooves happily, as if asking, Really? Really? Of course it's true, okay. Listen carefully. The unicorn straightened up, looking ready. The ability of the sentinel is to strengthen the body, while the ability of the guide is more focused on mental control. In terms of usage, the sentinel is mostly a spirit body attached to the body, while the guide often uses consciousness to attach to the spirit body. For Hua Mu now, it is too dangerous to release consciousness, so he can only do some running and training first. In the infancy of the spirit body, playing with them is the best way to run in. Many abilities of the sentinel and the guide were discovered and developed during this period. But playing with the spirit body is not an easy thing, and it often consumes more than twice the host. Unlike the previous random command, this time Hua Mu trained according to Baizhen's instructions, and soon felt tired, conveying instructions accurately, giving rewards, caressing or hugging, repeatedly training the same action, observing the spirit's reaction to instructions, etc. All require high concentration. The first thing Hua Mu needs to learn is how to summon the spirit freely. Normally, unless the owner's life is threatened or there is a strong external hormone stimulation, the spirit will not leave the spirit picture without the owner's call. But Luna obviously does not meet this requirement. It is easier for her to drill out of the picture than to drill her own tree hole. Chapter 63 Memories. Hua Mu was exhausted after practicing for only more than an hour, and she was not at ease without Bai Jin, so she simply put on the suppressor to summon her back. After checking the traps, Bai Jin went to pick some wild vegetables and fruits. Because of what she had experienced, all her actions now were based on reducing consumption. When she heard the gunshot and returned to the beach, Hua Mu had already fallen asleep on the bamboo bed. This was obviously caused by excessive consumption. She saw Hua Mu's efforts these days, and felt pain in her heart. A pampered young lady now had a dark arm from the sun, and calluses on her palms. She no longer looked like a noble lady. But the beauty of an 18-year-old girl cannot be polished by 2 months of wind and rain. The less delicate Hua Mu has a different style. Her originally thin body has gained some weight due to unrestrained eating and daily labor. Her upper arms even have clear muscle lines. Bai Jin was a little dazed. He knew that it was very offensive to look at Hua Mu while she was asleep, but he still couldn't look away. The first time they met, she was just a 6-year-old girl, and was questioned by the police on the road because there was no adult with her. She had been wandering for more than a month, relying on the few small white pieces she had obtained in the tower. At this time, she was not only disheveled, but also mentally in danger. But she still recognized Hua Mu, the little girl who followed the queen on TV. A platinum braid, green eyes, fair skin, a chubby face, and a tense and serious expression. Why was there no adult around her? She hid in a corner and observed, and couldn't help but have such a question. But since there is the help of the police, they should be able to send her back soon. Right? Such a noble little girl seems to be from a different world from her. It is a miracle that she can see her from a distance like this. Right? No. Let me go. It hurts. Bad guy. Bad guy. Bai Jin was thinking that he should avoid the police. But the situation suddenly changed. The policeman seemed to have not asked any information. And he picked up the little girl forcefully. Don't cry, little girl. The police uncle will take you to find your mother. Let me go. I'm not lost. You bad guy. You are not the police uncle. Help. Woo woo woo. The little girl struggled and cried. But the pedestrians around her just smiled knowingly. Bai Jin knew that she shouldn't be nosy. But the girl's voice was too shrill. More importantly, the policeman's actions were rough. It looked more like kidnapping than taking the little girl to her mother. When she saw the man in uniform take out a bubble pressure syringe from his pocket, Bai Jin finally couldn't sit still. That was really not a policeman. Before she could think, her body had already shot out like a spring with full force. At the age of 12, Bai Jin was already 1.65 meters tall. With years of exercise, her physical fitness was much better than that of ordinary adult women. Although she was a little embarrassed after nearly a month of wandering, she was not seriously injured. The power of the sentinel in an instant was overwhelming for ordinary people. Bai Jin had trained in the tower for a while, and learned a lot of skills. In addition, the opponent was not prepared. It took her less than 3 seconds to subdue the police. And then she picked up the little girl and ran away from the block. The girl lay quietly in her arms without crying or making a fuss. It was not until she made many twists and turns to make sure that no one was following her that she stopped in the small base where she had lived recently. The other party raised his face from her arms. Bai Jin grabbed her back in a moment of urgency and impulse. But he didn't know how to explain it at this time. When she saw him, his face turned red, and he was speechless. I'm not a bad person. Aren't you a bad person? Bai Jin nodded repeatedly. The little girl smiled and said proudly, I know. You heard me shouting for help, so you came to help me. Right? Yeah. The girl got off her and looked at this plastic house that was discarded from an unknown park, and asked, Where is this place? What's your name? My name is Bai Jin. This is where I live. Do you live here? The girl was very surprised and shook her head repeatedly. Sister, you can't do this. Why do you live in a place like this when you are so powerful? Bai Jin was completely led by a little girl, and said breathlessly, I'm not powerful. The girl wrinkled her cute nose. obviously disagreeing with her words. You are so good, you beat that bad guy down in just a few moves. Aye. Baizhen felt a little embarrassed, scratching his head, not knowing how to be modest. Oh, by the way, my name is Hua Mu, Hua of the Flower Fairy, Mu of the sunbathing. Sister, just call me Mu Mu, that's what my father calls me. Well, then Mu, why are you out there alone? Where's your father? Hua Mu found a small wooden stake to sit on, but he didn't dislike the environment at all. I ran away from home. My father and aunt don't love me anymore. Run away from home? Baizhen was surprised that such a young child knew how to run away from home. And succeeded. Then your family will be very worried. You should go back quickly. I don't want to go back. I won't see them anyway. They won't worry about me. Hua Mu's face was puffed up, and his pair of red leather shoes were tiptoeing, showing a bored expression. How can I do that? It's very dangerous for a child like you to be outside alone. Weren't you almost caught just now? Hua Mu, who had always been calm and composed like a little adult, now showed a little guilty. Well, that was an accident. And? Didn't you save me? But it was a coincidence. And you can't live alone. Who said I can't live alone? I have money. Hua Mu was carrying a cute little bag, and she opened it to show Baizhen. There was a stack of large banknotes inside. At least tens of thousands of yuan. Baizhen had been in the capital for less than half a year, and had never seen so much money in his life. He was shocked. Mu, you can't show so much money to others, or you will be robbed. She quickly helped Hua Mu close the bag. Hua Mu looked at her with a smile. I know, I won't show it to others but to you, because you are a good person. But how do you know I am a good person? What if I am a bad person? Then you saved me. How can you be a bad person? Are you a bad person? Baizhen didn't know how to explain to her, so he could only shake his head and said, I am not a bad person. I am not a bad person. That's it. Baizhen was very worried about her. But you are so young, even if you have money. You can't live alone. If you walk alone on the street, you will be questioned. You need a guardian to stay in a hotel. And according to her identity, she will definitely be exposed soon. Hua Mu was also a little worried. Yes, I was questioned by several police officers when I was walking on the street. I said that my mother asked me to run errands to get away with it. So, you should go back quickly. No, I have only been out for a short while. It would be so embarrassing to go back like this. My father and aunt must think I am just playing house and don't know the seriousness of the matter. Hua Mu rolled his eyes and clapped his hands, saying, By the way, I will hire you as my bodyguard. You are so powerful that you can definitely protect me. I can give you money. You help me book a hotel. Baizhen showed an embarrassment. Even if she didn't say that she escaped from the tower, she would still be questioned if she booked a hotel by herself at her age. I can't. Why? You can stay in the hotel with me. It's much more comfortable than here. Baizhen was really worried about Hua Mu, who trusted him so much the first time they met. I'm 12 years old. You're 12 years old? Hua Mu looked surprised. Aren't you an adult yet? The sister of the maid next to me is shorter than you, but she's an adult. The little girl was still judging age by height, and Baizhen's height was considered an adult for her. Baizhen couldn't help but hunch her back a little. When she was in her hometown, she didn't think that she developed early, grew fast, and was tall. But after coming to the imperial capital, the different skin color, different eye color, and even a height slightly taller than her peers made her look out of place. You are amazing. Why are you so tall? Did you eat something delicious? I also want to grow up quickly, so that my aunt and dad won't always treat me like a child and coax me. I didn't eat anything special. Is it because of regular exercise? My dad said that exercise will make you taller. I guess so. The two of them talked a lot without realizing it. The two little girls of different ages and situations actually talked for an afternoon without any barriers. Baizhen still remembers Hua Mu's smile at that time. Remembers every word she said. And remembers the promise he made to her. Don't, I'm so tired, Baizhen. Baizhen's thoughts were interrupted by Hua Mu's dream talk. Hearing the young lady calling her name, she hurriedly leaned over to check. Hua Mu seemed to have a nightmare due to overwork, kicking her legs as if she had stepped on empty stairs. Baizhen was afraid that she would hurt herself, so he gently held her calf. But he didn't expect Hua Mu to lean over directly and seek her embrace. Big miss. Hua Mu seemed to have finally found a comfortable haven, twisting her body to get into her arms. Baijin. She whispered Baijin's name, with a bit of lyricism. Baijin didn't dare to move, and hugged her stiffly. Huamu buried her face in her chest, sighing and murmuring. Why are you so big? What is the young lady dreaming about? Will she dream about the past? Asking her why she is so tall, why she is so strong, why she is so powerful, with innocence and admiration. She didn't know the answer in the past, but now she thinks, this must be for her to better protect the young lady. Chapter 64. It is better to rely on yourself than on others. Baijin felt soft in his heart. Seeing that Huamu did not seem to wake up, he became a little bolder and adjusted his posture to hold her in his arms. Huamu did not ask her to be a cushion these days, so she was actually a little nervous. Although the young lady did not say it, she was actually full of anxiety and fear about what might happen. Right? If possible, Baijin really hoped that he could hold on by then. The tropical marine climate is not hot, but if two people sleep together, sweating is inevitable. Baijin soon noticed that the person in his arms began to sweat slightly, and he tried to let her go with reluctance and regret. Huamu made a dissatisfied sound, and rubbed against her. Miss? Baijin thought she was awake, and was startled. His hands and feet were stiff, and he dared not move. Huamu's forehead was covered with a layer of fine beads of sweat, but she still refused to let go of her big pillow. While he was at a loss, Baijin smelled a fragrance. According to the human sense of smell, the guide element is actually odorless. But for the sentinels, how to identify the smell of the guide element is a very important task. The smell of the guide element is often mild and natural. If you don't identify it carefully, it is sometimes easily confused with the smell in the natural environment. But after you smell it, it will be very distinct and recognizable. The girl's slender and soft body is soft and boneless, and there is the smell of soap and perilla in her hair. But Baijin knew that what he smelled was not those, but Baijin breathed a sigh of relief. It was the guide element. Although it was very faint, it was indeed the smell of the guide element. Baijin looked at Huamu's neck in panic, and found that the suppressor was still worn intact. How could this happen? She wanted to retreat, but Huamu obviously had no intention of letting her go, and held her waist domineeringly, insisting that she wrap herself up tightly. Big miss. The fire in her heart was burning. Baijin's breathing gradually became rapid, and Hattie kept trying to come out of the picture, as if he was attracted by something outside. It was the sentry's instinct that was stirring. Baijin clenched her teeth tightly, not caring about waking Huamu, and pushed her away with a little force. Hate. Huamu muttered in dissatisfaction, annoyed that her sweet dream was interrupted, rubbed her eyes, and looked at Baijin. For some reason, the other party looked a little painful, trembling, and trying to curl up. Miss, please hurry, go. Strange, what did she dream about just now? Why did she feel a sense of déjà vu? Baijin, what's wrong with you? Huamu swallowed nervously. Baijin didn't know how to explain to her that the suppressor was ineffective, and just shook his head. It's the binding heat. It's the binding heat. Oh, are you okay? How come it suddenly? I'm wearing a suppressor. Is it because of the dream she had? Please go quickly. Go. Go. Go, where are you going? Huamu was a little angry. It was clearly agreed before, and now the sentinel wants to take it all on his own, which is really abominable. You guy, you're so stubborn. Huamu rushed over and pulled away her arm that was covering herself, trying to check her condition. Miss. Baijin's face flushed, and even her breath was wet. Huamu was stunned for a moment, and even forgot to respond. Is the effect of combined heat really that exaggerated? It can turn such a dull guy into such a charming and sexy beauty. It was more exaggerated than the last time. The voice of the sentry was as soft as a little lamb. This is too bad, isn't it? Miss. I was almost tired of being called Miss before. Why did the voice sound so different this time? Why? What's wrong? Huamu heard that her voice seemed to be out of tune, and the buzzing sound in her ears made everything around her distorted. Baijin's dark pupils were full of water and desire, as if they wanted to hook people into it. What kind of feeling is the combination fever? It makes people unable to control themselves, and they have no choice? If so, then what her guide teacher said must be a lie. Say that her physique is special, will not be triggered by the combination fever, and can choose any sentinel as a partner. That must be a lie. Otherwise, why can't she control herself now, and why does she care so much about this big fool? Huamu slowly lowered her face, and put the countless noisy voices in her heart behind her. Since she has made up her mind, There is no reason to retreat here. It is better to rely on oneself than on others. Baizhen's expression seemed to be struggling, but her body's reaction was very honest. When Hua Mu was about to touch her lips, she raised her neck vigorously and excitedly bit the other's soft lips. I don't know who sighed, and the sigh was full of satisfaction. Baizhen quickly became intoxicated. Her limbs became weak and her body became weak, and her heart became more restless. She was kissing the eldest lady, touching the unreachable light, doing things she had never dared to think about. And she was blaspheming God. She found that she had wanted to do this for a long time. She had wanted to hug the young lady tightly. She had wanted to crawl across her skin devoutly. And she had wanted to offend her without any scruples. Every time the young lady looked at her coldly, every time she was sternly treated, every time she was scolded in a soft voice, Baizhen felt heartbroken. But besides the heartache, there was another feeling that she had deliberately ignored that was tormenting her. It doesn't matter if you look at her coldly. Please look at her. It doesn't matter if you are sternly treated. Please pay attention to her. It doesn't matter if you scold her. It's better to give her more. Miss. Her eyes were full of miss. And her heart was also filled with Mississippi. Even if she looked at him like a scumbag. Even if she was called a pervert. Even if she was kicked. No. In the words of the master, she should thank him for his hospitality. As long as it was given by Miss. She just wanted to accept it. This must be abnormal. Right? If Miss knew about it, she would be alienated immediately. Right? Miss? But she was kissing Miss, tasting the sweet taste in her mouth, sucking on her soft and delicious tongue, and putting the matter of combining with her into action, which was really not right. She was doing something bad, so she should be reprimanded and punished. Hua Mu never knew Baizhen could be so passionate, as if he had become a completely different person. She had to switch from being active to being passive, and was entangled by the sentinel with strong physical strength and lung capacity, and was defeated step by step. Dizzy. Her tongue seemed to be numb. Was this the effect of combined heat? Then, was combined heat contagious? It was better than she thought. And worse than she thought. Admit it. She was longing for something like this to happen. She longed for Baizhen, even without regard for the sentinels and guides' identities. She had not forgotten, and could not forget, how many times this sentinel had stood in front of her, how many times he had disregarded his own safety, how many times he had protected her life, even before he became her guard. But why would Baizhen forget? Isn't this an important thing for her? Is this a matter of course for her? She wanted to convince herself that, after all, it was just an embarrassing accident, and it would be better if the other party didn't remember, but for some reason she always felt resentful. After all, this might be a matter of course for Baizhen, but not for her. She longed to find other reasons for the sentinels to protect her besides loyalty. But she couldn't find any. From her expression, her words and actions, her eyes, Hua Mu couldn't find any other feelings. It was just a robot sentinel. She should have known that all sentinels were the same. Whether you treated them kindly or badly, they wouldn't feel anything. The only thing that could make them waver was the guide element, and the same was true for Baizhen. Miss. The sentry's voice was low and charming, and his movements were careful and gentle. Hua Mu's heart was filled with joy. It was not like that. Baizhen was different. Baizhen was stupid and dull. He never paid attention to her, never understood her feelings, never felt resentful because of her badness, and never offended her with any excuse. He was so dull that it made people anxious. She only knew how to call her miss, and only said serious words. All her covetousness was just delusion. Baizhen didn't have so many frivolous thoughts. She was ashamed and angry about her ambiguous feelings, and was entangled and depressed about the love that was destined to be impossible, and struggled and felt sad. Don't let your imagination run wild. She always warned herself like this. Let's not talk about Baizhen for now. How can she resist her father and aunt? She wanted to regard this time of running away from home as her last willful act. At the beginning, she also forced herself to think in a way that was consistent with her identity, but the more she thought about it, the more she couldn't do it. Maybe this is fate? Maybe this is her last chance? Maybe it's good not to go back. This idiot is willing to sacrifice his life for her. Why can't he like her? If he's here, he can do anything. Right? No one can control her. No one will stop them from being together, except Baizhen. The idiot who doesn't understand romance. The aristocratic girl who is pure and innocent in the eyes of the public is now indulgently immersed in the pleasure brought by love. It doesn't matter if she is ashamed, after all. There is such a thing as bonding heat, so being confused and wanting can be forgiven. The two kissed and hugged each other immaturely and fiercely, adapting to this new sense, chasing the intoxicating pleasure. Just touching the skin with the palm of your hand can make people tremble all over. Just pressing the tongue together can make people soft and weak. Weak nerves and excited body, mixed with panting and the smell of guide element, make this temporary shelter a mess. Hua Mu can no longer think. It's better to fall like this. Chapter 65 What to do afterwards. After all, the noble lady's physical strength is not as good as that of the sentry, who has been training for many years. Baizhen woke up earlier than Hua Mu. The bamboo bed was a mess. The canvas used as a bed sheet was not only messy, but also left traces of being wet by the two of them. Baizhen couldn't remember what happened for a while. She just looked at Hua Mu sleeping naked in her arms, and her mind was blank. She tried hard to sort out the clues, but her memory was very chaotic and intense. In short, she and the eldest lady had a relationship. But it seems that they didn't do it to the end. The two are still in an unattached state. There are certainly ways for sentinels and guides to have sex without getting married. A spacer can easily solve the problem. But this becomes a purely physical relationship. There is no other benefit, except temporarily relieving the heat of bonding. Later, not only will the frequency of bonding heat increase, but also the intensity will increase. This method has always been considered a crooked way in sentinel-to-guide relationships. Few people would choose it. Even if it can be maintained, it will definitely not last too long. After all, the heat of bonding is really not so easy to bear. It is very likely to get out of control in the middle. But for now, it is a solution. At least she survived this time, and the young lady didn't. Baizhen remembered Hua Mu's enthusiastic reaction and her initiative to help him. He was excited, and he wanted to hold her under him for a few more times. But when he regained his senses, Baizhen not only knew that he couldn't push any further, but also knew that he had to apologize to Hua Mu for losing control before. If the young lady hadn't stopped him, he would have almost married her. The more Baizhen thought about it, the more anxious he felt. He hugged Hua Mu's body, and didn't know whether he should let go. Although the young lady didn't show any resistance during the process. It's very likely that the young lady was understanding of her combination heat. Now she is still so shameless hugging the young lady. Will she be disliked by the young lady? But the young lady also said that she is a human cushion. And it seems natural for her to cushion the young lady now. But if she is a cushion, shouldn't she wear clothes? The young lady should be shy. Right? Baizhen was struggling in his mind, holding Hua Mu motionlessly. First of all, should we not wake up the young lady? She hesitated for more than an hour. Hua Mu didn't eat lunch and woke up hungry. Young lady. Baizhen noticed that Hua Mu was holding her and biting her in a daze, and hurriedly pushed her away. Hua Mu was a little dissatisfied, and she leaned back and complained coquettishly. What are you doing? I'm so hungry. Baizhen avoided her nervously, and said carefully. Then I'll make lunch for you. Hua Mu couldn't eat what she wanted, and finally opened her eyes, and looked at Baizhen angrily. What are you doing? She finally realized their current situation halfway through her words, and her face flushed. What are you doing? She panicked. And Baizhen also panicked. He let go of her tremblingly, and stuttered. I didn't mean to do it. Hua Mu rolled off her, and grabbed one side of her dress to cover her key parts. Baizhen was also panicked, and hurriedly picked up her underwear and put it on. Both of them were a little embarrassed, and the atmosphere was awkward. Hua Mu still clearly remembered what she had done before, and she was too embarrassed to look at Baizhen. Baizhen was even more embarrassed than her, and she knelt on the side and dared not say a word. The two of them were silent for a long time, and finally spoke at the same time. Miss, that? The two looked at each other, and hurriedly looked away. Baizhen saw that she had something to say, and showed a look of waiting for punishment. Hua Mu cleared his throat. Don't you have anything to say? Why did you suddenly get excited? Why did you hug her when she was asleep? Since it has come to this, shouldn't you also consider love? Do you like me or not? Why don't you go and make lunch? Baizhen was stunned for a moment, and when she reacted, she hurriedly said, Miss, I'll go right away. She moved quickly, and ran out of the shelter like she was escaping. Hua Mu looked at her back, and her heart sank. It was not impossible to hold her for a while, How could they not even say sweet words to each other after the first time? Although she said the wrong thing first and led the wrong way. Wasn't she just awake and her mind was not clear? And she was shy? Couldn't Baizhen, the big idiot, be considerate of her? Her waist and her body were still sore. Right? Big idiot. The sentry who was called a big idiot obviously didn't know that he had hurt the young lady's heart. And he was shaking in spirits and preparing lunch neatly. By the time she cooked clam soup, simmered a fish, and steamed bacon, a pot of hot water was also ready. Hua-mu regretted letting this stubborn guy make lunch, and felt wronged. Even if he really didn't understand, he should at least look at his face. She lay on the bamboo bed and thought about it until her eyes turned red. So pitiful. A clever wife with a clumsy husband. The pitiful one is the clever wife. Stupid. 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 But what else could she do except scold the idiot? He helped her make lunch. Miss Baizhen had excellent hearing, and could hear Hua-mu muttering from a distance. He couldn't help but feel nervous, and became more careful when speaking. What are you doing? Hua-mu turned her back to the door, and didn't want to pay attention to her. But she was also afraid that if she ignored her, she would start to think about random things and go away alone. So she agreed for the time being. Baizhen didn't dare to come in with the hot water, and said hesitantly, I boiled some hot water. Do you want to wipe your body? Oh! Hua-mu turned over by grabbing Baizhen's coat, and saw that she was looking at him nervously, and felt a little better. I want. Baizhen put the porcelain basin at the end of the bamboo bed, and then stood straight, showing an expression that didn't know whether to leave or stay. Hua-mu saw her hesitation, finally stopped saying one thing and thinking another, and said fiercely, will you just let me do it myself? Who can blame me for my sore hands? Blame her. When Baizhen thought of what Hua-mu had done for him, he couldn't help but blush. Then I'll help you wring the towel. Just wring the towel? What's the point? You're so stingy. Baizhen seemed a little bit unbelievable, and swallowed subconsciously, and tried. Then I'll help you wipe. Oh, it's so annoying. How indulgent Hua-mu was before, how uncomfortable her body is now. After Baizhen finished helping her, she still felt weak. When she was fully awake, Hua-mu firmly believed that the teacher's view that she would not have a combination fever was wrong. So she must not have been very awake at that time. And letting Baizhen see her body made Hua-mu feel very ashamed. But this is something that needs to be gradually used to. And the young lady does not want to wrong herself. The sentry seemed very happy to serve the young lady, showing unprecedented diligence and consideration. And his movements were so cautious, as if he was afraid of breaking her. Hua-mu really enjoyed being treated like this, making her feel cherished. Even though the idiot's reaction afterwards was somewhat annoying, she did not regret her previous reckless decision, and she would still do it again if it happened again. But she regretted it or not, and she was still uneasy. Hua-mu was a little uneasy about having such a relationship with Baizhen, especially since the two of them were still in a state of confusion because of their passion for marriage. She really had no idea about Baizhen's thoughts. The sentinel was loyal and upright, and obeyed her in everything, but was there any love in this? Baizhen obviously didn't hate what happened before, but could it be that it was just because the sentinel was attached to the guide? Speaking of which, how did this guy see her? Master? Superior? A member of the royal family? To whom he was loyal? Because Baizhen was stupid and honest, she felt that she couldn't interpret her actions with her fancy ideas at all. Miss, are you feeling better? Baizhen served her tremblingly, and the blush on his face had not yet subsided. Hua-mu gathered her coat and uttered a small Her whole body was red. Then Baizhen wanted to say that she would pour the water. But looking at Hua-mu's delicate and soft appearance, she didn't know why she couldn't say it. Her heart was itching, and she just wanted to stay with the eldest lady for a while. As long as the eldest lady didn't chase her away. Hua-mu felt numb all over under her burning gaze, and couldn't help curling up and hiding under the sentinel's coat. What are you saying? Baizhen always felt that something was wrong with her. She was always flustered, confused, and lost. Her brain short-circuited when she heard the eldest lady's voice, and white light flashed in front of her eyes when she saw her body. If she touched her, she felt like she would lose all her strength. Just like now. The eldest lady complained to her in a delicate voice. But she couldn't answer. The smell of the guide element seemed to be stronger. But that was not something she wanted to care about. She just felt that her chest was filled with something. Full and full. As if it was about to overflow. Miss, The sentry's voice was a little hoarse. When Hua Mu heard her call her that, she couldn't help but think of what happened before. Baizhen was like that at that time. And it seemed that she couldn't say anything except these 3 words. Why did you call me? It made her flustered. Baizhen didn't know why she called her. Because she was less likely to be driven away if she was quiet. However, if she didn't call her miss, her throat would itch. Her heart would panic. And her mind would be distracted. Aye? Baizhen thought she should find an excuse, such as asking the young lady, do you want to have lunch? But she couldn't say it. Lying was secondary. She just couldn't execute the idea in her mind. Why is this happening? Does the combination fever have sequelae? Or, is there a sequelae only when there is no combination? Chapter 66 What to do afterwards. The atmosphere between the two was a little strange. An inexplicable atmosphere filled the surroundings. In the end, Hua Mu was too hungry. The gurgling sound in her stomach broke the deadlock. Baizhen's hearing ability would naturally not miss it. Ah. Miss, lunch is ready. I'll go and bring it over you. You? There was really no need to say the rest of the words. Miss had to put on her clothes first. Why don't you go quickly? Hua Mu didn't know who she should be ashamed of first. Forget it. She had done more shameful things. This really didn't count. Baizhen took the water away. Hua Mu waited until she heard him walk away before she hurriedly picked up her underwear and dress and put them on. These 2 items were fine, since they were taken off early. But the other little thing was not so lucky. Hua Mu saw the wrinkled underwear in the corner and couldn't help but cover her eyes. How intense was it at that time? What was she thinking about? It was obviously just this one. But it couldn't be worn now. Right? Although she often used other items to replace them because they had to be dried after washing. But that was normal. To change, Hua Mu didn't dare to touch her terrible underwear, for fear of touching something that would trigger shameful memories. Why not? Why not wait until it dries before washing it? Let's do it. Hua Mu used Baizhen's coat to press her underwear down. Baizhen brought lunch over one after another. Hua Mu sat upright with her skirt pressed down. She rarely showed an attitude of asking for food and clothes. The sentry worked hard and was meticulous, and took the initiative to take the responsibility of feeding the young lady lunch. After all, the young lady's hands were sore. She couldn't let her get tired again. Hua Mu ate slowly, showing the dignity and elegance of a noble lady, as if the person chopping wood with an axe before was not her at all. Baizhen is always focused on what she does. But for some reason, she couldn't take her eyes off Hua Mu's lips this time, and forgot what she was doing several times. Hua Mu took a sip of soup at the end, indicating that she didn't need to eat anymore. Baizhen finished the remaining food like a whirlwind, and then began to clean up the mess. She thought that she had to wash it anyway, so she might as well wash her coat as well, and picked up her coat lying in the corner. It was too late for Hua Mu to stop. Baizhen soon found a small piece of white cloth underneath, and picked it up without thinking. She was a little confused about the wet and slippery feel. And then she found that the thing in her hand was one of the sources of the strong smell of the shelter. If there was a hole now, Hua Mu would never hesitate, and would go in immediately. The sentry didn't know what he was thinking, and he even put it under his nose and sniffed it. Baizhen! Hua Mu almost died of suffocation. So embarrassed. Huh? Put it down quickly. Baizhen seemed to have finally discovered what she was holding in her hand, and said with shaking hands, Miss, I didn't mean it. Since it was not intentional, why don't you put it down? You, give it back to me. Hua Mu was so angry, because she was too indulgent before. She was afraid that her image in Baizhen's mind would collapse. So she pretended for more than half an hour. But she didn't expect that it was all broken now. How could it be considered elegant and proper to ask the sentry for underwear? Baizhen quickly reached out and handed it to her, but he stopped halfway. What are you doing? Hua Mu was stunned when she saw her hand holding the underwear slowly and firmly withdrawing it. Baizhen looked at Hua Mu and said hesitantly, Do you want to wash it? I'll help wash it for you. Since the young lady asked her to help wipe her body, then washing clothes should not be a problem. Right? In fact, the young lady is already very tired and can't even have a good lunch, so how can she wash clothes? Hua Mu was stunned. What are you talking about? That was soaked in underwear and underwear. It's a super private thing, and it's the only one she has now. It's already the most valuable item on her body. What's the difference between this and proposing? Although it's not that she hasn't washed it before, but at that time it was because she couldn't touch water, And it's completely different from now. Baizhen didn't understand why Huamu resisted, and couldn't help but blush with anxiety. It was obviously like that. This shouldn't be something out of the ordinary. Right? I'm not talking nonsense. I'll help you wash. Aren't you very tired? You said your hands were sore. That's my fault. So I'll help you wash. How much does he want to help her wash? Such a stupid guy can come up with so many reasons in one breath. Although Huamu was ashamed, she didn't know why she was secretly happy. Well, it's not impossible. It's because you asked so strongly that I accepted your kindness. Not because I wanted you to wash. Yes. Yes. Baizhen's expression was simply overjoyed. Huamu didn't expect her to be so happy. And she was confused in her heart. Is this guy stupid or not? He is obviously very simple. But why does he always make her feel that he can't hide? It seems a bit too much to say that he is perverted. Although she blurted out such a scolding before, she actually never really thought about it. What on earth is this? It's weird. Huamu thought about it for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. She simply stopped thinking about it, and waited for Baizhen to come back after washing. The two of them talked a lot, but no one clearly mentioned the previous incident. Huamu was embarrassed, and Baizhen didn't dare to say it. The atmosphere was weird all the way, but nothing embarrassing happened in the end. And the two of them finally put their hearts back to where they were. Baizhen packed up her things, hung her clothes, and hurried back to the shelter. Although she didn't dare to mention that incident, she didn't want to leave Huamu at all, and she wanted to stay with her all the time. It seems a little different from the feeling of wanting to protect the young lady in the past. This can be regarded as attachment. The sentry was also a little worried. But no matter how worried he was, it was not as strong as the desire. There were only her and the young lady on this island. What else could she do if she didn't protect the young lady? Although the incident had already happened, Huamu didn't mind the cause of the combined heat outbreak. But it was always beneficial to understand the situation. So when Baizhen came back, she took the initiative to ask about it. Baizhen sat outside the bamboo shed and replied respectfully, "Young lady, it's your suppressor. It seems to have failed." The sentry was very ashamed of his loss of control, so he was a little lacking in confidence when talking about this matter. After all, it sounded like he was shirking responsibility. Invalid? How is that possible? Huamu subconsciously picked up the pendant on the necklace and said in disbelief, "This is what my aunt gave me. It has never broken since I put it on 6 years ago. The necklace is very simple, with a platinum chain and base, and a blue gem inlaid on the trumpet creeper-shaped base. If there is a hidden mechanism, it can only be inside the base." Huamu said this only out of trust in her aunt, but it sounds a bit like saying that the sentry is lying. Baizhen panicked. "It's true. Miss, I didn't lie to you. I didn't mean it. Yes, I really smelled the scent of the guide element on you." Huamu knew she had misunderstood, and was so angry that she wanted to bite off her tongue. "I believe you. I didn't say you did it on purpose. I just don't understand why it failed. It was fine when it fell into the sea before." It was indeed the case. If there was any difference, Huamu had only opened the suppressor twice. "Miss, can I see your necklace?" "Sure. You can also look at this?" Baizhen actually only knew Huamu had this guide inhibitor. In the old dark ages, in order to hide their identities, most guides used injected steroid hormones to neutralize the guide factor. Even now, when there are missions that have to conceal their identities, the guides still use these drugs. Therefore, Baizhen didn't know much about the guide inhibitor. She only knew that the Grand Duke said it was a very valuable item, a secret of the royal family, and Huamu must not take it off. The blue gem was cut perfectly, and the whole necklace looked very delicate. But there was no mechanism anywhere, and even the gem itself was nothing special except that it was precious. Although Baizhen didn't understand mechanics, he could tell with his sentinel senses that it was just an ordinary and expensive piece of jewelry. Instead of asking why it didn't work, it was better to ask how it worked before. "Miss, did Her Majesty the Queen give you this necklace?" "Yes. My aunt gave it to me after I awakened." Baizhen looked at her carefully. "Is it because of your ability?" Huamu was a little surprised, but had to try hard to suppress it. You know my ability? Could it be that she didn't forget it? What about her reaction when they first met? What about the fact that she didn't respond after so many attempts?" Baizhen frowned and whispered, "Please forgive me. I have heard some rumors, and this incident So I have some guesses. If your ability is really like this, then Her Majesty the Queen's ability may not be a rumor. Aunt's ability? Hua Mu herself hates the identity of a guide, so she doesn't care much about this aspect. She only knows that her father and aunt are both very powerful guides. As for what abilities they have, she has almost no idea. Do you remember what the scene was when His Majesty gave you the necklace? Hua Mu certainly remembers it. It was the second time she saw her aunt cry while holding her. Her aunt put the necklace on her neck and told her that as long as she had this necklace, no one could hurt her in the future. She said, "Baby Mumu, it doesn't matter if you don't want to be a guide, this necklace will protect you. As long as you don't take it off yourself, Luna, your little unicorn won't come out. You will get peace and tranquility." The palm of her aunt's hand on her forehead was so warm, and her words were so trustworthy, so she never took off the necklace again after that. Chapter 67. The Sentinel does not seek to act. Rather than saying that the necklace is a suppressor, it is more appropriate to say that it is a suggestive marker. Although Baijin is not a person who cares about gossip, he is in the tower after all, and is closely connected with the center of power. He knows more about the abilities of the leader and the queen than others. The strength of the sentinel and the guide's ability is mainly reflected in two aspects. One is the pure strength, and the other is the special skills. Although the tower only assesses academic performance and does not rate abilities, there is a set of conventional evaluation methods circulating privately. As we all know, the ability of the sentinel is to enhance the five senses, and the ability of the guide is mental interference and protection. However, due to the differences in spiritual bodies and personal experiences, many individuals will also develop other special abilities. For example, if one of the five senses of the sentinel is particularly sharp, it is very likely to develop into a wide area skill. This skill is different from simple sensory acuity. Its range and accuracy can even be comparable to multifunction radar. The special abilities of the guide are mostly related to the mind. The more common ones are hallucination attacks related to the five senses. Normally, sentinels and guides with special abilities will receive special attention from the tower. Of course, special skills are not all abilities, and the increase in the spiritual body accounts for a larger proportion in the evaluation process. If you have special abilities, but the increase is too small and can only be used by ordinary people, it is meaningless to some extent. Baijin was able to graduate with the first place, which is inseparable from these 2 points. The last graduation examination was jointly hosted by the queen and the leader. Only 3 people passed all the projects, and Baijin was the one who spent the least time. In that assessment, she had some guesses about the queen's ability, and now she can finally be sure. Her Majesty must have a very strong psychological suggestion ability. Generally, this kind of ability will reduce the effect of a guide by more than half. If even the young lady can be hypnotized, then almost no sentinel can escape. The only possible exception is probably the Dark Sentinel. You mean? There is no inhibitor at all. And it's actually my own psychological effect? Hua Mu is not very interested in this aspect. She has always had a vague understanding of it. Now, after listening to Baijin's explanation, she feels that it is extremely idealistic. Based on the current situation, it should be like this. The necklace is just a hint, a lock that restricts your ability. When you open it and start using your ability, the hint will gradually weaken and eventually become completely ineffective. That is to say, you can smell the guide element on me now? Hua Mu has no place to verify it now. She can't make her own judgment just by listening to Baijin's speculation. Instead of dwelling on this, she thinks there is something more worthy of her attention. Doesn't this mean that Baijin may burst into combination heat at any time in the future? Baijin blushed slightly, lowered his eyes, and nodded. Oh my god, this is too dangerous. Then, does it matter if you smell it now? For the time being, it should be okay, but I don't know how long I can hold out in this situation. I have no experience. It would be bad if I had experience. Right? Hua Mu was speechless as she looked at her shy appearance. If this big fool had experience, she would strangle her to death. Since it's like this, can I release Luna in front of you? You still have to teach me how to learn. Baijin agreed with this point. The abilities of sentinels and guides are almost never passive, so the young lady's skills are very likely to be controllable. It's just that when she first awakened, her abilities went out of control, and then she sealed them directly, which led to the current situation. Now the inhibitor has failed. If the young lady doesn't learn to master her abilities when the rescue comes, it is likely to cause unimaginable consequences. When do you want to start? Why not now? Hua Mu doesn't dare to expect Baizhen to have any future. Such a thing has happened to both of them. But she still looks dazed. And can't figure out the direction for a long time. If it were someone else, they would have taken advantage of the situation. Cooked the rice, boiled it into rice soup, and drank up all the soup. But what about Baizhen? Even when the bowl of white rice was brought to her mouth, she still nodded her head to take a bite. She would be tired if she had to press her head every time she took a bite. And she looked very unrestrained, very erotic, and very shameless. But if she could master her ability freely, then wouldn't it be? He. The young lady's heart had completely let herself go. But her face still had a serious expression. She has done everything that is better than asking others for help. And now there is nothing she can't do. Hua Mu is so active. Baizhen completely misunderstood. In her opinion, Hua Mu's previous actions were just forcing herself to accommodate her. Now that there is such a reaction, it means that the other party is very regretful and wants to master her abilities as soon as possible, and then no longer have a relationship with her. Thinking of this, Baizhen couldn't help but feel a little sad. But this is also natural. The eldest lady has made such a great sacrifice for her. How can she have other thoughts? Hua Mu is full of energy. And she didn't notice that Baizhen was wrong for a while. She reached out to take off the necklace. And as soon as she thought about it, a black unicorn appeared in front of the two. Luna tilted her head as if she didn't know what happened, but when she saw Baizhen was there, she immediately shook her head and rubbed against him. Hua Mu felt very tired after practicing for more than an hour before, but after struggling with Baizhen for a long time, she felt refreshed, except that her body was a little sore. Baizhen had seen many spirits, but there were not many who were as ignorant and happy as Luna. The personality of a spirit is more or less similar to that of its master. After years of training in the tower, most spirits become docile and obedient, and abide by instructions. Her ice wolf was the best among them. No matter how much it wanted to come out now, as long as she didn't give an order, it would never leave the mental picture. Big lady. Luna pounced on Baizhen without any command from her master, and licked her cheek with her soft little tongue. Baizhen was caught off guard by the licking, and she didn't dare to push it away. She could only hold its hoof and turn her face to Hua Mu for help. Hua Mu spread her hand, indicating that she was powerless. She also wanted to call Luna, but Baizhen's reaction was a little cute, so she didn't want to call again. Under the indulgence of its master, the unicorn almost pressed its entire body on the sentry, making a cooing sound, and licking the sentry's face from all angles. She licked a few times and then stopped, as if she was expecting something to happen. Baizhen suddenly understood what Luna was doing. It wanted to let out the haughty eye. It was the first time she felt her spiritual body was so agitated. This. Hua Mu knew what Luna wanted a long time ago. Besides wanting to lick the big wolf, what other lofty animal goals could this traitorous unicorn have? Wouldn't it be better if you let the haughty eye out? But if the spiritual bodies are too close, although soldiers often let their spiritual bodies cooperate for the sake of cooperation, it is completely different from this. There is an obvious abnormal attraction between Luna and Hattie. If left unchecked, it is very likely that a spiritual union will occur spontaneously. This phenomenon is called subconscious attraction. It mostly occurs between adolescent sentinels and guides who are relatively ignorant and have a good impression of each other. Most of the sentinels and guides awaken in childhood and adolescence, enter the tower at an early age, and conduct mostly closed training in the tower. To some extent, they are quite late maturing people. Some of them do not realize that they have a good impression of each other with their companions. And because they are too young to fully control their spiritual bodies, their excessive intimacy leads to a spontaneous union of their spiritual bodies. If this happens, the tower will usually separate the two people first, and then consult both parties for the next step after the spiritual connection subsides. There is a couple like this among Baizhen's colleagues, who finally chose to be together after they reached the right age for marriage. But not all subconscious attraction will have good results, and not all subconscious attraction is due to affection. Studies have shown that mental body ability, drug induction, and suspension bridge effect may all cause this phenomenon. Baizhen was afraid that Hua Mu and Luna were too ignorant, and he couldn't control Hattie, which eventually led to this embarrassing thing. Hua Mu didn't know why she liked to see the strong sentinel unable to resist, whether it was because of herself or Luna. It made her feel very accomplished. What's wrong with it? You don't know how good the relationship between these two little guys, the big guys, is. Let Hattie out. I just want to see it. She really hadn't seen the big white wolf for a long time. And she hadn't thanked it properly yet. Baizhen wanted to explain. But Luna had already completely pinned her down, eagerly and passionately calling out to the white wolf. Baizhen could fully feel Hattie's agitation, which was almost the same as the feeling she had when she had a burst of fusion heat before. She finally released her spirit body reluctantly. Unlike the unicorn, which was only a little over 1.6 meters tall, when the nearly 3-meter tall ice wolf appeared outside the shelter, it was like a small hill appeared out of thin air. Yoo-woo. Luna immediately abandoned Baizhen and dived into the thick white fur of the ice wolf. The two spirits, who had not seen each other for many days, finally got together again. Hua-mu was so moved that she almost cried. What a touching and true love. Baizhen finally got a chance to sit up from the ground, and looked a little embarrassed. Although she released Hattie, she still did not indulge its behavior. When it wanted to lick the unicorn as much as it wanted, it gave the order to lie down. She knew what Hattie wanted to do. Any spirit would not let it go easily after seeing Luna. It is a very intimate behavior for animals to lick each other's fur. And the same is true for spirits. The white wolf was obviously assimilating the unicorn, letting it be infected with its own breath. If we start from Luna's actual age, this is no different from kidnapping among humans. Chapter 68. This sentry doesn't want to go. Hattie seemed to struggle, but the master's order finally defeated his desire. The giant wolf crouched down, and made a low sound from its throat. No matter how the unicorn rubbed it, trying to attract its attention, it didn't move at all. The unicorn's originally round little head showed the handsome outline that a unicorn should have due to growth, but a pair of dark and round pupils still showed innocence and ignorance. It didn't seem to understand why the big white wolf, who was so enthusiastic before, ignored it now. While drilling into it, it kept whining in grievance. Hattie let out a deeper low moan. His 2 ears trembled rapidly, but he still didn't pay any attention to the unicorn. Hattie's obedience made Baizhen feel relieved. Woo woo woo. But Luna was obviously completely shocked. She kicked her 4 legs and fell to the ground, sobbing. Hua-mu was stunned. This heartless big white wolf ate everything and didn't recognize people or animals. Miss, your spirit body is still too young. If you let Hattie stay with it for too long, it is very likely to. Wait, did you do something? Why doesn't Hattie pay attention to Luna? Where did the super erotic big white wolf go? I just told it not to offend your spirit body. It's a little out of control today. Baizhen never knew that his spirit body would have such a strong impulse. Perhaps because of the skill of freezing, the white wolf itself is also very calm and has great self-control. The reason why the white wolf is called the ice wolf is that it has a special skill to lower the temperature. Unlike the guide, which only makes the human body feel cold, Hattie can actually lower the temperature around it, and even create ice crystals in a short period of time. Although Baizhen rarely uses it and firmly believes that this is not a big deal, the tower's high-level officials and the royal family have always attached great importance to it, compared with most sentinel skills to enhance their senses and physical fitness. This is a very special ability, and its essence is likely to be the flow of energy between the real space and other dimensions. Of course, Baizhen didn't care about this. She only knew that the originally stable and obedient Bai Lang had lost control more than once today. How do you know that it was an offense? Look at my Luna. Oh, my poor Luna. Hua-mu couldn't help but use the translation tone. Not only was she pitiful, but her spirit was also so pitiful. Luna could cry and throw a tantrum. But could she? Oh, poor her. Baizhen looked at the unicorn, who was almost lying on the ground, crying and sobbing, and had no image at all, and couldn't help but feel a little bit of pity. It seems really pitiful. But Hattie is. Baizhen couldn't say it. Saying that Hattie coveted Luna seemed to reveal her secret thoughts to the world. I have a strong desire for your unicorn. I'm afraid it will seduce me. But such things must be explained clearly to the young lady, otherwise. If something unexpected happens, what's the difference between her and seduction? Look, even the spirit body is more promising than you. Hua-mu couldn't help but complain in his heart. It's too late for you to talk about induction now. I think Luna really likes your big white wolf. Ahem, it's her. Not me. Can you bear to see her sad? And anyway, we are like that. Why do you still care about the details? Hua-mu felt her face burning. Said so bluntly, would her image collapse? Baizhen was stunned for a moment, and actually felt that what she said made a lot of sense. If they really had to combine mentally, then it would just be a good way to suppress the urge to combine physically. More importantly, it is really impossible to teach Luna without Hattie. It is almost impossible to prevent them from contacting each other. Well, okay. Almost at the moment when Baizhen let go, the white wolf pounced on the black unicorn. The huge body wrapped the small unicorn in its arms like a baby, and licked the tears rolling down its face carefully and gently. Luna was dizzy for a while, and when she found that it was Hattie who was holding her, she immediately showed a happy look and stretched out her little tongue to lick it back randomly. Hua-Mu despised its lack of grudges, but for some reason, she was a little envious. The two spirits hugged each other and licked each other in ecstasy, and she was a little angry. The sentinel was even dumber than her spirit, and there was no medicine to cure him. Baizhen indulged Hattie, and was a little worried in his heart, but he forced himself not to care. Since things have developed to this point, the most important thing at present is to quickly teach the young lady how to control her own abilities. Hua-Mu really took classes for half an afternoon, and had almost no time to rest. Baizhen commanded Hattie. Hua-Mu commanded Luna. And whenever Hua-Mu couldn't command, Hattie would come to help. The two people and the beast played with a little unicorn for more than 2 hours. And Hua-Mu was almost exhausted. She didn't know what special skills Luna had, but she only knew that this little guy was definitely an energetic troublemaker. It was very mentally exhausting to release the spirit body. In the evening, no matter how reluctant the two spirit bodies were to separate, Baizhen still let them return to their mental images. Hua-Mu not only practiced hard for several hours today, but also had a big fight in the middle. After dinner, she was exhausted. Thinking about it afterwards, she felt that she was really miserable. How could she go to class directly after doing that? Is she crazy? Baizhen, come here. The young lady was very unhappy. Young lady, what do you want? Baizhen had just finished taking a bath and drying her underwear. She only had a coat hanging on her body. There was no other way. The conditions were difficult and resources were scarce. Hua-Mu could use the lining of her skirt to make a pair of underwear for replacement in case of emergency. She really had to go into battle without any clothes. Fortunately, the sentry didn't care much about these things, and was not as sensitive and ashamed as the young lady. Hua-Mu saw that her hair had grown a lot longer, and it was already shoulder length. And he was a little dazed for a moment. The two of them had been on the island for almost 3 months without realizing it. At the beginning, she thought about going back almost every moment. But in the past few days, she found that she only thought about it a few times occasionally. If you ask her if she wants to go back, the answer is yes. She wants to go back to see her friends, and she also misses the comfortable life. And she misses her aunt and father even more. But when she thought about the possibility of being separated from Baizhen after returning, and the fact that she would definitely be opposed by her family, those desires were not so strong. She hesitated and hesitated. And how long did she hesitate before finally taking this step? But what about this idiot? He still didn't understand her painstaking efforts at all. What do you say? If we really can't go back, what should we do? The two of them hadn't talked about this matter seriously yet. Rescue was slow to come, and they could do nothing but wait. Baizhen also knew that he shouldn't make any more baseless, pale consolations. He frowned and pondered for a while, and then slowly said, if rescue really doesn't come, then let's try to make a boat ourselves. Build a boat? Use wood? The sea is so big, and the wind and rain are so unpredictable. Even the most advanced ships can sink. Will we still have such good luck then? Yes. It's too dangerous. The two of them can still survive on the island. But how can they guarantee safety in the sea? Baizhen fell silent. Hua-Mu pursed her lips, suppressing her apprehension, and continued. If we have to stay in this hellhole for the rest of our lives, what do you think? Stay here for the rest of your life? Baizhen looked at Hua-Mu, with an unconcealable heartache in his eyes. How could a young lady stay in such a place for the rest of her life? She should have a happy and fulfilling life, a brilliant and glorious life. How could she live a miserable life on a deserted island? I'm very sad. Hua-Mu felt that she might as well die on the spot. Baizhen squatted on the edge of the bamboo bed, and she couldn't help but raise her foot and pushed it against her shoulder. Big lady, what's wrong with you? Unfortunately, he couldn't push it, and the sentry was afraid that she would get hurt. So he carefully wrapped her little feet in his palm. Are you sad? I am still sad. Why don't you just die? Hua Mu kicked her legs angrily, and Baizhen was flustered as she punched and kicked without any threat. I know you are sad. But didn't you tell me not to die? Since he was so obedient, why didn't he understand her heart? Have you never liked someone? Could it be? Hua Mu almost blurted it out, and then thought of something that made her very uncomfortable. Are you sad because you can't go back, and you can't see the person you like? She had always ignored, or deliberately forgotten a very important thing. Although Baizhen didn't have a partner, it didn't mean that she didn't have someone she liked. There are so many guides in the tower, and so many comrades who have shared life and death with her. Maybe there is someone she loves? No. A fool like her might not even know that she likes someone. But not knowing doesn't mean she doesn't like him. Maybe the pain of not being able to see him again makes her realize her feelings? Baizhen hesitated, but nodded. This is certainly one of the reasons. She does not have the ability to see her master and mother-in-law again, to repay those who have helped her, and to contribute to the tower that has nurtured her. It does make her feel a little regretful and uncomfortable. But the more important reason is that she doesn't want Hua Mu to be imprisoned in this small world. Hua Mu's heart sank. Her eyes turned red, and tears rolled in her eyes. But she didn't lose her temper, and asked with a crying and nasal voice, Who do you like? Who is so charming, so powerful, and can make this stupid sentinel like him? She tried for so long, but it was useless. Baizhen noticed her low mood, and was a little helpless and panicked. Miss, what's wrong with you? Hua Mu kicked her palm. Who do you like? It's master. Baizhen didn't know why the young lady cared about this matter, and he couldn't help but blurt it out when he saw that she was so anxious. Hua Mu was completely stunned when he heard it. Chapter 69 Heartless Man. The leader is also called the Faceless Man. From the day he becomes the leader, he must give up everything he has. His past name, appearance, and identity records will no longer exist. They will become the king's guards, wearing masks all day long, and living like a shadow in the most conspicuous position. Baizhen's master is such a person. They seem to be devoted to the royal family and the country, but rather than being loyal, they are bound by the tower. Baizhen often felt that the leader had no heart. But even if she had no heart, it didn't matter. The leader was still her master, her benefactor, and her role model. Do you have any improper thoughts about Hua Mu? The leader, who dared to call anyone by their name, asked her. Is your loyalty out of love? Do you want to get a reward for your efforts? Baizhen gritted her teeth and gave negative answers one by one. Then, from today on, I will accept you as my apprentice. You still study other courses in the tower. I will only teach you two things: Wuxin and Wumian. Wuxin means not having your own desires, and Wumian means not being able to show your emotions. Baizhen guessed that the master wanted him to be like her. This is the most basic requirement for being a king and a royal guard. Shen. No matter what they do to you, you must not waver. Baizhen always kept the leader's words in mind and followed them as a rule. Your master is the sentry wearing a mask beside my aunt? Hua Mu vaguely remembered this person, because she was always there whenever her aunt appeared, no matter how private the occasion was. But the strange thing was that, with such a big living person in the room, she always couldn't pay much attention to her, and often even forgot her existence. She only remembered that this leader had long black hair, and wore a white mask, like a ghost. She didn't even remember if the other party had spoken. That must be the leader without a doubt. Yes, she is our leader. Hua Mu knew that she was the leader. Only the leader could serve as the queen's guard. But how could Baizhen like her? But isn't she your master? She is still a sentinel. She is so much older than you. How could you like her? No, even if there were no such things, how could Baizhen like someone else? Hua Mu's heart was broken. She wanted to lie on the bed and cry immediately. Baizhen pursed her lips and said carefully, I am an orphan. I have no other relatives. The leader has been kind to me. I treat her as an elder. Is this not allowed? Elder? You like those older than you? The more Baizhen listened, the more she felt something was wrong. There was a voice in her heart urging her. No matter how hard she tried to ignore it, she couldn't completely ignore it. Miss, what are you talking about? Like? She let go of Hua Mu's feet, lowered her head, and asked in a low voice. Hua Mu was so angry that her heart ached. What else can you like? Don't you have a guide you like? She had completely abandoned her modesty, just to find out whether the sentinel had someone in his heart. Ah, I mean the kind of love, Baizhen understood. Love is not only out of reach for Baizhen, but also for the sentinels and guides in other towers. It's not that they don't have a love life, on the contrary, almost all the sentinels and guides who become partners have deep feelings, trust each other, and depend on each other for life and death. But the so-called love, Baizhen rarely heard his companions use such words to describe the feelings between partners. As classmates, becoming comrades in arms, the feelings developed from experiencing life and death together are often deep and natural, loving each other, as if loving yourself. Does the eldest lady mean this kind of love? If it means this kind of love, then she must not have had it, because the master wants her to be a heartless person. I didn't. No. You really didn't? Hua Mu was surprised and happy. The heart that had been hanging for a long time finally fell back to its original state, and hung up again. How can you not have someone you like? What about her? Does Baizhen not like her? Baizhen lowered his head, looking honest. Really? Miss, I have never liked anyone. The guide introduced by Tari must not count. The combination fever that happened was just an accident. And the rest was just friendship at most. Definitely not the kind of love that Miss said. As for the feelings for Miss, it must not be love. Whether it is the royal family or her master, it is impossible to put a sentinel who has a crush on Miss next to her. Hua Mu gave up and fell headfirst on the bamboo bed. She was tired, really tired. At least this guy didn't like anyone else, which was pretty. Bullshit, she was at a disadvantage. Miss, what's wrong with you? Hua Mu waved her hand. I'm sleepy. Then you should go to bed early. Do you need to say that? Come here. Hua Mu stopped struggling and waved. Come and hold me. Miss needed her as a cushion. She would do it without hesitation. Baizhen climbed onto the bed and lay beside Hua Mu, and gently hugged her into his arms. That kind of love, maybe she will be able to understand it after getting married with someone, or maybe she will never have the chance to understand it in her life. What happened to the young lady does not mean that their relationship will change. The master warned her that she should not waver under any circumstances. This is an isolated island with only the two of them. There is no civilization, no rules, and it seems that there is no future. The young lady may not understand what changes will occur in people's psychology in such a closed environment, but she knows it clearly. Because they were cut off from the outside world. Because there were only two of them. Because they could only rely on each other. It was very likely that they would have illusions. For ordinary people who had not received training, this was an almost inescapable psychological change. It was very rare for the young lady to persist until now. But she was different. Not only had she received the most rigorous training, but she also had the best master. She could not disappoint her master. Nor could she embarrass the royal family. Nor could she take advantage of others' misfortune. The young lady would definitely go back. And she would definitely let the young lady go back. So even if this was just a deserted island, even if some things could be forgotten and saved, some things should never happen. Does the sentinel really know nothing? Hua Mu couldn't help but let out such a wail in her heart. The two of them did the most these 2 days to train Luna. Although they slept together at night, Baizhen never did anything frivolous. That's right, the only one who would offend her, be excited for her, and treat her warmly is the sentinel during the hot period. And not only that, Hua Mu always felt that Baizhen was more disciplined and respectful these days, as if he had a little shadow of the past. A robot without expression or emotion. Why? Is it because of something like that? Did that happen just because of the heat of combination? She didn't believe it. No, she didn't want to believe it. Even if Baizhen really forgot the past, even if she really didn't like her, but what about now? Stranded on the island. So many things happened between the two of them. She clearly felt that they were closer than before. Even if they did that kind of thing, why was she still the only one who felt it? The one she liked was really just a wooden man. Right? So Baizhen was just able to resist her ability, so he saved her. Right? Hua Mu fell into deep self-doubt. Not only did the physical relationship not make the two of them closer, instead, it created an insurmountable gap. Miss, why don't you take a break? Hua Mu's training was not going very well. One reason was that releasing her spirit body was too exhausting for her now. Another reason was that she was confused and couldn't concentrate. Luna couldn't receive her instructions well. Why take a break? Luna doesn't even know how to teleport. The so-called teleport actually refers to the visual effect in the real space, when the spirit body sneaks into the mental picture at a certain point in space, and then appears from another point in space. because the guide needs to make long-distance mental attacks. Teleportation of the mental body is a skill that must be mastered. Hua Mu was a little discouraged. She was unsuccessful in love, and she was not satisfied with her training. She always boasted that she was smart, but she didn't expect that she didn't make any progress after 2 days of training. This matter can't be rushed. Guides need half a year to learn this course. Don't worry. I see that you can do it. How long did it take you? I took the same course. I'm not asking you about the class. Just this skill. How long did it take you to learn it? This? Don't lie to me. Do you look down on me? Hua Mu didn't really care about the results of the training, but she felt a little sad when she thought about her purpose of rushing to train a few days ago. It's sad, but she couldn't learn it at all. She could only vent her anger on the white pillow. Otherwise she would be very upset. 2 hours. But miss, I had taken other courses before that, and I was no longer a novice. I just what? I was 18 years old, and you were only 12 years old at that time. Right? Stupid is stupid. I don't need you to comfort me. The environment in which Hua Mu grew up destined her to have a kind of arrogance and unwillingness to admit defeat. But because of this character, it was difficult for her to put down her face and confess her feelings. Facing the stubborn sentinel, she thought she had made a clear enough statement. Any more would be just being sentimental. No. Maybe she was just being sentimental. No matter in the past or now. The sentinel's feelings for her were only those of a master and a servant. The loss of control was only because of the guide element. Because one of them was a sentinel and the other a guide. Because the white pills on the white pillow had been used up. And because she was unwilling to give up and was forcing herself. Baizhen could clearly feel Hua Mu's anxiety. Miss, I just think you are too anxious. Luna has not grown up, and being out of touch with the host's mental age will cause many problems, and training is not something that can be done overnight. Hua Mu understood everything. She just didn't want to listen. Stop talking. She couldn't help but yelled, and then she was stunned. Because it was really ugly to lose temper over such things, Hua Mu wanted to cry a little. I'm going to take a walk, and you are not allowed to follow me. She didn't want Baizhen to see her like this. Her self-esteem wouldn't allow it. Chapter 70. Please treat her as a dead person. For the entire island, the area that the two explored was very limited. The roads leading to the water source, the coconut grove, and the breadfruit trees had formed relatively obvious trails because they were often walked on. Hua Mu carried a bamboo basket and an axe, preparing to relax and chop some firewood. To be honest, even she was a little surprised that she could think of this when she was angry. Life is really torturous. Baizhen was naturally worried, but he didn't dare to follow, so he had to let Hattie follow and be on guard. The sentinel's spirit body can be used as a sentinel, becoming the sentinel's ears and eyes, but the distance varies, from a few hundred meters to 10 kilometers. Hattie's reconnaissance distance on the plains can be 5 or 6 kilometers, but this distance will be greatly shortened in the jungle. Hua Mu walked along the path leading to the coconut grove, chopping with an axe as she walked, and she actually vented a lot of emotions. She knew Hattie was following her from a distance, because Luna was there too. She calmed down a bit. But then she thought she was making a big deal out of nothing. She had always known that Baizhen was slow. So why was she angry now? Anyway, this guy had never liked anyone else. And he was so honest. If he really tied her down, she would definitely not be able to escape. As long as she could be devoted to him. Wholeheartedly. It didn't matter if she was stupid or unromantic. At least at that time. She was quite passionate. She figured it out, packed up her things and prepared to go home. Just when she was about to carry the basket, a gray-brown vine suddenly flew down from somewhere and landed right at her feet. Hua Mu was startled and stepped on it before she could see what it was. It felt like something stung her ankle, and then something cold and slippery wrapped around her calf, and then bit her inner thigh. Hua Mu was so scared that she almost collapsed on the ground. It was a snake. Even if she had never touched a snake, the touch and shape made it no doubt that it was a snake. Baizhen had always stressed to Hua Mu the dangers of the jungle, so she didn't dare to go into the forest and always walked on the cleared trails. Baizhen would check along the way every few days and sprinkle insect-repellent plant powder on the road. So she felt quite at ease walking. She really didn't expect a snake to fall from the sky today. Hattie, go and call Baizhen. She was shocked and scared. Shaking her hands, she lifted her skirt and pulled the flower snake wrapped around her legs off. Because she was panicked and scared, and she didn't know how to catch snakes. She was bitten twice on her hands, and finally she used an axe to cut the snake's body off. The flower snake struggled for a few times, and gradually became silent. Hua Mu could only hear her own violent panting, and her heart was beating violently, so fast that it seemed to jump out of her mouth. The wounds on her ankles, thighs, palms and wrists were painful and itchy, and bleeding. Hua Mu could hardly think as she looked at her wounds. Only the thought of death was entangled with her. She was going to die. Although she had little contact with snakes, she also knew some basic knowledge. Snakes with triangular heads were poisonous. The snake had a triangular head, black and white scales all over its body, and a string of orange spots on its back. It looked very fancy, and was obviously a venomous snake. I don't know if it was a psychological effect, but Hua Mu began to feel weak all over. Her eyes were dark, and she couldn't breathe. She could even imagine how the venom flowed quickly in her blood and invaded her entire body. She was bitten 4 times, and there was no hope for her. Wu! Wu! Bai Jin. She survived the shipwreck, lived in a miserable state on a deserted island for several months, endured countless humiliations, and finally tasted some happiness. She hadn't expressed her feelings to the person she liked, but because of a sulking, she was now poisoned to death by a venomous snake. Bai Jin. Bai Jin. She regretted it so much. She regretted being angry with Bai Jin, regretted not telling her that she liked her, and regretted why she didn't do it a few more times. Her life was going to end so palely and meaninglessly. Bai Jin. Bai Jin rushed to Hua Mu's direction almost the moment he realized something was wrong through Hattie. The sentinel used his body to the fullest extent. It took only 5 minutes. When he found Hua Mu, she was covering her face, calling her name, crying very sadly. Miss. Bai Jin rushed to her and hurriedly checked her injuries. How are you? It is impossible to see the exact picture directly and clearly through the spiritual body, and only have a general perception. But when she saw the dead flower snake at the scene, she immediately understood what had happened. Hua Mu lost her reserve when she saw Bai Jin, and threw herself into her arms like a swallow. Wu Bai Jin. Bai Jin. I'm dying. Bai Jin saw the wound on her hand, and regardless of anything, she picked it up and put it in her mouth to suck. No. Don't suck. It's useless. I was bitten 4 times. I'm dying. Wu. Hua Mu cried with snot and tears, and had no image at all. If she could die more meaningfully, she would definitely try her best to show the dignity and bearing of a royal family member. But, what does this mean? She was going to die meaninglessly on this deserted island, just because she was angry with Bai Jin. Bai Jin sucked a few mouthfuls of blood and spit it out. Although a little nervous, he still asked calmly, Where else were you bitten? Hua Mu sobbed miserably. On my feet. And on my thighs. Bai Jin. I can't be saved. I know. Wu Wu. You don't have to waste your energy. If there is a wound in your mouth, you will also be poisoned. Bai Jin lifted her skirt and comforted her. Miss, you will be fine. Hua Mu hurriedly pulled her, fearing that she would not be able to finish her last words due to useless rescue. Bai Jin. You listen to me. Wu Wu. I have something to say to you. Bai Jin lowered his head to suck the wound on her ankle, and said, You say. I'm listening. Hua Mu felt that she was doing useless work, but she didn't have the strength to stop her. She sobbed. I'm going to die. After I die, you burn me. Otherwise my body will rot, and it will be ugly. Wu Wu. You have to live well on the island by yourself, and wait for the rescue to come. When they come, take my ashes back. Don't tell my father and aunt that I was bitten to death by a poisonous snake. You have to say it more heroically. She had completely forgotten that the sentinel could not survive for long without the guide element. Bai Jin spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, and then sucked the wound on her thigh, repeating, You will be fine. If there is no serum for being bitten by a poisonous snake, even if you suck the poisonous blood for a long time, you will still die. Hua Mu knew that she was already hopeless, and the fact that Bai Jin sucked her blood was the best proof. She pulled and tugged for a long time, and finally she was afraid that she would die and Bai Jin would not know her feelings. She held her head and sobbed. Bai Jin. I am going to die. I have something to say to you. The sentry sucked the blood from the wound, checked it briefly, and finally felt relieved to confirm that there was no serious problem. Miss, you will be fine. Baizhen wanted to tell her that although the golden flower snake is somewhat poisonous, it can only kill lizards at most, and is not fatal to humans. But Hua Mu could not listen to her at all. She held her hand and shook her head with tears in her eyes. You don't have to comfort me, Baizhen. Before I die, I just want to ask you one question. Do you like me? Baizhen looked at her eager tears and was stunned for a moment. Hua Mu saw her staring at him blankly, without replying for a long time, and felt a rush of blood in his head. She really didn't expect that. Before she was about to be poisoned to death, she would be pissed off to death by this stupid sentry again. Baizhen. She was about to die. Could he not even lie to her? You bastard. Hua Mu cried and hiccuped, saying intermittently, there should be a limit to how stupid people can be. How could I fall in love with a big fool like you? Whoa. I am so miserable. Hua Mu was very sad, and felt uncomfortable all over. She thought this was a symptom of poisoning, and that she would not live long. Finally, she could no longer say one thing and mean another, and vomited out the feelings that had been suppressed in her heart for a long time, like pouring beans. Miss, don't call me. She reached out to push Baizhen. Her strength was so weak that it was not as strong as a cat's. You are not stupid, I am stupid. How could I like you? My father wants me to marry someone else, and you didn't react at all. I want to run away from home, and you persuaded me to go back. I am such a good girl who likes you. How can you be so heartless, and have no feelings at all? Baizhen still stared at her blankly, as if he didn't understand what she was saying. Hua Mu was out of breath, and almost fainted. It's okay if she's stupid. But why is she dying? Baizhen didn't even shed a tear? Aren't you sad? Will you feel more relaxed when I'm gone? Hua Mu felt that she said too much in her last words. She even lost someone before she died. She might as well die of the poison. I'll just die. Baizhen suddenly hugged her tightly. Miss, you'll be fine. The snake's poison is not strong. I'll give you some herbs when I go back. Even if you say you like me now, I won't believe it. You must. What did you say? Baizhen was excited and hugged her and repeated it. That's the heavenly golden flower snake. It's very weak in poison. It can kill a lizard at most. I've sucked out the poisonous blood for you. I'll give you some medicine after I go back. You'll get better soon. She originally thought Hua Mu would be happy to hear the news, but the person in her arms didn't move for a long time. Miss? Baizhen wanted to check on Hua Mu, but the other person seemed to be born in her arms and refused to come out. Miss, what's wrong with you? Are you allergic? Miss? Hua Mu grabbed Baizhen's arm and wished she could find a hole in her body to crawl into. Don't shout, she's already dead. Please treat her as a dead person, please. Chapter 71. We can talk if we have nothing to do. Because Hua Mu refused to talk no matter what, Baizhen finally decided to carry her back to the beach first. Hua Mu buried her head in Baizhen's arms, and didn't make any sound the whole time, as if she didn't exist. Baizhen didn't disturb her. To be honest, she also needed some time to digest what had just happened. What did the eldest lady mean by that? Was it what she understood? Could she understand it as that? Baizhen could no longer force herself to ignore it, and could no longer stop herself from wishing for something. What if that wasn't her wishful thinking? No sentinel would be willing to miss their destined guide, not even Baizhen. But Hua Mu's identity made her never dare to think too much. The master's teachings, the mission of the soldier, and the duty of the guard also made her never dare to think about this matter. The most important thing is that Hua Mu's attitude towards her was never kind. Even after coming to the island, the contact increased and the relationship became closer. She only regarded it as a normal reaction after being in trouble. And further contact, that is absolutely to be avoided. If these are just the eldest lady's illusions, how should the two of them deal with themselves after returning? What is the difference between her and deception, and taking advantage of others? But Hua Mu's words just now made her realize one thing. If her delusion is not a delusion, then this incident did not happen after being stranded on the deserted island, but before that. This is really unbelievable. Baizhen racked his brains, but couldn't figure out when it started. There was no touching scene when they met again after many years. The eldest daughter was only 6 years old at that time, so it was natural that she didn't remember her. But the eldest daughter didn't hate her as much as she did later. On the contrary, she seemed to be curious and interested. But for some reason, the longer they got along, the colder the eldest daughter became. The sentry had guessed more than once that it must be because of his dull and boring nature that the young lady was bored. So he became more taciturn and tried to reduce his presence as much as possible. So, how could it be possible? This dream come true would never happen to her. But, if it wasn't so, what did the young lady mean by what she said just now? No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't find any other answer. Hua-mu closed her eyes and pretended to be dead. Those explosive remarks just now made her so ashamed that she wanted to roll on the ground, screaming and wishing her brain would completely shut down and she couldn't think anymore. Is it easier to kill the sentry or commit suicide? Or should we just turn back time? No. No. No, maybe it is more feasible to brainwash Baizhen. Don't some guides have such ability? Ah, let her die, with the royal bearing and majesty. She will die calmly. Just pretend that everything just now never happened. Hua-mu felt that she was gently put on the bamboo bed. The two of them had returned to the beach. She closed her eyes and lay straight on the bed, not daring to breathe. Baizhen seemed to leave for a while, but soon came back and carefully treated her wound. The wound felt a little burning and painful, and there seemed to be some lumps, but it did not look like it was poisonous. Compared with the trauma caused by shame to Hua-mu's body and mind, this was really insignificant. Baizhen was full of doubts and faint expectations. But Hua-mu's reaction made her know that the other party did not want to mention what happened just now. So she kept suppressing herself. Only after helping Hua-mu treat the wound did she cry softly. Miss. Hua-mu's heart suddenly rose to her throat, and she didn't dare to say anything from the bottom of her heart. But not answering the question was too embarrassing and cowardly. So she finally answered with her neck stiff. What? What? The tone sounded very intimidating, and it could not hide the taste of being strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Baizhen didn't know how to ask for a moment, and said carefully, You just... What happened to me just now? Why can't I remember it? But just now. Nothing happened just now. Hua-mu turned over and nestled in the corner of the bamboo bed, and covered her face with Baizhen's coat. Baizhen pursed his lips, not forcing her. Then you have a good rest. I'll make medicine for you, and I'll go and watch you. Wait! She almost thought she was going to die just now. Such a big thing happened, and this idiot didn't know to accompany her for a while? Hua-mu sat up excitedly. Miss, what do you want? Baizhen lowered his head and looked down, and didn't dare to look at her directly, for fear that his eyes would be too eager, and make her more ashamed and embarrassed. You come here? Hua-mu didn't think so. She thought she was going to die, and made an extremely affectionate and shameful confession, but this idiot didn't react at all. You should at least be moved, and shed a tear. Baizhen bent his waist and walked to Hua-mu's side, looking like he was listening to her teachings. But Hua-mu herself was not ready to talk about that matter. When she really came to her side, she didn't know how to start. The two of them were silent for a while, and in the end, Baizhen spoke first. Miss, I'll be here with you. Would you like to sleep for a while? Just this one sentence, Hua-mu's grievances seemed to have found an outlet for venting. Her eyes were wet, and her voice was hoarse. She asked, Will you be a cushion for me? Baizhen sat down beside her. I will be a cushion for you. Hua-mu shed tears and cried. Hold me. Baizhen boldly approached her and held her in his arms. Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere else? Hua-mu buried his face in her chest, feeling aggrieved and relieved. I feel uncomfortable everywhere. I didn't protect you well. Baizhen hugged her and lay down, letting her lie on him, stroking her long platinum hair lightly and heavily. I ran around by myself. Hua-mu didn't want Baizhen to feel guilty. She just wanted this guy to be smarter, to understand her heart better. Of course, it's okay to understand, but don't say it out loud, to give her some face. Fortunately you are fine. I will never leave your side again. Hua-mu loved to hear this. Miss. Baizhen looked calm on the surface, but in fact, she had never recovered from the agitated emotion since just now. She really wanted to know the exact meaning of Hua-mu's words, but in the end, she didn't dare to ask the other party for confirmation due to her status. But this did not prevent her from expressing her feelings. Although she had no position to make any promises, she could only guarantee to protect Hua-mu with her life. No matter what happens, she will always be by the young lady's side, and will not let her get hurt again. What's wrong? I am as dull and boring as you see me. You are smart and clever. I often can't understand what you mean, but I am not ungrateful. You are so kind. And I am just an ordinary guard. The sentry spoke slowly, trying to choose his words carefully, trying to express his meaning clearly without touching Hua Mu's shameful scar. Hua Mu felt sad after hearing this, not knowing whether it was for herself or for Baizhen. Your definition of ordinary is too strange. People like Baizhen should never be classified as ordinary. Whether in appearance, ability or character. She is definitely not someone who is lost in the crowd. Even from the most mundane aspects. As the best graduate of NIDA in the past 10 years. As the leader's only apprentice. As the youngest guard of the royal family. She is not ordinary. And what she values is of course not related to these. What she values. Hua Mu subconsciously rubbed her face against Baizhen's chest. And gently stroked the muscles on her arms with her palms. Baizhen never hurt her. And he has been protecting her since they first met. Even though this may be just his duty to Baizhen, it is not for her. This strong and resolute sentinel planted a seed in the heart of the 12-year-old girl. After meeting again, the years of getting along fertilized and irrigated the seed, allowing it to grow vigorously. Baizhen must not know how popular she is among the people as his guard. With an exotic appearance, tall stature, a fit body, and a clean and neat military style, she has a very unique charm. Just a few times of being caught by the camera, it became a topic of conversation among the public. The trend of female sentinels rose unconsciously in this way. Now, Baizhen is the only female sentinel in the inner tower except for the leader. Let alone the public. How could she not know who her friends and girlfriends are coveting? In fact, not every noble girl is as pure and elegant as she appears to the public. Among them, there are many bold and passionate noble ladies, and even keen on certain games. A sentinel like Baizhen, who has a good figure, a pretty face, an honest temperament, and outstanding abilities, will be eaten up by this group of noble ladies just because things are rare and valuable. Hua Mu has even heard from the grapevine that a group of noble ladies are secretly discussing how to seduce the sentinel together and make her their lover. She has tried her best to prevent this situation. She does not allow her personal guards to follow her when she attends a party, and she has to pretend to be indifferent in front of other friends. Is it easy for her? But in front of you, everything is just ordinary. This is what Baizhen thinks. Everything was just ordinary in front of Hua Mu. In fact, not only herself, she felt that no one was worthy of Hua Mu. But this was not something she could judge. She also knew why she thought so. She could not restrain others, only herself. Hua Mu had heard so many sweet words. The eloquence of those noble young men could make worthless things sound like a cliché. As for those who were capable and knowledgeable, in Hua Mu's opinion, they were somewhat scheming. Well, she couldn't see anyone else in her eyes. Because this stupid sentinel, this sentinel who sometimes couldn't even speak a complete sentence, really put her in the most important position. So the words he said occasionally were so sincere and touching, making other sweet words no longer enter her ears. Just for this sentence, Hua Mu would not regret falling in love with her. Chapter 72. Is this what love is? Even if everything else is normal, but you are not. Hua Mu was very shy, but the feelings in her heart finally made her muster up the courage to express her thoughts. In her eyes, Baizhen was also special. She was often annoyed by his slowness and lack of understanding of romance, but she often thought that the reason why she cared about her so much might be these. Unlike the noble ladies, who had nothing to do most of the time, and devoted their thoughts to girlish thoughts and fun, the sentinel seemed to be born without this kind of mind, and all he thought about all day was work and duty. But it was this person who had protected her safety countless times in crises big and small, guarding her with dedication, without asking for anything in return. Baizhen might not be very good at speaking, and might not understand her awkward thoughts, but he never cared about her cold attitude, and had always tried his best to protect her. Perhaps this was what she liked about Baizhen, that he was strong but humble, down to earth and upright, and could make people angry but also reassure them. Baizhen's body seemed to tremble, and Hua Mu could feel that the arms around her became stronger. Her heartbeat could not help but quicken, and she raised her head with trepidation and a hint of expectation. Baizhen was looking at her, and her figure was reflected in his dark, bright pupils full of moisture and affection. These eyes were too deep, and Hua Mu had been bewitched by her gaze more than once. Every time she met the sentry's eyes, she would have an illusion, thinking that she also remembered what happened at that time, and that she also loved her. These black pupils often made her feel confused, her heart fluttering, and she was imagining and thinking secretly. She could only avoid looking at Baizhen, avoid making eye contact with her, and treat her with a colder and more distant attitude, in order to reduce her overflowing emotions. She also understood that, regardless of what Baizhen thought, as long as her thoughts were discovered by her father and aunt, Baizhen would never continue to be her bodyguard. However, no one could control her here, and no one could stop her. Huamu trembled all over, and could hardly bear Baizhen's gaze. But she was reluctant to look away, and wanted to bathe in such warmth, be infatuated, and be confused. Come and kiss her, she will definitely not refuse. The sentry suddenly had an idea, pursed his lips, and lowered his head, and kissed her forehead. Huamu closed her eyes, and her eyelashes trembled slightly. The sentry's lips lingered on her smooth forehead, with tenderness and incomparable love. Huamu was intoxicated by this, and tightly grasped her arm, looking forward to further intimacy. Miss? Why did this idiot still call her Miss? How nice it would be to call her Mumu like Daddy and Auntie. Baizhen's voice must be very nice when she calls it. Huamu raised her face, waiting for a more intense kiss. Go to sleep peacefully. Wait, is that it? What about the thunder and lightning? Huamu opened her eyes, and looked at Baizhen in disbelief, only to see that the other party was smiling gently, looking extremely considerate. What the hell? Even after all this, you still let her sleep? Baizhen saw that she was staring at him, and she didn't look like she wanted to sleep at all, and didn't know what she had done wrong for a moment. Miss you, don't you want to sleep? 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 What the hell? People can sleep forever after death. Shouldn't we enjoy life while we are alive? Yes. But the sentinel had a pure face, and Huamu couldn't tell her what she was thinking anyway. Are you kidding me? Shouldn't she be the innocent one? Shouldn't Baizhen be the one who takes the initiative? She's almost throwing away all her modesty. I'll call you when the medicine is ready. If you feel uncomfortable, tell me. Oh, miss? It's okay. I'm going to sleep. You hold me. Forget it. We just confessed. It's not good to be so anxious. Take it slow. Seeing Huamu lying on him and closing her eyes peacefully, Baizhen felt a sense of satisfaction. It turned out that the eldest lady not only didn't hate her, but also valued and cared about her very much. This really made her extremely excited. When she thought about kissing Huamu uncontrollably, Baizhen's face turned red, and she was ashamed. Such an intimate, and even offensive behavior was something she had never dared to think of in the past. It was not because of the combination of heat. Nor did she lose control. She took the initiative to kiss the eldest lady with her own will. Would the eldest lady think she was frivolous? The status of the two people was very different. She knew that she shouldn't dream. But since the eldest lady was interested in her, she would never want to hurt the eldest lady's friendship. Baizhen has made up her mind to stay by Huamu's side for the rest of her life. Just like her master became the shadow of the queen, she is also willing to become the shadow of the eldest lady. Compared with sentinels, guides are much more stable. They each have their own duties, and it is difficult to say who is stronger or weaker based on their abilities. However, whether from the attitude of the royal family or the government, the restrictions on sentinels are far greater than those on guides. The royal family has a rule that guides will be ranked before sentinels among the heirs, and then age will be the standard. This is because guides are much more stable than sentinels, and are more efficient in handling government affairs. Most sentinels serve in the military, or work in special fields, and use their expertise. Generally speaking, guides are closer to ordinary people in common sense. They can even marry, and have children with ordinary people, and never get married. The most typical example is Huamu's father, who caused an uproar not only in the aristocratic circle, but also in the entire country. The public has mixed opinions on his actions, but from the attitude of the royal family, it can be seen that they are extremely disapproving of such practices. But when the queen declared she would not marry, the previous king not only did not punish her, but even gave her great praise. This is not uncommon in the history of the Shang dynasty empire. Some people even listed a list of names to imply that this is just a tradition of the royal family. The queen's unmarriage does not mean that she has no lovers, does not mean that she has no sentinels, and does not mean that she will not have children. On the contrary, because she is unmarried, she can avoid the crime of bigamy in modern law when she has many lovers, and can also avoid her partner's interference in government affairs. In a sense, it is an extremely wise approach. Yes, the characteristics of sentinels and guides as a pair have never been considered suitable for royal guides, which is one of the reasons why their abilities are stronger than ordinary sentinels and guides. In Baizhen's opinion, even if she was just one of Huamu's sentinels, she had no complaints. Huamu thought she couldn't sleep, but she fainted within 2 minutes of closing her eyes. After the great sorrow and joy, her spirit was actually very tired. Luna didn't know when she returned to the mental picture. Of course, she couldn't support this relaxation anymore, and slept without dreams. It's not fatal, but it's poisonous. Hua-mu had a fever after waking up from a nap, and she didn't feel much better after taking the medicine. Baizhen couldn't help but worry after checking her injuries. The poison of the golden flower snake is indeed not strong. She can recover by simply taking care of it for a few days. But the eldest lady is weak, and there is no special antidote on the island. It takes too long to rely on herbs and comprehensive detoxification pills. She can't avoid suffering. Hua-mu has delicate skin and tender flesh. The wounds look particularly shocking. The wounds are itchy and painful, purple, and there are lumps when touched. After the shame and joy of exchanging feelings, she finally felt the pain in her body. Baizhen, I'm so itchy. She was injured and sick, so it was inevitable that she would be vulnerable. And it was natural for her to act coquettishly and ask for hugs and kisses. What's more, the relationship between the two of them is different now. So what's wrong with her acting coquettishly? Baizhen felt so distressed that she only hated that she didn't have the ability like the queen to help Hua-mu heal. She could only comfort Hua-mu again and again, and carefully help her touch the skin near the wound to relieve the unbearable itching and pain. Hua-mu enjoyed this kind of intimacy with Baizhen very much. Of course, it would be even better if she hadn't been injured. If she hadn't been injured, they might have already. Why would they need to spend so much time recovering? Hua-mu lay in Baizhen's arms, with a mess of thoughts in her mind, looking up at her nervously and attentively rubbing her wrist. She felt extremely satisfied. The silly big guy was so gentle. And although he was still a little too polite, at least he wouldn't be startled by this kind of closeness. My leg hurts too. Baizhen reached down to help her touch the wound on her thigh, and his face looked calm. The sentry's hands were not particularly delicate, and his fingertips had obvious calluses. Touching the itchy and painful area at this time was very effective. Hua-mu hummed in comfort, and said some meaningless nonsense to her. That snake was so abominable. I should have picked it up and made soup with it, instead of letting me suffer so much. The sentry said, wild snakes have parasites and are difficult to deal with. We don't eat them. Okay, but I cut it in two with an axe, because it was more pitiful. Miss, you are really awesome. Hua-mu was very proud. That's right. You didn't see my heroic posture. When she said this, she inadvertently remembered her embarrassed crying appearance, and cleared her throat awkwardly. Ahem. I hadn't cried before you came. I pulled it off and killed it calmly. It was crying because it thought it was dying. It's normal. Baizhen agreed with her and said, of course. This is everyone's normal reaction. You are very brave. Hua-mu found that Baizhen suddenly became so talkative. She felt relieved and a little awkward at the same time. Huh? Do you really think so? You are not trying to fool me. The sentry smiled softly and said seriously, of course I think so. Ah. You look so beautiful when you smile. Hua-mu covered her chest and felt like she was going to faint. It is no exaggeration to say that this guy is a popular lover among the noble ladies. She still remembers that the second lady of the Li family once bragged about this guy for 10 minutes at a reading party because he asked her a good question. Oh, what is so good about that stupid sentinel? She still remembers that she said this. No, it is very good, it is really great, and the best thing is, this sentinel is hers. Chapter 73 Memories. Hua-mu took care of herself for a while, and when her wounds were finally almost healed, and she could be full of energy, her period came as expected. Counting the time, the two of them had been on the island for 4.5 months. 4.5 months, it could be called half a year. If she were stranded on a deserted island alone, she would probably go crazy or depressed. The rescue seemed to be getting slimmer and slimmer. Hua-mu was too lazy to even think about it anymore. Only Baizhen was still checking the smoke signals and marks every day. Hua-ran was too lazy to think about it. Not because she didn't want to go back. She was just too conflicted. She felt that thinking too much was useless, and it was better to let things take their own course. The two of them had obviously become different from the past since that day, but Hua-mu didn't really feel that they were like a couple. The sentinel was more gentle and considerate, and his attitude towards her had long surpassed the boundaries of ordinary master and servant. But there was only devotion and no demands. Was this like love? Hua-mu encountered a problem. Because she had never been in love before, at most she had read a few romance novels, and she was immediately led astray in the direction of reading after reading for a short time, resulting in her lack of theoretical knowledge of serious love. But at least she still knows common sense. Since they are already in love, shouldn't she change her name? She still keeps calling her Miss. She almost thought she was called Miss. Hua Mu wanted to talk to Baizhen several times, but unfortunately, when she was looked at by her tender eyes, she forgot everything. I have to say, her group of girlfriends are too discerning, just like her. What a lovely creature, so tough and gentle. She has such a body that makes people imagine, but she is as pure as a little lamb. Hua Mu felt that she was the most innocent person in her circle of friends. But Sentinel was 10,000 times more innocent than her. Although cute, it was also annoying. And why didn't the second combination fever come? It's been too long. Half a month. Baizhen herself felt a little strange. Even though she had never encountered a 100% match before. Nor had she encountered Hua Mu's ability. But according to the current situation, her second combination fever should have come 10 days ago. At that time, Hua Mu was still recovering from her injuries. She had been prepared to endure it. Unexpectedly, not only did the expected union fever not come, but she was still energetic for the next 10 days. She had not done any mental combing for nearly 20 days, which was almost impossible without frequent use of the white tablets. Although the naturally emitted guide element also had some effect on the sentinels, it was only used as an auxiliary barrier and to calm emotions because of its low content and lack of specificity. Baizhen thought of a possibility. This was one of Hua Mu's abilities. If it really had this effect, it might be called liberation. It was just that the time was too short and the sample was too small. So she couldn't be sure if it was just a random occurrence. She had to temporarily put the doubt in her heart and observe. Hua Mu's progress in the past 10 days of practice was very rapid. Not only could she let Luna teleport, but she could even achieve short-term spiritual possession. It only took 2 hours a day. It usually takes half a year to teach such a course in the tower. Luna had grown up again without noticing, and was now as tall as a white pillow. Slender limbs, elegant figure, black fur and flowing mane make it look noble and elegant. Except when it was licking Hattie passionately. Hua Mu even understood the way to wake up Baizhen. Under normal circumstances, it is not so easy to pull the sentinel out of the eternal night. Baizhen felt a glimmer of light in front of him, and then followed the light path back. This glimmer of light was probably Luna's ability. Attract, awaken, and liberate. These three abilities are auxiliary skills for the sentinel. And it is not difficult to find out after careful study that these three abilities are not suitable for critical situations like the battlefield. Baizhen had some vague guesses. She recalled the promise that the little girl made to her 12 years ago. The two girls seemed to have endless topics to talk about. Although Hua Mu was talking and Baizhen was listening most of the time, they still talked with great interest. They stopped talking until Hua Mu's stomach made a gurgling sound. Are you hungry? Hua Mu touched her flat stomach and nodded agreeably. I didn't have lunch. I'm so hungry now. Baizhen survived by catching fish and digging wild vegetables these days. But she felt that these things were not suitable for Hua Mu to eat. How could such a cute and noble little girl eat these? Do you want to eat fish? Are there any fish? I can catch them. Hua Mu thought for a while and shook her head. It will take a long time to catch them now. But you are really amazing. You can catch fish. I will treat you this time. Let's go to the restaurant to eat together, but you have to protect me. The restaurant does not require identity proof, and her height is enough to get away with it. However, the two of them must be being sought at this time. If they really go out on the street openly, they will probably be found in no time. But Baizhen didn't want to go against Hua Mu's wishes. And to be honest, she didn't know how long she could hold on. If she was caught this time, maybe it was God's will. Yeah. Baizhen's dress was obviously not at the same level as Hua Mu's. In the end, the two agreed that Baizhen would be Hua Mu's bodyguard and take her out to play today. Although Hua Mu was only 6 years old, she knew much more about the imperial capital than Baizhen. With her special identity and education since childhood, she was already very opinionated at this age. She was in charge of the whole process. We can't go to the East District. Although the food there is delicious, it is very expensive. Besides, the boss knows me, and I will be exposed soon. I heard from Man that there are many snack streets in the North District, and the food is also cheap. Let's go there. The little girl did her homework before running away from home, which shows that she is very determined. The area where the two of them are located is on the outskirts of the East District. To go to the North District, They must take public transportation. Not to mention Baizhen. Hua Mu has never taken this kind of transportation. After studying for a long time, the two finally decided to take the suspended Skitran to go to the food night market in the North District first. Baizhen didn't have an ID card, Hua Mu didn't dare to use it, the ticket machine didn't accept large denomination banknotes. Baizhen had to bite the bullet and go to the ticket office to buy 2 tickets. Luckily, the ticket seller didn't ask any more questions, but just looked at her a few more times because of her conspicuous appearance. With the rapid development of technology, medical standards are also rapidly improving, especially after artificial organs and bionic prostheses are widely used in medicine. Human life expectancy has been greatly improved, and the population is also increasing day by day. The increase in population inevitably brings various burdens, especially in a city like the imperial capital, where the permanent population has exceeded 100 million, the traffic pressure can be imagined, and the road and underground transportation tracks have long been unable to meet daily needs. Skyways, floating cars, and floating Skitrans came into being under such circumstances. As one of the most convenient and cheap means of transportation, floating Skitrans are built above the city, shuttling between high-rise buildings, and some stations are even directly inside the buildings. Most of the floors in the imperial capital are above 80 floors, and only the private territory of the royal family in the East District still retains some luxurious low-rise buildings. The food night market is in the food building in the North District. As a building built more than 10 years ago, it is no longer outstanding in terms of height or facilities. But it is still very lively here. A variety of cheap snacks and entertainment shopping make this place a consumption place for many ordinary families, young people and students. Because of the mixed crowd, there are many foreigners. Baizhen and Hua Mu are indeed not out of place walking among them. Wow, it's so lively here. Hua Mu lived in his father's fiefdom when he was a child, living a pastoral life. After returning to the imperial capital, he only moved around in the East District. He really had never seen so many people. Baizhen had never seen one either. She lived in the tropical rainforest in the southern heart of the empire. The entire tribe had only more than 10,000 people, scattered throughout the jungle, and the number of people she met on a regular basis was not as many as her classmates after entering the tower. Mu. Miss, please walk slowly, be careful not to get lost. Hua Mu was full of curiosity about everything, and ran very fast with her short legs. It was not that Baizhen couldn't keep up with her, but there were too many people, and she was afraid that she would get lost by accident. Hua Mu was very excited. How could she slow down? She simply held Baizhen's hand, and let her run together. This way, we won't get separated. Let's go eat quickly. The snack street is of course not a street, but just a continuation of the old term. There are dozens of floors of snacks. Hua Mu wanted to buy this and that, but ended up eating 2 bites at most and stopped eating. And finally all went into Baizhen's stomach. The two of them walked around for several hours without realizing it. Hua Mu was full. But not full. He bought a lot of things. And even Baizhen couldn't eat much. I can't eat anymore. Hua Mu collapsed on the chair, touching his round belly, and said regretfully, there are so many delicious foods. My stomach is too small. Baizhen slowly chewed the meat pie that Hua Mu couldn't eat, smiling shyly. You are the best. You can eat a lot. Hua Mu looked at her enviously and sighed. If I grow up a little bit, will I be able to eat that much? Baizhen had never seen anyone who could eat more than him, and put down the food in his hand with some shame. Well, a lot. Probably. Really? Don't lie to me. My aunt and dad also eat very little. Especially my aunt. She never likes to eat well. She said she wanted to maintain her image. So my dad asked me to help coax her. The aunt mentioned by the little girl was naturally no one else. It was reasonable for Her Majesty, the Queen, to maintain her image. It could be that I ate a little. Baizhen was halfway through her words, when she suddenly heard the sound of orderly footsteps. Unlike the chaotic bustle of the night market, it was a kind of consistency that could only be achieved instinctively after long-term training. Although she had only been in the tower for a few months, she was already familiar with these things. Was he here to find Mumu or her? Perhaps both. Baizhen felt a little regretful. But she felt that there was nothing wrong with returning to the tower. It was enough for her to have such a beautiful memory before going back. Chapter 74 Memories. Mumu, if you go back, apologize to your aunt and father. Baizhen didn't plan to run again. It was safest for Hua Mu to go back with her identity. And as a sentinel, she would have to return to the tower in the end. Hua Mu didn't realize the danger was approaching and pouted. Humph, They should apologize to me. They didn't do what they promised me, and just lied to me. Baizhen didn't know the details, but judged from the words, that the two adults were busy with official duties, and couldn't take care of Hua Mu's feelings. Adults are usually very busy at work, and your aunt and father must be even busier. Why are you speaking for them? Wait, how do you know their identities? Hua Mu frowned, a little confused, and the footsteps that Baizhen heard were getting closer and closer to the two of them. I recognized you. You are the daughter of the Grand Duke. Hua Mu said in annoyance. So you recognized me a long time ago, then why didn't you say it, making me speak so cautiously? Because she was afraid that if she said it, Hua Mu would stop playing with her. The white pillow lowered his head, and was a bit frustrated. A team of soldiers wearing uniforms had blocked the food shop. Hua Mu didn't care about them, just staring at the white pillow. Did you call them? The white pillow quickly shook his head. Hua Mu was relieved. Fortunately, it's not you, otherwise I will be angry with you. Miss, Dugong is very anxious. I hope you can go back with us as soon as possible. The soldiers who looked like the captain first spoke. Hua Mu looked at him. You are not the guard group, which unit is affiliated? What is the number? The troops are for internal use, generally. Only codes are generally used. Although Hua Mu was young, she had received all the necessary education, especially after being determined as the second heir. Her courses increased day by day. The soldier did not answer her, but said, Please stop being willful, and come back with us. Hua Mu asked this question because she was a little confused. After all, her father and aunt would never make a big fuss about her running away from home. So sending out the royal guards was the most appropriate choice. Most of the royal guards were in plain clothes when they went on missions. These people wore the uniforms of the armed police force, as if they were afraid that others would not know their identities. Are you really here to find me on my father's orders? Hua Mu frowned and became a little alert. Baizhen saw that something was wrong and secretly gathered strength. A dozen soldiers surrounded the store, and other customers and employees had already been driven away. The captain seemed impatient with talking to a child, and signaled the team members around him to take action directly. Hua Mu screamed, and Baizhen tacitly crossed the table and hugged her in his arms, and ran towards the back door of the store. Her explosive power was obviously beyond the expectations of others. But the captain-like man was still calm, and ordered into the communicator. Go to the back door. Prepare for an ambush. Baizhen was sharp-eyed and sharp-eared, and his senses were fully open. He had already noticed the ambush at the back door, and suddenly returned to the second floor before reaching the door. Food building is a commercial building. Each floor is more than 6 meters high and can be divided according to different needs. The tea house, where the two were, was divided into 2 floors. Baizhen carried Hua Mu to the second floor and jumped out of the window. The crowd outside was in turmoil, and Hua Mu couldn't help screaming. Free fall in the air was too exciting. She was not old enough to experience such entertainment facilities. Baizhen moved quickly and at full speed. Ordinary people couldn't react at all and watched her disappear in the crowd. Captain. When he caught up to the second floor, he only saw the backs of the 2 people. The guards below had no ability to respond, and he was so angry that he wanted to shoot on the spot. Boss, that guy seems to be a sentry. This team of people is naturally not soldiers of the Empire, but hired mercenaries. Why is there a sentry? Didn't they say there was no one to protect them? Is the intelligence accurate? The man kicked over a stool and said angrily, What's wrong with the boss? They took on this deadly job to bring me back from the battlefield, and they have to act so frustrated. Boss, we still have to find those 2 little guys first, otherwise. The man waved his hand. Just release the tracking dog, and then have someone contact the other party. The sentry is not worth this price. Baizhen hugged Hua Mu and ran as fast as he could, down 12 floors in a row, and finally stopped near the safety passage on the 47th floor. Hua Mu was dizzy, and it took her a long time to stop vomiting. Bye, Sister Baizhen, what happened? Baizhen hugged her and sat down in the corner, panting. We should have gotten rid of them. Who are they? How would Hua Mu know? Shaked her head. I haven't seen them, but if they were sent by my father, they would not be so unreasonable. That would be the enemy. It's okay, I will protect you. I will rest for a while, and then take you home. You will be safe when you get home. Because the other party was wearing the uniform of the armed police, Baizhen didn't dare to go directly to the police station. Hua Mu was a little scared of such a big scene, and nodded repeatedly. Yes, you come home with me. Baizhen said that she just needed to rest for a while. But she was very exhausted this time, and she had used up the Xiaobai tablets for several days. After sitting down, she couldn't get up, and her face became uglier and uglier. Huamu waited for a while, and found that she was not in a good condition. She said anxiously and worriedly, "Sister Baizhen, are you okay? You seem to be very uncomfortable." Baizhen shook his head, and stood up staggeringly while holding her. "I'm fine, Mumu, I'll take you home." How about taking a rest for a while?" Baizhen was afraid that he would never be able to stand up again after taking a rest. "I'm fine, you bury your face in my shoulder, don't let others see it." Huamu hugged her neck obediently, and said in a crying voice, "But you look so uncomfortable. Were you injured when you jumped down?" "No, that height is nothing for a sentinel, Mumu. Don't worry, I'm fine." "Sister, are you a sentinel?" Huamu was a little curious. Her father and aunt were great guides, but she had never had such close contact with the sentinels. Most of the guards were respectful and distant, and she only knew that they were great. "Yes, I am." "No wonder you are so great. But why are you out there alone?" "I remember the sentinels and guides were going to the tower. It might be safer to take the stairs." But Baizhen didn't have much strength left, so she could only take the risk and try the elevator. She walked among the crowd holding Huamu, answering her questions in a low voice. "I ran away. I don't like it there." "So you ran away from home too?" The little girl was distracted by the new things, and seemed to have completely forgotten the crisis just now. Huamu seemed very happy, and laughed in Baizhen's neck. "Then we are the same. Why don't you like it there? Don't the adults accompany you?" Baizhen came to a strange environment. Because he was too special and introverted, he never made any friends, and naturally he didn't have the opportunity to talk to others. But in front of Huamu, in front of this girl who is so much younger than her, she didn't know why she wanted to say everything in her heart. "No, it's not like that. Because I am different from others." "Different? How is it different?" "My skin is very dark." "Not very dark, but very beautiful. I like it. I grow up very fast. And I eat a lot. Unlike other girls." Huamu was puzzled. "But isn't this a good thing? It's better to eat more and grow fast. I want to be like this. I want to grow up quickly. But I don't look like a girl." "Why not like a girl? You are a girl. I call you sister. You are very beautiful. I like you." Baizhen felt warm in his heart, hugged her tightly and said, "But aren't girls like you cute? And I am a sentinel. I seem to be the only female sentinel in the tower. Is it strange to be a female sentinel?" Huamu didn't understand. "Well, very few. Generally the sentinels are male, and the guides are female. But my father is a guide, he is not strange at all, and neither are you. You are all very good people, and being different from ordinary people is special. Special is also very good. I like special, sister. I like you. Don't be sad." What kind of angel is this? Although Baizhen's confusion and inferiority complex have not been completely solved, his heart has been greatly comforted. "Mumu, you are such a good kid." Huamu was a little shy, and hugged her and laughed. "No, Dad always said I was too naughty." "Sister, if you don't like the tower, then come home with me. You protected me. Dad will definitely agree." Baizhen didn't think the guild would take in a sentinel like her who had defected from the tower, but he still nodded. Baizhen specially chose an elevator with a large flow of people, hoping that those people would not dare to take action in public. But from the experience just now, the other party didn't seem to be such a cautious person. But it is easier to get out during the chaos. The bigger the commotion, the safer they will be. It takes about 3 minutes to get from the 47th floor to the 20th floor of the Skitrin station. Baizhen has been counting silently in her mind since she got on the elevator. 46th floor, 45th floor. Watching the elevator descend floor by floor, the numbers get smaller and smaller. Baizhen is getting more and more nervous. Given their current situation, taking the Skitrin is the fastest and safest way. The Skitrin station has permanent security and guards. She guessed that group of people would never do anything there. Considering the number of people on the other side, and the number of elevators, they are most likely to deploy personnel in the safety passage and elevators between the 21st and 20th floors. So when the elevator number finally stopped at the 20th floor, Baizhen was so nervous that all the pores on his body opened. The elevator door slowly opened, and there was no one outside the door. The people who took the elevator together didn't seem to notice anything unusual, and they all went out. Nowadays, ground transportation has become a minority, so the floor where the Sky train station is located is often the end point. Baizhen just looked around for a while, and there was no one in the elevator. Sister, are we leaving? Baizhen found that she was a little too nervous. Her desire for Guide Su made her nervous. Let's go! Ah! Baizhen's sense of crisis suddenly reached its peak. The elevator shook immediately and began to fall uncontrollably. Hua-Mu screamed for the third time today. Chapter 75: The Agreement Between Two People. Sister Baizhen. The elevator in Food Building is an external device, and the scenery outside the building can be clearly seen. Suddenly falling from the height of the 20th floor, even if the speed at the beginning was not very fast, it was enough to terrify Hua-Mu. Moreover, the elevator door had not yet closed, and it was obviously out of control, and the speed of falling was getting faster and faster. Baizhen hugged Hua-Mu and leaned tightly against the corner, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Was it that group of people who did this? Why didn't I get out of the elevator quickly? Will the two of them die here? Who on earth wants Mu-Mu's life? Whoa! I'm so scared, sister. Hua-Mu was completely frightened. Baizhen could only hug her tightly and comfort her. It's okay. Mu-Mu, it's okay, I will protect you. Hattie! Her spirit body is a dire wolf, more than 2 meters tall and more than 5 meters long. It filled the elevator as soon as it appeared. The spirit that Baizhen once feared very much has now become her only hope. The ice wolf has a pair of deep green eyes, and its entire body seems to be emitting coldness. Baizhen desperately gave orders in her mind. Hattie glanced at her inadvertently, and then disappeared through the elevator wall in front of her. Baizhen still couldn't control it well, and felt a little unsure, but the sudden chill made her understand that the spirit was executing her order to stop the elevator. Sister! The temperature in the elevator dropped sharply, the glass facing outward was covered with icicles, and the metal friction sound was accompanied by a violent jolt. Baizhen fell to the ground with Hua-Mu in his arms, and only had time to protect her against his chest. After the elevator continued to descend for nearly dozens of meters, it finally stopped slowly. Because of the thick frost outside, the elevator was stuck between the 4th and 5th floors, more than 20 meters from the ground. It was pitch black in the elevator, and the temperature was so low that it made people shiver. Hua-Mu cried until her voice was hoarse, and she called Baizhen anxiously. Sister, sister, are you okay? Baizhen coughed a few times, spit out a mouthful of blood, and her ears were buzzing, and she could hardly hear any sound. Mu-Mu. Woo-woo, sister, I'm so scared and cold. Hua-Mu hugged her tightly, crying helplessly. Yes, I'm sorry. Baizhen wanted to comfort her, but found that he couldn't even lift his hands. Although the elevator stopped, the method used was too rough, and the low temperature now became the biggest threat to the two. Her spirit body had returned to the spiritual scene without any concern for her. But she had already overdrawn due to the use of power this time. The only thing they could do was to wait for rescue. But Baizhen didn't know how long he could hold on. Nor did he know whether Hua-Mu could wait for rescue. Sister, sister, are you injured? Are you uncomfortable? Hua-Mu found that the other party couldn't move, and asked with tears. Mu-Mu. I can't move. Listen to me. Take off my clothes and put them on. Wait for the people sent by your father to rescue you. You will be safe. I don't want to. Sister, are you cold too? I don't want to wear your clothes. Let's wait for my father to rescue us together. Mu-Mu. Hua-Mu hugged her and shook his head while crying. Sister, my father will definitely come to rescue us soon. Let's wait for him together. I will hug you if you are cold. Baizhen took a while, and his hands gradually regained some consciousness, and he hugged her with difficulty. Baizhen's body was very warm, wrapping Hua-Mu in his arms. Hua-Mu felt a little warmth, and tried to cheer up and talk to her. Sister, let's talk for a while. Okay. Hua-Mu wiped her tears and took the initiative to find a topic. Sister, where did you live before? You don't seem to know anything. Aren't you from the imperial capital? My hometown is in the south of the empire, in the rainforest south of Huzhou. Hua-Mu said. It seems to be very far away. I used to travel there with my father, and took more than 2 hours of flight. I also took a long time in the hover car when I came here. Why did you come to the imperial capital? Is it because you awakened and became a sentinel? Hua-Mu burrowed into Baizhen's arms again, because it was too cold. Well, because I was the only sentinel in our tribe. The tribe leader didn't know what to do, so he sent me to the tower branch in Huzhou, and after the test in the tower, he quickly took me to the imperial capital. Baizhen was shivering with cold, and felt that he would lose consciousness in the next moment. Are you alone? Didn't your parents come with you? I don't have a father and a mother. The tribe leader said they died when I was very young. Hua Mu was silent for a while. My mother also died when I was very young. The two girls suddenly felt a bit of bitterness of sympathy. But you still have your father and aunt. I also have my mother-in-law to take care of me. And my sister Chin Chin is also very good to me. Do you have a sister? Yes, she is my mother-in-law's granddaughter, about the same age as you, and very cute. Hua Mu felt a little jealous, but when she thought about how miserable the two of them were now, she felt that there was nothing to worry about. Then you still have me now, Sister Baizhen. I will treat you well, and you can come to the Duke's mansion after we get out. Baizhen shook his head. Moo, if I can really get out, I will go back to the tower, and I will find you when I become stronger. She is not good enough now. She has no strength at all now. Really? Don't you need to go back home? Well, there are no other sentinels in our tribe. They think sentinels are a symbol of disaster. I can't go back anymore. Hua Mu was sad and angry. Why? You are so good and powerful. Because sentinels cannot leave the guide element, they will go crazy and lose their minds. So they are afraid? I heard that many ordinary people are afraid of or hate sentinels. Baizhen thought of other people in the village looking at him like a monster, and the scars buried in his heart for a long time began to hurt again. When she left, only her mother-in-law and Chin Chin came to see her off. I don't hate you, Sister Baizhen. I like you and the sentinels. I think you are awesome. Even if everyone dislikes you, I will still like you. Baizhen was moved by Hua Mu's innocent words. Moo, you are such a good kid. But they are right. We really can't live without Guide Su. Now I can't control Hattie without Xiao Bai Pian. In a little while. I'm afraid I will hurt you. It was as if there was a knife in her mind. And the cold hurt every inch of her skin. The little light in the darkness could hurt her eyes. Only Hua Mu's voice made her still maintain a trace of rationality. Hua Mu hugged her and said trustingly. You won't. Sister. Today is the first time we met. But you have been protecting me. You are a good person. So you won't hurt me. But if the sentinels don't have the guide element. Hua Mu heard that her voice was still full of worry and anxiety. And an idea suddenly occurred to him. How about this? When I become the queen, my aunt said that I will inherit her position in the future. And I will order the sentinels not to use the guide element. Okay. Baizhen knew that she didn't understand such a complicated thing. And smiled bitterly. But this is not something that can be done by just giving an order. Why not? As long as you work hard, you will definitely be able to do it. My aunt said that the queen is a very powerful person. So I have to make myself better. If I become better, I will definitely be able to do it. Right? Yes. A girl is strong. Smart and kind as Moo can definitely do anything. Yes. Then we have a deal. You will come to me after you become more powerful. After I become more powerful, the sentinels will no longer need the guide element. Okay. Baizhen. How do you feel today? The eldest lady has been concerned about her physical condition these days. She was injured not long ago, so she should be more concerned. Baizhen smiled as he processed the coconut crab and replied. Miss, I'm fine. You are? Are you okay? What can happen to me? It's been so long. If there is any problem, it's just because he held it in. Are you really okay? You haven't used the guide element for so long? Hua Mu felt that she was just about to ask directly. Why hasn't your combination fever come yet? Baizhen seemed very happy. Miss, maybe your guide element is particularly effective. My barrier has been very stable recently, and my mental strength has been maintained at a normal level. She is a beginner. Why would the guide element be particularly effective? No. Even if the combination fever doesn't come, won't this guy be more intimate with her? They have communicated with each other. Are they in love? Hua Mu sat aside angrily, watching Baizhen dismember the coconut crab. This was caught by the two of them when they went to the coconut grove to pick fruits. As their lives gradually stabilized, their diets became more abundant. Baizhen circled a small area on the beach to raise fish. Each time they fished, they could eat for several days. The two of them also spent some time on the fruit forest in the east, making scarecrows and repelling insects. Recently, they have harvested more. They can often catch coconut crabs and sea urchins there. They have to go there every few days. The breadfruit trees in the west are still their staple food. Hua Mu is developing how to use the starch of breadfruit to make real bread. Unfortunately, there was no yeast. She failed many times and could only make pancakes. The most important thing was that the addition of seasonings and sauces greatly improved the taste of the two people. Oyster sauce and shrimp paste had been made into finished products, and crab sauce was also being put into practice. Hua-mu also planned to extract palm sugar from the sugar palm tree that Baizhen had newly discovered. After all, honey is good, but it is hard to find, and the source is not stable enough. The improvement of living conditions gave Hua-mu more thoughts and energy to think about other things. So when you are full and warm, you think about that. It's true. But why didn't the sentinel move at all? No matter how innocent you are. You kissed her on the mouth when you kissed her goodnight. She had thought it through. As long as Baizhen took this step, she would walk the remaining 100 steps in one breath. Chapter 76. This must not be love. Baizhen and Hua-mu's island life officially entered the 5th month, and the two even built a simple shower room. The main structure is still made of bamboo, the roof is made into a concave pool, and covered with black plastic sheeting, so as long as it is exposed to the sun for a day, you can have hot water for a shower. Although there is no shower, it is thankful to have a hot shower, and Hua-mu's requirements have been completely lowered. Miss, what are you doing? Baizhen came back after dealing with the cooking utensils for dinner, and saw Hua-mu with a coat hanging on her body, and holding a saber in her hand, as if she was going to take off her skirt. She was surprised and puzzled. Hua-mu didn't even raise her head, and said it casually. It's not cold on the island at all. Instead of wearing such a troublesome skirt, it's better to tear it apart and make it into underwear and vest. She had already removed more than half of the lining of her skirt. If she took it apart again, it would probably be left with only the suspenders. I see you only have one set. You can't always be naked. Hua-mu said this against her will. She wished Baizhen was naked, but she would wear a coat even if she didn't wear underwear. If she didn't have enough of the feast, Baizhen would definitely be uncomfortable. After thinking about it, she decided to do something with her skirt. Who told her that the fabric of this skirt is good? You, are you going to make it for me? What else? Haven't I already made 2 sets myself? Hua-mu may not be good at weaving straw sandals, but she is good at sewing. She has participated in many doll tea parties of the young ladies, and she is not behind in competitions. But for your age, I guess I can only make 1 set for you. Young lady, I'm fine. You should wear it yourself. Baizhen was a little flustered, and knelt down to stop Hua-mu. Hua-mu looked up and rolled his eyes at her. What do you mean it's okay? You are a girl. And you wear trousers without underwear. What if you get sick? Remember to make me a... No. Just make a few more grass skirts. But you like this skirt so much. It was the queen who helped you get it by talking to the designer. Hua-mu really didn't know how this idiot's brain circuit worked. Come on, how long have we been here? Now that designer is not as important as a piece of chocolate in my eyes, not to mention his skirt. Anyway, it has been in a mess for a long time. So just tear it down. Then make it for yourself. I'm fine. Just make a few more. Baizhen looked at her at a loss, and kept refusing. Hua-mu looked at her unhappily. Didn't I say I had it? Why don't you want my things? I didn't, that's not what I meant. No. Hua-mu felt that Baizhen meant that. Baizhen treated her well as a matter of course, protected her as a matter of course, and placed her in an important position as a matter of course. But once it's the other way around, once she wants to respond, the other party will show this kind of panic, rejection and anxiety. Baizhen. Hua-mu put down the skirt in her hand, stared at the sentry and asked, Why do you still call me miss? Baizhen was stunned for a moment, and then answered without thinking. Because you are the eldest daughter of the Duke's mansion, the only daughter of the Grand Duke, and... That's not what I'm asking. Hua-mu interrupted her, brows knitted together. I'm asking you, do you really think it's okay to call me miss? Baizhen was speechless, and didn't seem to know how to answer. Hua-mu waited for a while before hearing her angry voice. No, I won't call you miss. What should I call you? Hua-mu finally knew what it meant to be furious. She wanted to lie on the ground and die immediately. Call me if you want, call me miss forever. She threw the skirt in her hand at Baizhen's face, and got up and walked towards the bamboo shed. Baizhen hurriedly caught it, and said anxiously, Miss. Hua-mu stopped, suddenly turned around and walked back with a huff. Miss. Baizhen's face was happy, but Hua-mu's face was still gloomy. I've thought about it. It's necessary to start doing what I told you before. Baizhen didn't understand immediately. Just looking at her face, she had a bad premonition. She was really too happy recently, and Hua-mu's attitude made her even more uneasy. You? What did you say? You are no longer my bodyguard. From now on, we will separate. You live your life. I live mine. In addition to housing, showers and toilets, food, fresh water, and daily necessities must be self-sufficient. Of course, we can exchange items, but they cannot be provided for free. Baizhen was stunned. How can that be possible? Why not? Do you not believe that I can do it, or do you not believe that you can do it? If they can't get over this hurdle, they can't expect any sexual, happy future. I'm not saying that you can't do it. But it will be very difficult for you. You shouldn't do those things. Huamu exhaled, humming. What I shouldn't do is to have hope for you. If you don't want to understand, don't come to talk to me. From today, no. From now on, everything is separate. I will sort out the list tomorrow. Let's draw a line. Baizhen held her skirt in his hands, knelt down, as if he was petrified. The eldest lady said she wanted to draw a line with her. Why? Is it because she didn't know what to call the eldest lady? Baizhen felt that this was not the essence of the problem, but she didn't have the energy to think deeply. The fact that the eldest lady wanted to separate from her made her almost lose the ability to think. Was the eldest lady not joking at that time? She really didn't want to be her guard? But the young lady doesn't think highly of her and likes her very much? Or she has been too intimate recently and overstepped the boundaries and couldn't help kissing the young lady when she was asleep and got caught? No, the young lady got angry because she didn't know what to call her, so she shouldn't have been caught. Right? But what to call her? Not the young lady. Should she call her Moo Moo like she did when she was a child? But she didn't know how to do that back then, so how can she still call the young lady like that now? Baizhen was a little confused, and sat by the fire in a daze for who knows how long. Huamu lay down on the bamboo bed and tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. She crawled out and saw Baizhen still sitting there blankly, not knowing what he was thinking. She was so angry that she could not stand it. Why don't you come to bed? They said that the residence was excluded. Doesn't this idiot understand what people say? Baizhen was refreshed and ran over. Miss. Huamu blinked, and the other party was already in front of her. What's going on? He looked like a big dog that was pampered. This was definitely confusing her, trying to break her psychological defenses. This time she would not give in no matter what she said. She wanted to make this idiot understand. If he didn't take the initiative, he would be eaten. There is only one bed like this. It's considered as we made it together, so each of us gets half. You did more, and you are taller, so I will give you more. Huamu said as he drew a line on the bamboo bed. Just draw it from here. You are not allowed to come over, and I will not go over either. Baizhen's happy expression immediately disappeared, and he looked at Huamu with a bitter face and tears in his eyes. Huamu felt that if she really had ears, they would be drooping now. Miss. Huamu didn't look at her. She lay aside, hardened her heart. What I said last time is still valid. You should think about it carefully. It's better not to hug without doing anything. No, she really wasn't that hungry, and she didn't care about why Baizhen didn't take the initiative in this regard. Okay, this was just one of the reasons. The most important thing, was that she finally realized one thing. The identities of the two people might no longer be a constraint for her, but it still bound Baizhen. Perhaps the education of the tower was too successful. Perhaps the sentinel itself was too rigid, or perhaps Baizhen was really more loyal to her than he loved her, so the two of them still don't talk on the same channel. Baizhen's protection, cherishing of her are certainly touching, and even one of the reasons why she was moved, but how can lovers always be so cautious and trembling? This is definitely not a normal relationship, and it is definitely not the relationship she wants. What he said last time, which last time was it? Baizhen stood for a while, but he couldn't figure it out, and finally shrank into the corner silently. The two of them were each preoccupied with their own thoughts. And they didn't talk all night. Huamu got up early the next day, set up a stove and started to cook. Baizhen followed her, looking very uncomfortable, and it was very hard to endure. If you want to eat, cook it yourself. Why are you following me all the time? Miss, I can help you cook. Huamu couldn't stand it anymore and drove her away harshly. No need. And your food is not as delicious as mine. I don't want to eat your food. And you don't want to eat mine either. Go away, and don't bother me. Baizhen looked at her with wide eyes, as if he was hit hard. She didn't cook as well as the young lady, but she could make fire, chop wood and prepare food. So she wasn't useless. Was she? Young lady. Don't call me young lady. I'll ignore you if you call me that again. Baizhen shut up silently, walked to the side dejectedly, and sat there without moving until Hua Mu finished making breakfast. For her, skipping a meal was not a big deal, and the young lady's attitude bothered her more. Hua Mu said that she wanted Baizhen not to covet her food, but in fact, she still made her share. Although it's okay for the big fool to go hungry for a few meals, but if the flesh that has been hard to grow back is lost, wouldn't she be the one who suffers in the end? Baizhen. She called the dazed person over. Big. Baizhen is basically waiting to be summoned by Hua Mu, otherwise she would have no intention of doing anything. When she heard Hua Mu calling her, she was delighted, and almost shouted again, but Hua Mu glared back. You, what do you want? You are not allowed to say you. Ahem, you don't need to say you anyway. Don't use honorifics, you are not my bodyguard. Baizhen bit his lip and looked at her, seemingly not wanting to admit it. What a wrong look, what's so good about being a bodyguard? Can a bodyguard sleep with a young lady? Chapter 77, Dividing the Family. Hua Mu was too lazy to argue with her anymore, pointing to the breakfast for Baizhen, and said, This is for you, let's divide the food after we finish, I will include this in the count. Big. I don't need anything, you can take it all. I don't want to accept your charity, eat it quickly, if you don't eat it, I will throw it away. I will eat it. I will eat it, please don't throw it away. She can eat as much breakfast as the eldest lady makes, it would be such a waste to throw it away. The sentry ate fast, and this time he ate even more voraciously, as if he was afraid that the food would fly away. Hua Mu was speechless. Eat slowly. I made the food with so much care. It's a waste if you eat it so carelessly. Baizhen looked at her embarrassedly, turned his back, and chewed slowly. Hua Mu felt that she was really worried. Although this idiot had first-class execution ability, he didn't know how to take care of himself at all. He was probably the so-called high-scoring idiot. Seeing her slow down, Hua Mu calmed down and began to think about how to divide the family. She had thought a lot before going to bed last night, but she had not thought about the details carefully. The big things must be inseparable, such as the shelter, the bamboo bed, the toilet, etc. But the small things must be clearly divided, especially the food. She would not take advantage of Baizhen as a matter of course. She wanted Baizhen to realize that she was no longer her young lady. Baizhen drank the last drop of clam soup and washed the cooking utensil slowly, but finally had to face Hua Mu, who was ready for battle. Have you finished eating? Okay, then let's get down to business. You go ahead. Hua Mu took a branch and scratched the beach between the two of them a few times, dividing it into 4 areas. What we have now mainly consists of 4 aspects. One is the building, the bamboo shed and bamboo bed count together, plus the toilet and shower room. There are 3 buildings in total. These are not easy to divide, we both contributed, you have more and I have less. As for the bed, we will divide it as we said last night. You have priority to use the other 2. What is priority to use? If both of us want to use it, you can use it first. Baizhen waved his hand quickly. I'm fine, I can use it anytime. That's right, there are only 2 of us. We won't fight over it every time. Hua Mu felt that there was no need to dwell on this, and nodded. Okay. I will use it when you don't need it anyway. Baizhen nodded helplessly. The second is the tools. Most of these were salvaged by you, but I participated in making some of them, especially the cooking utensils. I spent a lot of time on them. Fortunately, there are more of them. We can divide them equally, which is enough for each of us to use. Baizhen had no objection. The third is some tools you brought to the island, such as military knives, watches, needles, and pistols. Those are all yours. Big. Ahem. No. I don't need these. You need something to protect yourself. When Baizhen heard that she was going to return the gun to him, he shook his head in panic. Hua Mu raised her hand to stop you. Listen to me. I really can't live without the gun and the watch, so I will exchange something else with you. I said. We can exchange things. Didn't I make underwear for you again last night? I will exchange that set for a gun and 20 bullets. Is that okay? Baizhen's expression was very tangled. She wanted to say that it was okay for the young lady to want anything, and there was no need to exchange. But seeing Hua Mu's serious expression, she had to swallow her words back. Yes, I can. Hua Mu nodded with satisfaction. You don't seem to use watches much, I need this, I will exchange it with you, just use the necklace. Although the necklace is of no use on the island, it is very important to me after all. I will mortgage it to you first, and then exchange it with you when I have something else. Baizhen had a bitter face. I can't have this, miss, it's a gift from the queen. Huamu patted the back of Baizhen's hand with a branch in dissatisfaction. They say you can't call me miss, we are not master and servant anymore. But, no buts, the things my aunt gave me are of course very important to me. If you think it is useless, then after we divide it. If you think I have something you need, you can come and exchange it with me. Baizhen saw that she was determined to clear the relationship, and no matter how much he said, it would be in vain, so he finally nodded resignedly. The fourth is food and water. These are things that originally existed on the island. We can just rely on our own abilities. As for the food that was originally stored, you can take all the wild boar meat and honey, I will share some of the dried fish and preserved fruits. The sauces are basically made by me, but you caught a lot of ingredients, so you can take some. We will share the spices equally. Oh, by the way, we will use our own firewood in the future. Between Baizhen and Huamu has always been the dominant one. Baizhen was confused for a whole night and a whole morning, and finally realized that she was powerless to change anything. The eldest lady no longer needed her to be a guard, and would not accept any goodwill she made as a guard. Baizhen was not a person without a strong opinion. As a sentinel, it would be a terrible disaster if she did not have a strong opinion when performing a mission alone. But in front of Huamu, she rarely mobilized her strong opinion. Huamu's safety and Huamu's will were her two highest principles of action. But now, these two principles are in conflict, and she has to start thinking of ways to resolve the current contradiction from her own perspective. The sentry finally became a sentry again, not just a guard. Once she got rid of the limitation of being a guard, she felt that her eyes were suddenly clear, and she had many loopholes to exploit. Baizhen frowned, nodded. I agree with your suggestion. But, she seemed a little nervous, pursed her lips for a long time without saying anything. But what? You can raise any opinions you have. Huamuting wanted to know how far this idiot would struggle to the death. Baizhen looked very nervous. His face gradually turned red, and he finally said it. But you can't stop me from calling you miss. I know you don't need me to be your guard anymore. And I also know that we are no longer master and servant. That means, you have no right to interfere with what I call you. Right? It's my freedom. Huamu was stunned by Baizhen again. Although she said it without confidence, she found that she had no way to refute it. This is an obvious loophole, so it is natural that it will be discovered. She just didn't expect Baizhen to find out so quickly, and have the courage to speak out. Indeed, if she really wants equality, she has no right to interfere with Baizhen's actions from now on. Huamu doesn't know whether she should be upset or happy. How persistent is this guy in calling her miss? He finally awakened some self-awareness, but ended up using it in such a hellish place? It's your freedom. You can call me whatever you want. But I also have the right to refuse. Baizhen showed some joy. As long as you don't stop me from calling. With Huamu's determination and Baizhen's execution, the two of them sorted out their things in less than half a day. It was said to be separated, but in fact it was just a move, pile each other's things together. Huamu exchanged shrimp paste for a watch and honey, and the two of them officially started their separate life. For Huamu, getting food is no longer the most difficult thing at the moment. Whether it was fishing or picking fruits, she could do it alone. It was just that compared to Baizhen, she needed to spend much more time, and could not carry too much. In short, the time she had to spend on obtaining food had more than doubled. And then she had to collect firewood, make food, maintain tools, etc. Her life began to become extremely fulfilling, or busy. Although Huamu was busy, she still saved up some food after a few days. There were often showers on the island, so she had to plan for it. On the other hand, Baizhen seemed to have no sense of taking life seriously at all. She could have traveled faster, but she always followed Huamu slowly, and always ate casually, and hardly processed anything except adding some salt. But she could still eat a lot of such food, which Huamu felt wasted. When the two of them ate together, she cooked more carefully. How could she just do it so easily when eating alone? What a waste of her shrimp paste. The first rainstorm after the separation came under such circumstances. In the past few months, the two of them have not encountered the kind of storms they encountered when they went to the north. However, they have encountered several heavy rainstorms in the middle, and they have survived without any danger. Baizhen had considered this situation when he chose the site. He built the bamboo shed on a slightly higher ground, surrounded by cliffs on both sides, so it would not be flooded under normal circumstances. The two of them have been continuing to build the bamboo shed. The bamboo walls and closable doors can also withstand certain wind and rain. Baizhen would pay attention to the weather, so he reinforced the bamboo shed in advance and carefully checked the rainproof cloth. At this time, there was not much leakage inside, but this rainstorm was really not small. Hua Mu was a little worried about the safety of the shelter. Baizhen, how long do you think this rain will last? For the whole morning? The rainstorm showed no sign of weakening. Hua Mu looked at the pots and pans on the bamboo bed that were used to catch the leaking water, and she was very worried. Although she was even more worried during the days when Baizhen was asleep, and she was almost doing things alone. She had a lot of food at that time, and she didn't spend much time running around for food. But in the past few days, she really felt the difficulty of survival. And even if she stored some food, it was still far from enough. And who knows how many fruits will be ruined by the heavy rain. She felt distressed just sitting here. It should rain until night. Miss, are you hungry? The two of them had nothing to do, and each of them maintained their daily utensils. But by this time, the utensils were also maintained. Under the same roof, the two of them seemed to have nothing else to do except chatting. Fortunately, I have food. You don't have to worry. Baizhen knew that Hua Mu had stored food. She watched Hua Mu's efforts these days, and while she felt distressed, she was also surprised to find that the other party could indeed live well even without her. Chapter 78 Signs. What are the duties of the guards? The selection of the exclusive guards for royal family members almost always requires selection. For Hua Mu, who is the direct descendant of the second heir, the selection standard is second only to the queen's guards. Compared with the strength test, what impressed Baizhen more were the various types of psychological tests. There is a special team of psychological experts in the tower to test the character and loyalty of the sentinels in various ways, so no one knew how the scores were until the test results came out. Baizhen got the highest score and entered the final assessment. The leaders. Questioning. The so-called leaders. Questioning is not just a simple question and answer. Baizhen, as the leader's only disciple, knows how difficult this stage is. In front of the leader, no lies can escape. This is Baizhen's last hurdle, and it is also the only place where she lacks confidence. She has secrets that cannot be told, things that need to be covered up, and reasons that cannot fail. She cheated for the first time in her life, and it is also the only time. What are the duties of a guard? The Hunan rainforest is the only habitat of the Black-Eyed tribe. The Black-Eyed tribe is one of the few tribes that still maintains a primitive lifestyle. Baizhen has never seen her parents since she was born. She was raised by an older woman called Grandma. The tribe members took good care of her. She never felt inferior because of her orphan status. Except for going to school, she has been wandering in the embrace of the jungle. That was her most ignorant and carefree time. The Black-Eyed tribe are all agile and are the most dangerous predators in the jungle, although they are not tall in general. They are born with extraordinary endurance and strong physical strength, and are one of the races with the best physical fitness. Baizhen is the best among them. Her tall stature did not hinder her agility at all. Her strength when she was young was unmatched even by adults. When she was about 10 years old, she followed the adults in the tribe to hunt in the deep jungle. In the Black-Eyed tribe, which relies on strength, no one regards her as an alien. She grew up happily until she was 12 years old. And then a wave of awakening completely changed her life. What is a sentinel? Before awakening, Baizhen had never heard of this word. There was no sentinel or guide in the Black-Eyed tribe, except for the school set up by the government in the village and the regular exchange of materials with civilized society. They were almost isolated from the world. Because of the sequelae of awakening and the lack of guide element, the ice wolf went out of control and destroyed half of the village. Many tribesmen were injured, and she was also rushed to the branch tower in Izhou. She received treatment and tests in the tower, and also heard a lot of secrets, because she always looked like she was in a coma. The adults did not avoid her when talking. The reason why the Black-Eyed tribe did not have sentinels and guides was not simply because of their small number. The official statistics showed that the Black-Eyed tribe and the Tamir tribe living in the frigid zone were the two races with the lowest awakening rate in sentinels, and their awakening rates were both 0. Such a low probability was not without reason. Both the Black-Eyed tribe and the Tamir tribe were races with physical fitness far exceeding that of ordinary people. And their living environment was also quite unique, which was extremely exclusive. Data shows that this kind of race is rarely possessed by spirits, and the probability of awakening is naturally very low. The reason why Baijin was able to awaken is actually very simple. She is not a pure black-eyed tribe. Her mixed blood is the reason for her tall stature. And it is also the reason why she awakened as a sentinel. And even the reason why her spirit is an ice wolf that is completely inconsistent with the tropics. She was originally sent to the black-eyed tribe by the tower. This time she just returned to where she belonged. She was completely abandoned by her tribe. After being able to perform tasks independently, Baijin used many means to trace her life experience, and even had vague clues. But after becoming Hua Mu's bodyguard, she gave up the pursuit and let everything sink into the sea. Those past events were no longer important to her. Her only duty and mission now was to protect Hua Mu's safety. For the little girl who made a promise to her, for the princess who saved her from confusion, and for the king who would eventually lead the country and the people. However, the eldest lady said that she was no longer needed. In fact, she did not seem to be needed anymore. It was clearly a deserted island for two people, and the most important person was right beside her. But she felt loneliness and confusion she had never felt before. What does the eldest lady mean? Baijin looked at Hua Mu's stubborn face from behind her, and felt a headache. It rained heavily for 2 days, and it gradually stopped on the morning of the third day. But the sky was still overcast, and there seemed to be no sign of the sun coming out. Hua Mu was also a little depressed because of worry and the rain. The firewood was too smoky after being damp, and it was too suffocating to use it in the bamboo shed. She had already eaten several meals of dry food. Seeing that the weather was still not good, the rain was likely to continue, she decided to take advantage of the break in the rain to collect some food. It was difficult to walk in the jungle after the heavy rain. Hua Mu gave up the idea of picking breadfruit and other fruits, and prepared to go to the beach to pick up some shellfish. According to previous experiences, if she was lucky, she might even be able to pick up some fish washed ashore. Baijin was not in good shape these 2 days. She was still a little dazed when repairing the bamboo shed. Seeing Hua Mu running to the beach to find food with great energy, she felt empty and unsettled. The dark clouds were very low, making people feel depressed and stuffy. Baijin was confused and felt that something bad was about to happen. However, the two of them had spent so much time on the island safely, and she really couldn't imagine what danger would come. Storm? Although the sky was gloomy, it didn't look like a precursor to a storm. The shelter should be able to withstand such rainfall. Wow, Baijin. Come and see, there are so many fish here. There are also squids and spider crabs. When Hua Mu saw the scene on the beach, she was very surprised and waved to Baijin. Don't look at the bamboo shed anymore, come and help. Hua Mu asked her to help. Baijin hurriedly dropped the work at hand and ran to the beach. Not to mention Hua Mu, even Baijin was shocked when he saw the scene. There were many dead bodies of marine creatures lying on the beach. Although they were not densely packed, they looked really shocking because of their huge size. Giant squids over 2 meters long, spider crabs as big as basins, tuna thicker than arms, and countless other strange marine creatures. Although she didn't know how much seafood she had eaten, Hua Mu still couldn't help but fall into the joy brought by the food. With so many high-quality ingredients, they would be enough for 2 people to eat for a long time. What are you daydreaming about? Come and help me. It will stink if it is left for a while. Hua Mu saw Baijin standing there in a daze with a frown on her face, and couldn't wait to call her over. This is what I found. I want 60%. No. 70%. Baijin came to her senses and felt that something was wrong. But Hua Mu was right. So she hurried back to the bamboo shed to get the basket. Hua Mu recognized the tuna, and she didn't mind its feel. She dragged its tail, and was about to take it back. It looked fresh, and it must have died not long ago. But it was a bit dangerous to use it as sashimi, so it was better to grill it. Just as she was thinking about how to deal with the tuna, she accidentally stepped on something. Wow! Hua Mu looked down and was startled. A flat and ugly monster fish was lying at her feet. Its appearance was not much better than those intelligent creatures she had seen in the museum. Miss, are you okay? Baijin arrived just in time and supported her shaking body. Ahem. I'm fine. I was just caught off guard. I'm not scared. Baijin let her go without saying anything, but looked at the fish she had just stepped on with a serious expression. What's wrong with you? This fish is so ugly. What's so good about it? I don't want to eat it no matter how delicious it is. The ugly fish opened its mouth, and its sharp serrated teeth made it look very scary. If it were in the past, Hua Mu would probably be so scared that she would jump directly onto Baizhen and scream, "Miss, this is catfish." "What, this is catfish? Is that catfish with catfish liver?" The liver is called foie gras in fish. Hua Mu has tasted naturally, she just never seen the body. This is too ugly. Right? Don't eat it in the future. The catfish is a deep-sea fish, inability on the bottom of 50 to 100 meters, including those squids. Both tuna and spider crabs are deep-sea species. Hua Mu couldn't understand the meaning of the white pillow for a while. I thought she was doing science. I am not durable. Okay, popular science or something later, move it back first. Once you cut them, go make a fire. I'll pickle them first. Baizhen didn't know what she meant by saying this for the time being. She was just confused, so she wanted to clarify the information. But deep-sea fish are generally unlikely to be washed up on the beach in such a large scale, unless some of them will find the coast or port to breed during the breeding season. Didn't it rain? We are lucky. Stop talking nonsense. Move them quickly. Baizhen couldn't figure it out for the time being. She could only move the edible seafood on the beach to the bamboo shed as much as possible under Hua Mu's urging. Because there were so many, she even had to use the freezing effect of the ice wolf. Hua Mu was now not only very happy to see the food, but also did not care about her own happiness. Frozen, pickled, smoked, and of course, a big lunch was inevitable. The two of them were busy until the afternoon before the food was processed. Hua Mu was so tired that her waist and back ached, but she was still very happy. I can't do it anymore. I want to collapse now. Then you take a rest first, Mississippi. I'll go clean up the beach. Otherwise it will stink. Hua Mu's body, which was about to lie down, immediately straightened up. I'm going too. It's a good time to stretch my body. She didn't want to be treated specially. Okay. Baizhen had no right to stop her, so he could only nod. The beach after being swept was still full of corpses of various marine creatures. If they were not dealt with quickly, they would definitely stink when the sun came out. The two of them each carried a bamboo basket and cleaned the beach very carefully. They planned to take a bamboo raft to throw the corpses into the sea a little further away, so that they could become nutrients for other creatures and return to the sea. Hua Mu picked up the corpses of some small fish and shrimps and felt regretful. If there were not so many of them, fish and shrimps of this size would normally be considered delicacies on the plate, but now they could only be wasted. Alas, why did they come all at once? Wouldn't it be better if they came one by one? That way, we wouldn't have to worry for most of the year. She was just describing her beautiful vision, and the sentry walking in front suddenly looked up at the distant sea. What's wrong? Miss. Go! Baizhen suddenly dumped out everything he had picked up from the basket, turned around and rushed towards Hua Mu, and lifted her up by the waist with one hand. Baizhen, what are you doing? Hua Mu almost couldn't catch her breath, and was quite annoyed by the sentry's sudden madness. Baizhen didn't care about that. He carried her and the basket on his shoulders, and ran towards the bamboo shed. Hua Mu was covered with the fresh corpse in the bamboo basket on his back. She was so angry that she almost collapsed on the spot. She struggled a few times, but couldn't get free. She punched the sentry's back with her little fist and said angrily, "You are crazy. I can't breathe." Baizhen seemed to say something, but she ran too fast. Hua Mu could only hear the sound of the wind and couldn't hear her words at all. But soon, she saw a strange scene behind the two of them. The sea water suddenly receded. It was clearly not high tide, so it was not low tide. But the sea water seemed to be pumped away by some huge water pump, and the coastline was moving down rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. This scene was very strange, and Hua Mu couldn't help but feel her hair stand on end. Even if she didn't understand anything, she knew that something big was about to happen. Chapter 79 Tsunami. Various signs are hinting at the coming of a tsunami. At the moment, when the tide receded, Baizhen's heart was alarmed. The area near Niels is indeed an area with frequent crustal activity. Small earthquakes occur almost every month. However, these earthquakes are not strong and far away from the mainland. The damage is not even as great as that of tropical storms, so they are often ignored. But this time is definitely different. Baizhen felt the horror of this disaster just by looking at the speed of the receding tide. A large-scale earthquake must have occurred somewhere under the sea, causing the seabed to collapse and seawater to flow back. Bai Jin. What happened? Hua Mu asked hurriedly, not caring about her physical discomfort after being put down by Bai Jin. Miss, it's a tsunami. It may arrive in an hour at most. Or at least 10 minutes. Please follow my arrangements from now on. Sorry for the rudeness. Tsunami. Even if Hua Mu has never experienced it, she has learned a lot from the news and movies. The impact of this natural disaster is almost devastating. Then, what should we do? Will we be able to escape in time? Although the island is not small, it is located in the ocean. The two have nowhere to escape. Baijin quickly threw the important items onto the canvas used to make the bed, and said, let's go to the mountain. I will protect you. Please only take the important things. Only take the important things? Hua Mu, who was still immersed in the great harvest a moment ago, is now in a dilemma. They have just harvested so much food, but now they can only give it all up. And the base they worked so hard to build, will it survive after the tsunami? Everything here is very important to her. Miss? The sentry moved quickly. It took only a few minutes to pack up all the important supplies that the two brought to the island. They wrapped them in canvas and threw them into the bamboo basket. As for food, she only took a can of honey, a can of breadfruit, and some pickled meat and fish. Given her appetite, it was probably only enough for 2 days. Hua Mu sat there for a long time without moving. It was not until Baijin called her that she suddenly woke up and hurriedly put several cans of sauces that she had collected into the bamboo basket. Miss, that's all. Let's go. The food that Baijin took was not prepared for herself. As long as there was a place to hide, she was confident that she could survive. The two of them had no time to carry too many supplies in the current situation. This was already the limit. Wait. I'll take a few more, if possible. Hua Mu didn't want to give up, but she also knew that the current situation didn't allow it. The sense of crisis didn't even make her have time to be sentimental. She quickly selected 4 earthenware jars filled with herbs, seasonings, tuna and squid. The things filled the bamboo basket in an instant. Baijin didn't say much, and quickly carried the bamboo basket and picked up Hua Mu. Hua Mu felt a little uncomfortable in her heart, but she didn't refuse. In the face of life-threatening danger, her instinct was enough to make her put down her self-esteem and surrender. The sentinel's body functions were fully activated, and he moved through the jungle at a speed that Hua Mu had never felt before. She clearly felt that Hattie had already possessed Baijin, and suddenly remembered the role of her spiritual body, and immediately summoned Luna. The black unicorn was over 2 meters tall, flapping its wings and flying high above the jungle, overlooking the entire island with an elegant posture. Hua Mu couldn't possess Luna for too long, but she still discovered something through the unicorn's perspective. Baijin, many animals are running. They are running to the mountains. Animals have always been considered to be more sensitive to natural disasters than ordinary humans. The animals in the jungle had actually been in turmoil before this, but the two did not pay close attention. Miss, please hold on to me. The basket behind him hindered Baijin's movement. More than 10 minutes had passed, but the two had not yet reached the foot of the mountain. The two had never explored the mountain on the island. They had originally done so to avoid danger, but now it had become a shackle that made it difficult for them to move forward. Hua Mu hugged Baijin's neck tightly, feeling extremely uneasy. If the two could not escape this time, what should they do? Baijin chose the road leading to the breadfruit tree. The cliff on the west coast was originally part of the mountain. This road could be considered a shortcut to quickly increase the altitude. When the two finally reached the high slope where the breadfruit tree was, the first wave finally reached the deserted island. Most tropical plants are tall, and the average coconut palm tree is at least 10 meters high. However, the water wall formed by the huge waves was far higher than this height, rushing towards the island with an unstoppable momentum. An island of more than 100 square kilometers is not small, but it seemed to be swallowed up by such a huge wave. White pillow. Hua Mu saw this devastating scene through Luna, and couldn't help but feel a little desperate, even without looking at the situation behind her. Baijin understood what had happened, but she did not stop at all, and ran past the breadfruit tree towards the higher ridge. The area behind the breadfruit tree was rarely explored by the two of them, so there was no road at all. The jungle was muddy after the rain, and the lichens, mosses, and fungi made the already difficult ground even more slippery. Baijin shuttled between the gaps with a speed and balance that ordinary people could not achieve, and did not even care about the damage that the branches and leaves might cause to Hua Mu. Compared with life, these were really nothing. The tall and dense jungle is a natural barrier. The two of them are 5 or 6 kilometers away from the coastline, which is not lifeless. The peaks on the island are more than 100 meters high. As long as they climb to a high enough altitude, the tsunami will not be a threat to the two of them. She has not given up yet. Miss, I will protect you. Baizhen did not say anything more, but just repeated this oath that has never changed. Hua Mu hugged her tightly, and suddenly he didn't feel so scared. The roaring waves almost fell from the sky, quickly covering a large area of rainforest, and knocking down those towering trees. Tropical trees may grow very tall, but the roots are not particularly deep underground. The circle of jungle closest to the coastline fell almost without resistance. The sea water quickly poured into the island's hinterland, turning the foot of the mountain into an ocean. Fortunately, the natural barrier still played a significant role, and the water level had slowed down at the foot of the mountain. Hua Mu looked at the seawater that was almost chasing after them, and was so nervous that she could hardly breathe. But she did not close her eyes. Instead, she tried to use her eyes and Luna to continue to confirm the situation behind her, and tell Baizhen the latest situation. The two of them were climbing higher and higher, but the second wave of waves came right after them, giving them no chance to breathe. As the waves kept coming, Baizhen finally had no way to go. The two of them encountered a steep mountain wall. The mountain wall was covered with parasites and vines, which would not be difficult to climb under normal circumstances. But now the situation was urgent, and Baizhen was holding Hua Mu, and there was no way to climb up quickly. Miss, let Luna come down. And you sit on it? Baizhen immediately put Hua Mu down and summoned the ice wolf. What about you? The only person that the spirit can truly, physically, touch is the host. All the touches caused by contact with others are not real. The white wolf can carry the white pillow, but cannot carry Hua Mu, and the same is true for Luna and Hua Mu. This is called the inviolability agreement, or non-interference agreement, between individuals. I will climb up by myself. Don't worry. The white wolf has no ability to fly. Although it has strong jumping ability, it can do nothing in the face of such a high cliff. No, I don't want to go alone. I'll go with you. Hua Mu grabbed Baizhen's arm and shook her head violently, but Baizhen didn't argue with her. She took the basket off her back and said to Hua Mu, Miss, please wait for me up there. The white wolf howled at the sky, and Luna, who had been flying in the air, swooped down quickly. Originally, only the host could command the spirit body, but Luna had been with Hattie for a long time, and regarded it as her mentor, and had become accustomed to obeying its orders. Because Hua Mu was in a dangerous situation, it quickly understood its mission. I don't want it. I don't want it. Hua Mu had no idea what would happen if he was separated from Baizhen in this situation. If Baizhen didn't have time to climb up, he might not even find his body. It would be better to die together. Excuse me. The current situation required every second, and there was no time for argument or explanation. Baizhen picked up Hua Mu a little roughly, and put her on the unicorn's back. Baizhen, let me go! You bastard! I don't want to go. I don't want to go alone. Hua Mu struggled to get off the unicorn's back, but Baizhen hung the basket on her back, pressing her body and making her crawl on Luna's back. Baizhen! Hua Mu couldn't resist the sentinel's power, and could only cry and shake her head. Miss, I'll be fine. Please wait for me up there. You lied? You lied to me. The sentinel's criminal record made Hua Mu not believe her at all. Not believing that she could escape, but wanting to stay with her, what kind of mentality did the young lady have? Looking at Hua Mu's miserable crying face, Baizhen's heart moved, and suddenly leaned over and kissed her tear-stained lips. The kiss was fleeting, just a touch of a dragonfly on the water, but Hua Mu was completely stunned by it. Please be obedient. Baizhen quickly stroked her cheek, whispered, I have never lied to you. Please wait for me. After she finished speaking, while Hua Mu was in a daze, she patted Luna's butt to let it fly. Baizhen! After Hua Mu came to her senses, she could no longer get off Luna. She could only hug the unicorn's neck tightly and scream loudly. Baizhen kissed her. So domineering and sweet. If it were any other time, she would be extremely happy. But why would it be in this situation? She is afraid of heights. Just as Luna took off, the giant wolf turned into a green light and reattached to Baizhen. The second wave finally brought the sea water to where the two were just now. Baizhen's figure quickly disappeared in the waves. Chapter 80 Tsunami. There is a large flat area on the hillside above the cliff. Although there are many plants growing, the gaps between the plants are slightly wider than the dense jungle. Luna carried Hua Mu and flew for nearly 20 meters before landing here. Hua Mu also fell from the unicorn's back. The huge waves brought rain. Hua Mu was soaked when she fell to the ground. The improper landing posture caused her calf to hurt, and the supplies in the basket also hit her so hard that she saw stars. Hua Mu didn't care about these things. She dragged her injured leg to the edge of the cliff and shouted to the bottom. Baizhen! Baizhen! But the only response she got was the roar of the waves, the destruction of the jungle, and the commotion of countless animals. The bottom of the mountain had become an ocean, with only some tall trees showing their crowns. The turbid sea water made it impossible to see what was below. Hua Mu clung to the edge of the cliff and kept calling Baizhen. Luna also came to her side and chirped, "Ee," as if she was worried about Baizhen and the ice wolf. "Baizhen, woo-woo-woo, Baizhen." Hua Mu cried until her eyes were blurred with tears, and she cried out of her wits. Time passed by minute, and the huge waves continued to attack the island, and a large amount of seawater surged into the hinterland, and had no time to recede, and the water level continued to rise. Baizhen. Hua Mu was almost desperate, and she hugged Luna's neck and cried heartbrokenly. You liar, Baizhen." Luna showed some sadness, and licked her cheek with a low voice, as if to comfort her. Suddenly, the unicorn seemed to have sensed something. Its ears stood straight up, and it happily whined towards the cliff. Hua Mu subconsciously looked down the cliff, and saw that the turbid water seemed to be boiling, bubbling. Baizhen? In this situation, her voice naturally couldn't be heard too far, but the sentinel finally emerged from the water, as if he had heard a call. She clung to a huge piece of floating ice, and jumped high the moment she emerged from the water, and threw the eagle claw attached to the end of the saber towards the cliff. Baizhen's movements were smooth, and she climbed up the cliff with agility. Baizhen! Baizhen! Hua Mu was ecstatic, and almost half of her body was in the air. Baizhen climbed up quickly, and although she was submerged by the sea several times, she finally reached the mountainside smoothly. Baizhen! The sentry was soaked and in a mess, with half-long black hair tangled together, and purple scars all over her exposed skin. Hua Mu hugged her excitedly. Baizhen! Baizhen! Baizhen's body temperature was very low, and she even shivered involuntarily. Baizhen! Are you okay? Hua Mu touched her body in panic, trying to check if she was injured. Baizhen exhaled a breath of cold air. I'm fine. Miss, let's find a place first. She had consumed a lot of mental energy this time, and her body temperature dropped too low. It was unknown how long the tsunami would last, and the two had to hurry to find a place to take shelter. Hua Mu was relieved to see that Baizhen was safe, and at the same time, she felt the pain in her calf more deeply. Wait! My left leg hurts. Baizhen hurriedly checked her left leg, and saw that her originally fair and well-proportioned calf was swollen and red, showing a not very optimistic sign. The more Hua Mu paid attention to her leg, the more pain she felt. When she saw her injury, she was even more scared. Is my leg broken? It hurts. Such an injury is obviously not suitable for riding Luna again, and Luna's consumption will increase Hua Mu's burden. Baizhen gave Hua Mu a little cold compress, and hardened his heart to pick her up. Miss, I'll check you later. Woo-woo. I know. Let's go. Hua Mu huddled in front of the sentry, enduring the pain. Baizhen suddenly remembered something, and said to her, Please put my hand into my underwear. The sentry was only wearing a set of underwear, and Hua Mu realized that her breasts seemed fuller than usual. Did Baizhen suddenly get it? But even if she got it, now was not the time to do that kind of thing. Right? She was in so much pain and tired, and she had no energy at this time. You? What did you say? Miss, I found a little thing in the water. I don't know what happened to it. Can you help me take it out and have a look? As if to confirm Baizhen's words, the cloth wrapped around the fullness moved, and a furry and wet little head emerged from the soft gap. It was a petite kitten, with gray-brown hair and black stripes, and a pair of yellow-green round eyes that made it very cute. But it didn't look very good at the moment. The sentry saved a tabby cat while escaping. The little guy hid in her underwear obediently, and did not show up until this moment. Seeing such a young and fragile life in such a critical moment surprised Hua Mu and moved her. You saved a kitten? The animals fled in the huge disaster. And even at this moment, many small animals fled around the two of them from time to time. Hua Mu took the tabby cat out of Baizhen's chest, held it in her arms, and carefully warmed it. Like the sentry, the little guy's body temperature was a little low, and he sneezed and shivered. Seeing that the cat was safe and sound, Baizhen felt relieved and ran towards the jungle with Hua Mu in his arms. The situation at the foot of the mountain became worse. But fortunately, the two were temporarily safe. There was a large area halfway up the mountain with flat terrain. Baizhen found something quite strange and out of place not long after walking with Hua Mu in his arms. The jungle at the mountainside was much sparser than that at the foot of the mountain, and even to the point of being somewhat abnormal, just like the coconut grove below. And in the middle of such a jungle stood a dilapidated and abandoned cabin, which had been invaded by various plants and had collapsed halfway. Although the original appearance is almost invisible, it is undoubtedly a building built by humans. This place has obviously been deserted for a long time, and it is definitely not suitable to be used as a temporary shelter at this moment. Behind the cabin is the mountain wall, and there is a faint hole in the green vines. It has been raining again since I don't know when, and it is mixed with the water vapor produced by the tsunami, with a salty smell. What is this? Hua Mu temporarily endured the pain in her legs due to the comforting effect of cold compresses and the embroidered cat, and the appearance of the cabin had a great impact on her. Baizhen was not without curiosity, but she knew when to be curious. Now was obviously not the time to explore these things. They urgently needed a place to shelter from the rain. The rain was not only not good for her, who was in constant low temperature, but also for the injured Hua Mu. Let's go to the cave to take shelter from the rain first. The caves in the tropical rainforest were by no means a synonym for safety, so Baizhen was particularly cautious. She knelt on one knee and put Hua Mu on her thigh, then took off the basket behind her and took out a wooden stick with hay and resin wrapped on the top. When it rains, wood is often humid and difficult to ignite. This is a torch specially made in order to cope with such a situation. A large amount of resin can better combust the combustion. It can be easily ignited even in the case of light rain. Hua Mu sat carefully on the leg of the sentry, holding the cat with one hand around her neck, watching her ignite the torch. Are you going to take a look? Take out the white pillow from Hua Mu's arms that the cat she warmed in her body put on her shoulders, then hand the torch to Hua Mu's hands. Miss, I'll carry you on my back. Please take the torch. Hua Mu endured the severe pain in her legs and moved to Baizhen's back, protecting the still very weak spotted cat with one hand and holding the torch with the other. Baizhen slowly approached the cave, listened for a while, and confirmed that there were no large creatures inside, then took out a dagger and cut off some vines. There was a faint smell of sulfur in the cave, but the air was not turbid. The entrance of the cave was slightly higher than the ground, which could play a good waterproof role. Baizhen carefully looked at the cave wall and found traces of suspected artificial excavation. The cave may not be excavated, but it must have been processed. Hua Mu swallowed nervously, hugged Baizhen's neck, and carefully sandwiched the cat between them. The cave seemed very deep, and the light of the torch could not illuminate the bottom at once. Baizhen saw something piled up in the dim light. There were many mosses and lichens growing on the ground and the walls of the cave. The air was a little cold and damp, but not to the extent that people felt uncomfortable. If it were normal, this would be a good place to escape the summer heat. Baizhen, what's inside? Hua Mu didn't have the sharp vision of a sentinel, and couldn't see the scene in the cave clearly. This might be a storage room, perhaps due to the smell of sulfur. The cave was very clean, and there were no signs of animals living there for a long time. Baizhen walked further in, and the firelight gradually illuminated the scene inside. This was indeed a storage room, and there were many containers scattered under several collapsed stands, iron boxes, wooden boxes, and earthenware jars, etc. The stand was not completely destroyed. The wooden planks seemed to have been treated in some way and had not completely rotted. Now was not the time to explore. Baizhen removed a few already sparse wooden planks with her bare hands and brought them back to the cave entrance, using them as a cushion to isolate moisture. She also took out a canvas from the basket and spread it on top. Both of them were exhausted and urgently needed to rest and recover their strength. Baizhen's body had not warmed up, and she felt a sting all over her body from the excessive consumption. But Hua Mu's injury worried her more. She could not care about herself and first gently placed Hua Mu on the canvas. Miss, let me check your injury. Hua Mu was numb from the pain, and she felt that she had lost all feeling in her calf. She didn't dare to look at her leg. And she hugged the cat and cried, "Is my leg? Is it going to be broken?" Hua Mu's calf was swollen, which was very shocking. Baizhen looked a little serious, and touched her shin carefully. "Ah!" Hua Mu screamed almost the moment her hand touched it. Baizhen's heart sank. "Baizhen, it hurt so much." There was no doubt that it was a tibia fracture. Chapter 81. Do you like me? Hua Mu was in so much pain. She wished she didn't have this leg. "Baizhen, Baizhen," she cried like a little girl. And she looked even more vulnerable and helpless while holding the little cat. Baizhen's heart was in a knot when she thought of what she would go through next. "Miss, you broke a bone." There was no obvious external injury, but the inside was not so lucky. Thanks to the rapid development of modern medicine, the time required for recovery from general fractures has been greatly shortened. Various types of cell repair agents are not only used in the military, but also some have been promoted to civilian medicine. Among them, skin repair agents and bone repair agents are the most mature and widely used. Skin repair agents are mostly used in cosmetic surgery and large area burns, and are expensive. Bone repair agents, also known as osteoprogenitors, can effectively accelerate bone growth, reduce recovery time and various complications. If Hua Mu can go to the hospital, he will soon receive almost painless treatment and will be cured in less than half a month. But in this situation where there are almost no modern medical facilities, any illness may cause serious consequences, not to mention fractures. What makes Baizhen even more regretful is that, because of her special physique, she did not carry the first aid repair agent that ordinary sentinels usually have with her, and now she can only use the most ancient method to help Hua Mu with treatment. Bone fracture? Hua Mu seemed not to understand what Baizhen said. "Miss, please be patient." "Be patient? What should I be patient with?" "No." "Baizhen, what are you going to do?" "First, we need to determine the injury, and whether it is displaced. Because there is no other diagnostic method of modern medical equipment, Baizhen can only determine it by feel." "Miss, it will be a little." "No. It hurts a lot. Please bear with it." Hua Mu was so angry that she almost vomited blood. This big fool was too honest. "Even if it hurts, could you not tell her?" Hua Mu was sweating all over in pain. She felt that she would faint in the next second. Maybe it would be better if she really fainted. But she knew that her fracture was very dangerous in this situation. If she didn't get treatment in time, it would definitely have more serious consequences. Baizhen just took the initiative to kiss her, and she didn't want to die yet. Baizhen. She looked like she was dying. Her face was covered with tears from the pain. No matter what you hear later, don't stop, and forget everything. Understand?" Baizhen didn't understand, but she still agreed obediently, because she was afraid that Hua Mu would bite her tongue. She rolled up her clothes into a ball for Hua Mu to bite. The embroidered cat seemed to have recovered a little, and lay down beside Hua Mu obediently. "Woo. Come on." Hua Mu felt his heart twitching. His whole body tensed, and cold sweat dripped down. Baizhen had never been so nervous before. Even her usually steady hands began to tremble. She rubbed her hands and gently pinched Hua Mu's swollen calf. Woo. Hua Mu grabbed the canvas, trying her best to suppress the desire to twist her body. Groaning and crying, Baizhen checked very carefully, repeatedly stroking and carefully pressing to determine the extent of the bone injury. It should be a non-displaced fracture. "Miss, I need to help you fix your calf first." Hua Mu had never hated listening to Baizhen talk so much. Although her voice was nice, it was all bad news about the bastard. Woo. Come on. Hurry up. Baizhen remembered that she asked him not to stop, so he hardened his heart and began to help her deal with it. Hua Mu's skirt was soft. She took a part of it and wrapped it around her calf first, then put the cut trouser leg on the wound to cushion the wound. The wooden stick used for fixing was directly taken from the leg of the stand, and the canvas cut into strips was used to tie it up. Woo. Hua Mu was in so much pain that she wanted to twist her body into a knot. She just wanted to scream in her throat. "Baizhen, you bastard. It hurts so much." She finally spit out the cloth in her mouth, and shouted loudly like venting. "I'm going to die. You idiot. Baizhen, you bastard. Why don't you understand? Woo. You will die of stupidity sooner or later. Ouch. It hurts so much." She changed her weak appearance just now, and shouted with full energy, which almost scared Baizhen. And his hands couldn't help but stop. No, didn't you say not to stop? You idiot, are you planning to make me hurt twice? Baizhen understood what she meant, and immediately started moving again, and his speed was much faster. Huamu was still screaming, and besides screaming in pain. She kept scolding Baizhen, but as she kept scolding, it seemed that the matter of injury had nothing to do with her. I have never seen anyone as slow as you. Woo, you don't know how to be gentle with women at all. You don't have any romantic cells at all. Woo, why do I like you? For some reason, Baizhen's body, which had just been extremely cold, gradually became a little warm. Huamu's crying made her feel pity, and the content of her words made her excited. After that, Huamu started to cry as if she was unconscious. Woo! It hurts? Daddy Auntie. Moo is in pain. It hurts so much, Auntie. No. Moo is the bravest. Moo is not afraid of pain. When Baizhen finally finished bandaging, Huamu's erected body finally laid down as if she had lost all strength. She was soaked all over as if she had just been pulled out of the water, her eyes staring blankly at an unknown place. She opened her mouth and panted, but her breath was very weak. Baizhen gently placed her legs on a flat stone, and then sat next to Huamu to wipe the sweat and tears from her face. Huamu's eyes finally moved, and then she looked at the sentry's face and slightly opened her lips. Miss. Baizhen didn't hear any sound, and quickly leaned down. Huamu asked her, Am I brave? Baizhen squeezed her hand tightly and nodded. You are braver than anyone. Huamu looked miserable. Do you like me? Baizhen cheated in the final exam, and for a long time, she only remembered that she cheated, and completely forgot the content of the cheating. She knew this was part of cheating, and she also knew it was a price, so she never explored it. The leader's questioning was called the ultimate lie detector test in the tower, and no lie could escape the leader's eyes. So, what if this lie was not a lie? What if even the tester himself believed it? Everyone knows that reading thoughts is impossible. Not even the guide, and not even the sentinel. But the leader seemed to have the ability to see through people's hearts. So some people secretly called her a mind reader. Baizhen felt that she was closest to her master except for the queen, so she secretly guessed her ability. Ordinary lie detection experts rely on micro-expressions to judge whether the tester is lying. But a powerful sentinel like the leader can also judge through changes in heartbeat, sweating, release of pheromones, etc. Isn't the most effective way to deal with mind readers. To be a careless person? Except for the few escapes when she first entered the tower. Baizhen later behaved very well. This time, she will do something daring again. She not only had to deceive the leader, but also herself. There was a guide in the Heliopolis Empire in the West, who had worked with her in an international intelligent creature riot. The two shared hardships and became close friends. The guide also owed her a favor because she saved him. Whether in the West or the East, the power of the royal family is always considered stronger than that of ordinary sentinels and guides. Benyu happened to have royal blood, and his spiritual body was a rare phoenix. The hints of ordinary guides could not deceive the leader. So what about the royal guide? This was an extremely risky thing. But Baizhen finally decided to implement this plan and let Benyu give him the highest standard of spiritual hints. It is always possible to make mistakes if she forgets specific events. And forgetting feelings is definitely not what she wants. Without such strong feelings, she cannot guarantee that she can protect Huamu wholeheartedly. But what kind of feelings are those? Admiration, worship, pity and loyalty. That's all. Baizhen cheated, and then became Huamu's personal guard. Do you like me? But when Huamu asked her this, looking at her with longing eyes, she suddenly remembered those things, and also remembered the hints she asked Benyu to give her. Strong emotions often cannot be erased by suggestion. But it is much easier to trick the brain into thinking it is another type of emotion. This is Benyu's experience, and it is also her choice. Even though Baizhen never admitted that she had feelings for Huamu that went beyond that, her cautious character made her choose this path for safety reasons. She cannot fail, and cannot lose this unique opportunity. If she just gave up the delusion that was impossible to achieve in the first place, it would be a very cost-effective deal. Admiration, worship, pity and loyalty. Her feelings for the young lady from the beginning to the end were nothing more than this. Baizhen lowered her head and responded with a kiss. It was still a kiss that couldn't be any lighter. But Hua Mu was completely satisfied. She showed an extremely shy expression, with a slight blush on her pale cheeks. And she said softly in a voice that became hoarse from shouting, "Who allowed you to kiss me?" Baizhen brushed away the messy hair on her face and kissed her forehead again. "Miss, you are tired. Take a nap." Hua Mu was indeed tired, and her vision gradually blurred. "What about you?" "I will stay here with you, and I will not go anywhere." Hua Mu wanted her to hold her, but she was a little shy. And finally she could not resist the sleepiness and fell asleep. The rusty cat lay on the side and watched for a long time. Baizhen only noticed its round eyes at this time, and she couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed about her behavior just now. She grabbed the fur on the back of the rusty cat's neck, put it in her arms, and wiped it briefly, and then put it in the basket. "I want to clean the body of the young lady. You are not allowed to watch." Meow. The wild cat rarely made a meow sound, as if expressing its dissatisfaction with the sentry. Chapter 82 Confession. Baizhen helped Hua Mu wipe the sweat off her face. Seeing that she was sleeping soundly, she applied ice to the wound again, and then began to search for herbs in the basket. It was fortunate that the fracture was not displaced, but subsequent complications had to be prevented. Under modern medical conditions, fractures rarely cause compartment syndrome, but Baizhen had seen the danger of this complication when she was in the tribe, and another skin and flesh wound was still a minor injury. She was very glad that she applied ice to Hua Mu at the beginning, but she would need a lot of herbs to help Hua Mu get through the difficult times. This time, the two lost too much equipment and supplies. The only thing to be thankful for was that Hua Mu took a jar of herbs before leaving. To prevent this complication, one must pay attention to not binding the splint too tightly, and the other is to eliminate tissue edema as soon as possible to prevent muscle and nerve ischemia. Baizhen experienced this crisis, and was a little overdrawn both physically and mentally. But I don't know if it was because of Hua Mu's presence. She felt full of strength again. The types of herbs were not complete, and the quantity was obviously not enough. But there were several types not far from the cave, and she could go collect some now, before the eldest lady woke up. She had to light the fire and cook a delicious dinner. Hua Mu had that dream again. She was locked in a dark and cold box, falling endlessly. Why didn't her father come to save her? Why didn't her aunt come to save her? She was scared and helpless, and she could do nothing except cry. "Sister, sister." She vaguely thought about who she was asking for help, but she didn't know why she called out this name. She was an only child. She didn't have a sister, and those so-called cousins never used such intimate names. But a warm embrace wrapped her up, and she suddenly felt relieved. She had no mood to worry, nor did she have the heart to think. She knew she was safe, and that was enough. "I will protect you, Mumu." Hua Mu woke up from thirst and hunger. She didn't know how long she had slept, and there was a warm fire in her blurred vision. It was still raining outside the cave, and the wind and waves were still roaring, but the tsunami seemed to have stopped. She couldn't speak, and her throat was dry and sore. Her left leg was numb from the pain, and Baizhen seemed to be applying medicine to her. "Miss, are you awake?" The sentry lifted her up slightly and fed her a few sips of hot water. Hua Mu saw her gentle eyes, and suddenly remembered what she had done before she fell asleep, as well as the other party's response. Her pale face was instantly flushed. She shyly looked away, and turned around to see the kitten she had saved on the way curled up next to her head, sleeping soundly. "After I help you apply the medicine, we'll have dinner." Baizhen gently put her down, returned to the original position, and helped her treat the injury on her calf. Her movements were very gentle, but Hua Mu still felt very painful. She didn't dare to look at her legs, and asked in a hoarse voice, "Can my legs be saved?" Although she felt pain, she seemed to be unable to feel the existence of her legs. She was actually very scared, and only managed to hold back her tears. "Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to you. This prescription is very effective. Many people in the village were injured more seriously than you before, and they were full of life after using it." Baizhen used local materials, gathered equal amounts of nightshade leaves, gardenia leaves, myrtle leaves, and golden cherry leaves, ground them into powder, mixed them with cold water to make a paste, and applied it to Hua Mu's wound. The leaves of these plants are good medicines for relaxing muscles and promoting blood circulation, reducing swelling and promoting diuresis. Solanum nigrum contains solanine, glycoside alkaloids, etc. which had the effects of exciting nerves and smooth muscles, constricting blood vessels, consuming histamine to promote tissue fluid reflux, anti-inflammatory and antibacterial, and enhancing cell immunity. However, these herbs are somewhat toxic, and the dosage should be used with caution. Jia Group Balsi Wulinglan Wine Baijian is so honest. He should not lie to her. Hua Mu felt a little relieved. And then she said aggrievedly, "Will it hurt? How long will it take for me to recover? We say that it takes 100 days to heal a broken bone. You have to rest well." So long. Hua Mu couldn't believe it. If the injury took so long to heal, what about her sexual happiness? Baijian thought she was worried about her daily life, and comforted her. "I will take good care of you." Judging from Baijian's behavior before she went to bed, this guy should have come to his senses. But considering his dullness, Hua Mu didn't dare to be happy yet. "Humph, we have separated, and you are not my bodyguard anymore. Why should I need your care?" She felt a little uneasy after saying this. What if Baijian still couldn't get over it? While Baijian was helping her tie the splint again, he smiled and said, "Although I am no longer your bodyguard, you said I can be your friend. It is normal for friends to help each other when they are in trouble." Hua Mu groaned in pain. If she hadn't been unable to move, she would have kicked Baijian in the face. She made a very clear argument, several orders of magnitude smarter than before. But this was not the answer she wanted to hear. How could this happen? This guy clearly kissed her. Hua Mu was so angry that she cried. "Who wants to be your friend? Who wants you to take care of them?" Baijian saw that she was anxious, and finally did not dare to talk about other things. She did not intend to evade Hua Mu. And of course she did not intend to tease her. It was just that she was originally introverted, shy to express herself, and suppressed for many years, and her concerns were not gone. So she subconsciously laughed. "Then I won't be your friend. But your lover? Can I take care of you in this way? Who wants you to be my bodyguard? Who wants? What did you say?" Hua Mu felt that she was so angry that she fainted, which was why she had auditory hallucinations. Baijian looked at her seriously and repeated, "I mean lover. You asked me if I like you before. I like you. And I only like you." She still had a lot of uneasiness and anxiety in her heart. The dazzling sense of happiness and the fear of blaspheming Hua Mu made her both excited and terrified. But at this moment, only at this moment, please let her forget the past and the future. "If you don't mind, can I be your lover?" "Ah, it's a confession." Hua Mu could hardly believe what she heard. Baijian's dark and deep eyes made her feel stuffy in her heart. Her breathing was short. Her head was dizzy. She felt like she was in a dream. And she couldn't even feel the pain in her body. She had imagined countless confessions. Romantic, passionate, sweet, but none of them could compare to this one. Even if there was no grand dinner. Even if there was no dreamy flower field. Even if there was no domineering and exciting robbery. Even if it was on such an isolated island. Even if it was raining outside. Even if she was seriously injured. Even if the next moment was the end of the world. This was still the most wonderful, sincere and touching confession she had ever heard. Just the fact that it was real was enough to make her scream with joy. Of course, she wanted to agree without hesitation. Be my lover or something. You are really, really bold. I have known that you are coveting me for a long time. And now you are finally exposed. Oh, what else can you do at this time? Please agree with your mouth." Baijian smiled, showing a rare sense of lukewarmness. "I'm sorry. I know this is just my wishful thinking." Hua Mu thought she was going to back down when she heard it, and hurriedly said, "I didn't say that seriously." Baijian continued, "But if I am lucky enough to have your mercy, I will repay you with everything I have. I can't tell that this big fool is still a literary girl." Speaking so elegantly, Hua Mu cleared her throat awkwardly. "Since you said that, it would be a bit unkind of me not to give you a chance. Since you are so sincere, I will reluctantly agree to your request. They are finally lovers." Hua Mu screamed in her heart, but her eyes were darting back and forth, not daring to look directly into Baijian's eyes. At this time, she should have a passionate kiss to celebrate. Right? But she waited for a long time, and the other party was still sitting beside her legs, looking at her affectionately, with no intention of moving at all. How could this happen? She hurt her leg, not her mouth. The sentry was really stupid. Hua Mu was desperate. Even if you want to kiss me, you don't have to keep looking at me." Baijian raised her eyebrows, showing a puzzled expression. "Miss, I didn't." "It's okay if you didn't." Hua Mu interrupted her. Since you are so eager, then, it's okay to kiss once, it doesn't matter. Baizhen suddenly realized, and bowed down respectfully. Then please allow me to kiss you once. Don't kiss once, a few more times will do. Huamu closed her eyelids nervously and said, softly. Baizhen was a little nervous. Gently cupping the back of Huamu's head, and carefully kissing her slightly pale lips. The sentinel's relative had no skills at all, and she thought she had done something reckless when she touched her lips. The last time she was hot. She obviously didn't fully enlighten her, and she was still like a child when she was calm. Huamu hated that she couldn't make steel, so she could only take the initiative to stick out her tongue and lick the sentinel's lips. Baizhen was stunned for a moment, and raised his face to look at her. Huamu closed her eyes and pretended to be dead. Her face flushed, her thick platinum eyelashes trembling slightly, like a charming butterfly. The sentry was moved, and couldn't help lowering her head again, muttering like a murmur, "Please forgive my offense. If it is an offense, then please offend her as much as you want." Huamu couldn't help but hug Baizhen's neck, and gently opened her lips to accept the sentry's clumsy tongue. Although Baizhen was cautious and careful, and his movements were not flexible at all, Huamu still tasted the sweetness. This was the first kiss between the two of them in the true sense. Kissing as lovers turned out to be such a happy thing. Huamu couldn't help sucking the other's soft tongue tip, making an ambiguous moan from her nose, not showing any passive posture, not like a wounded person at all. She had waited for so many years, at least let her kiss enough first. Baizhen finally couldn't hold back any more, and hugged Huamu passionately, entangled with the other's soft and slippery tongue. She admired the person who had been out of reach, and now he was in her arms, sharing this inverted and confused pleasure with her. She shouldn't forget that her loyalty only existed because of the eldest lady. If this was also her expectation, then she shouldn't be afraid no matter how many difficulties and obstacles there were ahead. Chapter 83 notes. The two kissed passionately, oblivious to everything around them. It was not until the tabby cat could no longer bear it and jumped onto Huamu's belly that the two finally came to their senses. The kitten, which was not much bigger than a palm, looked at the two with its yellow-green round eyes, and purred softly. "I'm hungry." Huamu didn't hate cute creatures, but interrupting her own good deeds made her unhappy no matter how cute they were. "Where did you pick this guy up? Why is he so clingy? Isn't it said that wild animals don't like to get close to people?" Huamu leaned on Baizhen's shoulder, complaining in a tender voice. Baizhen was still holding her breath a little unsteady. Just now, she almost lost control. The taste of the guide essence was extremely delicious to her, who had consumed too much mental energy. She just wanted to be tightly wrapped by Huamu. But now was not the right time in any way. She still had a lot to consider. While Baizhen took the embroidered cat down, she said to Huamu, "Miss, are you hungry? Let's have dinner first." It would have been better if she didn't say it. Now I am really hungry. But now Huamu is no longer the young lady she was when she first fell into trouble. She began to inquire about the supplies very carefully. "Are all the things okay? How long will they last?" "It should last until the tide recedes outside. You can rest assured and recover, and don't worry about food." Huamu pouted. "You're not going to feed me alone, are you?" Baizhen said softly. "I will eat, but it's normal that I can't eat as much as usual in an emergency. I usually eat more for times like this." "Humph, you're the only one who has a lot of crooked ideas." Huamu hummed in her mouth, but didn't say much in the end. She knew the sentry's character well, and it was very rare for him to be willing to eat a little. The main dish for dinner was bread crumb paste, and the side dishes were squid flowers with fish sauce and lemon, salt grilled tuna and bacon. The quantity was not large, but it was still rich. Baizhen obviously spent a lot of time on it, which made Huamu look at him with a new look. The two of them fled in a hurry, and they didn't have time to bring many cooking utensils. There was only a small iron pot, a bamboo tube for water, 2 bowls made of coconut shells, and a few pairs of chopsticks and spoons. However, Baizhen seemed to have found some useful things in the cave. There were several ceramic pots for collecting water at the entrance of the cave, which Huamu had never seen before. Huamu couldn't sit or move well now, so Baizhen let her lean on him and fed her mouthful by mouthful. The young lady enjoyed herself quite well, and was very good at giving orders. "It's too hot. Blow it for me again." Baizhen helped her blow every spoonful to a suitable temperature, and was very considerate. The wind outside the cave was much weaker, and the rain had stopped. With the shelter of the woods and the vines, the turbulence outside could hardly be felt in the cave. Hua Mu couldn't help but think of the night when she was trapped in the cave in the north. She felt a little nostalgic and a little unbelievable. Why did the two of them always encounter such a situation? And this time was even worse than the last time. Her leg was broken. But from another perspective, it was worth it to break this leg. I can't eat anymore, you eat the rest? Baizhen didn't refuse, and ate the rest of Hua Mu's food without any disdain as usual. After dinner, Baizhen had to boil some medicine for Hua Mu to take internally. Even if the injury was under control, the fever caused by inflammation still worried her. Hua Mu couldn't move, and could only lie down and rest. The pain in her leg was still tormenting her, and she had to find ways to divert her attention. At this time, the rusty spotted cat that had gone out to find food came back. Baizhen wiped it dry and threw it to Hua Mu to play with. Hua Mu originally thought it was a kitten and wanted to feed it something. After Baizhen gave her some scientific knowledge, he threw the cat out of the cave to find food. In fact, both of them thought it would never come back. But they didn't expect to see it again after dinner. The kitten looked only about 1 kilogram. But it was already a good hunter. Not only did it eat a lot this time, but it also held a reptile in its mouth that was not sure whether it was a lizard or a salamander as a reserve food. I didn't expect this little guy to be so useful. Hua Mu rubbed its belly, and instantly felt healed. Miss, be careful. Don't get scratched by it. Although small, the claws and teeth of the leopard cat are not vegetarian. The white wolf, with a white nape, has a deterrent effect on animals that are weaker than itself. So it dares to approach Hua Mu. Hua Mu poked its head nonchalantly. Ha! Is it just it? Just this little meaty paw? Since you are back, I will give you a name. How about calling you Reserve Grain? Reserve Grain responded in a low voice. Baizhen, you see it likes this name very much. Baizhen looked at Hua Mu, who was smiling brightly, and for some reason, he felt a chill on his back. As long as you like it. As for whether the spotted cat likes it or not, that is not in Baizhen's consideration, because it chose to come back. Hua Mu was playing with the cat, but Baizhen couldn't sit idle. Let's not talk about boiling medicine and cooking. Just say that the temperature is so low now, Hua Mu is sick again, the fire must not be extinguished. Luckily there are a lot of wooden boards on the stand, enough for the two to hold on for a while. Miss, I'll go pick up some more wood. By the way, are there a lot of other things there? Did you find anything? Hua Mu woke up and saw some items she had never seen before. Thinking of the scene she saw before, she couldn't wait to say, let me see if there is anything useful. Her former status and position. Even if her life was not extravagant, it was definitely not about frugality. However, these 5 months of transformation have completely turned her into a hoarding and collecting expert, dedicated to turning everything into supplies, regardless of whether the things can be used. Hua Mu was excited just to hear that there were people on the island. Why did he or they come to the island? Did they fall into the same predicament as them? How long have they lived here? Did they leave the island in the end? What is happening now? Hua Mu had many questions. This was a good way to distract the young lady. Although Baizhen was afraid that she would get tired, he still nodded and agreed. The cave was deeper than the two had imagined. There was a road behind the stand, but it was too dark to see the end. Baizhen had no time to care about it for the time being, and concentrated on finding something useful in this storage room. The ceramic jars she used to collect water were all empty, and no food residue was found anywhere else. She didn't know whether it was not stored at the time, or whether it was dragged away by other animals later. She couldn't be sure whether the previous owner of this place died on the island or left, and she just hoped to find some clues from these things. The relatively intact ones were a few iron boxes, one of which was even locked. Baizhen first brought the box back and broke the lock with a few hits. Seeing the scene, Hua Mu excitedly sat up with the cat in her arms, but accidentally touched the wound and cried out in pain. Miss, please be careful. Oh, hurry up and see what's inside. But even the pain couldn't stop her curiosity. Miss had completely become the embodiment of desire, just like when she was shopping. Not only was the iron box well preserved on the outside, but it was also tightly wrapped inside. The outermost layer of linen was very loose, and it would break if touched. Inside the linen were 2 layers of oil paper, and inside that was plastic cloth. After the white pillow was unpacked, a faint smell similar to camphor filled the air. When she saw what was inside, she was stunned. What is it? Hua Mu couldn't see the details inside, and asked anxiously. It's a book. No. It looks like some kind of information notebook. Hey, it's not for food or daily use. If it was before, Hua Mu would still be interested. After all, there were no entertainment activities on the island. And it was really boring. But now they are avoiding disasters. And still in love, where can they have the leisure to read books? The data is well preserved. Baizhen gently picked up the top one, and saw that the cover was in a format similar to the system standard file, in Spanish and Imperial bilingual, with a project name in the middle. The book in her hand should be one of the record books of the Raji project. The date recorded below is August 2135, which is nearly 30 years from now. Nowadays, paper books are almost all luxury goods. It's not that the raw materials are expensive, or the technology is backward, but simply because there are too few users, which leads to high costs, and then forms this culture of small circles and high prices. In the field of scientific research, paper records are also very rare now. Even more than 30 years ago, paper records were rarely used. But this iron box is obviously full of various records and documents. Baizhen flipped through it, and found that there are at least hundreds of books. Oh, forget it. Let me take a look. And you go move a few other boxes. Although Hua Mu disliked it before, he thought that it was better to read text than to do nothing. So he took the file from Baizhen. The cover of the document was printed, but the inside was all handwritten, with two fonts, Spanish and Imperial language used alternately, with annotations on each other, making it look like they were communicating. Hua Mu learned foreign language as well, but there were too many professional terms in it, and she only had a vague understanding of many places. But even so, she felt cold hands and feet after reading only a few pages. Baizhen came back with a third iron box at this time, and saw Hua Mu closing the record book with a serious face, and couldn't help but feel a little worried. Miss, what's wrong with you? Hua Mu felt heavy in her heart, and handed the book back to Baizhen. Take a look. Raji was originally the name of a lymphoma cell line more than a few hundred years ago, when cancer could not be conquered. Baizhen didn't understand. He opened the record book and read a few pages, but he was shocked. The project to which this record book belonged was the human body modification experiment, which has always been listed as a taboo. Baizhen, as a sentinel, has participated in the capture of people involved in such experiments many times, because the number and quality of sentinels and guides largely determine the national strength of a country. How to increase the number of awakenings of sentinels has been a key research project of the country for a long time. Gradually, some of them began to be dissatisfied with conventional means, and then set their sights on more dangerous methods. Using hormones to enhance the abilities of sentinels and guides is only a relatively common type of research project. Some of them have even been successful, and have been absorbed into the system after reform and improvement. But there are more absurd and cruel experiments, such as attempts to use radiation and targeted cancer injections to create cell mutations and force ordinary people to awaken, such as trying to transform the human body and implant nanorobots or chips to stimulate awakening conditions. Most of these experiments are extremely inhumane to the subjects, and there is even a complete industrial chain to provide test products, which is still common today. A genetic modification project 30 years ago caused a stir around the world. The reason why this incident attracted attention was mainly due to 4 reasons. First, the project called Angel's Hand was originally an international project jointly developed by multiple countries. It involved a wide range of areas and included countless sub-projects. No one knew the exact number. Second, the person in charge of this project was once a member of the Royal Academy of Sciences, the honorary president of the International Science Association, and an absolute master in the field of science. No one could link him to crime in any way. Third, in addition to countless deaths, this plan also brought life. A life that was destined to be branded with the mark of non-human from birth. Fourth, the most terrifying thing is that many projects in this plan were indeed successful. Although Baizhen was not born at that time, she had conducted a detailed investigation on this matter when she was tracing her life experience. It can be almost confirmed that the projects recorded in Raji, or all the documents in this box, are part of this genetic modification plan. The person who was stranded on the island is very likely the fish that slipped through the net at that time. Chapter 84 Crisis. Hua Mu didn't like this heavy atmosphere. Seeing Baizhen frowning, he said, "Oh, don't think about it. Let's not talk about the things that happened more than 30 years ago. Let's just say we can't leave the island now. It's useless to think too much. Let's see if there is anything we can use." It was just as Huamu said. It was meaningless to think about it now. Baizhen put the information back into the iron box, and then began to check other things. The items in the second iron box were also wrapped in linen oil paper, and the packaging was more delicate. After opening the outermost layer of oil paper, there was a box of square cubes neatly stacked inside. Each one was about the size of a handmade soap, and was also wrapped tightly with oil paper. What is this? Huamu immediately became alert. It was packaged so carefully, it must be a good thing. Baizhen opened one and took a look, and found a gray-yellow waxy solid inside. He put it under his nose and smelled it, and judged. It should be wax. Maybe something like palm wax. Show me now. Palm wax has a wide range of uses. In addition to its use in the chemical industry, it can also be used as a food polish, moisture-proof agent, and waterproof agent. Of course, as a natural plant wax, it is no problem to make candles. Huamu had used it when making handmade candles. Huamu had long felt that it was inconvenient to use only torches for lighting at night. Candles were a big step towards civilization. Baizhen handed her a piece, and opened a few more pieces. He was sure that this box should be all palm wax, which weighed at least more than 20 kilograms in total. Huamu held it in his hand, and looked at it for a long time. He couldn't let it go. Baizhen had already opened the other two boxes. The items in these two boxes were a bit mixed, and many of them were no longer usable. But many of them interested Huamu. For example, some seeds that looked like coffee beans, a bottle of liquid oil, and some plant leaves that had turned into powder. It's coffee beans, hemp oil and tobacco. Baizhen made a judgment after a careful inspection. The things were naturally unusable. But if these were not brought from outside, then there was a high probability that there were native plants on the island. Unless they were submerged by a tsunami. Scientists are worthy of being scientists. They can make such good things under such circumstances. The packaging and roughness do not look like products produced on an assembly line. They should be produced on the island. There are still many seeds here. Compared to these, dozens of packages of seeds sealed in sealed bags are well preserved. The appearance of the sealed bags looks more like scientific research supplies than commercial products. And the numbers and instructions on them also confirm this. Huamu took a quick look and said with some worry, if we can plant them, they would be very useful. But invasive species usually cause great damage to the local ecosystem. I think we should not bother with them. Baizhen grew up in the jungle, so he naturally agreed with this view. After the two of them checked several iron boxes, and Huamu drank the medicine. It was already late. She had taken a nap in the afternoon, and was a little sleepy. Just as she was about to go to sleep, a physiological reaction gradually approached her. Only then did she remember that she hadn't used the toilet for almost a day. No, she shouldn't have forgotten it anyway. Although it wasn't a big deal compared to life and love, it was too unbelievable that she had forgotten it so easily. She wanted to pick flowers. No, how was she going to use the toilet now? Her legs hurt. Even if she tried her best not to care, and tried every way to distract herself, she still felt pain. Huamu didn't think she could solve it by squatting. But how else could she solve it? Their toilet must have been ruined. Baizhen's mood had never relaxed. Huamu's injury, her own condition, their situation, and the information they had found had all become her concerns. Of course, what worried her most was Huamu's injury. Although she looked in good spirits now, the more difficult things were still to come. She packed up her things hastily, wanting to accompany Huamu to rest early. But when she turned around, she saw that she looked anxious, and there was no sign of sleep on her face. Miss, are you in pain? Although some herbs that can calm nerves and relieve pain were added to the medicine, the effect was far worse than that of painkillers. Of course it hurts. But she is not doing the 100-face now, because of this. Huamu pursed her lips tightly, hesitating for a long time, but still didn't know how to speak. Maybe she can bear it until tomorrow? Maybe her legs won't hurt so much tomorrow. Baizhen didn't doubt him, sat down beside Huamu and whispered, Then I'll sing Pinto for you. She remembered that the eldest lady liked to listen to songs when she was sick. Huamu really wanted to listen. She wanted the sentry to hold her, and hum Pinto softly. But it's really inconvenient now. She felt that she might not be able to bear being touched by Baizhen. Wait! The eldest lady was torn between her conscience and her desires. Although the shameful incidents she had experienced might have been enough to circle the equator, this time it was really a bit below the bottom line. Baizhen stopped his hand in doubt, revealing a slightly uneasy look. although she and Hua Mu had become lovers, and her mentality had also been slightly adjusted. But from the way they got along, she had not completely gotten rid of her identity as a guard, and Hua Mu's resistance to getting close was enough to make her terrified. Miss, the sentry's pitiful expression made Hua Mu feel soft-hearted. No, she had no right to feel soft-hearted now. She was going to break down. I have something. What do you have? I can help you. No. This request for help was too. Hua Mu just wanted to die on the spot just thinking about it. But it would be too late if I didn't say it now. If I really drag it on, I might as well pray that Baijin can help me come up with a solution. I think, I kind of want to go to the toilet. Baijin has good hearing, even if Hua Mu deliberately deceives him. He can still hear clearly. You want to go to the toilet? Then I'll help you. Help you. What the hell? Hua Mu feels that sooner or later, she will completely lose the demeanor of a noble lady, and become a village. No, island woman full of vulgar words. The eldest lady slapped the sentry's outstretched hand fiercely. Miss? Hua Mu finally couldn't help but complain. How do you want to help me? Baijin was stunned for a moment, and then said as a matter of course, I'm holding you. Your legs are not convenient for walking and standing. Not to mention going to the toilet alone? No. It's not the first time I feel this way. Although this guy is stupid and slow, some of his ideas are really unreasonable. For example, he doesn't mind being kicked and sat on by her. For example, he picked up the handkerchief several times. For example now, this is simply a pervert. Why did she like this guy? You pervert. Baijin showed a shocked expression, as if he didn't understand why Hua Mu said this to her. So what do you want? In her opinion, it was normal for Hua Mu to be unable to move, and for her to be her hands and feet. Not only were they master and servant, they were now even lovers. What was unreasonable about doing this? Hua Mu didn't know what to do, and said whimsically, Make me a toilet now. If it was just a toilet, it was not impossible to make it with the existing conditions. But that would take at least 2 hours. Can you do it? Baijin really felt that it was unnecessary to be so troublesome. What if she got sick? Can you do it? Of course I can, but... Don't say but, you do it now, right now. Even if she died, she would hold it in. In life, you can't do without eating, drinking, defecating, urinating, and sleeping. After Hua Mu came to the island, she really felt that living was really tiring. Baijin hesitated, and finally went to make a simple toilet for her eldest daughter. However, her puzzled and negative expression really made Hua Mu collapse. The structure of the sentinel's brain was really curious. Hua Mu wanted to knock open her head to see what was stuffed inside. It was not easy to be so perverted and pure, harmless to humans and animals. Meow meow meow. The embroidered cat is a nocturnal animal, and it is naturally more active at night. After being ignored for a while, it rubbed against Hua Mu and acted coquettishly. Hua Mu really didn't have the energy to play with it now, and said with a sad face, You're fine. You don't know what shame is. She didn't understand why she was always the miserable one. Baijin was hammering, and her movements were not slow. She used the remaining materials of the bracket to make the toilet in an orderly manner. Hua Mu was exhausted physically and mentally. Her wounds were painful. Her whole body was sore, and she was so tired and sleepy but couldn't sleep. Baijin, how long will you last? It will take a while. Miss, can't you bear it anymore? Who said that? Hurry up. I can still hold on for a long time. No. She was about to die, and she didn't know if she leaked. Why does this guy seem to be looking forward to it? Meow. The eldest lady has always been loved by animals, and the reserve grain seems to be no exception. Because Hua Mu ignored it, it continued to call and rub in order to get attention. Reserve grain, don't touch me. Unfortunately, the eldest lady's love has always been moderate, and her resistance to cute creatures has also increased due to her own embarrassing situation. Hua Mu pushed the little head of the reserve grain, trying to stop it from harassing her. But the reserve grain thought that she was finally willing to play with him, and happily turned around her hand. If you do this again, I will eat you. The young lady put on a serious face, hoping to add some dignity to herself. Meow. The grain storage tilted his head, and then his eyes lit up. In that moment, a gray-brown figure flashed in the air. The rusty-spotted cat jumped high, and jumped onto Hua Mu's stomach at a speed that Hua Mu could not react to. Hua Mu almost collapsed, and it took a long time for her to make a sound. Bye, Jin. She wanted to kill this cat and make soup. Young lady. What's wrong with you? Baijin had his back to the cat and the man, so he didn't know what happened. Help. Help me. No. Carry me. She was really going to die. Chapter 85 Shame. So far, Hua Mu's most nostalgic life is still the days in her father's fiefdom, before she was 6 years old. The countryside of Fengzhou is far away from the hustle and bustle of the city. There are fertile lands, lavender fields all over the mountains, and retro-style manors. There is a blue and tranquil lake behind the manor. She often follows her father to fish by the lake. When the weather is hot, the maid will put on a cute and elegant swimsuit for her, and play in the water in the shallows of the lake. There is a waterfall on the other side of the lake. On weekdays, there will only be a trickle of water, but after a heavy rain, the flow of mountain water will increase sharply. The waterfall has a mouth, and under the erosion of the flowing water for many years, it forms an upward arc. Whenever the water volume increases, the rushing water will form a beautiful arc in the air. The white water splashes turn into colorful rainbow light under the effect of the sun, and then fall into the deep lake with a huge sound. She often stares at the rainbow in a daze, and listens to the sound of the waterfall to clear her mind. When she was a child, she was naughty and playful, and this was a rare time for her to be quiet. Even now, Hua Mu still remembers that the sound of the waterfall was deafening, which made the surroundings seem even quieter. After many years, she regained the feeling of watching the waterfall. The sound of water and the blankness of the mind really made people feel like they were there. If you make do with it, perhaps the stars in the eyes can be compared to a rainbow. If there was a real waterfall at this time, it would be great. Hua Mu covered her face tightly and sobbed silently with shame because of the embarrassing posture she had never experienced before. Let her die. She lost her composure in front of the person she liked. And she behaved like this in front of the person she just became a lover. Her life is over. Baijin was ordered to close her eyes, but she still had a keen hearing. Moreover, Hua Mu was held by her, and her body, which was no longer tense, let her know the progress of the matter. Miss, you? But Hua Mu did not speak for a long time, so she did not know whether she should hold Miss back. Don't talk to me. Hua Mu's voice, which was obviously crying, made Baijin realize something, and he held her quietly in the same posture. Even if she could not experience it personally, she still understood Hua Mu's feelings to some extent. As a lady from a noble family, Miss might really not accept herself like this. Although they had a similar experience in the elevator before, they were still young at that time, and the young lady had no memory of it. Baijin wanted to say something to comfort her, but he didn't know how to start. Hua Mu calmed down for a while, but couldn't calm down at all. But after all, she couldn't keep this posture to increase the shame. Baijin felt Hua Mu moving, and asked excitedly, "Young lady, are you okay?" Hua Mu cleaned herself up hastily, closed her eyes, and said, Can I open my eyes then? I'll help you put them back on. Ah yes, because of the rush. The underwear was almost pulled off, hanging tremblingly on the right leg, looking very dangerous. I'll do it myself. You are not allowed to look. The legs hurt. It would undoubtedly be easier to let Baijin help. But Hua Mu really didn't want to show this ugly face in front of the person he liked, even though he had already shown his ugly face before. The sentry pursed his lips and said nothing. Hua Mu took a deep breath and stood up to put his pants back on. It really hurt so much that my body even started shaking uncontrollably. Baijin could feel Hua Mu's trembling thighs, and he sighed, and finally stopped letting her mess around. Wow! What are you doing? Baijin, you bastard! The sentry frowned, looking down at her with a serious expression. Miss, I know you are shy, but this is not something to be ashamed of. You are injured, and I am not only obligated to help you, but also to take good care of you. Baijin rarely showed his strong side, which shocked Hua Mu and made her unable to react for a while. So cool, this tough look. Baijin carried Hua Mu back to the fire and carefully placed her there, and then helped her put her underwear back on without looking away. Hua Mu was already blushing with shame, and her heart was pounding. Does it hurt? Seeing her blushing face, Baijin said nothing, and asked worriedly, Did your calf get touched just now? Hua Mu shook her head, biting her lip with an awkward look. Are you tired then? I'll boil some more water, you can go to sleep first, and I'll help you wipe your body. Hua Mu really couldn't be as calm as her, after all. She was the one who made a fool of herself. You take that outside. No, I'll take it myself. It was still very windy outside, so Baizhen used one of the containers for Hua Mu to solve it in the cave. I'll do it. Baizhen stopped her, with an indescribable expression on his face. What? What for? Hua Mu's eyes were red, and she felt very aggrieved. Miss, I had carried out many missions before becoming your bodyguard. You know that? Right? Hua Mu knew that she and the Sentinel were always on different channels. But it was too strange to suddenly bring up the past at this time. Even if the two people really need to get to know each other better after they have confirmed their feelings. It shouldn't be at this time. Right? I know. She was sad. When carrying out a mission, we will encounter many unpredictable situations. So shame is the most unnecessary thing for us. In order to survive, to complete the mission, he had to stay in hiding for 3 days. Not eat or drink anything. Solve physiological problems on the spot. And even drink urine. At that time, he had no time to think about these things. Hua Mu was shocked. She had imagined the scenes of Baizhen performing tasks. But most of them were the neat and valiant postures of sentinels. Especially when Baizhen saved her from danger several times. He was so powerful that she felt that he was omnipotent. But many tasks cannot be solved by going up and firing a few times. Baizhen is facing a high-risk task. And he will lose his life if he is not careful. Hua Mu had only heard her talk about it vaguely before. But she didn't know that the specific situation was so cruel. So, Baizhen held Hua Mu's hand. His eyes were gentle and deep. Please abandon your shame, Mississippi. That will not lower your image. Your noble character far exceeds all this. I want you to know that as long as it is your wish, I am willing to do anything for you. Hua Mu was very moved. What the hell? Let's not talk about how noble her character is. No matter how noble it is, it can't cover up the shame of such a thing. Even if the Sentinel said it so seriously. No matter how high-sounding it was. No matter how well-reasoned it was. It couldn't cover up the perversion of the sentence. Please abandon your shame. She only knew that, except for children, no one would release in this position. Cough, cough, cough. And, why did you have to talk about drinking urine at this time? Don't let her know. Okay. Some things should not be done even if they are for survival. Whether drinking or being drunk, she would rather die. Hua Mu raised her hand to stop the sentry's speech. I understand. Now, please take the jar out, and hold your breath. Make sure to fix the toilet at night, and never discuss this topic with me again. I mean this topic, not that you are not allowed to tell me about your past. The eldest lady was obviously not convinced, and the sentry felt a little disappointed. Okay, right. Okay? This guy actually dared to say okay to her. This is really a huge improvement. Hua Mu was so tired that she couldn't speak. You don't have to help me wipe my body. I'll wash it myself tomorrow. I'm going to sleep. She knew that the current situation was difficult, but lovers who just fell in love actually need a proper distance. It progressed so deeply all of a sudden. Where is the romance? She didn't want it. Hua Mu was really tired and painful. Maybe she had difficulty falling asleep before because of the pain. But now, she felt that she could fall asleep immediately after lying down. Even if the bed was not so comfortable. Baizhen stopped persuading her, and took out everything she could to create a more comfortable sleeping environment for Hua Mu, including herself. The eldest lady did not get up to clean herself up the next day, and she started to have a fever in the early morning. It is normal for the inflammation of the fracture to cause fever. But Hua Mu was probably a little cold after being frightened by the wind and rain, and the fever was a little abnormal. Baizhen woke up when she felt the heat of the person in her arms. Miss? Hua Mu seemed to have lost consciousness, and was just mumbling in a daze. So hot. Baizhen realized the seriousness of the situation, and immediately got up to prepare warm water to help her cool down. The body's immune system was fighting tenaciously, and the only thing she could do was to make Miss a little more comfortable. But Hua Mu's body temperature continued to rise, and it had reached a dangerous level. Although the possibility of adults suffering from meningitis was small, but given Hua Mu's weakness Baizhen had to take this into consideration. Moreover, even if it is just a simple malignant high fever, if the temperature is above 40 degrees Celsius for 30 minutes, it may still destroy the protein structure of brain cells and cause brain cell damage or death. Ordinary physical cooling obviously no longer works. Baizhen has to consider using medicine for Hua Mu. The two most effective medicines she has now are antiviral injections and multifunctional antipyretic suppositories. The dosage is only enough for one use, so she must carefully consider the choice. If necessary, it is not a problem to use both at the same time. Aunt. Hua-mu had complicated feelings about being sick. She didn't like the feeling of being sick, but because every time she was sick, she would get the attention and care of her father and aunt, so sometimes she would hope to get sick. It would be great if she could just be sick without feeling uncomfortable. But now she was not only sick, but also without her aunt and father. There was only Baijin, only that perverted sentinel who foolishly asked her to abandon her shame. Baijin. She didn't want to, as a lady. How could she be shameless? Wait, who was spreading her legs? I said it was not okay. How could a lady of a noble family spread her legs casually, Baijin? That bastard. Hua-mu was in a daze with fever. Her thoughts were chaotic, but her body still felt. No, what was that? Why put it in that place? Chapter 86, A New Beginning. Hua-mu was in a semi-conscious state for almost the whole day. Baijin fed her medicine several times by mouth. She didn't wake up until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The dizziness and muscle aches after the high fever made Hua-mu feel miserable. Her throat felt like it was filled with hot iron. Thirst? She called vaguely. Soon. A soft touch covered her lips. The warm fresh water was slowly passed over, and Hua-mu thirstily absorbed the nectar. After a few times, her discomfort was finally relieved, and then she had the energy to care about other things. Baijin. I'm here. Hua-mu opened her eyes with great effort, and in her hazy vision was the worried face of the sentry. What's wrong with me? Baijin touched her forehead. You had a fever, but it's gone now. Are you still feeling bad? Hua-mu couldn't suppress her physiological reaction, and tears continued to flow from the corners of her eyes. Baijin carefully wiped her tears, but it still made her feel pain inevitably. It hurts. You've been crying, so it hurts. I'll help you wipe something. Baijin took out a little gel from a small glass bottle, and carefully applied it to the red and swollen corners of Hua-mu's eyes. The gel didn't seem to be irritating. Hua-mu just felt comfortable, and the pain was quickly relieved. What is this? It's a mixture of aloe vera and several plants. Do you feel better? The sentry had obviously been applying medicine to her, otherwise she would probably feel even worse. Hua-mu's voice was hoarse, with a nasal tone, which was very pitiful. Are you hungry? I cooked coconut milk fish soup. Do you want to drink it now? Hua-mu sweated a lot and urgently needed to replenish electrolytes. She was also hungry after not eating for nearly a day. Baijin carefully helped her up and fed her. After a few mouthfuls of fish soup, Hua-mu gradually regained some energy. How long have I slept? Almost a day. Where do you feel the most uncomfortable now? Is there anything wrong with your calf? The calf still hurts? A little swollen and a little hot. But other than that, it doesn't seem as unbearable as yesterday. But she was also feeling uncomfortable in other places. Maybe she was just distracted. Better than yesterday. She looked outside the cave and found some sunlight leaking in. Is it clear outside? Yes. The sentry fed her soup and informed her of the current situation. The sea water on the island has basically receded. But we probably can't go down in the near future. Baijin was most worried about the follow-up effects of the tsunami. The death of a large number of animals and plants would inevitably breed bacteria. And the food source for the two people would also be greatly reduced. Is it because of my legs? It's only part of the reason. The situation down there isn't very good right now. Let's wait and see for a while. As long as Baijin is by his side, Hua-mu is not afraid no matter what situation he is in. Can I find food on the mountain? I looked around. It should be enough for this period of time. And the situation in the north is much better. It's not difficult to find food. While Hua-mu was listening to Baijin's narration, he finished drinking the fish soup, and he was sweating a little, and felt a little better. Can I go out and take a look? It's a bit windy outside now. You just sweated, so you better not go out. Okay. Hua-mu didn't dare to show off. She was indeed feeling unwell. By the way, are you ready for that? She felt better. The memory of yesterday slowly came back. Hua-mu suddenly thought of this problem that couldn't be more realistic. She didn't want to experience such shame again. It's ready. Baijin pointed to something that looked like a chair in the corner and asked, Do you think it's okay? As long as she can sit still, there's nothing wrong with it. Yes. Baijin seemed relieved. That's good. If you have any other instructions, you can tell me. Not yet. She wants to have sex later. Eh? Hua Mu had almost forgotten about it. After all, she was not sober at the time. She thought she was dreaming. But the slight strange feeling somewhere in her body made her feel a little strange. No. It's not just strange. Where are her underwear? Wasn't that a dream? No. 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 It must be a dream. Baizhen is not really a pervert. Why did he do that to her when she was unconscious? But isn't she a pervert? If possible. She doesn't want to ask whether it's true or not. But if you don't ask about vacuum, you are unqualified as a lady. Ahem. Baizhen. The eldest lady plans to use a roundabout tactic. My fever seems to be very severe this time. You have worked hard. Baizhen smiled. How can it be hard? I just hope you can get better. Did you wipe my body when I was unconscious? You need to cool down, so I wiped you several times. If you want to wash your body, I suggest you bear with it for a while. Sure enough, so she must have taken off her underwear too. But if she wanted to take it off, why did she still? Where are my underwear? Hua Mu blushed, and her voice was a little stiff. I washed it, and hung it outside to dry. Do you want to wear it now? Hua Mu looked at the innocent face of the sentry, and began to doubt whether there was something wrong with her way of thinking. Why did you take off my underwear? It's not necessary even if you wipe the body. Baizhen showed a look of realization and explained. No. Miss, I used a suppository to cool you down. I was afraid you would get hurt, so I applied some gel. I was afraid it would stain your underwear. Every word was understood, but the whole sentence was not understood at all. Suppository? Yes, your body temperature can be lowered by it. It sounds like a good thing, but why do you have to take off your underwear? So how do you take it? Baizhen was as patient as if he was teaching science to a baby. Miss, that is not taken orally, it is administered anally. When we are on a mission, each of us has one, and in most cases, it is used on unconscious companions. What is that? Hua Mu didn't want to understand. No. Compared to shame, Hua Mu was more concerned about Baizhen's words. Use it on companions? Jealousy defeated shame for the first time, or maybe it was just a way for Miss to escape. Why did you prepare this kind of medicine? Wouldn't it be better to use an injection? And you gave it to your companions. Do your companions have no shame? Has Baizhen also been used by others? The sentry showed a hint of pride. Miss, we originally had antipyretic injections. But injections have the disadvantages of being large in size, inconvenient to carry, expensive, and not being able to be stored for a long time. The leader made a reform and replaced it with suppositories. She said it could also deepen the connection between companions. This leader is simply a big pervert. If it was just the above reasons, Hua Mu could still understand it. Especially the price. Reducing costs must be considered. But what about the last sentence? Hua Mu finally understood who had led Baizhen astray. Their leader was not good enough. So have you used this medicine? Are you talking about me using it, or giving it to others? Both. She couldn't accept either one. Why should her sentinel show his butt to others, or not to others? Not yet, this is the first time, Baizhen said with some worry. Actually, there were a few times before when it was necessary, but before my colleague passed out. He strongly asked me to save the medicine for a more necessary time. I have no experience. Did I hurt you? I just applied some medicine. If you feel uncomfortable, I will help you apply more. Your companions just don't want to experience shame. Okay. Hua Mu breathed a sigh of relief, and realized something. Not all sentinels and guides are as ignorant as Baizhen. This guy must have been deeply poisoned by their leader. The eldest lady suddenly felt that nothing mattered. No, I think it's okay. Please help me get a pair of underwear. I want to wear it now. Go and correct her? Can the concept of more than 10 years be corrected? Is it necessary? Compared to this, there is another point that should be corrected. Also, you must be more cautious when using this medicine on others in the future. If she can go back, she must set up a special antipyretic injection fund for the tower, to save these poor soldiers from the water and fire. Baizhen looked confused, but replied, I understand. Hua Mu leaned weakly in her arms, worried that she didn't have the collapse she imagined. Is it because it happened when she was unconscious? Or, her shame level has dropped again? No. As Baizhen said, this is medicine. Because she is sick, she should not feel ashamed. And it's not like they haven't been honest with each other before. They have seen what they should see. So what's there to worry about? That's it. There are still many interests after becoming lovers. How can she give up here? They have to do this kind of thing. that kind of thing one by one, and shame is really unnecessary at that time. Hua Mu imagined the future, and her mood became strangely calm. No matter how hard it is now, the fact that she is with Baizhen is enough to make her forget all the difficult situations. Baizhen, please help me cut my hair later, the sentry asked nervously. Why, what's wrong with you? Hua Mu's waist-length platinum hair has always attracted attention, and is also one of the symbols of the royal family and herself. She has always taken good care of her hair, even after arriving on the island. She has tried her best to take care of it. Because it's troublesome, I'm still recovering from my illness, where can I have time to do it? Baizhen likes her long hair very much, and he always stares at it accidentally. I can help you. I'll take care of it for you. Hua Mu shook her head. Cut it off. And grow it again when you have the energy. She should start to face the fact that she and Baizhen may never be able to go back in this life. But as long as she is with Baizhen, it doesn't matter where she is. Although she sometimes feels lonely and misses her relatives, it must be happier to face the current situation and live positively than to simply complain about herself. If life is not comfortable enough, then she will work hard to create a comfortable life. If she is bored because of lack of fun, then she will go to find fun. Perhaps they should no longer regard themselves as passers-by, afraid to contact this island. Instead, they should regard themselves as part of the island. Explore it, understand it, give back to it, and then accept its gifts. First, give this island a name. Let's call it Dream Island. Chapter 87 title. After the tsunami, many of Baizhen's worries came true. A large number of plants died on the island, and the remaining seawater continued to cause subsequent problems. Fortunately, the place where the two were located was less affected, and it was very suitable for living. After all, this place was chosen to settle down at that time, and there was a stream not far away. Judging from the location, the water source that the two found at the foot of the mountain before was probably its downstream. The stream clearly showed signs of artificial modification, and a pool of water with a diameter of about 10 meters was formed in the middle section, which should not dry up even if it did not rain for a month. After a careful search, Baizhen found that there were surprisingly many fruit trees around the dilapidated wooden house. It was very likely that they were specially planted by the ancestors. This largely solved the food problem for the two. After more than a week of care, Hua Mu was finally able to walk a little. Baizhen made a pair of crutches for her. At least, she didn't need to rely on Baizhen to carry her around for physiological problems. The situation stabilized, and the follow-up matters must also be considered, because the psychological shadow caused by this incident was too great for Hua Mu. She quickly made up her mind to settle down in the mountains. Not a temporary shelter, but a real house. She wanted to build one here. Hua Mu told Baizhen about her idea and soon got support. There are two disadvantages to living in the hinterland of the island. One is that it is inconvenient to get food from the sea, and the other is that you are afraid of missing rescue. However, the former is close to the staple food, so the advantages and disadvantages offset each other. The latter can also be solved by setting up signs on the beach. The eldest lady is a person who does what she says. After making a decision, she immediately started preparations. Of course, because of the inconvenience of movement, most of the physical labor needs to be performed by the sentinels. But she was not idle either. In addition to choosing a site, she began to design their new home. Although the location of the original wooden house was good, Hua Mu did not plan to build it there. If you want to know why, it was simply the thoughts of a noble lady. Because it was essentially the same as a newlywed house, so how could you use a second-hand one? However, although it was not built there, the hut still needed to be demolished. One is that such a small house near their residence is unsightly, and the other is that it is too hidden inside, and it is easy to hide dangerous creatures, which is a safety hazard. The two lost most of their tools, but fortunately, there were many useful supplies in the storage room. Axe, hatchet, and even hoe can still be used after changing the handle and polishing. Baizhen spent 2 days dismantling the wooden house, and found many things inside, which were temporarily piled up deep in the cave. The cave is cold and dry, which is very suitable for storing items. Baizhen also found more than a dozen jars of wine, most of which are still drinkable, which made Hua Mu very happy. Although she is injured and cannot drink now, she will definitely celebrate when the new house is completed. Hua Mu chose a location closer to the water source. It is built against the mountain wall to increase the stability of the house, while also being able to draw water from the mountain. Having a bathroom is her biggest dream, since coming to the island. It is not far from the cave, only a few hundred meters away, and the two can still use it as a storage room. More importantly, there is a place suitable for building a toilet. It is not known when it was formed. There is a deep crack near the east. The swamp that the two found in the eastern rainforest seems to be right below here. Because it is far away, there is no need to worry about the methane problem. The flushing water and excrement are solved at the same time. Although the eldest lady does not understand design and architectural structure, she has a private island and knows how to build a house on a tropical island to be comfortable. As for how to do the specific part, let the sentinel solve it. Anyway, the house must be elevated. Otherwise it will be too humid. Baizhen participated in many house constructions when he lived in Hunan. The villagers helped each other. If a family split up or a newlywed couple got married and needed to build a house, the whole village would go to help. Although she was young at the time, she received a lot of help from everyone because she was an orphan. The villagers also wanted to teach her skills, so she would go every time. Hua Mu's high requirements naturally made Baizhen's work difficult. It took her a week just to lay the foundation. The soil on the mountain was quite solid, and because of Hua Mu's requirements, Baizhen used a combination of compaction and pile foundation to deal with the foundation. Because of the sentinel work, the eldest lady took the initiative to take on the responsibility of cooking. Baizhen fully considered Hua Mu's situation and built a suitable stove for her near the construction site. She couldn't convince Hua Mu not to do it, so she had to choose to watch nearby. Baizhen, it's time to eat. The last dish didn't need to be taken out of the pot. Hua Mu directly brought the pot to the dining table. Baizhen heard her voice from afar and ran over. Seeing that she wanted to help her get the bowls and chopsticks, she hurriedly stopped her and said, "Miss, I'll get it myself. What are you taking? Go wash your hands." Hua Mu slapped her hand away and stopped a towel in her hand. Wipe the sweat off. The sentry is much more tactful now, and he won't argue with Hua Mu again if it doesn't work once. Okay. For Hua Mu's legs, Baizhen spent a day making a set of tables and chairs. Hua Mu was very satisfied that he no longer had to squat to eat. Eat slowly, you've ruined my cooking skills. Sentries do everything in a hurry, just like fighting a war. Efficiency is a good thing, but it's better to eat slowly. Baizhen obediently slowed down, smiling shyly. I didn't notice. Although the strong and tough sentinel is very intoxicating, this shy little girl attitude is also very cute. The slightly perverted side is better forgotten. Hua Mu looked at the slightly dark skin of the other person, the muscles that were tighter due to labor, and the slender fingers with distinct joints, and swallowed her saliva subconsciously. It was too bad, this skin color, figure and dress, it was simply the synonym of pornography. What kind of treasure did she like? It was so pleasing to the eyes just looking at it. While sighing, Hua Mu couldn't help but feel a little regretful. When will her leg get better? It's been more than half a month. Does it really have to last 100 days? Although it's not bad to wait until the house is built, but she doesn't mind staying somewhere else. We should be able to process all the wood piles today. I'll go cut some more trees tomorrow. Because there is no wood wax, the wood can only be processed simply. Because dehydration is time-consuming, Baizhen proceeds in steps, first cutting down the required amount for processing, and then cutting down the materials needed later during the dehydration process. Oh. Hua Mu was not paying much attention, and only heard the second half. Ahem, actually. It's not that urgent, don't get tired. Baizhen smiled, and his white teeth were particularly shining in the sun. How could that be? I'm not tired. Isn't that a very innocent smile? If you're not tired, why do you go to bed so early at night? Oh, well, is that enough to eat? Would you like another plate of taro? After going up the mountain, the two people's diet changed a lot. In addition to the preserved food they had saved before, the newly discovered taro became another staple food, and the proportion of vegetables also increased greatly. Because they didn't know when they could go down, Hua Mu was very restrained in the use of preserved food, and only added some to the dishes. Fortunately, the sentinels are easy to feed, and they eat whatever they are given. Baizhen occasionally catches small animals to enrich their diet. Perhaps there were too many animals fleeing the last tsunami, and the two of them occasionally bumped into one. However, most of them were birds and rodents, which were just enough for a meal. Baizhen handled it very carefully, and Hua Mu would cook it for a longer time to avoid parasites. After all, it was not a stable food source, and salt could not be obtained in a short time. So Huamu was particularly stingy with food that could be preserved for a longer time. Another plate of taro, and a piece of breadfruit. When doing physical work, the sentinel's demand for carbohydrates increases dramatically, and they can eat a lot in one meal. Huamu tries to save money on meat, but he is not stingy at all in this aspect, and cooks a lot every time. I don't know where the food reserves get so much food to eat. I see it's all round. Rusty-spotted cats sleep during the day, and most of the time, they stay in the cave. What do you want to eat? Miss? I'll take a look this afternoon. In fact, Huamu doesn't eat much even if there is meat, mainly because he is worried about the malnutrition of the white pillow. You should worry about yourself. I won't be hungry. By the way, I'll apply some aloe vera cream on you later, so you don't get sunburned and peeled. Huamu found that the gel Baizhen made last time was very effective, and it could also be used as a skin care product, so she strongly asked her to tell her the formula. When Baizhen went to work, she would sit on the recliner to make aloe vera cream, process food, read books. And when she was in a good mood, she would summon Luna to take a walk. Don't worry about that, I'll change the medicine for you first. Baizhen would steam Huamu's legs with hot water, with herbs every day, and then change the medicine. Because of the proper treatment, Huamu's leg recovered well, without any complications. How long will it take to remove the splint? It's so uncomfortable. Wait a little longer. You need to move now. It's safer to tie it up. Well, Huamu didn't really want to ask this. Baizhen, you can stop calling me miss. Right? Although she herself was a little used to it. It was still strange for lovers to call each other like this. Right? If they didn't do some intimate things before going to bed. Huamu would have thought that the other party was still not enlightened. This topic was not the first time to be brought up. Baizhen once again showed an embarrassed expression. That is really too lame. She took back all the words she said before about being handsome. This sentinel is too lame. Humph. The eldest lady was very unhappy. Miss, it's just a title. But I want a special title. So many people call me miss. How do I know it's you? There are only 2 of us on the island. That's not what I meant. Then you also call me Baizhen. Many people call me by my name too. I called you by your name anyway. But what's miss? So many noble ladies are misses. Huamu saw that this stupid sentry had learned to talk back, and was immediately furious. Or if I changed the name, you also changed it. Then tell me, what do you want me to call you? Dabai? Ozhen? Zhenzhen? You say. This lady will satisfy you. Huamu had just finished speaking when she saw an indescribable expression on the sentry's face. A little happy, a little expectant, and a little nervous. Could it be that she really has it? Then I hope. Huamu saw her hesitating, and said helplessly. If you have something to say, please say it quickly. Bye, Sister Baizhen. What? Huamu looked at her in shock. This guy must be a pervert. Such a high-level way of playing, where did she learn it? Chapter 88 Jealousy. You want me to call you sister? Huamu's face was full of disbelief. Although she was indeed a few years younger than Baizhen, how could she let her lover call her sister? This was too weird. Baizhen seemed very shy, so she didn't notice the young lady's turbulent psychological activities. If it's okay. Of course not. She didn't want to call the person she liked sister. It was too exciting. Do you have a younger sister? Huamu asked anyway. Baizhen said honestly. I am an orphan. But Qin calls me sister. Wait, who is Qin? Calling her so intimately. How come she has never heard of it before? Huamu's face darkened. Qin is? The eldest lady had asked this question before. But she didn't expect that a similar situation would happen again. Baizhen couldn't help but show a nostalgic expression. She is the granddaughter of the grandmother. And she is the same age as you. So she remembered something. And smiled so sweetly. Huamu's face became even uglier. This dead person actually called others to kiss, but didn't call her Mumu. Oh. Huamu was very unhappy, but Baizhen was still looking at her expectantly, as if waiting for her to call him sister. What are you looking at? Come and help me change the dressing. Ah. Oh. Baizhen was stunned for a moment, but soon reacted, and carried Huamu to change the dressing. But the atmosphere after that was a little wrong. Until she finished applying the medicine, and was ready to go back to work, Huamu still had a sour face. No matter how slow he was. The sentry knew that he had said something wrong, and made the young lady unhappy. Young lady. Why? Huamu stared at the information in her hand, and answered coldly. She occasionally looked at these things recently. Boredom was one reason, and curiosity was another, although she didn't read a word at the moment. Are you unhappy? Good guy. At least he could see it. Why do you say that? Because usually when she was about to leave, the young lady would pretend to kiss her accidentally. Baizhen hesitated, a little afraid to say, and just kept glancing at Huamu's face. When this guy spoke, the tsunami stopped. Then do you know why I'm angry? Because I want you to call me sister. Sister? Baizhen only thought of this possibility. She just missed it a little. So she wanted to hear the young lady call her like this again. But for the young lady, this must be very strange. Right? No. Calling sister is actually okay, or rather, it's not bad to call her sister in certain circumstances. But what's with that kiss? She wants a kiss too. Huamu saw Baizhen's frustrated face, and her heart softened a little. Come here. Baizhen immediately squatted beside her, with an expectant expression on her face. Huamu put her hand on her chest and asked, Why do you ask others to kiss you, but not me? Do you like her more? If this sentry dares to lie, she will beat her to death. Baizhen didn't answer immediately, but looked down at Huamu's hand on her chest, seemingly distracted. I'm asking you a question. If you lie, your heartbeat will definitely speed up. How could she, who is so smart, be fooled? The sentry's face was already red. Miss, your hand. Ahem, I was checking your heartbeat. You can't fool me. But that's the right side. Huamu was embarrassed and almost couldn't ask any more questions. She said why she only felt soft, but not her heartbeat. Of course I know. She moved her hand and found that she still couldn't feel it. It's because your breasts are too big that I made a mistake. It doesn't matter whether it's the left or the right side. Not only was she tricked, but she was also blamed. The sentry's heartbeat had already exceeded the average rate. Huamu saw that she was so shy, but she was so well behaved that she dared not move. And she subconsciously calmed down. Your heart is beating so fast. Is there something wrong with you? Baizhen hurriedly shook her head and said stutteringly, Qiuqi is my sister who was born in front of me. Yes, she is my relative. Qiuqi is her nickname. I am used to calling her Miss. My feelings for her and for you are not different. My heart is beating fast because of you. She likes this guy. Although he is slow and uninteresting. But he is not ambiguous in expressing his feelings. Different is good, she just likes being different. Just likes being Baizhen's special one. How is it different? How is it different? The touch is too good, so good that she even forgot to count her heartbeats. Baizhen stared at Huamu's face blankly. How is it different? When did he discover it? When did he start to suppress it? I want to kiss the young lady, I want to hug her, possess her, I want to be with her forever. Although the sentinel did not answer, her infatuated look was enough for Huamu to understand what she meant. Stop being jealous, or just give her a kiss. This pitiful sentry is so cute. Huamu suppressed her thundering heartbeat, slowly lowered her head. Baizhen raised her face infatuatedly to receive it. It was just a light kiss, which landed on the lips. But it was wonderful, and it made Huamu's heart beat fast. Baizhen stood up shakily, and hugged Huamu's body tightly. The fact that the eldest lady was jealous of her made the sentry very excited. Closer, closer, and deeper. In fact, in order to suppress the heat of union, she had not let Hattie out for more than half a month. Although she could not be completely sure that it was Huamu's guide element that gave her the ability to suppress the heat of union, she did feel that she could better deal with the restlessness caused by the inability to unite. It was not that her desire was reduced, but that her tolerance was improved. Although the difference between the two was difficult to express in words, Baizhen had her own way of judging. The most intuitive point was that the close contact with Huamu still made her feel incomparably comfortable. Every day. No. Every moment she longed to be with the young lady. Longed to have a physical and spiritual resonance with her. But if she did that now, how would she be different from an animal? Huamu unconsciously stroked the sentry's shoulders, hooked her neck and pulled her to the recliner. Baizhen lay down beside her carefully, stroking her ear-length hair lovingly. The young lady with short hair looked a little more obedient and childish, and also a little clean and neat heroic. Baizhen. Huamu liked to be touched on the hair by the sentry like this, which made her feel at ease and loved. Take a nap with me. Okay. Huamu touched the ends of her hair that had reached her neck, and said infatuatedly, Your hair has grown a lot longer. I'll cut it later. I don't think I've seen you with long hair, Why don't you keep it? But it will be a bit inconvenient. Sentinels have always been pragmatists, and the eldest lady has cut her hair, so how can she keep it? It won't be inconvenient. Your hair is so good, you can wash it very clean with soapberry. Baizhen was still a little hesitant. But she subconsciously touched the ends of Hua Mu's hair, with a bit of melancholy between her brows. Hua Mu still remembers her wet eyes and red nose when she cut her hair with her own hands. It was just a haircut. But she was exaggerating. I want to see you grow your hair longer. I think it will look good. The young lady was not stingy with praise when she was soft-hearted, and said with a little bit of coquetry, "Besides, long hair like mine can be used after cutting it. It's a waste to cut it so short." I don't know if it was the first reason or the second reason, but Baizhen was finally convinced. Well, okay. But she was still a little unsure. If you think it doesn't look good, I'll cut it off. How could it not look good? Baizhen's facial features were deep and regular, and his dark pupils were bottomless, as if they could suck people in. Hua Mu was very curious, why Baizhen was always so unsure. You know, all cats, men, women, young and old in the empire, as long as they had eyes, no one would say that she was not good-looking. In other words, because of her high popularity, she once made the front page headlines, so she hid this guy for half a year, and only felt relieved after the storm had passed. Baizhen, have you always been bullied in the tower? Hua Mu only thought of this possibility. Perhaps her classmates are jealous of her beauty and strength, so they always slander and attack her secretly, making her not aware of her appearance. Baizhen said inexplicably. Why do you think so? Of course there is no such thing. I have a good relationship with my colleagues. Yes, from what she said before, it seems that there is no unpleasant interpersonal relationship. Then why do you always? Hua Mu frowned and didn't know what to say for a moment. Sentinel is inferior. It doesn't seem to be the case, but sometimes he seems very unconfident in front of her. If this lack of confidence is attributed to admiration, she will of course be very happy, but it seems that it is not just because of this. So modest about your appearance? Don't you have any self-awareness? Hua Mu herself actually couldn't understand the fact that she was not self-aware of her beauty. After all, she thought she was super good-looking, super beautiful. Apart from her aunt and mother, she didn't think anyone was prettier than herself. Sentinel was hers. The two of them were beautiful together. A match made in heaven. And their future children would definitely be the cutest in the universe. Baizhen looked at her in confusion, and asked in confusion, What do you mean? Hua Mu was so angry at this idiot. Don't you have anyone pursuing you? Have you never been praised for your good looks? Really not. The life and rules in the tower are different from those in the outside world. Here, strength is more important than appearance. Moreover, Baizhen's first place and her status as a female sentinel meant that people could not simply give her compliments such as good-looking, for fear of being suspected of being superficial and frivolous. However, if the sentinels could browse the forum more, it would not be difficult to find that even in such a circle where strength is important, good looks can still become a topic. Hua Mu did not hide her identity as a member of the Appearance Association at all. She just loved Baizhen's face. I don't remember clearly, but we rarely discussed appearance. As for good-looking, Baizhen glanced at Hua Mu and said shyly, You are good-looking. Girls like you are good-looking. This was not the first time that Baizhen said such a thing. Hua Mu suddenly wanted to know, what is the so-called good-looking of a girl? Is it fair skin, delicate and soft, or elegant and decent, well-educated and well-mannered? In my opinion, good-looking is good-looking, and it has nothing to do with boys or girls. The definition of beauty is indeed different, and the so-called universal values are more of a herd mentality. She maintained the image of a pure noble lady in front of the public, playing the role of an elegant and ignorant lady, accepting praise and being hailed as the candidate for the most beautiful woman in the empire after the queen. Her confidence was certainly well-founded. But do girls have to be cuddly, pure and cute? Why is being strong and tall not the beauty of a girl? Why is reading porn not the beauty of a girl? Chapter 89 Undercurrent. Baizhen is no longer the little girl who is just 12 years old. So besides being touched by Hua Mu's words, she also has a deeper understanding. She certainly knows what the young lady means tomorrow. However, understanding it intellectually is one thing, and emotionally is another. Unlike before, after getting along with the classmates in the tower, she not only gradually understands that everyone's curiosity about her is not out of malice, but also gradually gains many friends, and can even trust each other with life and death. She no longer hates her appearance and identity as much as she did in the past. However, what remains unchanged is that she is still confused. Still feels that she is out of tune with the world. And everything about her is different. There is nothing wrong with being special. Like the eldest lady's specialness is incomparable. But being different is definitely not a good thing. Either for yourself or for others. A person must have an identity to live in the world. But she doesn't know her identity. She has no origin. And no roots. What was more terrifying than the identity of an orphan was that she didn't even know what she was. She had once had the opportunity to learn the truth. But she gave up because of cowardice. As long as she didn't know, she could still deceive herself. She had no origin. So would being a young lady be her destination? Would someone like her be qualified to have a young lady? The sentinel was even more reluctant to think about this question. Baizhen waited until Hua Mu fell asleep, and then opened the information she had placed beside her. It was still a bilingual cover in Spanish, and the official language of the Shang Dynasty Empire. And the middle line read, a 431 experimental individual observation report. She really didn't expect that she would encounter this plan again after being stranded in such a place. Baizhen never showed much interest. But Hua Mu had read a lot because she had time. They still couldn't determine how many people were stranded on the island. Nor did they know if there were people who recorded these data. But what was certain was that the two people who communicated in the data seemed to still have conscience as human beings. Watching the experimental subjects die one by one after being tortured, the two began to discuss the rationality and ethical issues of the project more and more. Baizhen flipped through 2 pages, and her hands began to tremble uncontrollably. Every word seemed so cold and cruel. The ending of the individual codenamed A431 was just 2 words: death. The experiment failed. This was something Baizhen had known for a long time. There had been no successful cases of plans starting with A. She didn't want to read it anymore, and put the information back to Hua Mu's hand. It would be better to build the house as soon as possible. There was nothing more important now. It had been more than 3 months since Huasu declared Hezhou's independence, and the empire had not taken any military measures except for strong condemnation. The military power of Hezhou is naturally not able to compete with the entire empire, but it is enough to pose a threat to civilians. The pseudo-government has launched a so-called referendum in an attempt to gain international support. Once the empire uses force first, it will inevitably be accused of dictatorship and killing its compatriots. Hezhou has been completely blocked by Huasu. What is certain is that he has weapons of mass destruction in his hands, and the civilians inside are all hostages in his hands. The most effective and least risky method now is to send a special operations team from the tower to capture Huasu and control the weapons. The two sides have been deadlocked for a long time, and the parliament is arguing fiercely. At such an important moment, the first heir is seriously injured. The second heir is missing. 3 special operations teams have returned empty-handed, and the leader is reluctant to carry out the mission. Known as the most powerful sentinel in history, even the parliamentarians, who have always disliked her, have to admit that as long as she takes action, the matter will be resolved smoothly. But the leader has no intention of taking action. Instead, he uses the excuse of protecting the queen to shirk responsibility. The queen's indulgence of the leader and her veto of the parliamentary proposal has caused great dissatisfaction. Some people have even started to talk about the queen's cowardice behind her back. Ridiculous. Hua Chu looked at the prime minister in front of her coldly, almost trembling with anger. Whose proposal is it? What's the intention of asking me to initiate emergency filing in this situation? Prime Minister Hua Ming is only 50 years old, handsome, and although he is a commoner, he is very gentlemanly. As a prime minister, he is obviously too young. In a dual monarchy system, the position of prime minister is not an easy one. He not only won the praise of the people, but was also favored by the queen. It is rumored that Hua Ming is one of the queen's lovers. Your Majesty, the situation is urgent now, and the parliament is dissatisfied with your actions. Leader. The prime minister glanced at the sentry standing behind the queen, who looked like a ghost, and felt a little cold in his heart. In order to ensure your safety, I cannot perform the task personally, which is understandable. But the fact that the successor is vacant is an indisputable fact. The Grand Duke is injured again. Miss Hua Mu is missing, and Huasu is not to mention. This has already met the conditions for launching an emergency record. Hua Ming narrated word by word. By the time he had said all the words, he had practiced 100 times in his mind. His back was soaked. The queen is indeed majestic. But he has worked with Hua Siyu for many years, and has long known that she is actually very generous and kind. The scary thing is not the queen, but the faceless man behind the queen, who is unfathomable, and appears and disappears like a ghost. My brother is fine in the hospital, and my niece is just going to another country to relax. How can she meet the filing conditions? Are you cursing the royal family members? Although the power in the hands of the monarchs has weakened, as long as they truly control the power of the tower, their status cannot be overturned. This is also the basis for the long-term maintenance of the current system. Your Majesty, you know that this is not what I mean. There are already discordant voices among the people. If the situation spreads further, the consequences will be disastrous. Hua Chu sneered. Can my pregnancy solve all the problems? Isn't this a disguised admission that a Jian and Mu are in critical condition? But, no need to say more. Go back and calm down for 2 days. If you can't calm down, let someone else talk to me. Unlike the Heliopolis Empire, where even the royal family is committed to transforming the system towards a parliamentary constitutional monarchy, the first 2 generations of monarchs in the Shang dynasty empire strictly control power. And it was not until Hua Chu's generation that they relaxed a little. Although the prime minister is the nominal head of government, the queen still has the power to dismiss him, as long as there is a suitable reason, or to make up a suitable reason. Hua Ming sighed and left, and the room with only the 2 of them fell into silence. The leader stood like a sculpture, as if even his breathing was hidden. Finally, the queen could no longer bear it, and said angrily, "Don't you have anything to say?" "What do you mean? Hua's movements? The situation in Hezhou? Or the number of intelligent creatures?" Hua Chu was very annoyed by her knowing the answer, and gritted his teeth and said, "The thing," Hua Ming said. "Oh, I think this proposal is good. Much better than asking me to carry out the mission." "Hua Zheng, you bastard." Hua Chu suddenly stood up and raised his hand to wave at the leader's face. The white mask fell off, and the leader's face, which had not been seen for many years, finally revealed its true appearance. It was a face so white that it was almost transparent, and the tiny blood vessels under the skin were clearly visible. The delicate facial features were as if designed and resembled a cluster of flowers. But there was no vivid expression. As the mask fell off, her pupils and long hair, which were originally black, returned to their original appearance, which was as pale as snow and as red as blood. No one could associate the person in front of them, who looked as fragile as a crystal doll, with a strong sentinel. The words that could be thought of were probably charming and pitiful. If the queen is a flower on the mountain, then the leader is a narcissus in the mirror. Illusory and otherworldly. The leader did not even turn his head away. His blood-red eyes without pigment seemed to be smiling. "Your Majesty, this is the name I have abandoned." Her lips were as gorgeous as poppies, and every opening and closing seemed to be teasing people's nerves. Her voice was as beautiful as a nightingale, and every word seemed to be singing. The flower cluster was in turmoil, and turned its head away in embarrassment. She forgot that this person's voice and face were beyond her ability to handle. "What on earth are you thinking? You refused to go find Mu, and you didn't want to catch Hua Su, and now you want me to." The leader bent down to pick up the mask and put it back on his face. "My duty is to protect you. The eldest lady has Ajin, and Hua Su will naturally be caught by my men, so you don't have to worry. As for the heir, I do think this proposal is good. You suppress the eldest lady's guiding ability, and let her grow up without worries. Can you be cruel enough to let her come into contact with these things in the future? Don't deceive yourself. Your Majesty, you are a parent who dotes on your children. It would be easier to give birth to a child and train him from childhood than to correct the eldest lady now." Although she had long known that this bastard had no heart, she still felt cold when she could say such words. "I won't give up Mumu. You are not giving up on her, but liberating her, and liberating yourself. Not all things are reasonable. Some things' existence itself destroys rationality, not to mention inhuman things." "Shut up." Hua Chu never wants to hear these 2 words from her mouth. The leader bowed his head slightly and apologized. "I made a mistake, but I still hope you will consider this proposal carefully. Having one more heir is definitely not a bad thing. Besides, there is no suitable candidate for the next leader yet. Don't you consider the eldest lady? Just like your father did for you. Don't compare me with my father. I will never use my own children as tools, whether it's Mu or her brother or sister." The eyes behind the mask narrowed slightly. "Of course, my kind and wise queen. This is the most ironic and pleasant compliment that Hua Chu has ever heard. Chapter 90 Queen. It has been a month since the tsunami. After the foundation of the new house was laid, it was being built at an astonishing speed every day. The sentinels seemed to have endless energy, often making Hua-Mu dumbfounded and regretful. Why wasn't all this energy spent on her? Fortunately, the eldest lady still had some reserve and reason. Looking at her slightly swollen legs, she silently swallowed the bitter tears. The time of recuperation is always boring, especially in this situation where one cannot move forward or backward. In addition to occasionally developing Luna's abilities, Hua-Mu spent most of her time reading the large box of information. She had already counted the number of information. A total of 132 books, containing 38 projects. And in alphabetical order, there were 2 projects from A to L, and 1 project from M to Z. This was obviously just the tip of the iceberg in the entire Angel's Hand plan. But the staff who could access 32 projects were definitely not grassroots employees. The naming of the projects was very arbitrary, although most of them were named after the names of former cancer cell lines, such as A431, A549, Raji, and MCF7. But there were also ambiguous project names like Bazinga and Bleach. When Hua-Mu was sorting, she found that not all projects were named in the form of letters and numbers. However, it was only after Baizhen explained that she realized how arrogant and careless these so-called scientists were. Hua-Mu took a long time to finish reading the 2 projects starting with A. One reason was that there were too many professional terms, and she only had a vague understanding of them. The other reason was that she was distracted by Baizhen's work. Each project has 3 to 4 materials. The observation report should be recorded by the staff of the project. Only one of them is the discussion and summary record of the 2 responsible persons on the project. Because many projects were carried out in parallel, Hua-Mu saw the results of other projects cited by the 2 in the notebook. The Hela project quickly caught her attention. Hela is the name of the goddess of death in a certain region's mythology, and it is also the name of the first cancer cell line successfully cultured in vitro in history. Compared with other cancer cell lines, it proliferates faster and even contaminates many other cell lines during laboratory culture. Hela cells are called immortal cells because they can maintain telomerase activity during division and avoid the Hayflick limit. This project is obviously a top priority, and it has even received strong support from the royal family of an Eastern empire, which is one of the reasons why Hua-Mu became interested. She skipped all other projects between A and H and read its information first. The original intention of the Hela project was to cultivate the legendary Dark Sentinels that do not need guide elements, because the experimental individuals were authorized by a monarch to use royal genes for cultivation. Their status in the entire plan is very special. It can be said that many projects are serving it. For example, the word bleach can be understood as bleaching, or according to a popular comic, it can be extended to mean the result of the project of the god of death, and was eventually used in Hela. Not only does it have the ability of a sentinel and a guide, but it also has a body that recovers quickly, can grow quickly and never die. It can neither feel pain nor have emotions, and is the most ideal, powerful and dangerous weapon. However, Hua-Mu did not know the final result of this experiment, and the last few pages of the data were torn off, because she was so absorbed in reading. She even forgot to make lunch. Hua-Mu still felt horrified by those cold descriptions, still felt heartbroken by the cruel experiments on the subjects, and still believed that such experiments were extremely unethical. But on the other hand, she couldn't help but be curious, wanted to explore, and wanted to know the results. If she, a young lady who had almost never been involved in scientific research, was like this, how could those scientists not be crazy? Judging from the previous process, the possibility of success of this project was very high, but the result of tearing it up still made Hua-Mu feel lost. This disappointment startled her, and soon aroused her vigilance. She was actually expecting the result? Hua-Mu threw the information on the table, and felt a little annoyed with herself. She must have been bored on the island for too long, so she was fascinated by this kind of thing. Baizhen didn't see Hua-Mu making lunch for a long time, and saw her lying on the chair from a distance, thinking that she was unwell. So he put down his work and hurried over. "Miss, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell?" The trees around the circle had been cut down by Baizhen, and there was almost a few hundred square meters of open space for the 2 to work and rest. The recliner was placed under the shade of the tree, so that Hua-Mu could rest and read. "No, I'll make lunch right away. You can rest for a while. The taro had been simmering in the fire since early in the morning, and it should be cooked by now. I'll just make some pickled meat and mushroom soup to make do. I'll make it at noon. You can have a good rest. Baizhen saw that she looked listless and was a little worried. I'm fine. I'm just tired of reading. I'll just make some soup. You go wash your hands first. The dried mushrooms this time are well dried. You'll have a treat. There was not much seafood sauce left, so Hua Mu had to focus on mushrooms. Fortunately, Baizhen is a sentinel and was born in the tropics, so he can judge what can be eaten and what cannot be eaten. Although the lunch is not rich, it is still appetizing under Hua Mu's skillful hands. The pickled wild boar meat slices and bamboo fungus are boiled, which not only makes the soup delicious, but also saves sea salt. Taro can be eaten with oyster sauce, fish sauce or mushroom sauce, without any other special cooking. Baizhen did not feel that Hua Mu was perfunctory at all, and ate with relish. Hua Mu, however, had a hard time swallowing the food, and he sighed quietly with his chin propped up. Ah, miss, what's wrong with you? Are you unhappy? The sentry tried to recall whether he had said something wrong or done something wrong to make her unhappy. Hua Mu glanced at her and sighed again. It was all because of the sentry's incompetence, which caused her to have free time to read books and then let her think wildly. Miss, I did something to make you. No. Hua Mu was angry, not that I did something, but that I didn't do anything. Then why did you? Forget it, she knew that Baizhen was thinking about her. It's because of what you see. Why do humans sometimes become so cruel? Because cruelty is human nature. Baizhen pursed his lips and was silent for a while, then slowly said, Do you think they are cruel? Of course they are cruel. Creating life for human experiments is a heinous crime in any aspect. But they say this is science, for the progress of mankind, or evolution. They say that the path of human development was originally built by life. In regular laboratories, don't they also have animal experiments? How can they be the same? Human experiments can only exist in clinical medicine, and must strictly follow the principle of informed consent of the subjects. Putting humans and animals on the same level, where does this extreme animal rights activist sophistry come from? What if these research subjects are non-humans? You should have read some materials. Let's not talk about the ideas of the two discussants. Just from the report, it can be seen that the researchers did not regard the experimental subjects as humans at all. After gene editing, some experimental individuals did not know what kind of biological genes were mixed in, and they could no longer be called human beings. Hua Mu did not know why Baizhen said such a thing. It can be seen that she was not arguing for these people, but seemed to be looking for some answers. I don't know who gave them the power to define what a human is. Was it given by God? In my opinion, each of these subjects is a living human being. What's more, when they used human genes to encode, they were already conducting human experiments. Rather than saying that the experimental subjects were non-human, these researchers were more like non-humans. Right? Curiosity is more like an animal nature, which is not only common among humans, but also exists in many animals. It can be said that it is a major driving force for animal survival and human progress. As scientists, these researchers naturally have a greater spirit of exploration. But the reason why humans are human, the reason why they can maintain human arrogance, and the reason why they can look down on animals from a high position, is because humans follow the so-called ethics. In Hua Mu's opinion, rather than saying that human life is more noble than animal life, it is better to say that the life of the same kind is the last bottom line of human beings who have surpassed all things. This is the last constraint that human beings give themselves. If a person cannot even follow this, then he is not worthy of being a human being. If the whole society cannot follow this, then society will collapse. Baizhen looked at Hua Mu and seemed to be stunned. What's wrong with you? Why are you looking at me like this? Hua Mu touched his face and asked in confusion. Is there something on my face? Baizhen smiled and shook his head slowly. No, miss. I just think you are right. Hua Mu loved to listen to Baizhen's praise, and smiled proudly. Of course, how could I be wrong? Then what do you think, if these experimental subjects survive and return to society? This is a very realistic problem, although it should have been solved decades ago. As the heir to the throne, Hua Mu, even if she is not deliberately taught, she will subconsciously put herself in that position and think about it. This is Hua Mu's contradiction, and also her preciousness. It's not their fault, they are also victims, if they are rescued and have the opportunity to return to society, I think the country has the obligation and responsibility to make proper arrangements according to the specific situation. Children with physical defects must of course receive necessary treatment. Healthy children, those who are too young to remember, can be sent to ordinary families for upbringing. Those who are sensible should receive psychological counseling to help them live an ordinary life. If it really doesn't work, set up a special fund and institution to deal with it. Didn't you say that before? This kind of experiment is still being carried out in some dark corners. From a long-term perspective, this is very necessary. Baizhen nodded and praised. Miss, you will definitely become an excellent queen. Huamu raised his chin, showing a proud look. But this pride didn't last for a few seconds. She felt a little depressed when she thought of the reality. What queen are you talking about now? On this island? The king of animals, the king of the forest, the king of the ocean? You don't even have a subject. The sentinel suddenly took the courage to hold her hand, and said seriously and cautiously, Miss, you still have me. I am your subject. I will respect you, protect you, take care of you, love you. Even if I am just your only subject, I will make you the unique queen. Oh my god! Huamu is going to explode. Her sentinel is so hidden. What kind of fairy love words are these, making her want to have a fight on the spot? Queen Preco is okay. Chapter 91 Pearl. The construction progress is in an orderly manner. The lower frame has been built. After all, the cave is not a permanent place. It has been a while since Baizhen and Huamu moved out of the cave. The two lived in a temporary shed. They preferred the environment of the cave to store food and loved to sleep in it during the day. The two had been on the mountain for nearly 2 months. Huamu's injury recovered well. Baizhen finally decided to go down and take a look. The jungle after the tsunami was like a ruin. Many plants withered and died due to the impact of wind and waves and the erosion of sea water. Tall trees could be seen lying everywhere. But the situation is not that bad. Perhaps as a result of living on the island for many years, many plants have the characteristics of high salt tolerance, and are still full of vitality 2 months later. And those dead plants have begun to rot and decompose, returning to nature to provide nutrients for new life. Some things actually do not need human beings to worry about at all. Baizhen climbed down the mountain wall carrying Huamu on his back. Due to the difficult road, it took 3 times as long to reach the beach. The two were still concerned about the south bank where they had lived for half a year. So they came here first to check the post-disaster situation. The beach was completely unrecognizable. A mess, but it was somewhat different from what they had imagined. The dead bodies of the animals were not known to be carried away by the sea or completely degraded after 2 months. After they came down, they did not see the scene of corpses everywhere and the stench. The bamboo shed toilets that had been built before had long disappeared. The short coconut trees that originally stood on the beach were uprooted, and even half of the mountain wall collapsed. The supplies that Baizhen salvaged from the sea were washed away. But the tide also brought many things that the two had never seen before. And even the bow of a small boat was stuck upside down on the beach, which looked very spectacular. Huamu looked at this scene and inevitably felt a little lost and regretful. After all, she personally participated in building the shelter bit by bit. Miss, please rest for a while. I will go see if I can find something to eat. Baizhen put Huamu down and took out a walking stick from the basket she was carrying and handed it to her. Huamu can now walk on flat ground with the help of a cane. But he still cannot do strenuous exercise or exert too much strength. Pick up some firewood first. I'll make a fire. And you can go and have a look. The two of them came down not only to investigate the situation, but also to bring back some seafood. If conditions permit, stay here for a day or 2, and make more sauces and sea salt. Living in the mountains has its inconveniences. Especially Huamu has difficulty walking, and is afraid of heights. He would lose half his life if he came down. The thing that is most in short supply now is firewood. There are fallen branches everywhere, which are just right in the sun. Baizhen quickly brought back a large pile. The reserve food was originally sleeping in the basket. Perhaps it heard the noise, crawled out from under the canvas, and jumped onto the beach to play. Huamu did not pay much attention to it, nor did he restrain it. He took out the flint and made a fire. Baizhen quickly cleared a piece of beach nearby, spread the canvas, and took out the luggage they brought. Pots, pans, seasonings and food, although not much, were very complete. The sentry acted quickly, and soon set up a simple stove. And Huamu also started a fire. Just find some shellfish, and cook some soup first. After lunch, make 2 fishing rods, and go fishing in the afternoon. When fleeing, Baizhen broke the fishing rod, and only took the fishing line and hook. Now he has to make a new one. Okay. After not coming to the beach for a long time, the fishy smell that Huamu once felt uncomfortable was seemed to be a little nostalgic. While Baizhen was looking for food, Huamu was also looking for useful things on the beach. The tsunami brought many shipwrecks around the island to the beach, and there might be something useful in it. The eldest lady had completely transformed into a Taobao expert, picking and choosing with a cane. Unfortunately, after the tsunami, many things were damaged. Huamu searched for a long time and only found an axe and a slightly twisted iron box. She cleaned the iron box and boiled Shanghai water, preparing to make some sea salt first. Baizhen came back soon, holding the pot in his right hand and a large piece of kelp in his left hand. There were many shells in the pot, many of which Huamu had never seen before. The one on the top was even as big as half the pot. Huamu hadn't eaten seafood for many days. She almost drooled when she saw the shells. Miss, the sentinel had a good harvest and looked very happy. Look what I found. Under the flat shellfish was a large pot of mussels. The surface was clean. Obviously it had been processed and cleaned. Not bad. Not bad. Huamu didn't expect Baizhen to be so happy. He was thinking that he must make her a delicious meal. Spit out the sand first. We'll cook half of it in soup and grill the other half. What are these shells on the top? Why haven't I seen them before? Are they delicious? Baizhen put the things down excitedly, picked up the super big shell on the top, and said with joy, "This is the Pinctada martensii. It's both horse and pig. It must be delicious." Sentinels have never been greedy. If he can make her so happy, it must be super delicious. Huamu was even more looking forward to it. How do you like it? I wonder if I can do it well for the first time. Baizhen seemed to be amused by her words. He pursed his lips and looked at her, showing a bit of helplessness and pampering. Miss, whether this is delicious or not is secondary. Look! She opened the scallop, revealing the scallop meat inside. Oh, how come it's dead? Huamu is very picky about the freshness of ingredients. Miss, look what this is. The sentry rubbed the scallop meat with his thumb, and the soft scallop meat squirmed a few times, and spit out some juice. Oh my god, what is he doing? Why is it a bit erotic? Has Baizhen been holding back for too long? Can you please stop holding back? I can. These 3 words, she can say them 10,000 times. Fuck, what are you doing? She knew this guy was a silent pervert, but showing her something that is not suitable for children, isn't it too sultry? Miss, look! How can she have the nerve to look at it? Baizhen has long fingers, clearly defined joints, and a strong contrast between wheat-colored skin and off-white scallop meat, which is really exciting. Huamu looked around, wanting to see but not daring to. Is this guy hinting at something? Is he asking for sex? Is her happiness coming? You? Don't beat around the bush. Just come directly if you want. Baizhen saw that she couldn't see it, so she had to use her index finger to pinch the pearl out of the shellfish meat. Miss, look! It's a pearl. Why? Why are you showing me the pearl? I don't want to. Huamu felt something was wrong halfway through her words. What pearl? Baizhen spread out her hands. And a round, white, smooth, translucent, and shiny pearl lay obediently in her palm. Miss, a pearl, I give it to you. It was a real pearl, a gemstone bred from wild Pinctada martensii. Baizhen's eyes were sincere, warm and full of expectation, as if he was not giving her just a pearl but his own heart. Huamu's mind, which was originally full of imagination, went blank because of this unexpected surprise. Before she could react, her eyes were already hot. She never thought that Sentinel was a romantic person. Slow and unromantic was her byword. But sometimes, she always gave her surprises, said some sweet words, and gave her some very valuable gifts. This was the most romantic and precious gift she had ever received. On such a deserted island, she never thought she could receive gems. Miss, don't you like it? Baizhen saw that she just stared at her palm blankly, neither speaking nor accepting, and she couldn't help feeling a little uneasy. Huamu shook her head quickly, stretched out her hand to take it, but her finger stopped when they were about to touch the pearl. Baizhen, kneeled down on one knee. Huamu felt a little guilty, but she still said it out loud because of the restlessness in her heart. Although Baizhen didn't understand why, she still obeyed. The moment her knees touched the beach, Huamu took the small pearl from her hand. She had imagined countless times that she was proposed to by someone, or by Jin, and this messy beach had nothing in common with her fantasy. But it didn't matter. The person she loved knelt down on one knee and gave her a gem. This was the most romantic proposal. Hua Mu tightly grasped the pearl and threw herself into the arms of the sentry. Miss? Baijin quickly hugged her to prevent her from getting hurt. Hua Mu responded with a passionate kiss. Baijin was not able to react in time, and her mind was short-circuited as she kissed Hua Mu, and happiness and joy made her unable to think. Miss has always been reserved. Why is she so active suddenly? Baijin. Hua Mu sat on her thighs, and for the first time, he did not suppress his desire at all, and shamelessly offered his red lips. She really couldn't bear it anymore, and she would take down this big fool no matter what when she went back this time. If she holds it back any longer, her legs will be fine, but other parts of her body will be in trouble. Although Baijin usually tries her best to control herself, her desire for Hua Mu has not diminished in the slightest. If possible, she also hopes to get closer to him. She was flattered by Hua Mu's initiative. And then she indulged herself a little. If it was just a kiss, there would be no problem. She could control Hattie and herself. If it was just a kiss. Hua Mu panted and leaned against Baijin's arms, with a submissive look and a loving attitude. Miss. The sentry held her firmly on his legs, caressing her hair and cheeks lovingly. She really didn't expect that Miss would like pearls so much. Hua Mu said, in a daze, and murmured, help me make a ring with this pearl. Okay. I'll make one for you too. Even if there is no wedding. Even if no one blesses. Even if no one witnesses. Hua Mu doesn't feel much regret. If she hadn't been stranded on this island, she might never be able to be with Baijin. So, this is enough. Chapter 92 Jealousy. Chue Liang squatted by the fire, eating a small crab in his mouth, and it made a crunching sound. The moonlight was gentle, the sea breeze was blowing gently, and the calm and deep sea under the night sky made it difficult to associate it with the terrible disaster 2 months ago. Hua Mu leaned on Baijin's chest, listening to her story in a soft and pleasant voice. The two of them had been like this for a whole afternoon. After dinner, Hua Mu pulled Baijin to lie down again. She didn't want to do anything, just wanted to be together for a while. Rather, her nerves had been tense for 2 months. And she finally relaxed today. The tsunami was overwhelming, as if it was the end of the world. Although the pain of fear and injury was diluted by Baijin's confession, it still left an indelible mark in her heart. After that, she was always worried about the post-disaster situation on the island. Worried about food problems. And worried about the progress of building houses. She never relaxed properly. But today is different. Today is her important day. An important day for her and Baijin to truly get married. So she doesn't want to worry about anything. Just want to enjoy intimacy. Just want to be pampered. Just want to feel her own sentinel. What's more, the situation on the island is better than she imagined. Everything is going in an orderly manner. Her new life is about to begin. There is nothing to worry about. The operation was originally intended to eliminate the intelligent creatures that escaped from the Kells Canyon. But the smuggling team discovered later completely changed the nature of the matter. After discussing with teammates, we decided to temporarily change the purpose of the operation and continue to carry out the mission. The voice of the sentinel is slightly lower than that of an average girl. At first glance, it sounds a bit cold and rigid. But Hua Mu particularly likes her voice gentle, sexy, and reassuring. Especially when he rests his head on her chest, the sound reverberates in her chest and makes her feel numb all over. And she discovered that, although Baijin looks tongue-tied and clumsy, she is actually very good at telling stories. Not only is she good at telling stories, she is also good at saying sweet words, even though she may not realize it herself. Hua Mu had this feeling in the past, and now she is even more certain that Sentinel is an out-and-out literary girl, and it is possible that she has read more serious books than her. Well, it seems that you have been dealing with the issue of intelligent creatures. I have only seen specimens of those creatures in a special traveling exhibition. And I still don't feel them. What are they? Are they really dangerous? The so-called intelligent creatures are not actually a biological classification, but a general term for a class of creatures that are hosted and controlled by spiritual bodies, causing mutations and disasters. In the eyes of ordinary people, these creatures are described as biological mutations caused by genetic mutations. The fact that spirits only reside in humans is still written in textbooks. There are two purposes for doing this. One is to avoid causing unnecessary panic, and the other is to avoid causing confrontation between ordinary people and sentinel guides. Because the theory of high-dimensional projection of spirits is too deeply rooted in people's minds. The emergence of intelligent creatures is considered to be the beginning of high-dimensional interference. As for why it first appeared in animals rather than humans, the general consensus is that humans, as highly intelligent creatures, are more difficult to control. It is generally believed that intelligent creatures really entered the human vision in the 1920s and 1930s of the early 20th century, although there are theories that they appeared earlier than imagined, throughout the entire human history, and were embedded in the mythological system. They cannot be confirmed due to lack of strong evidence. When intelligent creatures were first discovered, they caused a massive panic around the world. Various religions that preached the end of the world emerged, and God's spokespersons appeared one after another. Even the people who still retained their rationality believed that this was a virus outbreak, a sign of the end of the world. It was also at that time that the tower and the sentinel guides hidden in the dark came to the fore. Due to the rapid response of various countries, intelligent creatures were quickly suppressed and now only appear in a few inaccessible areas. And Kyle's Canyon is one of them. These areas are blocked by towers in their respective countries. Because of proper control, some people now even think that intelligent creatures are just an urban legend. We have disaster classification for intelligent creatures. Ordinary soldiers below level B can handle them. Only those above level B will be sent to carry out the task of extermination. In fact, now unless there is a smuggling team going deep into the blockade area to conduct illegal poaching, they generally will not leave their habitat. Oh, you should continue. What happened after that? Did you catch any members of the smuggling group later? Before becoming Huamu's guard, Baizhen went to the Heliopolis Empire as a special envoy for a 6-month exchange and guidance. This was her last mission during the exchange. She was accompanied by Benyu, Garcia and Miller. After changing the purpose, one person must first send the body of the sawtooth tiger back to the station of the blockade line. We decided to let Miller go back, Garcia stayed behind for support, and Benyu and I were responsible for the infiltration mission. The action team has a total of 4 people, which is the standard configuration of 2 guides and 2 sentinels, and Benyu and Garcia are both guides. Baizhen has a talent for storytelling. No matter how Huamu asks, he is very determined not to spoil the story. Wait, why are you going with Benyu? The young lady is extremely sensitive to the unnaturalness of the situation. Wouldn't it be better to go with colleagues from the same country for dangerous operations, like infiltration? In terms of familiarity, colleagues must be more familiar with each other. And support is generally safer than infiltration. Leaving a special envoy is also more reasonable from the perspective of international etiquette. The lady's intuition made her feel that there was something fishy going on between the two. First, Miller is more familiar with Kyle's situation than I am, so it would be better for him to escort. Second, the infiltration mission is risky, and the cooperation between the guide and the sentinel can greatly reduce the danger. Third, out of consideration for the guide's skills, Benyu's skills are very suitable for infiltration and interrogation. And I have worked with her many times, so there is no problem with cooperation. Baizhen did not show any abnormality, and the reasons were very sufficient. Perhaps this arrangement was the result of discussing these reasons, and this deepened Huamu's suspicion. Just as she thought before, out of international courtesy, special envoys are generally not sent to overly dangerous missions, unless they strongly request it. So, these reasons were of course thought up by Baizhen, and he successfully convinced the other 3. Huamu no longer cared about the result of this operation. She must figure out the relationship between the 2 people. Oh, you seem to be very familiar with a guide named Benyu. If I guess correctly, you call the other 2 companions by their surnames, but you call her by her name, right? Baizhen's heart suddenly jumped, and he subconsciously held his breath. Well, we are friends. How did you meet? During the mission. So before this exchange, you already knew each other, right? As a professional soldier, being able to lie without blushing or beating your heart when facing interrogation is a necessary skill. However, in front of Huamu, Baizhen felt that her daily training was useless. She could neither lie nor stay calm. It was a guilty feeling, she knew it. As for the matter with Benyu, although she could clearly determine that it was just an accident and stopped it in time, it still could not change the fact that the combination fever had occurred. The 2 agreed to keep this a secret, so they have never told anyone about it. If the young lady knew, she would definitely be unhappy. Why is your heartbeat so fast? Did I ask any strange questions? Huamu heard Baizhen's violent heartbeat, and quickly determined that it was a sign of her guilty conscience. After all, If it was because he was resting his head on her chest, then this reaction was too slow. Right? It was definitely not normal. Something must have happened between Baizhen and the guy named Binyu. No. No. He was caught by her on the first day of the proposal. How could he live like this? I remember you said that in general. The sentinels with a higher matching degree would perform tasks together with the guide. So who is better with you? Garcia or Binyu? It must be Binyu. This is also the most important reason why you two were responsible for the infiltration together. It's terrible. The young lady's reasoning ability is really terrible. Baizhen was extremely nervous and answered stiffly. It's like this. The most important reason was not told to her. If she said nothing happened, it would be a lie. Hua Mu looked up at Baizhen, smiling warmly. So she helped you sort out your spiritual body? It was over. She had nowhere to escape. Baizhen nodded with difficulty. A few times. How many times? 3. 3 times. Which time did it happen? What? What? I mean the combination of heat. Which time did it happen? The eldest lady will definitely become an excellent guide. With such a keen intuition, excellent reasoning ability, and superb interrogation skills, no one can deceive her. Baizhen could hardly bear Hua Mu's gaze. She clearly didn't mention her friendship with Binyu when she was narrating, never mentioned the degree of compatibility, never mentioned any combination of enthusiasm. Why could the young lady ask so confidently? As if she knew it beforehand. Yes, it was the 3rd time, but nothing happened to us, I promise. It was the first time that Baizhen panicked to this extent because of her guilty conscience. If it was in the past, it probably wouldn't be like this, but now she always felt like she had betrayed Hua Mu. She had to explain, even if the explanation sounded like sophistry. If it was just a kiss, it wouldn't count as anything. Right? How compatible are you? How could you bear it? Hua Mu was still smiling, and didn't seem angry at all. Baizhen was even more nervous for some reason, as if the young lady had never treated her like this before. For the first time, Baizhen felt that Hua Mu was unfathomable. We haven't measured it specifically, no, but it should be around 80. If the young lady turned hostile on the spot, she might feel more at ease after all. That was a predictable reaction. And now, she really didn't know what was waiting for her. She had given Miss a pearl in the afternoon, and Miss was so happy. But now, 80. It seems that 80 can get married. Right? However, the sentinels and guides of the 2 inner towers cannot get married. I remember there is such a rule? Baizhen was sweating profusely. Yes, so? So? You mean you stopped because of this rule? No. No. No, no. No, whether it is me or Binyu, we only appreciate each other. It's pure friendship, there's absolutely no love in it, so we stopped. You said stop. Right. So how far has it progressed? Didn't you say nothing happened? Baizhen was completely stunned. Where did the young lady learn this trap-like questioning? It's terrible. Kiss? Caress? Or, the same level as last time? Chapter 93 Heartfelt. Hua Mu knew that it was meaningless and unreasonable to tangle with such things at this time. Not to mention that Baizhen had nothing to do with her at that time. Just from Baizhen's perspective, she knew Binyu first, so even if something really happened between the 2 of them, and they really had feelings for each other, she, as a latecomer, had no right to be jealous of this matter. But she couldn't help it. It was obviously she who knew Baizhen first. She obviously cared about her so early, and her fantasy objects were all this big fool. But the big fool had fought with others. This was too unfair. Looking at Baizhen's uneasy look, she was a little annoyed, angry at herself, and the other party. Why didn't Baizhen remember her? Baizhen said he liked her, so when did he start to like her? She suddenly felt uneasy again. Could it be that the current situation of the 2 of them made Baizhen have an illusion? Could it be that her loyalty and her entanglement made her make this choice in the end? What if she actually had someone else she liked? For example, that Binyu. If there was no ban, would it be possible for the 2 to be together? Seeing that the sentinel was unable to give an answer, Hua Mu's heart sank to the bottom. Forget it. It's none of my business anyway. She turned over and faced Baizhen, feeling bitter in her heart. Baizhen became anxious, not caring about making Hua Mu angry, and hugged her from behind. Miss, please don't say that. This matter also concerns the reputation of another girl. Binyu was born in the royal family, and is different from me. We agreed to keep it a secret at the time, but we didn't do anything. Only kissing, and didn't stick out our tongues. I promise. Hua Mu didn't refuse her hug. And after a while she said sullenly, "Do you really not like her?" "Of course. I don't have such feelings for her." "Then do you have such feelings for me? Do you really like me?" She remembered their encounter. Remembered Baizhen saving her. And remembered her kindness. But what about Baizhen? I had treated her so badly before. How could she like me? Even after they got together, they never talked about this topic. Baizhen did not doubt her feelings for Hua Mu, nor did she question Hua Mu's true feelings at the beginning, while Hua Mu put more thoughts on other things. This was the first time Baizhen knew about Hua Mu's uneasiness. She didn't know that she was so unconfident. "Miss, I am absolutely sure of this only. You may not believe it. And I can't always express it well. But I do love you. It's not a whim. Nor is it forced by the situation. I feel the same as you." Although she felt a little shy, she was not ashamed. If the young lady wanted to hear it, she was willing to tell her all her feelings. "Really?" Hua Mu asked pitifully with a nasal tone. "When did it start?" Baizhen hugged her tightly. "I think it should have started a long time ago." The lights outside the elevator were bright. But the elevator was dark because of the frost. The two young children had been trapped inside for half an hour. And the cold made their voices get lower and lower. "Sister Baizhen." Hua Mu was a little better because she had been wrapped in Baizhen's arms, but she was already shivering. Baizhen's back was severely frostbitten, and her lower body was also a little numb. "Mu Mu, are you very cold?" Hua Mu was indeed very cold, but she knew that the other person must be colder than herself, so she shook her head obediently. Compared to the cold, she had another more difficult thing to deal with. "Sister, I want to go to the toilet." She has been holding it in for a long time. She has been eating at night. She didn't dare to mention it when she ran away just now. Now she can't hold it in any longer. Although she is still a child, Hua Mu has good family education. Even in such a critical situation, she can't stand to solve such a problem anywhere. Even if she just expresses this wish to others, she feels a little ashamed. Baizhen was stunned for a moment. "Are you anxious?" Hua Mu's voice has been crying. Obviously she can't bear it any longer. Baizhen touched her face and comforted her. "It's okay. Don't get out of my arms. I'll hold you." But I don't want to. This is an elevator, not a place to go to the toilet. Besides, she didn't want to embarrass herself in front of Sister Baizhen. Baizhen moved her legs, and finally managed to control them after feeling the pain like a needle. "It's okay. This is a special situation. I won't tell anyone. Children's endurance is certainly not as good as adults. And if they become incontinent in this situation, it will only make things worse." But she was worried about letting Hua Mu out of her arms, because the heat she had saved with great difficulty would dissipate. Hua Mu covered her face and sobbed sadly. But sister, you are here too. I won't see it, and it's so cold now, there won't be any smell, and no one will find it when the rescue comes. I'll carry you to the corner, don't worry." "Woo, but..." She was already a big kid, and she had never used the toilet like this since she could remember. But now she had to do such an indecent thing in front of her favorite sister whom she met on the first day. "Mumu, did you hear the noise outside? The police and fire department will be here soon. But it will take some time for them to open the elevator. What if you can't hold it in by then?" Then she would be even more embarrassed. Hua Mu was frightened by this assumption, and even accidentally didn't hold it in a little bit. "Then you must not look at me." "Okay." Baizhen tried for a long time before finally kneeling up, holding Hua Mu carefully moved to the corner. "Mumu, take it off yourself, just take it off a little bit." Hua Mu's hands were cold, and she was nervous because of shame, and finally pulled her panties down to her thighs. "It will be a little cold, just bear with it." Baizhen slightly opened her legs, and the cold air stimulated Hua Mu's whole body to tremble, and she could no longer bear it. It turned out that she would be so cold as Sister Baizhen didn't hold her, and it turned out that Sister's embrace was so warm. When she thought of Baizhen holding her and enduring such coldness, her heart ached slightly. "Sister Baizhen." Baizhen heard the voice, knowing that she was fine, and hurriedly wanted to pick her up. "Mu. Don't move." "But I haven't wiped it yet." Hua Mu loves cleanliness. "Do you have a tissue?" "I have a handkerchief." Hua Mu took out a handkerchief from her small bag with shaking hands, and Baizhen took it without thinking, put her on her lap, wiped her quickly, and then held her in her arms again. She was used to wearing a quilt, and she never thought that Hua Mu was more ashamed than ordinary little girls, and she did it in one go. It took Hua Mu a while to realize what Baizhen had done for her. But warmth quickly overcame shame. and her desire to cry was stuck in midair. The police and fire brigade should have arrived a while ago. But there was still no rescue outside. But there were sounds of fighting. Baizhen guessed that the police had encountered the group of people who wanted to hurt Hua Mu. So they were unable to come up. Although she felt uncomfortable. She didn't know why she gradually got used to it. She felt that she could not maintain her rationality and consciousness for a while. But Hua Mu's voice always pulled her back from the edge of collapse. In this situation, Mu would be scared alone. And she had to accompany her and protect her. Hua Mu took a long time to finally suppress her shame, listening to Baizhen's steady heartbeat and breathing. Her heart gradually calmed down. Her aunt taught her not to panic when encountering things, but to stay calm. In the past, she didn't really understand what it meant to be calm. But now she knows. Sister Baizhen, are you scared? Baizhen nodded. Yes, I am very scared. She was afraid that Hua Mu would get hurt. Afraid that they would not be able to wait for rescue. And afraid that she would not be able to protect her. Hua Mu was originally curled up in her arms, but suddenly raised her face and kissed her chin. Don't be afraid. I am not afraid either. My father and aunt are both very powerful. And my aunt's guard. She wears a white mask. Looks super handsome and super powerful. My aunt will definitely let her come to save us. The Queen's guard. White mask. Must be the leader without a doubt. If the leader came, of course he could save the two. Hua Mu said to comfort Baizhen. But Baizhen's consciousness gradually began to blur. In fact, Hattie had been maintaining the freezing effect of the elevator. And her mental strength was still being consumed. The cold tortured the two. But if the effect of the ice was not maintained, the elevator would fall immediately. The current situation was undoubtedly a poison to quench thirst. But Baizhen's overdraft was too great. When she was awakened by the vibration of the slowly falling elevator, she had lost consciousness for 5 minutes. Woo woo woo, Sister Baizhen. Hua Mu seemed to have been blowing air into her mouth before she woke up. Perhaps it was a child imitating a first aid method that he saw from somewhere. Although it was useless, Baizhen still woke up. The frost had signs of thawing, and the elevator began to fall slowly again, and Baizhen could no longer summon Hattie again. Mu! Unprecedented fear occupied all her senses. Faced with her own powerlessness, Baizhen was so eager to gain power for the first time. Hua Mu cried with tears all over her face. Sister, are we going to die? Baizhen could no longer deny it, and hugged her and apologized softly. I'm sorry. No. It's my fault. I got you into trouble. No. I'm glad to know you. Mu. If there is a next life, can I be your sister? Yeah. Just as the two were saying their childish last words, the elevator, which was falling faster and faster, was suddenly held up by a gentle and powerful force. And it slowly stopped like a normal elevator. The elevator was still in midair. But there was a person standing outside the window. Because of the ice flower. Neither of them noticed her. Until the person tapped the glass lightly with his fingers. It was a very light sound. And the bulletproof glass that could withstand the cold, high temperature and huge impact shattered. What last words are you saying at such a young age? Baizhen, you still have to follow me back to the tower to be punished. Chapter 94 Heartfelt. The person wearing a white mask, her long black hair fluttered in the wind. Her cloak fluttered in the strong night wind, but she stood quietly on the military flying saucer like a ghost. Baizhen heard the voice without any emotion, and raised his head in panic. Hua Mu was pleasantly surprised, and turned to look at the faceless man and cried, Mian, you came to save me! Because she was wearing a mask. She was called Mian. The naming method for children is simple and easy to understand. The faceless man walked leisurely from the flying saucer into the elevator, and easily lifted Hua Mu out of Baizhen's arms with one hand. Her tone seemed to be softer. She held Hua Mu in her arms and chuckled. Sweetheart, didn't you say you can't call me like that? Your aunt will be angry. Whoa, Mian. I'm so scared. Hua Mu cried and hugged her affectionately. And her grievances were released. The faceless man wrapped Hua Mu's body with a cloak, held her in his arms with one hand, and picked up Baizhen with the other hand. Two little kids running away from home can cause such a big commotion. You are really young and formidable. Leader. Baizhen had only seen the leader from a distance once or twice before. This was the first time he was so close to her. The leader's actions were not gentle, but they made her feel extremely relieved. When she saw the leader for the first time, Baizhen knew that she was powerful and unfathomable. I wanted to see how long you could endure before coming back. But I didn't expect you to be so stubborn. The faceless man looked down at her. Sneered. You've failed this time. You'd better keep your mouth shut in front of the queen later. Yes. Hua Mu leaned in her arms, sobbing, and asked, Mian Mian, are my aunt and dad here too? Yes. They are just opposite. Your aunt said she will spank you if she finds you. Hua Mu felt wrong, sobbing and crying. Whoa! Don't let her spank me. I'm already so miserable. Although her aunt was very gentle, she was also very strict sometimes. She was more afraid of her aunt than her father. You deserve it. Who gave you the courage to run away from home? The faceless man held a child in each hand and stepped on the flying saucer again. The military flying saucer is a single-person aircraft with flexible and convenient features. Its official name is Hummingbird F-25. Its load capacity is only more than 100 kilograms, which is just enough for one person to stand. Hua Mu is small, but Baizhen's physique is equivalent to that of an adult woman. The faceless man brought 2 people with him. As soon as they stepped on the flying saucer, it sank immediately. Ah! Face! We are going to fall again! Hua Mu had been frightened enough today, and had a physical fear of high altitudes. But Baizhen didn't feel too scared. In her blurred vision, there was a brilliant world. The night wind was chilly, and the stars were sparse. She saw a completely different scene from the place where she had lived for more than 10 years. There were tall buildings, bustling traffic, bright nights as bright as day, and bright lights. However, what remained unchanged was that this was still a place where the strong preyed on the weak, even more cruel than the tropical rainforest. Only by becoming stronger could we protect ourselves and the important people. Amid Hua Mu's cries, the 3 finally staggered to the roof of another building, where they were waiting for the fully armed guards and the anxious queen and Grand Duke. When Hua Mu was put on the ground by the faceless man, she was already dizzy and had stars in her eyes. Mu Mu! The queen rushed over, hugging her small body in her arms and checking her in a panic. How are you? Are you injured anywhere? Why are you so cold? Ah! Auntie! Auntie! Hua Mu felt relieved in the familiar warm embrace, and she cried wildly while hugging her auntie. The Grand Duke was holding a blanket in his hand, and was a little late. Sister, wrap Mu Mu first. Hua Chu took the blanket and wrapped Hua Mu, and then picked her up herself. Let's go to the hospital. The 2 of them were not interested in the extra child. Baizhen stayed behind the faceless man, and tried her best to hide her presence. Although she wanted to take another look at Mu Mu, she did not dare to be presumptuous in front of the queen. Wait! Wait! Sister Baizhen will go with me. Hua Mu cried for a while, finally remembered her little friend, turned around to look for her. Sister Baizhen? Hua Chu frowned and looked at the person behind the leader. Sister Baizhen. Hua Mu called her anxiously in her aunt's arms. Baizhen didn't dare to remain silent any longer. Just as she was about to step forward to ask for instructions, the leader took a step forward and blocked her behind him again. She is the child who was with Mu Mu in the previous report. She is a sentinel in my tower. Today, she met the eldest lady during the holiday. It is also a credit. Hua Chu looked behind her suspiciously, and seemed not to believe her words. But she gave all the matters in the tower to Hua Zheng to deal with, and rarely argue with her about them. Since she is yours, it is up to you to decide whether to reward or punish her. Yes. Hua Mu didn't know why Baizhen refused to come out, but she still cried with tears in her eyes. Sister Baizhen. Hua Chu pressed her head into her arms, and said softly, Mu Mu, you have a fever, let's go to the hospital first. But Sister Baizhen is also injured. She is trying to protect me. She is a sentinel, she has to go to a special hospital. Not with us, you don't have to worry. Hua Chu hugged Hua Mu and was about to leave, but Hua Mu was lying on her shoulder and looking at Baizhen. Sister Baizhen, we agreed, you must remember to come find me. Mu Mu. Baizhen could no longer pretend to be indifferent, and responded softly. Sister Baizhen. Mu Mu. She wanted to get out from behind the leader, and take another look at the little girl she had encountered today. It was just one day, but she couldn't forget her so much, and couldn't bear to leave. Hua Chu stopped, wanting to see what kind of person the girl was, but turned around and saw her guards picking up a tall girl who seemed to have fainted. The queen frowned, and just expressed her concern. What's wrong with her? She's just exhausted her mental strength. Don't worry. After all, she saved Hua Mu, even if it might be Hua Jing's people. Hua Chu felt that she had to express her gratitude. Do you need me? How can I trouble you? Just take her back to the tower to recuperate for a while. It sounded very respectful, but it was definitely sarcastic. Hua Chu was a little annoyed, staring at the mask of the faceless man, and said coldly, "Oh, really? Sister." Hua Jian pulled her hand and said softly, "Let's go." Hua Mu finally remembered her father at this time, and looked at him with a pair of big green eyes filled with tears. "Dad, can you let Sister Baizhen be my bodyguard?" The handsome face of the Duke was full of a gentle and doting fatherly smile. "Okay, Mumu, let's go to the hospital first. Your Sister Baizhen needs to recover, and when she recovers, Dad will let her come to our house." "Yeah, okay." No matter how energetic a child is, after going through so many things in a day, he should be tired by now. Hua Mu got a positive reply, and the heavy stone in his heart finally fell to the ground, and he fell into a deep sleep without being able to hold on. A long time ago? Hua Mu's heart skipped a beat when she heard Baizhen's words. Could it be that? She still remembers what happened at that time. But if so, Baizhen is pretending too well. Right? How many times have I tried to test her? How long ago is a long time ago? 6 years ago? 6 years ago, or when Hua Mu was 12 years old, this was not the first time Baizhen had heard her mention it. For this year, Baizhen's deepest impression was the collapse of the tower. Combined with the previous speculation, she had basically determined the reason why Hua Mu cared so much about this year. "Miss, I dare to ask you, is the collapse of the tower incident 6 years ago related to you?" "What tower collapse?" Hua Mu didn't know the follow-up of that incident, and this term was only circulated in the Sentinel Circle. Baizhen hesitated whether to tell Hua Mu about this matter. After all, it was not a good thing. 6 years ago, there was a riot among the Sentinels in the tower. Hua Mu finally knew what she was talking about. Baizhen remembered it at all. "You remember this incident? If you remember it, why did you seem to not recognize her when you went to be her guard the next year? It was only 1 year. How could she have changed so much?" Baizhen nodded. This incident had a great impact in the Sentinel Circle, and it also promoted many reforms. Although I was on a mission at the time, I kept hearing my colleagues mention it. Wait, what do you mean she was on a mission? Even if my memory is biased, it's too far off. Right? Or, was it a ghost who saved her? You mean, you weren't in the tower at the time? Hua Mu turned over and looked at Baizhen. This is so wrong. She didn't expect that her incident would make such a big fuss. So she thought that Baizhen didn't remember it, and probably just treated it as a mission. But now it seems that this is not the case at all. And the other party can't even remember it. Baizhen nodded. That's right. The leader assigned me a mission at the time. Impossible. 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 Hua Mu didn't believe that she remembered it wrong. How could she remember it wrong about such an important thing? When Baizhen knelt in front of her and said that, she had already deeply engraved these in her mind. I'm carrying out. Baizhen couldn't remember what mission she was carrying out for a moment. This was really unusual. She remembered every mission she had ever taken. You don't remember? This is a secret mission assigned by the leader. Yes, it was a very important mission, so she would never forget it. Hua Mu frowned, no longer caring about the so-called face, and asked anxiously. You really don't remember? At that time, I was sent to the tower because of awakening, and then, that happened, and you saved me. Baizhen opened his eyes wide, seemingly unable to understand her words for a moment. Have you forgotten? You said you were a sentinel of the inner tower. You said you would never offend me. Even now, the scene at that time is still vivid. Chapter 95 The Past. Hua Mu shivered and curled up under the ambulance bed. The tall sentry knelt in front of her in a submissive manner. But the commotion outside the car did not stop. The sentries knocked down by Baizhen were about to make a comeback. Just as the sentry broke through the car door, Hua Mu finally couldn't stand the fear in her heart and threw herself into the arms of the female sentry, who looked very trustworthy. Save me. Baizhen hugged the girl's soft and hot body tightly, and then kicked away the classmate who had lost his mind because of the guide element. She was in great physical condition, and she was still agile even when she was holding Hua Mu. After kicking the sentry away, Baizhen rushed out of the car door quickly, stepped on the shoulders of the crowded people with incredible balance and speed, and jumped out of the encirclement. The eyes of the riding sentries were red, and they only had Hua Mu in their eyes. The guide essence that could almost be described as delicious deeply attracted them, and their instinct made them unable to resist. This was their destined guide, and they had to get her. possess her and be loyal to her. As for whether they can still think, they clearly realize what they are doing. But they can't resist. The benefits of combining with this guide are irresistible. Especially the many competitors around them make them unwilling to fall behind. They are not the only one who noticed this. Such a swaggering guide is of course coveted by others all the time. After today, there will be no such good opportunity again. She will be taken away by others, and become someone else's partner. How unbearable is this? Even if they need to beat their opponents, even if they need to use violence, even if they need to make mistakes, even if they have to do whatever it takes, they must get her. Their minds were chaotic but clear. Driven by instinct, and with clear goals. Even their number one was the same. Even Baijin participated in the competition. This female sentinel with excellent grades and restraint was just like them. Hoping to obtain and possess this princess. When Baijin rushed out of the encirclement with Hua Mu in his arms, the scene immediately became more chaotic. The irrational sentinels immediately turned around and chased in the direction of Baijin's escape. Hua Mu was completely frightened. And only the soft chest and strong arms of the female sentinel gave her some comfort. She could hear the commotion behind her. But she didn't dare to look back. What should we do? I'll take you to the command tower. The reason why the Sentry organization is called a tower is mainly because it continues the name of the past organization building. To this day, there are still many tower-shaped buildings in the headquarters base. The command tower is the center of the organization. Many functional departments are set up here. It is the daily office of the organization staff. Most of the out-of-control sentinels are still trainees. And unlike her, who started to perform tasks very early, most of them have no actual combat experience. Hua Mu tightly grasped her arm and said anxiously, "What if there are people there? There are public guides in the command tower. And the teacher on duty today is also there. They will handle it properly. So don't worry." Woo. But I'm so scared. Hua Mu didn't understand why she encountered such a thing. And why so many sentinels were rushing towards her. Baijin whispered, "Please don't worry. I will protect you." Hua Mu listened to the sentinel's violent heartbeat. And for some reason, she was actually relieved. The roads in the base were complicated. Baijin ran all the way with Hua Mu in his arms. When they reached the gate of the command tower, they had already left most of the sentinels behind. But there were still 5 or 6 people following closely behind them. They were all excellent students in the tower. And their future was limitless. The command tower seemed to have noticed the commotion. Baijin met 2 guide teachers, who were about to go out at the bottom of the command tower. Baijin, Suing and Sensang were on duty today. And there were 2 other sentinels on duty with them. Half an hour ago, Suing received news that a special awakener was going to be sent to the tower. Unexpectedly, when the ambulance drove into the gate, things began to completely get out of control. Awakening rampage is not very rare. This refers to the situation where the sentinels and guides will be unable to control their power after they have just awakened, causing their spirits to wander around. The stronger the sentinels and guides are, the more likely this situation is to happen. In general, Tari is happy to see this situation, and has his own set of standards for dealing with it. But this time it was different. Both the strength of the spirit and the breadth of the guide element were abnormal. The 2 were originally making advanced preparations with the medical staff at the medical center. It was not until the alarm sounded that they realized that something was wrong. Suing immediately sent out her spirit to check, but found that her spirit could not catch up with the opponent's speed. The ubiquitous detectors in the tower sounded the alarm one after another. The awakened spirit was like a queen bee, spreading strong and delicious guide elements. Su Ying's spirit was a black cat named Best. Its guide ability was analysis. It could roughly judge the abilities of guides and sentinels through pheromones, which was of great value in teaching. Almost the moment she came into contact with the opponent's guide element, she felt dizzy. This is a physiological reaction caused by too much information. The principle is similar to the computer crash caused by insufficient function when processing huge amounts of information. She has had this feeling before. Not to mention the royal family members, the leaders, and some powerful seniors also made it impossible for her to analyze. But it is just a guide who has just awakened. This is too rare. The last time she encountered this situation was when Baijin entered the tower. But at that time, she was just a student, and her ability was not comparable to her current ability. When the 2 sentinels on duty also became lost to varying degrees, Su Ying and Sensang realized the difficulty of the situation. The 2 quickly made a judgment, and after calming their companions, they sent an emergency communication to the leader, and immediately received a reply and instructions. The tower is not only a management agency for sentinels and guides, but also bears the responsibility of education. The leader is not only the manager of the tower, but also the principal, and has the power to directly grant military ranks to students. Many sentinels and guides have dual identities, and students in the tower often also bear the responsibility of guards. Most of the graduated sentinels and guides are on long-term missions outside. A few stay in the tower to become full-time teachers, except for the teaching staff and ordinary people who undertake logistical tasks. The rest are almost all students, and now only the 2 guides on duty are capable of dealing with this situation. Sinsang's spirit body is a pink long-eared rabbit named Angel. As one of the senior public guides in the tower, she has the ability to quickly appease the sentinels. But facing this large-scale sentinel riot, she has no confidence in being able to control the scene, even with a strong neutralizer. Hypnotic drugs have almost no effect on the sentinels, who are running wild. The only way is to neutralize the smell of the guide element, and then calm them down. But the 2 guides have no chance of winning against a group of sentinels, even if they are teachers. But they have to go. Whether as teachers, soldiers, guides or subjects, they have the obligation and responsibility to deal with this crisis. What the 2 did not expect was that they would meet Baishan at the door of the command tower. And they did not expect that she was still holding the awakened person. Although they rarely perform field missions, Su Ying and Sinsang still have extremely high professional qualities. The moment they saw Baishan, Su Ying had already pulled the joystick to spray the neutralizer at the 2. Sinsang's spirit body instantly turned into pink smoke, wrapping the 2. Senior. Such a sudden situation caught Baishan off guard. Hattie, who was originally interfering with the sentinel behind him, instinctively rushed towards the host and roared to blow away the pink smoke. The long-eared rabbit fell and bounced like a dumpling, and jumped back into Sinsang's arms. Most of the guide spirits are herbivores, and cats like Su Ying are rare. But this does not mean that they have a physical fear of carnivorous wolves like herbivores. Retreating is just a reaction after assessing the situation. I'm fine. It's Qin Sen and the others. Baishan immediately stopped Hattie's counterattack and shouted at the 2. They are out of control. Su Ying and Sinsang were both stunned. And then, they saw the scene behind Baishan. They were all students who were very familiar with each other on weekdays. Some were cheerful, and some were gentle. But at this time, they seemed to have completely lost their minds. Their eyes were red. Their expressions were fanatical, as if they had turned into wild beasts of instinct and desire. You take the awakened one in first, and Sinsang and I will handle this. But if it is irresistible, then why is Baishan okay? And as a guide with analytical ability, Su Ying understands better than anyone that the ability of this guide element is different from charm. To be precise, its function is to attract. Just like a male peacock showing off its beautiful feathers, the awakened one's guide element shows her strength. But its effect is even more unimaginable than the general charm ability. The awakened person's spirit is like a proud and unrestrained child, announcing his beauty to the world. But he doesn't know that beauty often brings disasters. And the source of disasters is desire. I will take the young lady to a safe place first, and then come to help you. Baishan did not dare to delay. The neutralizer and Sinsang's guidance ability made her more sober. Baishan's address to the awakened person surprised Su Ying a little. She obviously knew the identity of the awakened person. Su Ying only learned about this after an emergency communication with the leader, and therefore realized that the seriousness of the situation was beyond imagination. If Hua Mu was fine, there would still be room for recovery. If she really had any mistakes, the punishment her students would face would be unimaginable. Don't come back. Open the safety brake of the control tower. Be sure to protect her. The control tower has the most stringent security facilities. If you are in it, you may be able to hold on until the leader comes back. Chapter 96 The Past. Baishan carried Hua Mu into the door, and went straight to the elevator. There was already a melee outside the door. The physical fitness of the guides is not as weak as the general public thinks. They also have a lot of physical training and master various fighting skills. It's just that because the guides are almost all women, and they don't have the 5 senses enhanced like the sentinels, they appear weak in comparison. Su Ying and Sinsang are naturally more experienced as teachers. In addition, the sentinels are completely irrational at the moment, and they compete with each other. They are temporarily blocked outside the door by the 2. Hua Mu had tears in her eyes. Watching the elevator door slowly close, she asked anxiously, Will they be okay? Baishan was naturally worried about the 2 seniors, but Hua Mu's safety was more important than these. This was not only for Hua Mu, but also for her classmates. Don't worry, They are all very professional guides. Is it my fault? They are all because of me. Those two sisters are also for me. Baizhen touched her long hair and said firmly, Of course not, it's not your fault. Huamu sobbed miserably, hugged Baizhen's shoulders and sobbed. But the sisters in the car said it was because of me. Beauty and strength are never mistakes. Please don't think about it anymore. The sentry didn't look at the little girl in his arms. The sweat on her body was not because of the intense exercise just now, but because of endurance. Beauty and power are not wrong. And it is certainly not wrong to want to possess beauty and power. But if you use any means to achieve this beauty and power, and lose yourself, then it is really a defilement of beauty. Huamu tightly grasped the uniform on Baizhen's chest, and looked at her with tears in her eyes. Thank you. It is my responsibility to protect you. After the shock and self-blame passed, the girl felt a sense of familiarity and attachment to this embrace for some reason. The sentry was tall, with deep facial features, deep and tender black eyes, and sharp and clear jawline. She was a very good-looking sister, pretty and somewhat handsome. Have I seen you somewhere before? Was it when she came to the tower with her aunt to express her condolences? Or did she see you at the military parade? However, if she was such a beautiful and special sister, she would never forget it if she had seen her. Baizhen suddenly lowered his head and looked deeply into Huamu's eyes. Time suddenly slowed down, and Huamu felt a little hot for some reason. No, she was in the heat of awakening, and it was normal for her body to be hot. Do you think you've seen me somewhere? Huamu closed her eyes shyly and shook her head with a flushed face. I don't quite remember. That might be your illusion. The elevator quickly reached the top floor of the control tower, and the control tower was even higher. However, when Baizhen stepped out of the elevator, an ominous aura suddenly came from the end of the corridor. Baizhen! Baizhen was very familiar with this, having fought against him countless times, although they were not at the same level. They had always been competitors. Liang Jinshan, the former senior and now the new teacher, was rushing towards the two men. As an outstanding graduate who graduated with the first place last year, his ability was not much inferior to that of the teacher who had taught for many years. Before graduation, 3 troops extended olive branches to him, but he became a teacher in the tower at his own strong request. Senior, Baizhen immediately found that something was wrong with Liang Jinshan. This senior was obviously also affected by the guide element. This was not an opponent that could be dealt with by holding Huamu. In terms of speed alone, Liang Jinshan, whose spirit body was a griffin, was also faster than her. What's more, their destination was exactly the direction he came from. Baizhen made a quick decision and turned back to run to the corridor on the other side. When turning the corner, he stuffed Huamu into the office closest to them. Miss, please find a place to hide, and don't come out before I call you. Bye, Baizhen. Huamu grabbed her helplessly, and was at a loss as to what to say. She didn't want to be alone, nor did she want Baizhen to get hurt. I'll be fine. The sentry didn't have time to explain to her, and quickly closed the door. Then, Huamu heard a loud fighting noise. She subconsciously wanted to scream, but she covered her mouth tightly and hid under the table. It was easy for the sentry to find her. Baizhen asked her to hide here because he was afraid that she would be accidentally affected during the fight. Liang Jinshan's griffin could not be used in the corridor, and Baizhen was not much different. The two were old rivals and old friends. The battle was more intense because they were familiar with each other. Liang Jinshan was extremely fast in the spirit body state. Although Baizhen could see his movements clearly, her body was always a step behind. She had to show a flaw, trying to catch Liang Jinshan's hands. But the other party was not fooled and jumped back. Hattie seized the opportunity to release himself from the possession state and rushed towards Liang Jinshan on the ceiling. Baizhen rarely used Hattie's freezing effect when fighting with classmates. But in this case, he could not show mercy even to his senior. The cold air like a ray seemed to be shot out from the giant wolf's mouth, and it seemed that it could be avoided visually. However, in fact, it was the opposite. The ice wolf did not emit cold air, but absorbed heat. This ability can only be used after locking the target, and once locked by Baizhen, there is almost no possibility of escape. Liang Jinshan slid back, and a layer of frost had formed on the surface of his clothes. He had to release his spiritual body griffin to interfere with the ice wolf, and Baizhen flashed in front of him at this time and punched Liang Jinshan in the face. Without the support of the spirit body, the battle between the sentinels was more like a pure physical fight. Although Baizhen was a woman, She was not inferior to Liang Jinshan in strength and physique. The two fought hard. The battle between the spirit bodies was even more brutal. Griffin and Hattie bit and wrestled each other. The wings and limbs were atomized one after another because they could not be reshaped in time. Fighting in a small space was even more disadvantageous for the flying spirit body. Griffin was quickly at a disadvantage, and was thrown out by the giant wolf with the last wing bitten. The griffin suddenly let out a sharp cry. The sound waves that cannot be heard by ordinary people can greatly affect the sentinel's five senses. Bai Jin, who was suppressing Liang Jinshan, became dizzy and was counterattacked by the opponent in an instant. In terms of combat ability alone, Liang Jinshan is not inferior to Bai Jin. Even if he loses his mind, his combat instinct is still extremely sharp. Just when the two spirits were fighting fiercely, a round black little head suddenly popped out from the wall. It was a black unicorn, and because it was underage, it had the body of a child. Its black pupils were full of curiosity, and its face was full of innocent and lively expressions. Almost the moment it appeared, the griffin gave up the fight with the ice wolf, and rushed towards it as if it had seen some delicious food. The spirit body is completely capable of passing through real things with a virtual body, but because it has empathy with the sentinel, they usually synchronize their senses during fierce battles, so as not to cause spatial confusion to the sentinel. This is also the reason why spirits without physical bodies are restricted in their movements in a small space. When the griffin rushed towards the unicorn, Liang Jinshan was also affected. Woo woo woo! The unicorn was frightened and immediately retreated into the wall, flapping its wings and rushing towards the location of its host. Hua Mu was dizzy for a few seconds because of the sound waves emitted by the griffin just now, and then the black unicorn that appeared in the room made her at a loss. But the other party did not seem to be a threat at all, and the natural closeness to the spirit also made her immediately understand what this creature was. But the unicorn had no idea of its own and its host's situation, and was happily spinning around the room, even sticking its head out of the corridor. Hua Mu had no idea how to control it, let alone command it. But she still saw the situation outside the corridor through the unicorn's eyes. Bai Jin was pinned down by the man with blood all over his face. Hua Mu was startled and subconsciously tried to stand up, but bumped her head against the bottom of the table. The scene of Griffin flying towards her in Luna's eyes made her close her eyes tightly. The unicorn ran towards Hua Mu, and half of Griffin's body also passed over the wall. Hua Mu finally couldn't help screaming after being hit by the unicorn, and Griffin also screamed sharply. However, unlike the previous attacks, this was a cry of pain and fear. Hua Mu forced herself to open her eyes, and saw that the half-body griffin seemed to be firmly grasped by something, struggling to disappear on the other side of the wall, and the instigator was trembling and hiding herself behind her petite body, burying her round face in her front hooves. Hua Mu didn't care about her stupid spirit body, and once again got up from the ground in a panic and ran out the door. She didn't know what she could do. She only knew that Bai Jin was in danger, and she had to help her. When she opened the door, she saw Bai Jin standing outside the door, wearing a neat uniform and standing straight. Who else could it be? Bai Jin. Hua Mu hugged her excitedly, and then wanted to check the situation outside. You're fine. But Bai Jin gently covered her eyes and hugged her again. I'm fine, I'll take you to the control tower. This embrace is really reassuring. Hua Mu realized this again. But I saw your face was covered in blood. Although her face is still clean now. That's okay. Hua Mu looked at her with tears in her eyes. Really? Does it hurt? The bruises and redness on the sentry's face were very eye-catching. Bai Jin ran over Liang Jinshan lying on the ground towards the end of the corridor, while comforting him. It's okay, it doesn't hurt. Hua Mu couldn't help but hug the sentry's neck and shed tears. Whether it was her fault or not, Bai Jin was injured to protect her. Chapter 97 The Past. Bai Jin hugged Hua Mu and walked quickly through the corridor. Just as the two finally stepped onto the stairs leading to the control tower, two groups of sentinels appeared at the safety passage and the elevator entrance at the same time. They broke through the defense of the two guides and took advantage of the time when Bai Jin was entangled by Liang Jinshan and quickly caught up. Bai Jin burst out with all his strength and ran wildly towards the control tower. Hua Mu felt dizzy due to the bumps and could only grit his teeth and resist the urge to vomit. The huge glass door finally appeared in front of the two. Bai Jin quickly verified the fingerprint, retina and DNA lock, and took Hua Mu inside. The glass door was at the outermost layer of the control tower. After passing through a passage more than 10 meters long, They finally reached the control center. The control center was a spherical structure, and half of the wall was a display screen. As the control center of the security system in the tower, it displayed surveillance videos from almost every corner. The walls of the control tower were all made of composite metal materials, which not only had super strong anti-strike capabilities, but also effectively shielded the invasion of spiritual bodies. Normally, there would be staff on duty here every day. Today, the staff on duty was Su Ying. Baizhen was one of the few students who had control tower authority, so Su Ying asked her to bring Hua Mu here directly. After the safety brake system was activated internally, unless the leader came to activate it personally, the control tower would be an impregnable fortress. Hua Mu watched Baizhen insert a silver card into the card slot, and quickly entered a string of numbers on the touch screen. The words countdown immediately popped up on the screen, and the sound of a giant metal door starting was heard in the passage between the glass door and the operating table. Hua Mu was just feeling relieved when a loud noise came from outside the control tower. Baizhen! She nervously pulled the sentry's arm, watching the slow countdown anxiously. Baizhen gently put Hua Mu on the ground, squatted down and looked at her at eye level. Miss, please wait inside for a moment. The leader will be here soon. Hua Mu understood what she meant, grabbed her sleeve tightly, and cried, What about you? Won't you wait inside with me? It's better for me to stay outside. Don't be afraid. It's safe here. Hua Mu didn't want her to leave. She didn't want to be alone. And she didn't want Baizhen to get hurt again. The glass door outside obviously couldn't hold for long. Don't leave. You stay here too. I don't want to be alone. Baizhen looked at her deeply, and then said with difficulty after a while, Even if it's me, it's not safe for you. I can't be alone with you, but I'm outside the door. I promise you, you can get out as soon as the leader comes. The sentry said it very seriously. Hua Mu's heart skipped a beat, and the strength in his hand softened. Even for her, even for Baizhen? The outermost glass door couldn't hold out for too long under the attack of so many sentinels. Baizhen touched Hua Mu's head when she let him go, and then ran out of the passage without looking back. Hua Mu stared at her back blankly, watching the metal door slowly close, and finally fell to the ground helplessly. She helplessly hugged her knees, and huddled in a corner of the operating table, feeling wronged and sad. And at the same time she couldn't help but feel a little self-loathing. She was very scared. Even the sentinel who had just saved her, she still felt scared when she heard those words. She couldn't do anything except cry. If that was the case, then why not just let her become an ordinary person? The control tower was extremely quiet. Only Hua Mu's sobs and sobs could be heard occasionally. On the display screen behind her, a figure was flying towards the control tower. Su Ying and Sun Sang were ultimately unable to resist so many sentinels. After a tactical retreat, they wanted to join up with two other sentinel colleagues. But they saw Liang Jinshan fainting in a mess. The other sentinel was in a slightly better condition, but he could only control himself. They were now helpless, and the only thing they could do was wait for the leader to arrive. Several people felt deeply powerless. They did not expect that such a large tower would become so chaotic today because of the awakening of a little girl. Such poor self-control and adaptability can be regarded as a shame. If this matter gets out, it will not only become a scandal for the royal family, but also a scandal for the entire country. They will never be able to raise their heads in front of sentinels and guides from other countries. What should we do now? They should all be at the door of the control tower. Several of them are young teachers, and they lack certain adaptability to this crisis that only occurs once in decades. We still have to go and take a look anyway, at least to make sure that Baizhen has safely brought the Awakener into the control tower. Senior Chen Guan. It's best not to get close to there now. I'll let Bess go and check the situation first. Chen Guan is another sentinel, the oldest among the few, and already has a fiancé. Then I'll take care of Jinshan here, so that I won't cause you any trouble. Chen Guan is a very stable person, and knows how to weigh the pros and cons. He was halfway through his words, but his face was full of joy. What's wrong? The leader is here. As soon as Chen Guan finished speaking, a humming sound like a hummingbird became clearer and clearer, and it was obviously approaching the command tower. Sun Sang subconsciously looked out the window, and saw a ghost-like figure rushing straight towards the window without any deceleration measures. Leader. The tempered glass shattered inexplicably before the faceless man touched it. The man called the leader did not even look at them, and crossed the corridor at an astonishing speed. A nearly transparent shadow followed behind her. They all knew that it was the leader's spirit body, but no one had seen its true face yet. the passage in the control tower was in a mess, and the battle between the sentinels was extremely tragic. Baizhen tried his best to avoid contact with others, carefully observing the situation, and helping when someone's life might be in danger. She had been wounded all over after persisting in the melee until now, but she didn't dare to leave. The sentinels were like tireless robots, falling down and standing up countless times, fighting each other for the illusion that was invisible and intangible. Fortunately, their target was only Hua Mu, and they were not very interested in killing others. Baizhen carried the sentinels, who had lost their fighting power, out of the battlefield as much as possible. 8 of them fell down in just a few minutes. It was too crazy, and Baizhen could faintly feel this madness. If you ask the sentinels in the tower who they admire the most, it must be the leader. Her unfathomable strength makes her look down on the world, and makes people fear and worship her. No one is not proud of having such a leader, and no one is not sad for having such a leader. She makes the sentinels deeply understand the difference between mortals and gods. No matter how hard they try, they will never be able to touch the corner of her clothes in their lifetime. This kind of loss is hidden in the heart of every sentinel. There is no way to alleviate the sense of gap in their hearts except to put the leader high on the altar. Such a person really exists, who is so powerful that one movement, one look, or even just one breath can make people feel oppressive. She is the goal of every sentinel, and a dream that can never be achieved. But one day, a guide suddenly appeared, a girl with incredible power and no ability to protect herself. She was announcing her specialness to every sentinel, and there was no place that the sentinel who combined with her could not reach. All limits will open the door for you, and all power will be used by you. The leader is no longer unattainable. You can become as powerful as her, or even surpass her. Which sentinel can resist such temptation? Even Baizhen couldn't guarantee what she would do if she stayed in the control tower. She sat in the corner in a helpless manner, looking at her classmates, who were still fighting. She couldn't help but feel a little sad. After all, she couldn't help more people, so she was more eager to gain power. Has it reached such a defenseless point? Just when Baizhen almost lost consciousness, a cold voice sounded in her ears. The leader arrived at some point. The military flying saucer was hidden under a large cloak, making her seem to float in the air. Leader, how is Hua Mu? The young lady is in the control center. You left her alone in there? Baizhen lowered his head in embarrassment. I dare not. The faceless man moved his fingers slightly, and the transparent shadow behind her headed towards the passage of the control tower. If it weren't for the slight distortion of space where the shadow passed, no one would have realized that there was a spirit following her. It's almost a moment, 2 seconds or 3 seconds. The sentinels in the original melee suddenly had a painful face, pace your knees, and kneel on the ground. The struggle lost consciousness for more than 10 seconds. It seems to be in the dead silence. Only hummingbirds were buzzing. Leader. See you again with Xiao Xiangxin. How do you feel? She doesn't remember me anymore. The faceless person laughed. Do you feel lost? The white pillow shook his head anxiously. Nothing like this. I didn't look forward to this, That's good this time. Nothing happened. You are out on a mission I assigned you, and you haven't seen Hua Mu at all. Understand? I understand. But the young lady's ability is too dangerous. This is not something you need to worry about. The faceless man interrupted Baizhen. His voice was quite stern. Yes. Baizhen's eyes were red, and she lowered her head in disappointment. The faceless man looked down at her, and suddenly reached out and touched her head. We will find a way to hide Hua Mu's ability, and we will also erase the memories of others. You don't have to worry. Baizhen hugged her legs and said softly, and the faceless man heard it clearly but still asked again. What did you say? I said, please erase my memory too. Baizhen shed tears and whispered, please don't treat me differently. Any possibility of leaking the eldest lady's secret should be completely eliminated. No, she was just afraid of not being able to face herself, afraid of not being able to control the demons that were rising in her heart. Chapter 98. The acid is citric acid. The tsunami not only destroyed the settlement on the seashore, but also caused extensive damage to the coconut grove. The two went to the east to check the situation the next day, and found that less than 30% of the coconut trees were still alive. Obviously, there is no hope of eating coconuts in the near future. Hua Mu felt a little regretful. Fortunately, the mangroves were not greatly affected. Baizhen caught another coconut crab in almost the same place, and solved the lunch problem for the two. Hua Mu made a fire. Baizhen dismembered the coconut crab, and the two worked together to quickly cook a big guy weighing several kilograms. Hua Mu hadn't had a good seafood meal for 2 months, and she had already planned to make up for it. So she ate very generously these 2 days. But what worried her besides the food was the conversation that came to an abrupt end the day before. The sentry didn't seem to react much to the vagueness and loss of memory. After a long silence, he only responded with the 2 words, "Really?" This attitude was so strange that Hua Mu couldn't even get angry. If she knew that there was something wrong with her memory, she would have been horrified and wanted to get to the bottom of it. Bai Jin, however, looked calm and composed, and told her to rest early. If she hadn't been so dizzy from the kiss, she would have definitely opened Bai Jin's head to see what he was thinking. Hua Mu ate the crab legs while staring at Bai Jin, as if she wanted to see a hole in her. "Miss." Bai Jin couldn't pretend not to see it. "Don't you have any curiosity?" Although she had long understood Bai Jin's personality, it was still incredible for Hua Mu to be able to do this. "How did this guy fall in love with me?" "What do you mean?" "Of course, it was what I talked about yesterday. Don't you think it's strange? Why don't I have any memory of it at all?" Bai Jin didn't think it was strange at all. If it was the young lady who caused the incident, and she happened to be at the scene, then it would be normal for her memory to be changed. Even she would have asked for it. This is a necessary measure to protect the young lady. To be on the safe side, the executor might be the queen. The reason why Bai Jin didn't dare to get to the bottom of it was more due to her uncertainty about herself. Did she really fulfill her promise? Did she really not hurt the young lady? Did she really protect her? If so, why did the leader choose to replace her memory? Or, she was afraid of a certain fact and made such a request. What's more, isn't she doing such a thing now? At the beginning, that incident was defined as the collective hallucination syndrome of the Sentinels, and all the parties involved had no impression of it. I think this is a measure taken to protect you, and there is nothing strange about it. Okay, the Sentinel's explanation makes sense, but it doesn't satisfy Hua Mu. In fact, what makes her dissatisfied is that Bai Jin is too cold about forgetting her. Doesn't she want to know what she did at that time? Doesn't she want to know the first time they met? Doesn't she want to know what kind of opportunity made her fall in love with this stupid and slow-witted man, who has big breasts and a pretty face? Ahem. Tall and strong. Strong and powerful. Okay. Plus gentle and considerate. Honest and loyal. Etc. Etc. But has nothing else? Didn't she think the Sentinel cared about her at all? Humph. If you say it's not strange, then it's not strange. Hua Mu was too lazy to say more. People don't care at all. She is so shameless to talk about things that only she remembers with interest. Bai Jin smiled warmly and ended the topic in silence. Hua Mu was a little annoyed. After lunch and a short rest, the two continued to head north. The main purpose of this time was to look around the edge of the island to confirm the disaster situation. The condition of the mangroves was much better than expected, which also gave Bai Jin some confidence in the north. It is still necessary to go around the sea to cross the mangroves. The two of them are already familiar with making rafts. Due to the impact of the tsunami, many dry trees were lying on the beach, and the speed of making the raft was faster than the last time. After Bai Jin confirmed that there was no danger around, he and Hua Mu pushed the raft into the sea. After more than 2 months, the sea water had long since returned to clarity, and the sun shone through the water, casting mottled light and shadows on the white sand. Hua Mu looked at the endless sea, and his mood became a little more open, and he put his annoyance aside for the time being. The reserve food was not afraid of water, and he squatted on the edge of the raft and looked at the seabed curiously. When the waves hit the bamboo raft, it would retreat a few steps. Once the waves retreated, it would chase after it again. A cat having a lot of fun. Bai Jin did not row the boat very fast this time, and Hua Mu also showed a bit of leisure. If she did not have to go to the north to check the situation, it would be nice to fish for an afternoon. She was thinking this while looking at the sea, but something suddenly appeared in her field of vision and scared her. Bai Jin. Hua Mu grabbed Bai Jin's arm in fear, and said anxiously, "Let's go. Let's go. There is a shark." Bai Jin looked in the direction Hua Mu pointed, and smiled softly. "Miss, that's not a shark. It's probably a dolphin." She was not unaware of the presence of a large mammal in the nearby waters, but she didn't pay attention to it because she was sure there was no danger. However, when she looked at the dolphin's swimming posture, her brows could not help but frown. It seems a little wrong. Hua Mu's heart was lifted. What? What happened? Let's go quickly. The dolphin is not small anymore. If it hits us, the raft will definitely capsize. Although Hua Mu is not yet to the point of being terrified of the sea, her fear of the sea is no less than her fear of heights. If it were deeper, she would definitely feel dizzy. It looks injured. Injured? The dolphin's dorsal fin appeared and disappeared on the sea surface, and Hua Mu could only see its messy path. Baizhen looked at the sea with a worried look. Hua Mu knew that although the sentinel could kill seabirds and wild boars for food without mercy, he would also save the rusty-spotted cat in an extremely critical moment. When it comes to obtaining food and resisting attacks, Baizhen never hesitates and is very decisive. But other than that, she never took the initiative to kill, which was a manifestation of her respect for life. In fact, this sentinel was kinder and softer than anyone else. Let's go and see how it was injured. Hua Mu heard that dolphins were creatures that were very close to humans, and seemed to have a natural love for humans. There were still rumors that humans fell into the water and were rescued by them. If it was a person, Baizhen would certainly not hesitate. But Hua Mu was also on the raft, and she did not dare to take risks easily. I'll take you to shore first. Hua Mu was even more worried about her. The last time she encountered a shark here was enough to scare her. No need. Just paddle the raft over. Just try it. Maybe we can't catch up with it. If not, we can just leave. Baizhen hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded. She had come into contact with dolphins during a mission, so she had some experience in how to get along with them. Hua Mu was still nervous. Even the food reserve seemed to sense something and jumped into her arms. Baizhen paddled slowly, cautiously, and carefully approaching the direction where the dolphins were swimming. Ah! Unexpectedly, the dolphin, which was originally looming, suddenly emerged from the sea at this time and made a loud cry. Because it was very sharp. It sounded a bit like the sound of a baby. But it was not harsh at all. This was a blue bottlenose dolphin, about 2 meters long. Probably because of the injury, its swimming posture was slightly tilted. Ah! Hua Mu was so nervous that she was almost concentrating on watching it. She didn't expect that a dolphin sound suddenly sounded beside her. She was almost scared and fell off the raft. The sound was naturally made by Baizhen. The sentinels can make and hear a wider range of sounds. Ordinary people can only hear about 1/3 of the frequency band of dolphin calls. But they are different. Hua Mu looked at Baizhen in surprise. She didn't expect that the other party could make such a sharp sound. The bottlenose dolphin seemed to be unsuspecting and swam towards the two of them with its tail swinging. Ah! The reserved food nestled in Hua Mu's arms, looking curiously at the source of the sound. The two people, the cat, and the dolphin soon met in the sea. The bottlenose dolphin swam around the raft several times while calling. Hua Mu always felt that the sound was sticky, like it was acting coquettishly. The sentry knelt at the edge of the bamboo raft, stretched out his hand weakly. It came up without any hesitation, turned slightly to the side to show its left flipper. The two soon discovered its injury. A metal nail was deeply stuck in the base of its flipper. The wound seemed to have been there for a while, and there was even a trace of ulceration around it. Hua Mu hated this kind of thing the most, and quickly looked away. Baizhen first gently stroked its head and back, and then gently touched its flippers. The bottlenose dolphin cried out, as if it felt pain. It will hurt a little. Just be good and don't move. Ah! The dolphin really floated obediently, and Baizhen embraced its body, and after confirming that there were no barbs on the nail, he helped it pull it out. Ah! The bottlenose dolphin made a short cry. Baizhen took out some herbs and pressed them on its wound, while coaxing softly. Good girl, don't move, it will be fine soon. Ah! What a girl! Hua Mu was originally moved by Baizhen's gentle appearance, but when he heard the words from her mouth, he immediately lost his composure. Is this sentinel so gentle to every girl? The reserved food is a little female cat, and this dolphin is also a female dolphin. Did she save herself and save them in the same way? Baizhen didn't realize that Hua Mu was already jealous. In order to help the dolphin stabilize its body, she kept holding it for a full 10 minutes, and only let it go after making sure it was no longer bleeding. Don't do too much intense exercise. You will get better slowly. Baizhen touched its head, signaling that it could leave. The bottlenose dolphin showed no sign of leaving, and kept circling the raft, even using its kiss to help push the raft. No need. Go ahead. We can paddle over by ourselves. The sentinel smiled at the dolphin's response. Humph! Hua Mu finally couldn't stand it anymore, and snorted coldly. How could she live like this? The sentinel flirted openly with the female dolphin in front of her. She had heard that dolphins were extremely promiscuous, and would ask for sex from humans. She hadn't even asked Baizhen for sex yet. Chapter 99. Huan means joyful Huan. Hua Mu was very angry. It was fine if she went over there, but she didn't expect that there would be creatures in such a deserted place that would compete with her for Baizhen. The bottlenose dolphin escorted the two to the shore, and wandered along the coastline with a reluctant look. Humph! Hua Mu jumped off the raft, and walked onto the beach without looking back. Miss! Baizhen parked the raft, and hurriedly chased after her. What for? Hua Mu rolled his eyes at her unhappily. You can just go and flirt with your dolphin girl, and what do you want me to do? Baizhen looked at her in confusion. Miss, are you angry? Good guy, he could actually tell that she was angry. Why am I angry? Who am I angry with? Well, besides the eldest lady, there is only her on this island, so of course he is angry with her. As for why he is angry, Baizhen reflected on his attitude, and said cautiously, Are you still thinking about that? Hua Mu wanted to say no, but in fact, she was really concerned about that. Being jealous of dolphins sounds too absurd, and what made her mind waver was Baizhen's indifference. Then let me ask you, if I forget the experience with you, would you care? Hua Mu turned around and glared at her angrily. The handsome face of the sentinel seemed to be coated with a layer of brilliance in the sun, making her deep black eyes look more like gems. Hua Mu occasionally wondered whether these eyes were born to look affectionate, and all her thoughts were just illusions. Baizhen looked at her for a long time without saying anything. Just when Hua Mu thought she would use silence to perfunctory it again, the sentinel finally said slowly, Miss, what if it's not if? What did you say? Hua Mu was confused, and didn't understand what she meant for a while. I mean, what if that assumption is true? Are you still going to say, I remembered it wrong? Baizhen shook his head. I'm not referring to that incident. Do you remember? You asked me when I fell in love with you, and I answered that it was very early. Although you have forgotten, I met you who ran away from home 12 years ago. 12 years ago? She was only 6 years old. She did run away from home when she was 6 years old, but she had a high fever after returning, so her memory is a little unclear. As she grew older, she had even less memory of what happened back then. Hua Mu looked at Baizhen in shock. The first thing that came to her mind was not her amnesia. I was only 6 years old at that time. Although she knew that her charm was unstoppable. 6 years old was still too young, wasn't it? Baizhen obviously didn't understand what she meant. He nodded and said, Yes. You were only 6 years old when I met you. You were a very straightforward, kind, innocent and cute little girl. What kind of words are these? She is obviously still very straightforward, kind, innocent and cute now. You mean you knew me before? And you always remembered me? Baizhen certainly wouldn't forget. I've always remembered it in my heart. Hua Mu immediately jumped up. Then when I asked whether I had seen you before, why did you say it was my illusion? It's normal not to remember things when you were 6 years old. If she doesn't remember, wouldn't Baizhen tell her? Have you asked? But Baizhen didn't remember what happened 6 years ago, so of course she didn't know that Hua Mu might still have a vague impression of her. You? Hua Mu's legs didn't hurt anymore. She jumped into Baizhen's arms. Baizhen hurriedly hugged her. Little fists rained down on Baizhen's body. You're depressed? You might as well keep it in your heart. What are you talking about now? Of course it didn't hurt at all. Baizhen held Hua Mu in his arms, like a child. Listening to her angry voice, I don't know why I felt a little relieved. Although I can't remember what happened at that time, but you and I are different. Meeting each other in childhood is like a miracle. I shouldn't ask for more. Don't be so flowery. Okay. What miracles or not, what to ask for or not, she's waiting so long that she's almost withered. How depressed is this guy? He obviously fell in love with her so early, but he pretended for so long. When she was guarding for 5 years, she would only see anxiety and care in the sentinel's eyes when she was in danger, which was fleeting and seemed like an illusion. Then you saved me because you liked me at that time. Did you like me? Although Hua Mu's attitude made Baizhen feel a little more confident about her behavior at the time, she still felt uneasy somewhere in her heart. Did I really not offend you at the time? Even now, she didn't have such confidence. The wonderful experience that had only happened once before made her savor it endlessly. No, you may have endured it. Just like now. Don't talk about whether it's offensive or not, she was still young at that time. It's different now. Can you hurry up and make up for it? Baizhen looked very happy, even hugged Hua Mu and turned around involuntarily. Is it true that I didn't leave a bad memory for you? In other words, Baizhen was the only good memory she had at that time. Is this what you care about? If so, I will be happy later. Happy. Do you like you? Hua Mu looked at Baizhen with a red face, feeling ashamed of the confession that she almost blurted out. The sentry seemed to finally be relieved. Then, can you tell me about what happened back then? Of course, there is nothing wrong with that. She has buried this matter in her heart for many years, and has never had anyone to talk to. Although it is a pity that Baizhen does not remember this matter, it is not a big problem now. Then tell me about what happened 12 years ago. How did I meet you? What happened to us? Did you like me at that time? I was only 6 years old. Are you a pervert? Of course, there are also things she does not remember, and she wants to find them back. Baizhen was bombarded with questions from Hua Mu, and was at a loss for a moment. Especially the last one. She was really not a pervert. Miss, I just treated you as a sister at that time. TSK. Treating her as a sister and doing such a thing to her. And you dare to say you are not a pervert. Hua Mu poked the muscles on Baizhen's shoulder. You don't treat me as a sister now. Do you? The sentry looked at the petite girl in his arms, who looked a little childish because of her short hair, and felt a little stumped for some reason. You are indeed younger than me. Pervert. Hua Mu showed some pride and mischief. You also let me call you Sister Baizhen. The sentry was even more flustered. You called me that at the beginning, you called me that. So you really liked me at the beginning. Right? Baizhen couldn't deny it. No matter what kind of liking it was at the beginning, it laid the foundation for her current admiration for Hua Mu. Miss. She was afraid that Hua Mu would misunderstand, so anxious that her eyes turned red, and she was speechless. How cute, this sentry, how cute. Hua Mu couldn't help but be moved. He hugged Baizhen's shoulders, and suddenly leaned forward to her face, breathing into her ear at a distance that couldn't be closer. I haven't seen Hattie for a long time. The warm and moist air touched Baizhen's earlobe, and the tingling almost paralyzed half of her body. Miss, let's continue on our journey. But I'm tired. I can carry you. Baizhen's throat was dry. Her heart was hot, and she had no place to put her hands holding Hua Mu. It will be bumpy, too, and my legs will hurt. Then you take a rest, and I'll go check the surrounding situation. Baizhen could feel that Hua Mu was acting coquettishly. This situation was very rare. She was neither injured nor sick. The young lady suddenly acted coquettishly to her. Her heart couldn't bear it. You want to leave me alone? Then I'll accompany you with you. Tell me stories from the past. Okay. Baizhen did not dare to disobey, holding the noble young lady, and quickly arranging a place for rest. Hua Mu hugged her, and refused to let her go. His hands were touching her everywhere, making Baizhen feel as if she had been licked by Luna. Young lady. What's wrong? Your hand. Hua Mu became shameless, and said confidently. What's wrong with my hand? Can I touch you? It's not like she has a one-sided love. This sentry also likes her, and has liked her for so many years. What's wrong with her touching her sentinel? If she doesn't touch such beautiful muscles, who else can touch them? No. The north is much better than the south. The two came here for a vacation rather than to see the disaster situation. The sky is blue with thin clouds, clear water, and white sand, warm sunshine, gentle sea breeze. Under the shade of the tree, there is canvas. Hua Mu leaned on Baizhen, and listened to her talk about what happened in the past. It felt incredible. It seemed that there was some impression, but it seemed that there was no impression. Is that really her? She sounds like a little angel. In Baizhen's eyes, is she like this? So cute, so kind, so pure. No, she is not pure at all. She is grown up, and doesn't need to be pure at all. Under Hua Mu's constant harassment, Baizhen spoke intermittently, and finally got to the elevator plot. Hua Mu had encountered assassination since he was a child, big and small. At least 80 times. But he was not curious about those people at all. So you have been saving me since we first met? Baizhen smiled shyly. No such thing, you saved me. Baizhen. Hua Mu suddenly turned over, sat on the sentry's firm belly, leaning down and looking at her seriously. Miss, I have no objection to you calling me Miss. But can you please stop using honorifics? Not you, but you, we are equal, right? They are equal. If there is a little inequality, it must be that she, who has always been protected by Baizhen, lacks a position. Baizhen stared at her face blankly, swallowing his saliva unconsciously. So cute, this sentinel. Hua Mu couldn't help but caressing her cheek lovingly with his fingers. This guy is really cute, kind and pure, and he turned a blind eye to her desire again and again because of his extremely strong endurance. Baizhen, I want to see Hattie. She hasn't come out for so long, so she must not be able to let her out. Right? How long has she been enduring? Although she looks cute when enduring, she can't endure it anymore. If she doesn't do anything after confessing her feelings, it would be too unfair to this beautiful scene. Chapter 100. A raft is not a boat. Habit is a terrible thing. After any behavior or experience becomes a habit, it will no longer be special. Whether it is pain, hardship, endurance, as long as it becomes a habit, you will no longer feel tortured. At least before happiness beckons you, you can deceive yourself in this way. Baizhen trembled with extreme pleasure. She understood what Hua Mu meant. Just as she longed for the eldest lady also longed for her. For Baizhen, there is nothing more fascinating than this. And she cannot control herself. There is no need to endure this. In the words of the leader, being unromantic can also be classified as a heinous crime. Her heartbeat has already exceeded the limit. And the 2-month-long restraint on her spirit has also reached its limit. Just as she longs for the eldest lady, Hattie also longs for Luna. She wants to get closer. She wants to be closer. And she wants to be united with her destined guide. Isn't this the instinct of every sentinel? When Hua Mu bent down and offered her tender lips, the sentinel finally couldn't bear it anymore and hugged her tightly in his arms. Baizhen rarely indulged herself, but now she really didn't want to insist. Desire spread like a raging fire, and every touch could cause terrible throbbing. She was willing to sink at this moment. The sentinel's indulgence immediately made things more and more out of control. After Hattie broke free from the shackles of the order, this passion also reached the climax of the carnival. Just when Hua Mu was extremely excited and thought that she could finally get what she wanted, she suddenly felt a slight pain in her left leg, followed by a muscle spasm. Ah! She moaned inappropriately. Not because of pleasure, but because of pain. Hua Mu leaned on Baizhen and had to turn her body to the right to relieve the pressure on her left leg. It was just a little bit short. It was really just a little bit short. She still wanted to endure it. But the considerate sentry still noticed her abnormality in the confusion. Miss, what's wrong with you? She tried her best to suppress the agitation in her body, and used her strong hands to hold Hua Mu's waist, to help her support her body. Hua Mu shook her head with a bitter face, and said stubbornly, I'm fine. No. She didn't want it. She didn't want to stop now. It was so difficult. Baizhen finally got it right. And she was getting better. Is it your leg? Is your leg hurting? Baizhen hurriedly helped Hua Mu turn over, and carefully put her on the canvas. Hua Mu finally couldn't pretend anymore, and said bitterly, It hurts. It hurts. Are you kidding me? She took off all her clothes, and her leg injury came to haunt her. Baizhen was immediately nervous. While helping Hua Mu lay her legs flat, he asked, Miss, how are you? Cramps. Cramps? Is there anyone in the world who is more miserable than her? Cramps in the legs at this time. If I had known, I wouldn't have been on top. It would be so comfortable to lie down. Baizhen quickly straightened Hua Mu's legs, and put his big palms on the soles of her feet to help her relieve the cramps. The sentry's palm was large and powerful, and the palm was hot, and seemed to be slightly wet, making people feel very relieved. After Hua Mu relaxed for a while, the spasm gradually subsided, but the stinging pain continued. It was not very serious, but it was enough to make her uncomfortable. Baizhen. Hua Mu was aggrieved, looking at the sentry with tears in her eyes, grieved for this awkward situation. Baizhen had long lost her romantic thoughts, and only regretted not knowing the seriousness of the matter. Miss, don't move first. She took the jacket, which had become a short-sleeved one, and covered Hua Mu with it, and picked up the clothes she had taken off one by one, planning to help her put them on again. What are you going to do? Hua Mu saw her intention, and his heart sank. Baizhen looked at her helplessly. Your leg. Even if your leg is broken, I can do it. Don't you feel uncomfortable being stuck in the middle? Hua Mu couldn't say such shameless words, and just kept looking at a certain part of the sentry. Baizhen smiled, and comforted him. I'm fine, your leg is more important. It should be because I used too much force just now. Cough cough. The most worrying thing about a fracture is that it is not healed well in the later stage, and it will cause hidden diseases. Don't do any strenuous exercise recently. I'll carry you wherever you want to go. What does it mean to not do any strenuous exercise? Hua Mu felt that she was about to shed sad tears in the next second. Then, what about something less strenuous? Hua Mu held Baizhen's hand, as if bargaining. I'll do whatever you want to do for you. It's better. Hua Mu was so angry that he slapped the back of her hand. Baizhen realized what she meant. He blushed and stammered. It's best not to. I'm afraid. He was so excited that he couldn't control his strength. This was one of the times Hua Mu expressed herself very straightforwardly. Seeing Baizhen stumbling and shy, she couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. I'm not in a hurry. I'm just thinking about you. Miss, I'm fine. I can bear it. It's only troublesome if you can bear it. Okay? How long will it take for her happiness to come? Ah. The sound of dolphins came from the distant coast. Hua Mu felt that this was simply a mockery of herself. There must be no one more miserable than her. Why can the two protagonists in the little book always have something happen casually? But it is so difficult for her. My leg hurts. Her leg really hurts. Just now. Because of excitement. Her whole leg is exerting force. Not to mention the original injury. Her calf muscles are also sore and numb. Baizhen helped her put on her clothes while saying, I'll push you a few times. You didn't get enough calcium before. Let's cook more kelp soup these 2 days to give you some calcium. Hua Mu sniffed and cried. When will I be better? Without any more nourishment. She will really wither. Such a big and vivid sentinel. She can only look at it, but not eat it. This must be God's punishment for her reading pornographic books. The sentinel gently rubbed her legs and smiled helplessly. You have to take care of it for at least a month. And then we can talk about it when you don't feel any pain. Under Baizhen's gentle care, Hua Mu's legs were no longer so uncomfortable. But she knew that it was impossible to continue now. And she bit the collar of her coat in pain. A month is too long. I think it will heal in half a month. Injuries can't be healed in a short time. We should be safer. The sentry was not moved at all. Hua Mu didn't want to talk to her. What are we going to do now? Such a good atmosphere, such wonderful progress, now it's all gone. Are the two of them just staring at each other? Do you want to take a nap? Or should I continue to tell you a story? Then tell me. Unable to change, Hua Mu could only accept it, and just after recognizing the reality, she suddenly discovered something she had ignored before. You don't need honorifics anymore? Baizhen showed a shy and bashful expression. Isn't it strange? If you don't like it, how could she not like it? She loved it so much. The change of person, the whole feeling is different. No, this is good. Hua Mu waved at her. Lie down. Baizhen hesitated. Miss, it's better not to do it now. She had done her best to suppress Hattie's restlessness, and it was really risky to get close to Miss now. After all, it was just a little bit off just now. If Hua Mu's injury hadn't scared her to death, she would have died by now. Hua Mu wrinkled her nose in dissatisfaction. I'm so pitiful, and you didn't even hug me. It sounded quite pitiful. Baizhen also knew that this sudden stop was a big blow to Hua Mu. After all, it was rare for the eldest lady to take the initiative like this. Well then, she lay down cautiously beside Hua Mu. Are you really okay? Hua Mu immediately leaned into her arms, and while she was talking, her little hands were touching random places. Frightened, Baizhen quickly grabbed her. I'm really fine. Humph. I won't care if you're fine. Hua Mu couldn't break free, so he could only tickle her palm with his thumb. With you like this, no wonder you've only found a partner at such an old age. If I hadn't been merciful, you'd have been single for the rest of your life. Baizhen was tickled by her tickling, and it was hard to resist when the young lady suddenly became a little devil. Thank you, young lady. Hua Mu thought she was cute when she was serious, or rather, cute in any way. Tell me, have you already decided on me? That's why you haven't found a partner? Hua Mu really wanted to know how Baizhen really viewed her. The two of them almost missed each other. If it weren't for this misfortune, I really don't know what the future would be like. Will Baizhen always keep these old memories in his heart, and will she always say one thing and mean another, unwilling to give up that little bit of self-esteem, and pretend that nothing had happened? Thinking this way, she would be a little scared. So, Hua Mu tried her best to find the traces of their destiny, looking for evidence that being together was destiny for them. This? I don't know either. Unfortunately, Baizhen is an extremely honest person, and he really can't lie when faced with such a question. After all, she really never dared to look at Hua Mu in that way before, so she really never had any expectations for this. Hua Mu pouted. What do you mean by unclear? Have you ever had anything with anyone other than me? Could it be Benyu? Didn't you say you had nothing with her? It's not Benyu. It's not her. The eldest lady was immediately unhappy. What do you mean it's not her? Who is it? The eldest lady found that this sentry looked dull. But he was actually very experienced. Baizhen had experienced Hua Mu's sensitivity, and decided to confess and be lenient, and resigned himself to his fate. I met a more suitable male guide when I was dating. What? Male guide? It turns out that it's not just girls. This sentry is all male. No, not only all male, but also small animals. We are based on the premise of getting married. And we did it for a while. We did it. Did it? Hua Mu's mind was buzzing, and the overwhelming jealousy and heartache almost drowned her. Why did she never know about this? Why did Baizhen never mention this? Her sentinel was no longer hers. Why didn't she tell Baizhen about her feelings earlier? Baizhen's face turned red. He said with difficulty, "We were pen pals for a while." Hua Mu regretted so much that she shed half a tear. In the end, she was directly shocked by the word. Pen pal. How pure is this sentinel who talks and breathes heavily? Chapter 101. The young lady is gathering strength. Just pen pals? Hua Mu thought it was incredible. If she had been getting along with Baizhen with the premise of marriage, then they would have had a child by now. He is from the Hezhou branch, and he belongs to a different unit. We are both busy, and we have been in contact through emails. Can this be called love? Hua Mu was unable to understand, and felt a little relieved at the same time. So, you haven't confirmed your relationship yet? Baizhen frowned. His voice was a little hesitant. It seems that I can't say that. Minjun and I are very suitable in all aspects. It is very rare to meet a male guide with a matching degree of more than 70%. So when he proposed the intention to get together, I seriously considered it. Wait. You said Minjun? Which Minjun? It must not be the Minjun she knows. She will explode. It's Du Minjun Du Ziju. He already had the title of Major at that time. I remember he attended your birthday party last year. It was really Du Minjun. The two had only met a few times, and one of them was even under her nose. She said why the guy would talk to her, and kept asking about Baizhen. It turned out that he was a sentinel who coveted her. It's really him. You are actually with him. If you want to say who Hua Mu hates the most, besides Derek, it is this Du Minjun. Derek is just stupid. Du Minjun is a completely evil villain. Miss, do you know him? Yes. Of course I know him. Her father and the former Du Ziju were good friends. So Du Minjun often followed her father to visit when she was a child. This guy is 10 years older than her. But he wants to snatch everything from her. He never gives in to her. Never. Hua Mu was so angry that she slapped the sentry on the shoulder. You actually considered it seriously. How could you like him? He is so bad. He is simply a beast in human form. A scumbag. Except for his face. Everything else is just scum. Baizhen was a little surprised by Hua Mu's reaction. But he still said a fair word for this former pen pal. Minjun doesn't look like such a person. He has always been gentle and polite. After Jinshin was transferred to Hezhou, he became good friends with him and praised him all the time. Jinshin? Who is Jinshin? Why did she feel like she had heard of him somewhere? Never mind. This sentry was just a playboy. Calling her miss, and calling others without even their surnames. You are not allowed to call him Minjun. Why do you call him so intimately? After all, they were once engaged. And she continued to call him this way, at the other party's suggestion. Then what should I call him? Call him Du the scumbag. The honest Baizhen couldn't even say that. But Hua Mu began to list Du Minjun's evil deeds. Do you know how bad he is? He even wants to snatch the milk bottle of a 5-year-old girl. Baizhen looked at Hua Mu's indignant look. And it was obvious whose milk bottle Du Minjun snatched. What surprised her was that the other party had not forgotten the incident when they were 5 years old. That was probably Minjun. The sentry was glared at by the eldest lady, and had to change his words. Du Ziju was joking with you. He must think you are cute. Bah! Is this the only time that Du the scum snatched my things? Hua Mu hugged Baizhen tightly, and said in fear, he also wanted to snatch you. Tell me, did you flirt with him at my party? Baizhen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I was on guard outside the door at the time, and I didn't meet him at all. Besides, our communication was 4 years ago. and we have seldom contacted each other since we made it clear. We made it clear 4 years ago. And Du Minjun was still obsessed with him last year. Which shows that she really wanted to snatch Baijin away. Fortunately, no one on the island is competing with her now. Hua Mu felt a little relieved. And then thought of another question. Since Baijin seemed to have a good impression of Du Minjun, why didn't the two of them end up together? Humph. It seems that you like him very much. So why don't you just get together with him? Baijin smiled, showing a bit of shyness. I was your bodyguard for only 1 year. If I chose to marry Min, Viscount Du, I would have a high chance of being transferred to the Navy. So, she rejected him? So, Baijin really liked her from the beginning. Even if Baijin didn't know. She knew. It must be like this. Hua Mu hugged her happily, humming and groaning. You still have some conscience. When she said this, she couldn't help but think of the joy she felt when she met Baijin again. And the loss and indignation afterwards. During that 1 year, she basically never showed Baijin a good face. But the Sentinel still chose to continue to protect her, even at the cost of his own life. He simply loved her so much that he couldn't help himself. Baijin was so distracted by her embrace that he had to endure the restlessness of his body. Miss Hua Mu was immersed in joy, and didn't even notice Baijin's agitation for a while. Was I a bad person to you at that time? Not only did he speak in a bossy manner, but he also always made trouble, hoping to attract her attention. It is difficult to guess the thoughts of a 12 or 13-year-old girl, especially after Hua Mu experienced the great change of awakening. Her personality has changed a lot, and the feelings between admiration, love and shame for Baijin, it is even more difficult for her to express. Later, as she grew up, her personality became more introverted and awkward. After knowing the love affair and understanding her own situation, her attitude towards Baijin changed from deliberately making things difficult to deliberately being cold. She understood that no matter how she thought, it was impossible for her and Baijin. But now, this impossible has become possible. She doesn't want to think about her responsibilities anymore, doesn't want to follow the rules of the royal family anymore, and doesn't want to pretend and forget anymore. She likes Baijin and wants to be with her, whether on this deserted island or anywhere else. There is no such thing. You just don't know how to express yourself. The Sentinel was right. She really didn't know how to express her thoughts. Even now. How can I let this idiot know that I am almost ready to pounce on him? No. I have already pounced on him. Humph. It's because you forgot me. Hua Mu was happy that she got what she wanted. But she also felt a little guilty. She chose love willfully after all. And now her wish has come true. She even feels a little lucky to end up like this. But how sad is the disappearance of the two in the eyes of their family and friends. I wonder how my aunt and dad are doing now. Thinking of the Duke and the Queen, Baijin also felt a little worried and uneasy. How would the two of them view the relationship that developed with Hua Mu? You two must be very anxious, trying your best to find the young lady. I know, I'm just a little conflicted. I want to be found, but I'm a little afraid of being found. She can think of nothing here, but if she goes back? Baijin understands Hua Mu's feelings. Young lady, I will stay with you no matter what. The two of them stayed on the north bank for 2 days, and after storing some food, they found a shortcut to the mountain. After climbing up the cliff on the west side of the north bank, it is the back of the residence that the two chose on the mountainside. As long as they go around a palm forest, they can reach it. It takes only more than 10 minutes for Baijin to walk. It is obviously more convenient to get seafood here than to go to the south bank. The wood has been dried for 2 days, and Baijin has officially started to build the frame of the house. Because there are no iron nails, the wood is not hollow like bamboo, it is light and easy to penetrate. It is enough to tie it with rattan, so Baijin chose the mortise and tenon structure to build the house. Thanks to the tools left by the predecessors, she saved a lot of effort in handling wood. But the mortise and tenon structure required a lot of thought and effort, so she had to devote herself to it. However, in order to ensure Hua Mu's calcium intake, Baijin still took her to the beach every 5 days to eat some fresh seafood. Overall, Hua Mu was very satisfied with this. Except for the lingering dolphin. Dolphins are animals that live in groups and rarely stay alone. Baijin didn't know whether the dolphin was separated from its family or stayed because of an injury. Seeing that it had been near the island and had not left, he took good care of it. The bottlenose dolphin obviously liked Baijin and would catch fish for her from time to time. Baijin also gave the dolphin a name. Helena. Seeing the relationship between the man and the dolphin getting better and better, Hua Mu was jealous. Even here, he could flirt with other women. What would happen when he went back? Because of this, she deliberately tormented Baizhen. But she didn't know if it was because she was used to being awkward, and the other party didn't notice it at all, which made her even more angry. If she wasn't still recovering from her leg injury, she swore that she would squeeze Baizhen. No, it's too pornographic to say it out loud. The sentry naturally didn't know that the eldest lady had already started to think of not letting her get out of bed. And he worked diligently and conscientiously to build the house, and finally built the frame after more than 20 days. The wooden house is not big, only about 40 to 50 square meters. The kitchen, bathroom and toilet will be built separately. It is more than enough for the two of them to rest. Hua Mu looked at the house that had taken shape in front of her, and she couldn't help but feel excited. This is her and Baizhen's new house, a residence they built together. After 3 months of hard work, she will soon be able to have fun every night in it. Cough, cough, cough. And live a stable and comfortable life. Next, we have to lay the entire floor, reinforce the walls, and build the roof. Baizhen saw Hua Mu's satisfied look, and he was also very happy. Hua Mu's identity meant that she had nothing to lack in terms of material things, and Baizhen never thought that she could bring anything to Hua Mu in this regard. But here, she built a residence for the eldest lady with her own hands, which made her extremely satisfied. How long will it take? It should take 5 or 6 days to complete. But we need to apply wood wax oil afterwards. And before that, we need to repair the oil press first. The two found a machine in the dilapidated hut that was almost unrecognizable in its original appearance. It was called a machine, but in fact it was made entirely of wood. Thinking of the bottle of hemp oil found in the cave, Baizhen quickly determined that this was a traditional oil press. Currently, only the Black-Eyed tribe and other remote areas that still retain this traditional lifestyle use similar machines. It is better to say that it is to build one from scratch. However, if the oil press can be made, the lives of the two will take another big step forward. Hua Mu can't help but look forward to the future. Her menu will become more colorful. Not only stir-fried dishes, but they can even make fried crispy fish. Chapter 102. The young lady is gathering strength. Except for still catching food by herself, she is almost the same as a domestic cat. She likes to stick to Baizhen or Hua Mu whenever she has something to do. Because Baizhen is busy, Hua Mu leads her most of the time. Baizhen was very worried about it losing its wildness at first, but later, seeing that it was still very skilled, she gradually stopped paying attention to it. Compared with laying the floor, it took Baizhen more time to cut the wood into planks. Tropical trees are generally very tall and strong. If Baizhen had not been born with supernatural powers, it would have been difficult to cut them even with the remaining saw blades. Cut the wood board, cut it to the right size, after drying it in the sun or by fire, then polish it a little finally. Fix it to the crossbar. If you are not in a hurry to move in, it would be more appropriate to brush the wood with wood wax oil first. Hua Mu's legs and feet are more flexible. Now she can't sit at all. Unfortunately, Baizhen won't let her do rough work, so she can only do some work of polishing wood splinters. She only held the stone in her hand to polish the wood splinters, but her eyes kept glancing at Baizhen. Her mind had long flown away to who knows where. The sentry's wheat-colored skin was covered with sweat from work. Because of the force, his arms showed clear muscle lines. His full breasts trembled slightly with every movement. His straight long legs were even more pleasing to the eye. Even if there were no other entertainment activities, she could look at this body for a whole day. Hua Mu was distracted by it, and her imagination was running wild. Her hands suddenly tilted in excitement, and her delicate fingers were immediately pierced by the wooden thorns. Ouch! This was not much better than a bucket of cold water on her head. Hua Mu screamed in pain, and soon startled Baizhen, who was fixing the wooden board. The sentinels jumped to Hua Mu and said nervously, "Miss, what happened to you? It hurts? My finger. My finger." Hua Mu was in so much pain that she cried. She held her fingertips in front of Baizhen and said, "It got stuck. Wait, a thorn." Baizhen had very good eyesight and quickly found her wound. "Wait a minute." She left in a hurry and came back in a hurry, holding a sterilized needle in her hand to remove the thorn from Hua Mu. Hua Mu was afraid of pain and kept crying before the thorn was removed. "It hurts so much. Baizhen, please be gentle. It hasn't touched me yet. Miss, don't look. It will be fine soon." Hua Mu turned her head obediently and said bitterly, I am too miserable, I am always hurt. It must be that beauty is envied by the gods. Baizhen pursed her lips as if she wanted to laugh. You'd better not do these things. Humph, it's not that I can't do it, I just slacked off. I did it very well before. Yes. Yes. Of course you did very well, but I feel bad for you to suffer and get hurt. Although the sentry was dull, but fortunately he was very straightforward, and speaking the truth made up for his lack of understanding of romance. Huamu blushed slightly. And whined. You should be more considerate of me in other aspects. Baizhen helped her pick out the thorns, and asked while bandaging, Is there anything I did that made you dissatisfied? Tell me, and I will definitely change it. What else could it be? It would be weird if she could say that. Couldn't this guy be a little considerate of a girl's modesty? Humph. No. In fact, the two of them had kissed and hugged each other these days. When the passion was strong, they could not control themselves and were a little too radical. But there was only that last step. No matter what, she could not go up. She began to consider whether she should release Luna to lick Baizhen together. The eldest lady's expression clearly showed that she was not satisfied. But the sentinel wisely did not continue to ask. It's the last bit anyway. You take a break and I'll do it. The floor can be laid today. Huamu's face lit up. And she said excitedly, Really? Yes. Although the bed hasn't been made yet. We can move in first. Sleeping on a wooden board is certainly better than sleeping on the floor. Huamu didn't hesitate at all. Move in. Move in. Move in today. There is no such thing as a natural material that emits odor. She is already used to the smell of wood and palm leaves, and doesn't find it annoying at all. Okay, you go check if there's anything to pack, and I'll move it when you're done. Okay. Okay. Huamu immediately became very motivated, and ran to the temporary shed to pack things. Baizhen saw her agile legs and feet, and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Recently, she has taken good care of the young lady, and the young lady hasn't complained about leg pain again, so it shouldn't be a big deal. Right? Although the house is not completely finished, it's generally a presentable gift. She's made the ring for a while, but she never found a chance to give it away. Today? Today? Should it be appropriate? Baizhen had some expectations in her heart, but also some trepidation. Will the young lady like it? Will she think she has ulterior motives? But the young lady doesn't seem to dislike being close to her. So if she can please the young lady, is it? The sentinel had been planning for this day for a long time, and still felt a little uneasy when the time came. She longed for the young lady all the time, but the so-called possession must not be so hasty. She wanted to bring the young lady a memorable, pleasant memory, and make her feel cherished. Even if it was just on such a deserted island. Even if there was no way to hold a grand ceremony. Even if she could not get the blessings of others. She could not take this matter lightly. Baizhen took a deep breath, picked up the half-finished wooden board by Huamu, and walked towards the cabin. Huamu packed up for a while. But there was really nothing to pack. Looking back, she saw Baizhen back at work, and a plan came to her mind. There are a lot of wines in the cave, and there are many kinds: coconut wine, sugarcane wine, and even distilled wine. She has wanted to try it for a long time. But because of her injury before, Baizhen never let her drink it, so she could only use it to cook. But today is a happy day. In many ways, her injury has almost healed, so it should be okay to drink a little. Right? Huamu did what she wanted, ran back to the cave with the food reserves, lit a torch and walked into the cave. The cave is very deep, and the wine is stored further inside. Although Huamu was a little afraid of the dark, her desire had completely overcome her fear. With the food reserves, she was also very courageous. The deeper you went into the cave, the cooler it got. After walking in for more than 10 meters, the air was even a little cold. But this environment was conducive to storing alcohol, which was why the two did not move most of the alcohol out. In Huamu's opinion. Of course, the less alcohol there was, the more precious and the better it tasted. Those soju were okay for cooking, but she was afraid of the spicy taste when she really drank it. So she took the trouble to come in and look for it herself. Meow. The reserve grain twisted its little butt and followed her feet, meowing from time to time, as if it was guiding her. Huamu quickly reached the place where the wine was stored, and inserted the torch into the groove on the cave wall. Not this one either. The eldest lady searched for a long time before she found the bottle she wanted. The glass bottle was tightly sealed with palm wax and oil paper. The wine inside showed a golden and clear color under the light of the fire, looking like honey. That's it. The two spent a lot of effort to sort these things, and tried to clean the packaging as much as possible. There was a handwritten wine name on the glass bottle. This one was brewed with honey. The Empire clearly stipulated that citizens were not allowed to drink alcohol before they reached adulthood. Hua-Mu had just turned 18, and had only drunk some at birthday parties. The Grand Duke thought of his daughter, and chose delicious and easy-to-drink blended drinks. This also led to Hua-Mu treating wine as a drink until now. With the exception of those high-concentration distilled wines, wine brewed with honey must be delicious. As you can tell from the color. Meow. The reserve grain called out as if responding to her. The place where the wine was stored was not the end of the cave. Baizhen had taken her to explore it before. But because the terrain was getting deeper and deeper, and there was no discovery along the way, they did not explore it thoroughly. Baizhen was scared when she was there, let alone a person. After the excitement passed, Hua-Mu felt the cold wind blowing from somewhere in the cave, and she felt a little weak in her heart. She took a torch and wanted to retreat quickly. Meow. Wow. At this moment, the reserve food suddenly roared in the direction of the depths of the cave, which frightened Hua-Mu. Reserve food? Woo woo woo. The fur of the rusty spotted cat stood up, as if it had exploded, as if it was on guard against something. Hua-Mu retreated, while subconsciously summoning his spiritual body. Luna, who was already over 2 meters tall, almost filled the entire space as soon as she came out, and the fluorescent light immediately illuminated the cave. Nothing. Eh? Luna tilted her head and looked confused, and then lowered her head to look at the rusty spotted cat that was whining at her. It is impossible for ordinary people to see spirits under normal circumstances, but studies have shown that some animals seem to be sensitive to the appearance of spirits. Hua-Mu had long discovered that the reserve food would disappear every time Luna was summoned. But this was the first time he saw its reaction so directly. Luna lowered her head and wanted to lick it. But unfortunately her pink tongue tip could not touch the rusty spotted cat no matter what. But the reserve food still felt something, and jumped into Hua-Mu's arms in fright. What? You scared yourself. Hua-Mu patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. She quickly retreated from the cave with a torch in one hand and stored food and honey wine in the other. Luna followed her slowly, which made her feel relieved. Miss. Hua-Mu saw Baizhen running towards her as soon as she came out of the cave. Seeing her anxious face, she couldn't help but wonder. What's wrong with you? Why are you in such a hurry? Are you okay? I just felt that you summoned Luna. Oh. It's nothing. It's too dark in the cave, so I summoned it to light up. Hua-Mu couldn't say that she was scared. The sentry's nervous expression relaxed. That's good. Did you go to the cave to find something? Hua-Mu raised the bottle in his hand. I found a bottle of wine. We have to celebrate the housewarming today. You can't say you can't drink because you are injured. Baizhen smiled helplessly. Okay, drink a little today. Hua-Mu stuffed the bottle and the reserve food into Baizhen's arms, muttered. I will cook a good meal tonight. Let's have a candlelight dinner. Okay. Chapter 103 What I Wished for Came True. Luna followed behind Hua-Mu, and as soon as she saw Baizhen, she came up and licked him. Luna. The unicorn had completely grown into a big guy, and Baizhen couldn't resist its intimacy. She smiled and pushed its head away. Don't do that, it's itchy. Luna didn't seem to understand, and continued to follow her and rub her all the way. Hua-Mu had a laissez-faire attitude, and even secretly prayed in her heart that Luna could summon Hattie quickly. Baizhen had not only laid the floor, but also swept it. The cabin had no door yet. The walls were a bit leaky, and the roof had not been waterproofed. The room was empty, with only the simple recliner and some miscellaneous items and tools piled in the corner. Baizhen moved the canvas wrapped in Heian, and asked, Miss, do you want to take a bath first? So early? Hua-Mu was thinking about her plan in her mind, and answered casually. For some reason, the sentry suddenly blushed, and said stutteringly, Now, there is still sunshine. The water temperature will be more comfortable. Yeah, that's right. Hua-Mu looked at Baizhen, who was a little embarrassed, and boldly invited him. Then why don't you go together? I see you are sweating all over. Baizhen hurriedly took 2 steps back, lowered his head, and smelled his shoulders. Although the sentry had sharp senses, she was somewhat insensitive to the smell on her body. She was afraid that the smell of her sweat would suffocate Hua-Mu. Hua-Mu couldn't help but roll her eyes. No, I don't smell anything. And even if there was, she wouldn't mind. This is proof of Baizhen's hard work. You should wash first. I'll go light the fire, so that you won't be smoked when you cook later. While you cook, I'll wash. Because Hua Mu's talent in cooking far exceeds Bai Zhen's, she won't take the initiative to grab this task now. Hua Mu is used to Bai Zhen's lack of understanding of romance, and she didn't show much disappointment except humming. Humph, whatever you want. Anyway, she was going to, hee tonight. Bai Zhen sent Hua Mu to the stream to take a bath, moved the tables and chairs into the house, and started to make a fire and prepare the ingredients. She went to the beach in the morning, not only caught fish and seashells, but also found a few sea urchins, which she kept in a bucket. As long as they were eaten within a day, they would be fresh. Hua Mu was very interested in cooking, but she didn't like the preparations and the aftermath at all, so Bai Zhen naturally took on these responsibilities without hesitation. When she was ready, Hua Mu also came back from the shower. Are you ready? Hua Mu asked Bai Zhen, who was squatting to pack up, while drying her hair. I'm ready. Just. Bai Zhen looked up at her, and the words in his mouth stopped abruptly. The eldest lady's skirt had long been broken down into various more useful small items, and now she was used to wearing only a small vest and grass skirt. The short platinum hair had grown a little longer, and because it was not completely dry, it drooped obediently on the back of her neck. The girl's delicate body was a little plumper than when she first came to the island, and her thighs and arms showed a little fleshiness. Her fair skin had a slight wheat color due to long-term sun exposure, but it was still a huge contrast compared to the sentinel. She was such a beautiful person, even though the little princess, who was originally like a fairy, was stained with fireworks. She was still so beautiful that it made people dizzy. Hua Mu saw that she was motionless as if she was fixed in place, and waved her hands in front of her without knowing why. What's wrong with you? Bai Zhen hurriedly looked away, and said in a panic, No, nothing. I'll go take a shower first. She said it anxiously, but then she felt something was wrong, and added as if she was afraid that Hua Mu would misunderstand. It's my body, I'm too dirty. You just go. Although Hua Mu felt that Bai Zhen's behavior was a little strange, but now he was completely occupied with his own plan, and did not delve into the other party's abnormality for a while. Bai Zhen stood up in a hurry, and almost accidentally knocked over the prepared ingredients. Are you tired today? Why are you so clumsy all of a sudden? Hua Mu held the basin, and secretly prayed in his heart that the sentry would not be exhausted. No, I just feel a little dizzy after standing up suddenly, then I'll go first. Go, don't forget to take your clothes. Bai Zhen almost fled, and slowly calmed down after immersing his body in the water. She could still bear it if she restrained herself. But once she started thinking about it, she found that she was thinking about it all the time. Her eyes could not leave the body of the young lady. Her delicate and smooth skin, her bright and smooth golden hair, and her soft and rosy lips. Not only was it close like these days, her body was eager for a more intimate contact. If the young lady knew that she was such a vulgar person, would she hate her? Bai Zhen was washing her body carefully while thinking wildly. The master said that most girls cannot refuse flowers and gems, because it is human nature to love beauty. Should she also pick some flowers to take back? The eldest lady seems to like flowers very much. Bai Zhen's mind was full of how to please Hua Mu, while Hua Mu was thinking about how to make the slow sentinel submit. The wine was there, the candles were there, the delicious food was there, the ring was there. She looked at the unicorn chasing the light spots not far away. The assist was there. If she wanted to seduce, should she wear less? Hua Mu touched the grass skirt, and was a little hesitant. But it would be too embarrassing to have less. She is not a white pillow. Besides, it seems to have no effect. She almost stripped naked before, but still couldn't seduce that stupid dog. How did the protagonist in the little book start? Why can't she remember it? Hua Mu sighed, thinking of the countless failed experiences before. She couldn't help but feel a little desperate. If she still can't get what she wants tonight, she might really be unable to resist and seduce him directly with dirty talk. Don't let her do that. Please. The main course for dinner is fish stewed with coconut milk and vanilla, lemon smoked oysters, honey wine pickled mussels, and ham and mushroom soup. And the appetizer is sea urchin sashimi. The breadfruit is steamed until soft and sweet, brushed with coconut oil and lightly grilled until both sides are golden and crispy, and served with taro paste as the main dish. Although you can only drink honey wine in a bamboo cup, Hua Mu still carefully added lime as decoration. Everything is ready. Hua Mu realized that Bai Zhen was a little slow today. The efficiency-oriented sentinel would take no more than 10 minutes to shower. But today, he hadn't come back for nearly an hour. The stream was very close to the cabin, separated by a row of bushes. Hua Mu was thinking about whether to go find her, and Baizhen finally appeared in her sight. She had never seen him walk so slowly before, with his hands behind his back, and every step seemed to be cautious. Hua Mu leaned on the railing and waved at her. Baizhen, it's time to eat. Hurry up. Please let her eat quickly. Baizhen looked up at her, and then quickened his pace. Hua Mu hurried back to the house and lit the candle. The room was soon filled with a very light mint scent. This was a candle she made simply with palm wax and mint. The scent was very light and natural. Even the sentinel liked it. The sentinel liked the natural smell. Miss. Just as Hua Mu was getting ready, she heard Baizhen's voice. She turned around and saw her standing at the door. Her posture was a little awkward. Ahem, why don't you come in? Hua Mu felt a little guilty, so she didn't notice that the other person also looked guilty. Baizhen hesitated for a while, and then slowly came over. Miss. Fuck. Why are you standing here? It's time to eat. Hua Mu felt a little embarrassed. Dinner was so rich, and she seemed to be impatient. Although Baizhen might not be able to sense it, she was still embarrassed for herself. The sentry took out a bouquet of elegant white flowers from behind and handed it to her, stammering. I saw some flowers growing by the stream, and I think they are very suitable for you. I'll give them to you. Hua Mu was stunned, and was a little bit unbelievable. Most flowers in the rainforest are bright and eye-catching, but it is not easy to find a bunch of small white flowers like this. She went to take a bath before Baizhen, and didn't see any small white flowers by the stream. Baizhen actually gave her flowers. Hua Mu looked at the other person's red face, and she wanted to jump up and kiss her immediately. Thank you. Thank you. But for some reason, she heard her completely incomprehensible, polite and unfamiliar thanks, and her voice sounded so stiff and nervous. Her hands were shaking a little, and she took the bouquet tremblingly. She even shivered when it touched Baizhen's fingers. She felt that there was something different about the sentry today. Sit down and eat. I'll go get a vase to put the flowers in. Oh. Baizhen sat down obediently, waiting for Hua Mu to come back and eat together. The two of them had their own thoughts, and the atmosphere was a bit awkward. The dinner was eaten quietly. Hua Mu realized that this was not right, and said something to make conversation. Ahem. Is it delicious? The sentry had a sense of ritual when eating at night, and he was slow and not in a hurry at all. It's delicious. I used the coconut oil I saved from the previous few times, and the ham is the last bit. This is a very luxurious meal. So please, let her wish come true. Baizhen licked his lips and asked nervously. Miss, are you happy? Hua Mu nodded. I am very happy. Although there are some unsatisfactory aspects, happiness cannot be faked. The sentry showed a happy smile. While reaching into his pocket, he said to Hua Mu, Miss, the one you mentioned last time. I have already done it. What are you going to do? In front of Hua Mu was a ring, round in white pearls and laid on a wooden tray with a somewhat quaint shape and color, like a small item inherited by a small noble from the grandmother of a grandmother in the Middle Ages, known as a family heirloom. Although it is not exquisite, it has a unique charm. Moreover, it is very rare to make the wooden holder so round and small under such conditions. Baizhen looked at her anxiously. No, it is not very beautiful, but the ring holder is made of agarwood. I remember you. You like its smell. Agarwood is now extremely rare, and no one knows where Baizhen found it, and made it into a ring quietly. Hua Mu's eyes were slightly hot, and after a long silence, he said, No, I think it looks very beautiful. It turned out that she was not the only one thinking about this matter. Baizhen had never forgotten it either. She stretched out her left hand to Baizhen, and said softly, Please help me put it on. She naturally raised her ring finger, and Baizhen carefully and cherishly put the ring on her hand. Hua Mu felt that Baizhen's usually calm palm was trembling a little, and her heart was filled with bitterness and sweetness. She liked Baizhen because he never looked down on her. Her position destined her to present herself in front of others and accept their eyes and comments. Whatever position you are in, whatever treatment you receive, you should be prepared to accept whatever obligations and responsibilities you have. Hua Mu knew that she was already treated very well, so she never complained about it. But that didn't mean she didn't feel uncomfortable. From her appearance to her inner self, she was being spied on, evaluated, and consumed. She gradually began to accept herself as she was, and even calmly faced the fact that dolls based on her were used for various entertainments. She was already able to not care about other people's eyes and words. But Baizhen's cherishment of her still made her feel an extremely deep weight. She knew that he had been watching her, always behind her, and always supporting and protecting her. Being taciturn was her advantage, and being loyal and down-to-earth was also her most rare noble character. I have something to give you. 2. Stretch out your hand. Huamu took out the one she made from the small bag. She took off the gemstone of the necklace, and woven it into a ring with the fiber of pandanus leaves. Baizhen was flattered, and stretched out his hand expectantly and nervously. Compared to the slender hands of the noble girl, the sentinel's hands were obviously more weathered. The skin was not soft, nor were the fingers slender, but the strong palms and the distinctly knuckled fingers still had a different kind of beauty. Huamu solemnly put the ring on her. Then, as if they didn't know how to express themselves, no one spoke. The two of them tacitly picked up the tableware again and quietly finished the remaining dishes. Washing the tableware, brushing teeth and rinsing mouth. Everything seemed to be in order as usual. Only the glass of mead that Huamu had not touched on the table made tonight look a little different. The golden and clear liquid looked delicious and tempting under the candlelight. Huamu was the first to enter the house, and took a few sips of mead with courage. The wine was added with lime juice, and the taste was very different from what she imagined. The alcohol concentration of mead seemed to be quite high. The unique bitterness of alcohol and the sourness of lime were mixed together. It was not really wonderful, but it made people feel dizzy after drinking it. The heat rising from her stomach made Huamu feel that she was omnipotent at this moment. Baizhen saw Huamu as soon as she entered the room. She stood there blankly, and her eyes seemed a little blurry. Miss? As she called, Huamu's somewhat scattered eyes gradually focused on her face. Then, Baizhen saw an extremely heartwarming smile. Baizhen. And a beautiful voice. She knew that tonight would definitely be a different night. Chapter 104 Rusty Spotted Cat. Rusty Spotted Cat is a killer in the jungle. It has agile skills and the patience of a hunter. It can obtain food with superb skills. After a night of food storage, it returned to the cabin in the jungle before dawn. The small and flexible body of the rusty spotted cat jumped up the stairs effortlessly, and then walked into the room with light steps. The cabin was built for a long time, and finally humans moved in. But the two humans seemed to have found some other fun these 2 days, and stayed in the house all day without coming out. This directly led to no progress in the subsequent projects. The wooden house still has no door. The rusty spotted cat found his nest in the corner of the wooden house with ease. His big round eyes were always watching the two people on the simple bed made of straw canvas in the middle of the wooden house. Although the reserve food still retains its wildness, it obviously does not dislike being in a safe environment, so it returns to the residence of the two humans every day. The biped is obviously still asleep, and his even breathing shows this. The rusty spotted cat yawned slightly, and lay down comfortably. After a night of fatigue, sleep was very helpful in restoring physical strength. Just as it was about to fall asleep, there was a slight commotion in the room, followed by low panting and mumbling conversations. When the reserve heard one of them say his name, his drooping ear stood up immediately, and he jumped up with his legs, perhaps because he had been neglected for too long in the past few days. He was eager to get attention, but what responded to it was a faint scream and a gentle scolding. The reserve food still moved forward, stubbornly trying to squeeze itself in between the two people. The two humans must be playing a happy game, otherwise how could they enjoy it so much, and do nothing else? The happy game did not include it, and it was now expressing its dissatisfaction to the two people. The big guy seemed a little helpless about its behavior, and the girl under him laughed softly, as if a prank had succeeded. But the laughter soon turned into a more ambiguous tone, begging for mercy by calling another human's name. Seeing that he could not have a name, reserve food anxiously stretched out his tongue to lick the girl's cheek. Whatever the game was, it could do it. But its diligence was soon interrupted by a powerful big hand. After Fate's neck was tightly pinched, its limbs also easily left the ground, and it could only hang weakly in the air with its soft tail folded. Meow meow meow. It also wanted to play together, and both of them looked so happy. Don't lick the young lady. The big man spoke. But unfortunately it didn't understand. But not understanding didn't stop the grain reserve from trembling in his heart. Although the big man saved it, there was something on him that scared it. Meow. The big hand gently put it aside, and pushed its butt to the side. The rusty spotted cat barely moved 2 steps. and after escaping the human's control, it turned around flexibly and lay on the ground, looking like it was determined to watch the two people's game. Grain reserve. The big man's voice became stern. But the other human laughed softly. Let it see. It doesn't understand anyway. The grain tilted its head. Its big round eyes looked like two bright light bulbs in the dark. Meow. It called out, as if to refute the human being called Miss. Miss. The big man was a little embarrassed, and her body was stiff for a while without moving. Miss stretched out her hand to hook her neck, and said in a soft voice, Don't worry about it. The big woman was quickly convinced, and once again devoted herself to her diligent work. The rusty cat was finally completely ignored again. Meow. The two's happy voices soon rang out in the room. After looking for a while, the food storage found that there was no possibility for him to join the play. He got up helplessly and angrily and walked out the door. Daytime is its sleeping time. Since it can't play together, it has to find a quieter and more comfortable place to rest. It was already noon when the rusty-spotted cat woke up. Although daytime is not a time for activity, because it has been with the two humans for a long time, it will occasionally get up at this time to have a full meal. It can hunt for food by itself, but it also does not reject human feeding. Fish is a very delicious food, and it is a new favorite in its diet. But today, the two humans still have no intention of getting up to cook. Even the diligent big man has become a lazy ghost who stays in bed. Happy games are really scary things. Only a cute little cat with a strong will like it can resist such temptation. The reserved food lazily licked its paws, and finally decided to go and see if the two bipeds were starving to death. There was a very distinct smell in the room, which made the rusty-spotted cat want to meow. It did meow, but it obviously did not attract the attention of the two people who were busy, and even the sound was drowned out. Meow. Is there anything to eat? The reserved food stood under the table, raising its little head and looking at the two people eagerly. It knew that this was where humans ate, and it often got food when the two people sat here. Although the two humans did not sit on the chairs as usual today, this did not mean much to the rusty-spotted cat. Meow. Are there any small fish bones? Storage shakes its tail, expecting attention, but still gets no response. Even though they haven't cooked for a few days, why are they still so energetic? The voice is so full of energy that it can't even hear the sound. The embroidered cat decides to change its fighting style, rubs its hind legs, twists its butt, jumps onto the chair, and then jumps onto the dining table. Meow ah meow? Aren't you going to eat? Oops. The vibration of the dining table almost made it fall. On the table were breadfruit, honey, jam, fresh water, and a biped. The half-eaten food was squeezed to the edge and was about to fall, which made the food reserve anxious. What was even worse was the biped. Meow so bad. The rusty cat heard her, painfully, calling another person's name, and then she could no longer make a sound. The shaking of the table, which was like a tsunami, finally stopped, and the food was saved. Meow. The food reserve looked at the human who seemed to have been fished out of the water, and was weak and dying. In shock. Was she starving? Or was she bullied by the big guy? The rusty-spotted cat turned around and looked at the big guy who was pressing down on her. It immediately made a judgment in its mind. It witnessed a bullying. The big guy was bullying the little one. They had such a good relationship before, but now he was bullying her. The grain storage whined at the tall woman, and her stomach was rumbling like a drum. Are you hungry? The tall woman leaned over and asked softly, and the grain storage immediately forgot its indignation and kept meowing. I'm hungry, I want fish bones. I've only eaten breadfruit these days. I'll go to the beach today. No. The eldest lady was acting like a spoiled child. The tall man immediately stepped back and said, Then I'll make some vegetable soup. It's better to eat some hot food. Then you hold me together. The two talked affectionately. There was no sign of quarreling at all. Then the grain reserve realized that the two were not talking to him at all, and he was so angry that he almost fell under the table. There is no hope. There is no hope for stupid bipeds. If you don't do your job, you won't even eat. What else can you expect? The rusty-spotted cat twisted its buttocks, jumped off the dining table, and prepared to go to sleep again. It was still a while before night. It didn't want to hunt at this time. It was against its cat character. It was dusk when the reserve food woke up again. The stove that hadn't been turned on for many days finally started to smoke again. It jumped down from the tree excitedly, wanting to see if there were any small fish bones to eat. Meow. 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 The big guy made the fire. The The reserved food rubbed around her ankles, looking affectionate and coquettish. This kind of calling is useful most of the time. It will get a fish bone with meat or a fish tail, and if it is lucky, there will be a small crab to eat, and humans will surrender to its cuteness. The big guy touched its head, but did not give it any food. The reserved food jumped anxiously, and its front paws scratched on the tall woman's calf and tried to act coquettishly. Fish bones, small crabs. The human was a little helpless, and pushed its butt out. There are no fish bones for you today. I still have to boil water for the young lady. You can find food by yourself. This means no. The rusty spotted cat put down his paw, looked up at her, looking thoughtful. These two humans have not found food for so many days, and they must be out of food now. This is the consequence of indulging in entertainment and not doing production. It doesn't sympathize with them at all. The reserved food turned its head proudly and walked away with its little butt twisting. It rained at night, but the wind and rain could not stop the warriors. The hard-working little cat relies on its own hands for claws to get food. Working cats are the most beautiful. Rainy days have their own advantages. It can catch insects and birds that cannot fly because of the rain. It can catch lizards that become sluggish due to the lower temperature, and it can catch small gophers that crawl out of the soil to breathe. The jungle is its treasure. Even if there is no human feeding, it can still fill its stomach. Today, the rusty spotted cat spent more time than usual, and only returned to the cabin with a little auk after eating a full meal. At daybreak, there was already movement in the wooden house. The reserved food jumped up the stairs, and was used to the noise inside. Alas, after all, it had saved its life and fed it. A kind-hearted cat like it, who was grateful for the favor, certainly couldn't watch these two stupid humans starve to death. The rusty spotted cat put down the little auk in its mouth at the door, and then went back to rest on a tree not far away. It licked its paws lazily, licked its fur, and looked at the wooden house with a worried look. I hope these two guys can stop at the brink. Turned back from the wrong path. And turned back. Chapter 105 Reorganization. It rained all night on the island, and it finally stopped in the early morning of the next day. Hua-Mu fell asleep tired, and took a good nap, and woke up again at noon because of hunger. She was in a trance for a moment, and didn't know what day it was, and only the pain in her waist and back was directly reflected in her body. Is today the third or fourth day? Or is it the fifth day? She almost didn't remember doing anything else, and only remembered that she seemed to have never gotten off Baijin. Too scary. Isn't it? Which fake guide said she didn't have the fever? If this addictive feeling wasn't due to the fever, could it be that she was just like that? She wasn't like that. White pillow. She heard her own voice, a little low and hoarse, and even shamelessly felt a little sexy, although it was a little uncomfortable. The sentry was rarely so careless. He hugged her and rubbed her, but didn't open his eyes immediately. I'm hungry. Baijin seemed not to be fully awake yet. He pinched Hua-Mu's waist and turned her over, letting her sit on his waist, looking like he was going to feed her. Hua-Mu cried out a little, and the tacit understanding of several days and nights taught her to immediately understand the other party's intention. Wait, Baijin. She patted the sentry's shoulder with her little hand, and explained with a blushing face. I'm really hungry. I'm hungry, and I want to eat something. Real food. Baijin suddenly opened his eyes, and hugged her and sat up quickly. Yes, I'm sorry, miss. It's not something that needs to be apologized for. In fact, the misunderstanding was caused by her. Hua-Mu cleared her throat. Let's have lunch first. Yeah, I'll go boil some water first. Baijin seemed to be a little ashamed of his reaction just now. After gently putting Hua-Mu on the bed, he frantically searched for clothes. Hua-Mu was so cute that he couldn't help but pull her hand and kiss her. Miss. The sentry was shocked, and his black eyes looked over with a bright light. Hua-Mu's heart was pounding. She almost made the same mistake again. Fortunately, her physical discomfort made her stop in time. You go. I'll get up in a while. Baijin noticed her unspeakable secret and asked with concern. Is your waist sore again? I'll give you a few more pushes later. Okay. Seeing the sentry reluctantly leave, Hua-Mu grabbed her coat and almost rolled over. She and Baijin are united. Although she can't accept the shame of spiritual union for the time being, physical union is irreversible. Even if she returns to the Empire, she is not afraid of being separated from Baijin again. Ouch. She twisted her waist accidentally due to excitement, and the sequelae of excessive indulgence immediately made her scream, compared with her own desire, which made her lose her mind and no restraint. What made Hua Mu feel even more incredible was Bai Jin, who accompanied her in her madness. You know, after the body is combined, neither the sentinel nor the guide will have uncontrollable heat impulses of combination. She originally thought that Bai Jin, who was restrained, would definitely get up decently the next day, turning a blind eye to her temptation and making excuses. The result was completely beyond her imagination. Hua Mu covered her face, and her mind was still full of the sentry's attractive body, his dazed expression and out-of-control movements. Great. It was a treasure. She had found a great treasure. Although the heat after the bodies were combined was no longer uncontrollable, the pleasure produced was even more wonderful. There was no part of the body that was not incompatible, and their respective spiritual bodies were also in the best state. Hua Mu really tasted it. Otherwise, she would not even want to eat. Speaking of which, it was Bai Jin's fault. If she hadn't been so physically strong, so reckless and lovable, would she have been hooked to this extent? Moreover, this sentry didn't know what moderation was. He relied on his good physical fitness, and never stopped on his own initiative. She had to pull the reins. It was too much. She obviously didn't want to take on such a job, but she had to take on it even if she didn't want to. Today was already the limit. Otherwise her waist would really break. Bai Jin found a little puffin at the door. It looked like it had been dead for most of the day. She originally thought it had fallen here because of the wind and rain last night. When she saw the wounds on the puffin, she realized that it was a gift from the grain reserve. It couldn't be eaten. Bai Jin was a little touched and a little sorry. After burying the puffin, she decided to give some gifts to the grain reserve in the afternoon. After boiling hot water, Bai Jin prepared to make her best breadfruit paste, adding some honey and coconut milk to make a light sweet taste, which was most suitable for the two of them at the moment. In the past few days, apart from eating, bathing and solving physiological problems, the two of them spent almost all their time on that aspect, which also led to the current chaos everywhere. Bai Jin quickly packed up and planned to buy some necessities in the afternoon. There was still a lot of firewood left over from building the wooden house, so it was not in short supply. The main thing was food. It rained last night, and there should be a lot of fungi and ferns to pick today. Go to the beach to catch some seafood, and make a good meal for the young lady to replenish her body in the evening. The fruit paste was simmered on a low fire, and the hot water was boiled first. Bai Jin mixed warm water and brought it into the room. Hua Mu had already put on her underwear. The two of them had been naked facing each other for several days, and now they felt a little embarrassed. Bai Jin put the basin next to the bed, wrung out the towel, and was about to wipe her body. "I'll do it myself." Hua Mu was a little embarrassed, mainly because she had just checked it herself and found that there were marks everywhere, and each one could bring back memories that made her want to scream in shame. Bai Jin gently blocked her hand. "I'll help you." Well, Hua Mu was actually quite happy to be idle. After all, her hands were also very sore. "Then, you are not allowed to look around." It was a bit hypocritical to pretend to be reserved after the fact, but Hua Mu always felt guilty if she didn't say this. This time she must have been exposed. Her mind was full of that kind of thing. The sentry smiled shyly and nodded seriously. Hua Mu looked at her speechlessly and couldn't believe that the person in front of her was the same as the previous few days. After barely cleaning the body, the fruit paste had been cooked until it was soft and thick. Hua Mu's hands were so sore that she couldn't lift them. Bai Jin held her on his lap, blowing on her mouthfuls to cool her down like a little girl. Although the two had done almost everything in the past few days, Hua Mu still blushed and her heart beat fast for this posture and the sentry's thoughtfulness. In order to avoid being discovered by the other party, she decided to find a topic to divert attention. "I didn't see the reserve food today. Didn't it come back?" Bai Jin smiled while feeding her carefully. "It's sleeping in the tree outside the house. I guess it was disturbed the past 2 days. I just found the gift it gave me at the door. Maybe we didn't feed it, so it thought we had no food." The sentry said it naturally, but Hua Mu almost bit her tongue. The cat was so disturbed that it dared not come back. How loud was she before? Ahem, fine, it's a little thing that still has a conscience. The eldest lady decided to ignore the fact she realized. "But there is really not much food left. I want to go to the beach this afternoon and pick some mushrooms and wild vegetables." The two of them ate all the food. It was a little embarrassing to talk about it. "Just go if you want to," Hua Mu muttered, and then hurriedly said, "Then I'll go too." "Can you do it? Aren't your waist and legs still sore?" Not only her waist and legs, she was sore everywhere. But the more pain she felt, the more she couldn't lie down. The right way out was to walk around and exercise. Everything came naturally. She didn't want to end up not being able to do anything because of the difference in physical strength. Oh, of course I can, if I can't do it. Don't you still have me? You can carry me. Of course there's nothing wrong with this. Baizhen is now more attached to Hua Mu instinctively, and naturally wants to be with her all the time. Then tell me if you feel uncomfortable. Okay. Who should she blame for feeling uncomfortable? Isn't it this reckless sentry? Oh. Of course, I don't mean to hate her. She doesn't hate her at all. The two of them finished their lunch together, packed up their things, and headed for the beach together. It was rare for Hua Mu to lie on Baizhen's back the whole time, without any idea of being self-reliant. Anyway, she had been a body pendant a lot in the past few days, and she was very familiar with it. In the process of being a back pendant, Hua Mu discovered something. The Sentinel's physical fitness seemed to be better, because Baizhen's physical fitness was already so good that Hua Mu felt incredible. It was not so easy to really distinguish the difference. But Hua Mu just felt that way. Rather than seeing it, it is better to feel it. The Sentinels in the past undoubtedly possessed great strength, agile speed, and sharp senses, and they always maintained military vigilance. That was of course her professionalism. But it also put some pressure on Hua Mu. It was different now. Baizhen made Hua Mu feel very relaxed. And running in the jungle with her on his back even felt relaxed and at ease. But that was by no means a loss of complacency, but because she had grasped all the surrounding conditions without noticing, and had absolute confidence that she could deal with any emergency. Hua Mu felt like she was flying, and she couldn't feel any bumps at all. This was too unfair. She was exhausted from what happened in the past few days, and her legs were shaking when she stepped on the ground. What was wrong with this sentry? He was so high-spirited, energetic, and full of energy. Hua Mu was so angry that she slapped Baizhen's back. Miss? The sentry didn't understand, and thought Hua Mu had some instructions. Aren't you tired? Could it be that she couldn't satisfy this guy alone? Oh. No. I think it's fine. Compared to Hua Mu, Baizhen surprisingly didn't notice the changes in her body. Although she knew that the first union of a sentinel and a guide would probably bring about a qualitative leap in both their bodies and spirits. And she also fully understood how good a guide Hua Mu was. She was so excited by her first experience of love that her mind was filled with happiness. And she didn't think about that for a moment. Even at this moment, she thought that Hua Mu was caring about her. And she carefully felt the condition of her body. And it was surprisingly good. Rather, she had never felt so good before. Chapter 106 Combination Mechanism. At this point, Baizhen finally realized something. The so-called combination of sentinels and guides is a very mysterious thing, and it has not been possible to give a specific explanation using the so-called scientific method. If the sign of spiritual combination is the behavior of the spirit body building a nest in the other's picture, then the sign of physical combination is the complete exchange of souls. The reason why the complete exchange of souls can achieve physical combination is currently believed to be mainly due to two aspects. In addition to the influence of pheromones, psychological representation is also an important aspect. Many scholars believe that the combination of a sentinel and a guide is considered truly complete, which also means formal adulthood or maturity. As for the improvement of mental power by the combination, more research and opinion show that it is more scientific to call this phenomenon liberation, rather than improvement, although the strength of the spiritual body itself may vary. In fact, the strength shown is more due to the limitations of human beings themselves. 200 years ago, a scholar systematically designed a set of sentinel ability testing methods. After years of improvement and perfection, it has now become a relatively mature system. The tests for sentinels are mainly in various physical functions, while the tests for guides are various psychological representations. Through the follow-up research of several parallel experiments before and after awakening, possession and non-possession, under the action of pheromones and in the absence of pheromones, and before and after binding, the duration ranges from several months to several years, or even more than 10 years. After obtaining up to hundreds of data, a series of complex formulas are used to calculate the peak value of the spirit body and the performance level of the host. The more items tested, the more accurate the experimental results. This system is certainly not absolutely scientific, and there are even big problems in peak value calculation. But because it can explain many phenomena, it is basically in line with the law and can help the tower evaluate sentinels and guides more intuitively and effectively. So it has been used to this day. According to considerable research data, ordinary sentinels can usually only exert 10 to 25% of the ability of the spirit body, while guides are more polarized, fluctuating between 5 and 35%. The main reason for this difference is the limitation of human body function and the fluctuation of mental thinking. Based on this theory, the training and development of sentinels and guides is more necessary and urgent. Scientific and reasonable education and training methods can often cultivate better sentinels and guides. Of course, because the gap between the upper and lower limits is only negligible for the ability of the spirit itself, it has also spawned many risky research. The reason why the royal family members are powerful is usually because they can exert more than 50% of the ability of the spirit. It is generally believed that, in addition to genetic factors, there are also different ways of cultivation, including diet, living environment, education, and other aspects. Because ability tests will more or less expose some privacy. Generally speaking, the principle of voluntary and anonymous participation is adopted. The most shocking legend so far comes from the International Sentinel Alliance. It is said that the leader of a certain country was asked to take an ability test by several other countries because he was too powerful. The test result is that the peak of the spiritual body is not displayed. This means that the leader's ability is outside the test system, and any results are inaccurate, and the data obtained from the test has no substantive meaning. Baizhen has also done such a test, and her peak test result is A++, with a performance rate of more than 30%. A++ is certainly an excellent data, but compared with the first S level of the school, this result is not outstanding. But a performance rate of more than 30% is rarely achieved even by the combined sentinels. The combination of sentinels and guides will more or less have a favorable effect on the utilization rate of the spirit body's ability. Generally speaking, sentinels can increase by 5 to 15%, while guides can increase by 3 to 11%. Moreover, the higher the utilization rate, the smaller the improvement effect. For sentinels and guides, 25% and 35% are two difficult hurdles to cross. Baizhen exerted 30% of the spirit body's ability by herself, which is why the leader values her. Because of her appearance, the tower gradually began to pay attention to the training of sentinels' willpower and endurance. In addition to objective tests, the sentinels and guides themselves have a more direct feeling about the performance of their abilities. Although they cannot be used as a basis for judgment because they cannot be digitized, they will also be included in the evaluation as evidence. Baizhen truly felt the improvement of her abilities. From physical functions to mental strength, the things that once bound them suddenly disappeared. Her world suddenly opened up. Not only the situation around her, but she could even feel the entire island and some areas beyond the coast. Without the protection of the barrier, the sentinels can easily fall into a trance state, because their senses are too sharp, and they can easily focus on some tiny movements, and then fall into it infinitely because of excessive attention, and lose other perceptions. Therefore, the essence of the barrier protecting the sentinels is to weaken the five senses, making the sentinels more dull, and reducing the sentinels' abilities. But now, Baizhen seems to be able to focus on every detail of things like a trance. And not just on one thing, but the whole situation. She didn't feel like falling at all. Only that the sky was high and the earth was vast. And she could do whatever she wanted, because it was too natural. She didn't even realize this change in herself immediately before. Miss, I'm fine. Do you feel anything? Baizhen was deeply shocked and felt a little uneasy and guilty. She has always been down to earth and hardworking. When she was a student, her teacher's comments on her were mostly serious and hardworking. She had such abilities after combining with Hua Mu, which she thought was almost unearned. So she couldn't help feeling uneasy. Me? I'm almost exhausted. Hua Mu was furious when he heard her question. Isn't there an old saying that there are only broken rice transplanters, but no broken fields? Why did she feel like she was broken by the plow now? Look at this sentry, he is so energetic, it feels like he can still work for a few more days and nights. When Baizhen heard this, he was worried and disappointed. Are you really just tired? Did the eldest lady get no help from marrying her? What do you mean? Hua Mu was so embarrassed that he patted Baizhen's back. I didn't expect this guy to become so erotic, and dare to tease her. Did he want her to say that besides being tired, she was also very comfortable? A reserved girl like her would never say that. Anywhere other than in bed. Ah? I don't mean anything. Baizhen didn't know why Hua Mu suddenly became shy, and said in a daze, I just hope that this combination will not only help me, but also you. It's helpful. How can it not help? She was happy for several days and nights. And it was a huge help. No. What do you mean by? This combination is not only helpful to me, although she did help Baijin, and did some embarrassing things. It seems a bit strange to say that it was helpful. What do you mean? Hua Mu found that she seemed to have strayed from the right track again, and humbly asked, Is the combination very helpful to you? In what aspect? Baijin carried her all the way north. While explaining the mechanism of the combination to her, Hua Mu really didn't expect that she could be so useful. After all, she had only been exposed to the guiding ability for a short time, and there were no other people around to compare with. So she had no intuitive understanding of her own ability. Therefore, when Baijin asked her if she felt her ability improved, she was very confused. Hey, is that important? But for her, this kind of thing is not important at all. She has been an ordinary person for 6 years after awakening. If it weren't for this disaster, she would not even want to use her ability anymore. And of course, she doesn't care whether it is improved or not. She only cares about one thing, that Baijin and she are combined. And they are both very happy. Of course, she still feels very happy to know that she can improve Baijin's ability. After all, this way she is not a complete parasite. But only me. Oh, why do you think so much? Your ability has improved, and I am the one who benefits. Anyway, whether before or after, you won't let me do hard work. It doesn't matter whether I've improved or not. And maybe I just don't know. After all, Luna is so stupid, and I haven't studied for a long time, so I can't feel it. This is indeed very likely. Sentinels and guides who have just started learning have a shallow understanding of their own abilities, and it is usually difficult for them to judge their own level. Baijin relaxed a little and nodded. Well, it may be like this. Hua Mu saw that although she was convinced by herself, she still cared about this point after all, and her eyes turned and a plan came to mind. She hugged Baijin's neck, leaned over to her ear, and blew softly. It is possible. It's just because we just got together, so the effect has not yet been exerted. Maybe I will feel it after practicing a few more times. No matter how fertile the land is, it will become barren if it is not cultivated frequently. And since she made Baijin stronger, Baijin should give back to her. Sowing and reaping. What's wrong? Nothing at all. Baijin is no longer the ignorant wuxia Amon. Instantly, her ears turned red to her neck. She stuttered. Or, maybe it's like this. Hua Mu loved her bravery, and loved her shyness even more. He couldn't help it, and bit her ear boldly. Big miss! Hua Mu put his arm around her neck, and touched her shoulder with his backhand, and said proudly, This is a punishment for your wild thoughts. You should have thought of something more romantic, but you are worrying about these trivial things. Rather than a punishment, it's better to say it's a reward. Baijin once again realized the difference between himself and Hua Mu in their understanding of punishment and reward. If this is the punishment, it doesn't matter if there are more. No, in this case. It's better not to do it. After all, if it gets out of control, it will really be a mess. Chapter 107 Building a Beautiful New Life. The two arrived at the beach, and the division of labor and cooperation were orderly. Because it has become a habit to come to the beach to replenish supplies, Baijin left some necessities here. Hua Mu made a fire, and set up a pot, while Baijin went to collect some daily necessities. In addition to food, things like toothbrushes, branches, soap beans, herbs and spices, etc., all need to be replenished regularly. Although there are many fruits on the mountain, these things are not as abundant as those below. In order to store and use, a large part of the things inside need to be processed, which is usually done by Hua Mu. She used to like handicrafts and now, although she is somewhat forced by life, she still enjoys it. Baijin collected a considerable amount in less than 2 hours, and Hua Mu also had a good harvest. She had been fishing so many times, and was already experienced, and today, for some reason, it was like God's help, to the point of nonsense. She caught nearly 10 fish in less than 2 hours, and many of them seemed not to be around the shallows at all, and even an octopus, who didn't know how to fall into the trap, and was caught together with a sea bass. Baijin was also surprised when he came back, while Hua Mu was very proud. How is it, am I awesome? It is awesome, but it is better to say that it is too awesome. Miss, how come there is an octopus? Although it is amazing to catch an octopus, what is more amazing is that this octopus does not run away at all in the vine net. I don't know, it came up by itself. Let's have sashimi tonight. I didn't feel that hungry before, but now when I saw so much food, Hua-mu realized that she had been eating a bit poorly these days, in terms of food. Baizhen frowned as she looked at the fish, seemingly in deep thought. But when her eyes met Hua-mu's smug expression, she immediately gave up thinking. That was not something important enough to consider now. Okay, I'll go pick up some shellfish first. Do you want to fish more? No. No. I have enough to eat. Compared to salted and processed dried fish, Hua-mu prefers fresh fish. Now that her life is gradually becoming stable, she is no longer as insecure as before. And she is not willing to spend more time doing these things. She would rather make more sauces: oyster sauce, fish sauce, shrimp sauce and mushroom sauce, which are delicious when used in cooking or with staple food. I remember there is still a lot of sea salt, so I won't make it this time. You pick up more oysters. I want to make more oyster sauce. Hua-mu patted her, but and got up from the reef. Baizhen quickly picked her up. Hua-mu was happy to be free, and she hugged the sentry's neck as naturally as she could. As soon as Baizhen carried her to the shore, they heard the cry of dolphins in the distance. Helena hasn't left yet. As if she has settled around the island. It's Helena. Baizhen looked very happy, but there seemed to be some worry between his eyebrows. Huh? Why hasn't this guy left yet? Hua-mu was very unhappy. The sentinel was very concerned about the dolphin, and he would play with it for a while every time he went to the beach. He was afraid that it didn't want to leave, but couldn't leave. Baizhen smiled, but didn't express his worries. It should have been separated from its companions. Wait for them here. Hua-mu didn't really hate Helena. Sometimes he saw that it was pitiful and cute, and couldn't help wanting to play with it. It's just that Helena is too clingy to Baizhen, which makes her feel a little jealous. She has no other rivals on the island to be jealous of. Humph. If I didn't feel sorry for it, I wouldn't let you play with it. Dolphins are social animals, and they are cheerful and playful by nature. It's true that a dolphin alone is a little lonely. Helena obviously likes you too, but you don't want to go into the water, because the seawater is sticky after playing. It will be very uncomfortable. Hua-mu's feelings about the sea are hard to explain now. Several adventures were because of the sea, so she is instinctively afraid. But since a large part of the current food comes from here, she can't help but rely on it. But she doesn't want to avoid it. There is a river here. It's very convenient to take a bath. I'd rather not. Hua-mu thought seriously for 3 seconds because she realized that she could take a bath with Baizhen. But she was eventually defeated by disgust. Baizhen didn't force her, and put her under the shade of the tree. Hua-mu took off her straw hat, and wiped the sweat off her face. Baizhen immediately handed her a glass of water, and massaged her shoulders and legs. I'm so tired. Although most of the fatigue was not accumulated from fishing, Hua-mu was unwilling to blame it on that aspect anyway. She was willing to break her back for it. Miss, you've worked hard. Hua-mu enjoyed Baizhen's hospitality, and waved her hand like a queen. It's okay. You've worked hard too. She picked up the items that Baizhen had collected and said while checking them. Alas, although eating and drinking are not a problem now, life really needs to be more refined. It's okay to wash clothes with soap nuts, but taking a bath is really too troublesome. Baizhen had no good solution, and said apologetically, I'm sorry, miss. Hua-mu pouted. It's not your fault. What are you apologizing for? Besides, you were busy protecting me. How could you understand these things? You still have to look up to me. This time we go back. Let's fix the oil press first. I see that the palm forest has a good harvest of fruits. We will press palm oil when it is done. We can make soap when we have oil. Not only soap, she also has to make some skin care products. After all, the sunshine on the island is hot, and the sea breeze is strong, which really makes people age. It's only now that she is young and can still have fun, but in a few years, she will become a wild person. She doesn't want that. She wants to be beautiful forever. Baizhen nodded repeatedly. Hua-mu provided ideas, and she came to implement the solution. This model made her feel at ease. Hua-mu enjoyed the massage for a long time. Seeing Helena had swam to the beach, she waved her hand generously. Forget it, you go and see the dolphin girl. It's miserable to be alone. I don't know how her injuries have healed. Hua-mu put herself in her shoes and thought, if she were like Helena, and was stranded on this island alone, she might as well die. Then I'll go see it. Baizhen's concern for dolphins is not just out of sympathy and love. She is thinking about something longer term. The two of them had no difficulty surviving on the island. But this was not a long-term solution after all. They could not stay on the island forever. And she could not let Hua Mu stay in such a deserted place. The possibility of rescue now seemed increasingly slim. And she could not just pin her hopes on waiting. Of course. Because the risk was too great. She had no practical plan at the moment. But even if there was only a slight possibility, she had to prepare for it in advance. Hua Mu looked at the sentinel playing with the dolphins in the sea. And the insignificant jealousy gradually dissipated. She rarely saw Baizhen so cheerful. She had always given her the impression of being calm and steady. She had seen her indulgence a few days ago, but she had never seen her childlike appearance like this before. Perhaps, is this her true nature? Hua Mu remembered that Baizhen was from the Black-Eye tribe, and the Black-Eye tribe was one of the few tribes that still followed a relatively primitive lifestyle. Perhaps she was like this when she was in her hometown, running through the jungle, playing with animals, indulging herself and being wild. Those must have been wonderful times. Hua Mu now felt a little regretful that she could not remember what happened 12 years ago. What would Baizhen look like when she was 12 years old? She must have been very young. Right? How tall was she? Was her figure as good as it is now? Was her temperament as rigid as it is now? Baizhen rode on Helena, and shuttled quickly in the seawater. Hua Mu had been frightened a few times before, but later found that there was no need to worry about it. It was that laughter that really made her jealous, and she couldn't help but hum softly. I'll let you relax now. And I'll ask you to deliver the grain in the evening. Hua Mu thought about it, and gradually felt a little sleepy, and fell asleep unconsciously. Woo-woo, Auntie, Dad, Sister Baizhen, woo-woo, Moo is so scared. After a 6-year-old child experienced such a great disaster, it was inevitable that he would suffer great trauma physically and mentally. It has been nearly a month since Hua Mu came back. Her physical injuries have gradually healed, but the wounds in her heart have not yet healed. She has nightmares almost every night. The queen has turned down a lot of work to accompany her. But even the company of her relatives seems to have no effect. Hua Xiu held Hua Mu, who was struggling and crying in her sleep, in her arms, kissed her again and again, coaxed her again and again, and it took nearly an hour to gradually calm her down. She caressed Hua Mu's cheek lovingly, with deep fatigue and worry between her eyebrows. Leader, what do you want? Your Majesty? What do you think I should do? Her Majesty was only wearing a thin nightgown, and the faceless man standing by the bed was still completely hidden under a black cloak. I can't give you any advice on this. Hua Xiu pursed her lips. I want Moo to forget what happened this time. Not only out of consideration for her physical condition, but also to avoid Huasu's suspicion. The faceless man was silent for a while, and said calmly, You have the right to decide how to use your ability. But I still need to remind you. The eldest lady is a person, not a pet. Even if she is just a young child, she has the right to make her own choice. Hua Chu was a little annoyed. It is precisely because she is a child that I want to protect her. You have also seen it. Forget it. I shouldn't ask you. The faceless man suddenly took a step closer to the bed, slightly bent down, and looked at the two of them. The mask without any expression looked a bit weird and scary under the night light. And even Hua Chu's heart skipped a beat. Your Majesty, I can understand your feelings. But you have to know that things in the world will not always go as you wish. You can control memories, but you cannot control people's hearts. No. Hua Chu felt that she would never understand her feelings. This cold-blooded and selfish dark sentinel had never understood her. She had already experienced frustration in her, and she had long understood that things in the world would not always go as she wished. Come up. This is an order. The faceless man did not hesitate, and slowly took off his windbreaker, revealing his thin body. Take off the mask. The face under the mask was so white that it even had a sense of transparency. The blood-red eyes and bright red lips, due to the lack of melanin, looked even more enchanting and beautiful against the snow-white skin. No matter when you look at her, she is as beautiful as the legendary succubus. Hua Chu tilted her head and said coldly, Sleep with us tonight. The leader slowly climbed onto the bed, moving slowly and gracefully, as if she were a young lady from an aristocratic family. But I don't need sleep. Hua Chu didn't want to hear her talk at all. Just close your eyes and mouth. The leader smiled. As you wish. Chapter 108 Unscientific. Miss. Hua Mu was half asleep, and when she was gently woken up, it was already a little dark. Baizhen sat beside her, tenderly stroking her short hair, and said with a smile, It's time for dinner, so go to sleep after dinner. Hua Mu rubbed her eyes, moved her head, and rested it on the other's thigh. Have I slept for a long time? You seem very tired, so I didn't call you. Hua Mu was so soft in sleep that she didn't want to move at all. I'll cook later. It's okay, I've almost done it, you should have a good rest today. Although she wanted equality, Hua Mu didn't hate the feeling of being loved. Rubbing Baizhen's thigh, she sighed with satisfaction. Yeah. Then I'll go make the octopus sashimi now. Wait a minute, I'm not very hungry yet. Hua Mu held her back, and said coquettishly. Stay with me for a while. Okay. The setting sun shone on the Red Sea, the breeze was gentle, the sound of the waves was mixed with the cries of seabirds and dolphins, the atmosphere was indescribably peaceful and serene. Neither of them spoke for a while, quietly enjoying the unique comfort of the isolated island. Until the sun completely sank below the sea level, the reserve food sleeping next to him stretched and got up. Hua Mu slowly asked. What day is it today? Today is December 5th. Isn't it New Year's Day coming soon? Living on a closed island with no obvious seasonal changes, it is difficult to feel the passage of time. Since being stranded on the island, 8 months have passed unknowingly. A lot of things happened in these 8 months. But when I think back, it seems like just a moment. Yes, your birthday will be here soon. Hua Mu's birthday is January 11th. And it is indeed very close. How can it be so fast? Life on a deserted island is not interesting at all. And there are really few ways to kill time before. From a sensory point of view, Hua Mu even feels that the current time is passing too slowly. But 8 months have passed. And her birthday will be after the new year. And she has been away from home for nearly a year. When she ran away from home on impulse, she never thought that it would turn out like this. Time always passes quietly without a sound. Baizhen looked at her, and there seemed to be some sadness in his eyes. Hua Mu noticed that Sentinel had a burst of literary and artistic atmosphere, and turned over and sat on her lap. This is the first New Year we spend alone. We have to plan well. And it's my birthday. You have to show some respect. Right? Baizhen naturally wanted to please Hua Mu. But the gifts that could be found on this deserted island were really worthless compared to what Hua Mu had received before. Miss, do you want anything? You are so insincere to ask the person who is giving you a gift. No, you can think about it slowly. In fact, it doesn't matter what Baizhen gives Hua Mu. She just wants to give her a worry, so that she won't think too much. She can more or less sense that Baizhen is more bothered about not being able to leave Dream Island than she is. Okay, let's go have dinner and then, take a rest. Baizhen didn't hear the implicit meaning of rest for a moment, and nodded naturally. Hua Mu didn't care. Anyway, this trick will come out in time. Thanks to Hua Mu's harvest in the afternoon. The dinner was quite rich. Baizhen's cooking skills improved greatly from following Hua Mu. Fresh seafood sashimi with homemade seasonings. Almost no extra processing was needed. The two people and the cat ate their fill. And the night had just begun. This time, the coastal replenishment trip took too much time on resting, and the two stayed for 5 days to replenish what they needed. After returning to the mountain, it rained for 2 days in a row. It was not until Hua Mu's menstrual period came that Baizhen finally had time to repair the oil press. The ancient oil press is actually a manual press, and its structure is not complicated. And because Baizhen needs to operate it alone, the machine needs to be more compact and simple, and the ram and oil tank are not made big, so it only took less than 2 days. Before, Hua Mu also used coconut oil, which is a byproduct of grinding coconut meat into coconut milk, but it is still a little insufficient as food oil. With the oil press, the next step is to prepare the raw materials. The first thing they thought of was the oil palm forest on the back mountain. The oil yield of oil palm fruit is high, and the resources on the island are rich, which is very suitable for experiments. Baizhen left the rainforest at the age of 12. It was the first time for him to press oil from beginning to end. There were many things to explore. Hua Mu was trapped in her menstrual period. She was quiet for a few days. When she was able to jump around, the roof of the oil press workshop was built. She was very concerned that she could not help much, and volunteered to follow Baizhen to collect raw materials. There are a lot of palm plants on the island. In addition to coconut trees, there are also thorn palms, sugar palms, betel nuts, water coconuts and oil palms, etc. They are very helpful to improve the lives of the two. Like ordinary palm plants, oil palms are also tall plants, and the fruits grow under the leaves at the top of the tree, which also has relatively high requirements for picking. Hua Mu is afraid of heights, even if Luna can fly. She can't use it, she could only stand at the bottom of the tree with a basket on her back to pick up the fruits thrown down by Baizhen. Mature palm fruits are only as big as quail eggs, and both the flesh and the kernel are very rich in oil. Huamu had boiled it before, and had eaten it. It tasted good, but the coarse fibers inside were a bit sticky, which she didn't like very much. Baizhen was agile, and climbed to the top of the tree with bare hands in a few seconds. Although Huamu knew her ability, she was still worried. Baizhen, be careful, Huamu shouted at the top of the tree. Baizhen just changed her posture, clamped her legs around the trunk, and sat on it steadily. It's okay, miss. Be careful down there. Don't get hit. I have a hat. Huamu raised her head with the brim of her hat pressed down. Looking up from below, she saw the sentry hanging there without any protective measures. She couldn't help feeling a little dizzy. His figure and strength were too good. Baizhen specially made her a straw hat out of palm leaves, which not only provides shade but also protects her from being hit. Then I'll start. Just put the basket down. Well, palm fruits usually grow in clusters under the petioles. Palm petioles are hard and thorny, making them difficult to pick. Fortunately, the dagger is sharp, and Baizhen is strong enough, so the harvesting is very fast. Clusters of oval oil palm fruits fall directly into the basket from the air, and Huamu doesn't need to worry about them at all. She only needs to bend down when a few fruits fall out occasionally. Just when Huamu felt bored, Baizhen had finished picking one and came down from the tree. We are working together, but you are the only one busy? Huamu pouted, feeling annoyed at her own uselessness. Because of her fear of heights, she couldn't do many things. Luna obviously had a rare skill like flying, but it turned out to be useless. I know you want to help, but there is no way to help you if you are afraid of heights, and it is indeed dangerous for non-professionals. You can help me from below. The two of them came to another tree with the basket, and Huamu suddenly had a wild idea. Do you think I can overcome my fear of heights? For example, take Luna to fly every day. Luna can fly. Such a powerful and cool skill that I can't use at all. It's a pity. Baizhen would be happy to see it if he could really overcome his fear of heights. But the simple and crude method is obviously not good for this. Miss, we can take our time with this. If you feel bored, why don't you help me collect some palm leaves? I can't throw them accurately, so you need to pick them up. Huamu saw that she didn't support him, and said dejectedly, You are not looking for something to do for me. What do you need palm leaves for? Isn't the roof already paved? This is used to make oil cakes. There is no suitable straw on the island, so I want to pick some leaves and dry them to try. Okay then. What she said made sense. Huamu was a little happy, clenched her fists, and looked like she was going to show off her skills. Then I will find some other leaves to try. Wouldn't it be better to have long and wide leaves? Yes. Huamu got the affirmation, and immediately rolled up his sleeves and started to work. However, having learned the lesson from the snake bite, she is now extremely cautious and summoned Luna early to let it be on guard. Baizhen is even more careful and asked Hattie to follow and guard him. After Baizhen and Huamu merged, Hattie's size did not increase but decreased. Now in normal form, it looks only about the same height as Huamu, but becoming smaller does not mean that its power is weakened. On the contrary, even Huamu can feel its danger and strength. In just 1 month, Hattie's size and form have changed a lot. The originally snow-white wolf fur now looks more flowing and thick, and its body is more powerful. The most obvious change in Hattie is on his face. On his forehead, which was originally hairless, there is a new moon-like black hair, which makes him look more majestic. The eyes became greener and deeper. The fangs became sharper and sharper, and every breath gave off a chill. Ah! When the unicorn saw the white wolf, it immediately put its hooves on it, hugged it, and licked it fiercely. The white wolf was not as tall as the unicorn at the moment, and it looked like it was powerless to resist. It fell down obediently, exposing its belly and neck, and hugged the unicorn to let it be intimate. Huamu had long been accustomed to these two being more clingy than herself and Baizhen, and said disdainfully, Can you stop licking each other as soon as you meet? Although she and Baizhen had their moments of indulgence, they also had plenty of rest time. But what about these two? It was not enough to empathize with them when they were lingering, but they would also appear when they were resting and linger and lick non-stop. And many times the two of them couldn't stand it and rolled back. Speaking of pornography, these two are the real pornography. Hattie moved her ears, but Luna seemed not to hear her at all, pressing the white wolf and rolling under her. So hungry. So hungry. For a noble lady as reserved as her, why would there be such a shameless pornographic spirit? It's too unscientific. Chapter 109 Unknown Creatures. Hua Mu tried very hard to make Luna obey, but Baizhen finally gave Hattie an order, and the two spirits followed her obediently. Although Luna let go of Hattie, she still clung to it, almost rubbing against it as she walked. Hua Mu could not care about it, and walked on the other side of the white wolf. Compared with her own spirit, Hattie made her feel more secure. The area of the oil palm forest is about the same as that of the coconut forest at the foot of the mountain, and it is preliminarily inferred that it is also an artificial plantation. The longer she lived in Dreamland, the more she understood the island, and the more she found that it was not as isolated as she had imagined. Rather, there were human influences everywhere on the island. And even after decades, it was still clearly noticeable today. Not to mention the cave houses. The tropical cash crop plantations that can be seen everywhere are hard to imagine that such a large area was planted by just a few people in a short period of time. Hua Mu had some doubts in his heart, but he did not want to explore it. Compared to improving the quality of life for the two, these are really insignificant. Although Hua Mu had never seen how to squeeze oil, but after listening to Baizhen's explanation of the principle, he had a goal in mind. The set of tools made by Baizhen is actually used to squeeze oil from rapeseed or peanuts, but there is a simpler method for oil palm fruit. As long as the oil palm fruit is boiled and crushed, the crude palm oil can be skimmed from the top of the soup, but these oils still need to go through many processes of processing and refining before they can be used. Baizhen wanted to use another extraction method to see if he could get pure oil, and then precipitate the edible oil through temperature control. Dried straw is usually used to make rapeseed oil cakes, but the oil palm fruit is large, so it is not a big problem to use wider leaves. Hua Mu first thought of banana leaves. There are many banana trees growing sporadically on the mountain. In order to better harvest, Hua Mu roughly counted their locations and growth conditions. She was bored while recuperating, so she did a lot of mental work. There happened to be a small banana forest near the mountain wall next to the oil palm forest. She took a small machete and headed there with two spirits. Luna has grown quite majestic now, but her demeanor is still like that of a young cub who knows nothing about the world. Hattie is steady, always paying attention to the surrounding situation. There are only a dozen bananas in this banana forest. Probably because no one takes care of them, they have obviously degenerated over the generations. No matter the fruiting rate, the size, or the sweetness, they cannot be compared with those Hua Mu has seen on the private island. But now the young lady doesn't have such high requirements. Occasionally, she would eat them happily if she could pick a few. Today, she was lucky. She found two relatively complete fruits. Probably because they were still green, they were not eaten by birds. She cut them with a small machete and put them in the basket. Then she began to pick the leaves. She was afraid that if she only cut leaves from one tree, the banana tree would be bald. So she cut 4 or 5 leaves from each tree, gradually moving towards the mountain wall. Because Hattie did not show much vigilance to the surrounding environment, she gradually became bolder and swung the small machete quickly. The peak on Dream Island is about 200 meters high. The two were about 100 meters away, and the environment was relatively suitable for living. Above that, there were almost all steep cliffs, and there was no flat area. Just as Hua Mu was getting closer and closer to the cliff, Hattie, who had been following her silently, suddenly moved his ears, jumped in front of her, half crouched down and began to bark at a certain part of the cliff. Hua Mu was startled, took a step back and looked in the direction the white wolf was aiming at, and saw a cave in the corner of the cliff under 2 banana trees. But it was the size of a wok, hidden under the leaves of various plants, and it was difficult to find at first glance. Hattie! Hua Mu nervously touched the white wolf's back. Although she didn't touch it, she could feel the white wolf's presence. Hattie was very nervous and fierce. But he didn't urge her to run away, nor did he rush forward. He just stared at that place, as if he was confronting some creature. Hua Mu saw it showing its big fangs, and swallowed subconsciously. What is it? A snake? Or a lizard? Do I need to run away? But Hattie didn't give any signal? Is he waiting for Baizhen here? The woods seemed very quiet. Hua Mu stared at the cave entrance, and didn't dare to move. Compared to the nervous man in spirit, Luna seemed to be completely confused about the situation, looking at them with her head tilted. In Hua Mu's mind, his unicorn had been equated with a loser, seeing that it had no sense of danger at all. He thought it could not feel it, and did not consider that Hattie was overly nervous. Hattie suddenly shouted at this moment. Hua Mu blinked, as if he saw something coming out of the hole, but he clearly saw nothing. Invisible enemies are always more dangerous. Hua Mu's heart was in her throat. What animal can be invisible? Could it be a chameleon? But she didn't see anything. Even if it is invisible, it can't be without a physical body. Right? Unless it is a spiritual body like Hattie and Luna. But how is this possible? There is no one else on the island except her and Baizhen. She is also a guide. How can she not see the spiritual body? Just when Hua Mu was swaying from thinking about it, Baizhen also arrived at the scene. Miss. White Pillow. When Hua Mu heard the sentry's voice, she immediately turned around and threw herself into her arms. After Hua Mu's attention was drawn to the sentry, Luna also ran towards the cave entrance easily, as if she had suddenly seen something. Yee. With just a moment of carelessness, her spirit body ran wild. And Hua Mu really wanted to die. Luna, don't go over there. Luna didn't listen to her. Even Hattie couldn't hold her back with her tail in her mouth. Baizhen seemed to have noticed the invisible creature, quickly picked up Hua Mu, and stared at the direction where Hattie was on guard. Hua Mu dared not breathe, and asked softly, "Did you see anything?" The sentry shook his head and whispered. Hattie didn't see it either, but it could feel, there is a spiritual body? She herself seemed to be unable to believe it, and could not be sure, and the sentence became a rhetorical question, which was unprecedented. Hattie stood beside the unicorn as if protecting it, and sniffed in the bushes with his nose down as if catching a mouse. Luna looked at him curiously for a while, and seemed to find it very interesting. She licked Hattie's erect ears with her tongue. Oh my god! How can I have such a stupid spirit? Hua Mu was about to cry because of Luna's stupidity. Baizhen had a different opinion. Hattie was indeed smart, and had a strong sense of crisis due to his long military career. But Luna should not be so unprepared for danger after this period of training. As far as she knew, although this unicorn was ignorant, it knew best to seek benefits and avoid harm. Woo! Hattie ignored it, and used his paws to press randomly in the grass, and was obviously trying to isolate Luna from the thing. Although the current situation is strange, it seems that there is no danger for the time being. So Baizhen decided to continue observing. After all, this is just an isolated island. If there is any hidden danger, it will be difficult for the two to rest assured if they don't find out. Yah! Luna seemed quite dissatisfied with Hattie's indifference. She let out a low cry and suddenly raised her hoof and stomped down, but its front legs strangely did not fall to the ground, but were suspended in the air, as if stepping on something transparent. The thing that Hattie had been trying to catch for a long time seemed to be stomped on by her hoof. The white wolf immediately turned around and growled at the transparent creature under her hoof. Baizhen reacted and said to Hua Mu, "Miss, Luna seems to be able to see. Can you use her perspective to check it out?" For professional sentinels and guides, entering combat mode to share sensations is an instinctive behavior. But Hua Mu has only been in contact for a short time, and has not yet been able to synchronize with Luna naturally. Yes. Hua Mu clapped her hands, and immediately concentrated on meditation. The blurry scene in Luna's perspective slowly appeared in front of her. What is this? The eldest lady was so shocked that she even exposed the habit of speaking that she developed when she was poisoned by the dialect when she was a child. Under Luna's hoof was a ball of flesh, about the size of a seabird, with a spindle-shaped body and wings on both sides. And it looked like a hairless seabird. But this seabird has something like a fin on its back, a forked tail, a rounded head, and looks like a small whale. Because Hua Mu is not used to Luna's perspective, it doesn't look very clear, and it looks so weird that she is speechless for a moment, and lacks adjectives. This thing is really not good looking, but it is ugly and cute. In short, it is hard to describe. Miss, what did you see? Hua Mu pulled her mouth and muttered for a long time. North. There is a fish in the North Sea. Its name is Kuan. What? Oh, I don't know what it is. Ouch. It's going to run. Being held down by the silly and cute Luna. The danger index of this funny creature, or spiritual body in Hua Mu's heart has dropped sharply. Ah! Hattie raised his front paw and was about to slap it, but Luna nudged it with her nose, and let the little thing run away. She only saw from the unicorn's perspective that the stupid-looking creature disappeared at the entrance of the cave at an incredible speed. The two remaining spirits looked at each other in bewilderment, as if nothing had happened. What the hell? Hua Mu was about to cry because of this traitorous unicorn. Hattie seemed a little dissatisfied, and whispered a few words to Luna. The unicorn stuck out its tongue and came closer, hugging Hattie and licking him with a completely shameless look. The big white wolf was coaxed soon, hugging the unicorn's head and licking it back. As if in revenge, it licked the horn on its forehead, making Luna's voice tremble and her limbs unstable. Hua Mu was stunned to see the two spirits suddenly perform an R-rated scene without explanation, and patted Baizhen's shoulder for a long time and said, "Now, what should we do now?" Baizhen pondered for a moment, slowly said, "This thing should not be dangerous. Hattie is probably jealous." Huh? Hua Mu was really mad to death. How can a spirit be jealous? Chapter 110 Speculation. Although Baizhen said that there was no danger, he was not sure in his heart. This statement was largely used to comfort Hua Mu. Moreover, the whole thing was too weird, and it was hard for her not to care. "Miss, let's go back first." Hua Mu certainly had no objection. "My basket." But Baizhen didn't intend to put her down, and wanted to carry her home directly, which made her anxious about the fruits of her labor. Baizhen squatted down and let her carry the basket herself, and summoned the two spirits, who were fighting to go home together. "Tell me, what on earth is that thing?" Hua Mu nestled in Baizhen's arms. Her mind was still full of the ugly and cute fleshy creature just now. The only thing that can be confirmed at present is that it is definitely not an ordinary animal. Judging from Hattie's reaction, it is very likely to be a spiritual body. But can a spiritual body exist alone? Hua Mu vaguely remembered that in previous classes, a spiritual body needs a host. I have never heard of it. No matter which country's textbooks, it is written that a spiritual body must have a medium to exist in the world. If the medium is a human, then they will become sentinels or guides. If the medium is an animal, then they will become intelligent creatures. As far as Baizhen knows, the spiritual bodies of intelligent creatures are mostly unable to break away from the spiritual image. Probably because the animal's spiritual power is not enough. Their spiritual bodies often do not have a specific image, and it is difficult to release them. They basically rely on the host to influence and enhance their abilities. She occasionally heard rumors of several cases of intelligent creatures' spiritual bodies taking shape, most of which were similar to their own species, and so far she has never seen them with her own eyes. So what you mean is, there are other people on this island? Hua Mu suddenly felt terrified. If she knew there were other people when she first arrived on the island, her reaction might not be so great. But the two of them have lived here for more than 8 months. And now they know there are other people on the island. How can she not be terrified? She didn't know how many times she let herself go. God knows if that person or those people were secretly spying on them. If the other party deliberately concealed it. It is not impossible. But I really don't think. Baizhen had performed a wide area perception when he first arrived on the island. Although the sensing method is crude, it is very sensitive to human identification. That is why she is sure that this is an uninhabited island. But if the other party is also a sentinel, and hides before she senses it, the possibility of her misjudgment will become very high. But Baizhen does not think there are other people on the island. After all, it is easy to hide the breath, but it is not easy to cover up many traces of life. For now, there is really no trace of other people's life on the island. Can this person live without food and water? This island is not small, but it is not big either. Baizhen really can't believe that the other party can cover up his existence so thoroughly. Hua Mu knew what Baizhen meant. She didn't sense the presence of other people. Her sense was useless. But what about Baizhen's sense? What if they didn't live on the island, but lived in the cave? Hua Mu suddenly remembered what happened in the cave last time. In the cave? You mean the storage cave? Yes. Doesn't it lead all the way down? The roads are interconnected. And it's really deep. The more Hua Mu thought about it, the more it made sense. Baizhen, do you remember what happened when I went to the cave to get wine last time? That was the time when you felt that I summoned Luna and rushed over. Is it the time when you said you would summon Luna to illuminate? Yes. 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 In fact, the grain storage seemed to sense something that day. So I summoned it to take a look. But later I found out that there was nothing. So I didn't take it seriously. Hua Mu opened his mind completely and said confidently, this hole and that hole may be connected, and they are all moving in the hole. Although the spirit body can pass through the physical object. If the physical object is too large, it will increase the loss of the host. So Hua Mu's consideration is not unreasonable. There may be a three-dimensional road network in the mountain. As for the so-called those people, we can think about it again. Did the grain reserve feel it? Yes. Luna didn't react much. So I didn't care at the time. Baizhen frowned and pondered. Some wild animals do have some sense of the spirit body. But even Hattie couldn't see it. And she only had a vague feeling. But the grain reserve could clearly sense it. Which was still a bit strange. Huamu had completely believed in her own reasoning. After looking around for a while, she leaned against Baizhen's chest and whispered, "Do you think someone is watching us now?" Baizhen was amused by her suspicious look. "Miss, there is no one around here. Please believe me." In the past, Baizhen would not have been so sure. But after combining with Huamu, her ability increased greatly. Although she could not be sure whether there were people on the island. At least, she could accurately perceive the situation around her. "How do you know?" "That spirit can be invisible. Maybe those people can be invisible too." Invisible. "Yeah, we and Hattie can't see it, but Luna, that little fool, can see it for some reason." Baizhen has thought about this before, and even thinks this might be a breakthrough. In the tower, there is a big course called Hiddenness, one of which mainly teaches how to hide the spirit. In the past, there was another branch under this course, which was how to make your spirit invisible during battle, but it was later cancelled because of its low cost effectiveness. Generally speaking, spirits are invisible to ordinary people, but visible to sentinels and guides, because sentinels and guides are connected to them as a medium. Just like letting ordinary people see spirits, it is equally difficult to make sentinels and guides invisible to spirits, unless they stay in the mental picture and don't come out. In the past, the main purpose of hiding spirits was to attack them unexpectedly in battle. And after discovering a simpler and more effective method such as teleportation, the ineffective fighting method of invisibility withdrew from the stage of history. But Baizhen had seen invisible spirits before. Her master, the leader of the tower, had never been seen. In her opinion, the invisibility of her master spirit did not seem to be intentional, but more like a passive skill, which was somewhat similar to the situation of this unknown creature. "Miss, don't worry. Nothing has been concluded yet, and the other party has not shown any malice. We might as well wait and see." Huamu knew that it was useless to worry, so she could only nod. That unknown creature is not mentioned for now. The two people's oil pressing business still needs to continue. Baizhen collected a basket full of oil palm fruits and took them back to process. Huamu also tried to focus on improving their lives. The first step of boiling oil palm fruits is to boil them in water to kill the fermentation, so that the fruits can be separated from the fruit clusters. This step alone needs to be boiled for 3 hours. The two of them were busy with this for an afternoon, and they really didn't have the heart to think about that thing for a while. After dinner, the oil palm fruits had cooled down. Baizhen separated the oil palm fruits from the fruit clusters before it got dark and kept them for the next day. There were other things to do at night, and Baizhen had developed a habit of not working at night. She was afraid that Huamu would get anxious waiting for her, so she hurriedly washed up and rushed back to the house. But she saw that Huamu was not sitting on the bed waiting for her as usual, but was sitting at the table in a daze by the candle. "Miss." Baizhen was a little strange, walked to her and sat down. "What are you thinking about?" Huamu glanced at her, sighed. "I'm thinking about that meatball." Baizhen thought she was worried about danger, comforted. "Don't worry, Hattie has memorized its breath. As long as it is within 100 meters of us, Hattie will definitely find it. But what if they can see it less than 100 meters? Baizhen didn't understand. "See what?" Huamu leaned close to her ear and whispered nervously. "See us doing happy things? It's written in the little book, and the shame of being seen." The sentry was speechless for a while, after a long time. "It shouldn't be, it hasn't happened before." "How do you know it hasn't happened before?" "Maybe we were seen naked a long time ago." Baizhen actually didn't think there were other people on the island until now. She had other guesses, but it was hard to say for some reason. "I don't think I have such an interest." Huamu was stunned by Baizhen's innocent thoughts. "As long as you are a person, who doesn't have such an interest? Watching two beautiful women doing happy things. You will also be happy." "Okay. I think you have no sense of crisis at all." Huamu didn't want to talk to her. Baizhen thought that the young lady who was worried about this was very cute, and said patiently, "Then what do you think we should do?" Huamu gritted her teeth and said cruelly, "Recently, let's not." Although she didn't hate, or she liked doing happy things, she didn't have any interest in being seen by others. But when the words came to her lips, she was reluctant to say it anyway. Baizhen looked at her, confusedly. "Don't what?" Don't. Oh, why is this guy looking at her with such deep eyes? This is basically asking for sex. How can she say this? Besides, Baijin is tired today, it would be too pitiful to reject her. Don't worry about it. Baijin smiled warmly and gently hugged her. Okay. Miss, it's getting late, let's rest quickly. Yeah. Oh. Never mind, just watch it. She and Baijin are so good looking, let those people envy and hate. Chapter 111 Oil Extraction. After threshing, the oil palm fruit needs to be crushed, to separate the pulp and kernel. The oil extracted from the pulp is palm oil, and the oil extracted from the kernel is palm kernel oil. Baijin made a simple mortar to crush the oil palm fruit, and Hua Mu was responsible for separating the crushed pulp and kernel. Palm kernel oil is more troublesome to make, and it is not very meaningful at present, so only the pulp part is taken for the time being. The two spent 2 days to complete this part, and the materials for making oil cakes were also selected. The best effect is to weave dried banana leaves and palm leaves together, which can withstand great impact. Before pressing the oil, the crushed pulp needs to be steamed for an hour, and then wrapped into oil cakes while hot, and put into the oil tank. The two made 5 oil cakes for the first time, which weighed almost 10 kilograms in total. Steaming, boiling, beating and carrying. Baijin didn't feel much, but Hua Mu was exhausted, although she was no longer a delicate noble lady after 8 months. Such high-intensity hard work was still a bit too much for her. As soon as she finished packing the oil cakes, she collapsed on the recliner. Baijin opened a coconut for her, and massaged her back and legs. It took a while for her to recover. Too tired, Hua Mu drank the coconut juice in one breath, and sighed heavily. You should have a good rest next time. I will do it. The next step is to press the oil. And Hua Mu can't help much. The working people in the past were really hard. My waist is almost broken. It's mainly because there are only 2 of us. There was a public machine in the village back then. For example, cooking oil is usually produced by unified labor, and distribution is based on work, which is much faster than this. Although Hua Mu knew that the black-eyed tribe was primitive, she never thought they would be so primitive. Have you participated in these since you were young? I remember you said you were only 12 years old when you came to the tower. If there are adults at home, children generally don't need to participate in these village labors. But Hua Mu knew what it was. Of course, Baijin was an orphan, and if she didn't go, no one else could go. So naturally she couldn't get anything distributed. She felt a little distressed, and felt that she had touched Baijin's sore spot. She held her hand, and didn't know what to say for a moment. Baijin smiled and comforted her. In fact, it's not that you won't get anything if you don't go. The village has public supplies. It can be regarded as a kind of fund, which will provide certain help to the families in the village who have lost their prime. But I grew up quickly since I was a child. Since I can support myself, I shouldn't occupy this part of the resources. Hua Mu thought back to when she was 12 years old. No, before this disaster, she had not suffered any hardship in 18 years. So what the book says is true, saying that your black-eyed clan is closer to a communist state because of your primitiveness. But what I can't understand is, why do you live in the rainforest all the time and don't want to come out? The Empire had proposed a relocation plan more than 100 years ago, and the conditions given are very generous even now. After entering the tower, Baijin had thought about this question. Compared with the outside world, the Hunan rainforest is completely like another world. Because of this question, she also looked up some history. In fact, it's not that no black-eyed clan members agreed to move, and some of them did integrate into the outside world. However, Baijin pointed to her eyes. Miss, you may not know that my appearance is not the typical image of the black-eyed clan. But because I do have dark eyes, the tribe members accepted me very easily. In the eyes of the black-eyed clan, black eyes are the channel for the gods to observe the world. And the black-eyed clan is the spokesperson for the gods. So black eyes are more important than anything else. But even if the black-eyed tribe who moved to the outside world did not intermarry with other tribes, their offspring would soon have their eye color fade, as if it were a curse. The physical condition of the offspring with pale eye color was often very poor, and the mortality rate remained high. On the contrary, the offspring who intermarried with other tribes could grow up healthily. Those tribesmen who wanted to maintain their bloodline eventually returned to the Hunan rainforest, while those who intermarried with other tribes stayed outside, gradually no longer retaining the characteristics of the black-eyed tribe, and completely integrated into modern life. although Hua Mu had learned about the black-eyed tribe because of Bai Jin. It was the first time he heard such a secret. Is there such a strange thing? Is there no scientific explanation? Some scholars have tried to give an explanation, such as studying diet, climate, and genetic diseases. However, the Black-Eyed Clan believed that they had angered the gods after what happened, so few people were willing to cooperate with the research, and of course, the result was nothing. Hua Mu grew up in a civilized society, and her education did not allow her to have any racial prejudice, so it was difficult for her to understand the choice of the Black-Eyed Clan. However, it is a personal freedom to live in any way. The only thing Hua Mu was thankful for was that Bai Jin awakened and came to him as a sentinel. Fortunately, we are not of the same race, otherwise it would be so bad if the baby was unhealthy. But it's a pity that his eyes can't be like yours. Black eyes are so beautiful. Hua Mu said it naturally, but Bai Jin was completely stunned. The pregnancy rate of sentinels and guides is originally lower than that of ordinary people. Although there is a possibility of pregnancy between the same sex under the influence of the spirit body, the probability is even lower, and it often takes a long time to prepare for successful pregnancy. Bai Jin seems to be indulgent these days, but in fact, she has been trying to avoid the possibility of such a thing happening, whether from a short-term or long-term perspective. She does not think that letting Hua Mu get pregnant is a good thing. If possible, she does not want offspring. Perhaps because Hua Mu is still young. She always feels that having offspring is still a long way off for them. So she has never discussed this matter. Hua Mu saw Bai Jin stunned, and then realized that what she said was very unrestrained. She was embarrassed and annoyed for a moment, and clumsily changed the subject. Ahem. I was just saying it casually. Oh, you can go and press the oil. Otherwise it will get cold later. Bai Jin didn't know how to start, and finally didn't say what he thought. Hua Mu saw Bai Jin turn around and went to work, and couldn't help but cover her face, almost rolling on the ground in shame. How long have they been together? How come she suddenly talked about children? It's all Bai Jin's fault. Why did he talk about offspring? But since the two of them are equivalent to getting married, isn't it normal to have children? She doesn't understand anything else. But she knows very well that same-sex sentinels and guides can have offspring. Although she is still a little young now, it is not very convenient to get pregnant on the island. But isn't there still a future? It will be too late to think about it when the time comes. She has to think about it in advance. Hua Mu did a lot of psychological preparation to suppress her shame, and when she looked up again, she saw Bai Jin inserting the wedge into the gap of the wood block. 5 oil cakes were placed side by side in the oil tank. Wooden blocks were stuffed on one side of the oil cake, and the ramming rod pressed the oil cake by hitting the triangular wedge embedded between the wood blocks, squeezing the liquid in the fruit. Raw materials like rapeseed have a drying and frying process, and generally the oil extracted is relatively pure. However, oil palm fruit is not suitable for such a process. After boiling and crushing, the fruit still contains a lot of water, and the oil-water mixture is extracted. Hua Mu looked at Bai Jin's busy back, and his delusion could not help but start to run wild. After making sure that the wedge would not fall out after being inserted into the gap, the sentry walked to the impact rod and tested the angle and force. The impact rod hit the wedge with a loud noise, which made Hua Mu's heart flutter. Everything was ready, and the white pillow officially began. The sentry was tall and had a good figure. The thin muscles on his arms and waist were clearly visible because of the force. Hua Mu had deeply experienced the strength of those arms, and had also felt the strength of that waist many times. The striker hit the wedge again and again as the white pillow swayed, and the triangular wedge soon began to gradually embed into the gap between the wood blocks. The narrow gap was gradually stretched open by the wedge, and the wood blocks became closer and closer, gradually exerting pressure on the oil cake. Once, twice, after dozens of collisions, orange-red juice began to seep out from around the oil cake. The sticky juice became more and more due to the continuous collisions, and began to drip from the gap under the oil tank. The dripping oil gathered on the inclined oil tank under the oil tank and slowly flowed into the earthenware jar. Such work was obviously not difficult for Bai Jin. Hua Mu saw that she didn't even breathe. After completely embedding a wedge into the gap, she changed her position and continued working. The oil-water mixture was continuously squeezed out of the oil cake with obvious heat. Because the melting point of palm oil is high, it must be squeezed while the fruit is still hot. Because the gap is getting smaller and smaller, Bai Jin's movements have to be more and more rapid, and the force of the ram hitting the wedge is getting stronger and stronger. Hua Mu listened to the sound of the collision and could not help but feel envious. This wedge is too lucky. Right? Besides her, there are only these few pieces of wood that can be hit by Baizhen like this. Baizhen is really something. Even oil extraction is so erotic and sexy. How can she hold back? Until the wedge could no longer be inserted, the sentry finally stopped working. The earthenware jar was already half full. The oil and water had also shown obvious stratification due to cooling. The floating oil layer on the top was an orange-red solid liquid mixture. This jar of oil-water mixture still needs to be heated and boiled. After standing, wait for the oil, water, and impurities to separate, and then pour out the upper oil layer. The obtained oil layer needs to be heated again, until there are no more bubbles in it. It is considered to be real palm oil. It can enter the next step of fractionation. Baizhen wanted to experiment with the time required for each step. Hua Mu saw that Baizhen had finally finished, and hurriedly shouted to her, "Baizhen, what's wrong?" "Miss?" Baizhen worked hard, and the haze caused by the previous conversation had dissipated. Hua Mu hesitated for a moment, but still couldn't overcome her desire. Ahem. I'm tired. I want to take a nap." Baizhen raised her eyebrows. "Do you need me to carry you back?" Hua Mu immediately opened her arms. "You sleep with me." Chapter 112 Unknown Creatures. The squeezed oil-water mixture is separated by boiling twice, and after removing impurities, it enters the next step of fractionation and crystallization. There are several ways to fractionate and crystallize palm oil, among which the dry extraction method does not add any chemical reagents, and only controls the temperature to purify the palm oil. Fortunately, the ability of the white pillow is related to temperature control. The essence of Hattie's freezing ability is to absorb heat, and can accurately grasp the temperature changes under proper control. The main reason why Baizhen rarely used her freezing ability was that she had a psychological trauma in the elevator, and the other was that she could not control it well. Baizhen's ability to control the spirit body is perfect, even compared with some experienced old sentinels. She is not inferior, but she has never been able to use this special skill well. The tower has always been very interested in Baizhen's ability, because this is the first and most intuitive energy exchange between dimensions in recorded history. The appearance of sentinels and guides once shook the scientific system that had been developed for many years, because the appearance of their abilities often violated many laws. The collapse of the scientific system almost means the collapse of the civilization system. Scientists who were eager to find a way out finally accepted the theory of high-dimensional interference. According to the second law of thermodynamics, energy does not spontaneously flow from low-temperature objects to high-temperature objects, which means that Baizhen will definitely consume energy when releasing freezing skills, and the energy mentioned here is what is called mental power. In fact, although mental power is the commonly used name in the Sentinel Circle, researchers prefer to call it high-dimensional interference force, or space distortion dimension, because there is no conclusion yet. There are various names, since the abilities of sentinels and guides are varied. Many of them are very mysterious and difficult to use as a benchmark for research. The appearance of the white pillow has undoubtedly opened a door for researchers to explore. Being able to convert mental power with energy loss or entropy value has a huge driving force for basic research on the essence of sentinels. Of course, for Baizhen now, none of this is important. Today, her ability finally has a real use. After combining with Hua Mu, Baizhen clearly felt the improvement of her ability, and gradually began to understand the reason why she could not control this ability. She did not know the nature of the freezing ability. To make a rough analogy, Baizhen could use the oil press in the past, but she did not understand the principle of oil pressing. She only knew that when the hammer hit the wedge, oil and water would appear in the barrel. As for what angle and force to use, she didn't understand it at all. Although Hattie obeyed her, he didn't show himself. Now Baizhen can not only use the oil press, but also understand the principle of the oil press, and can modify it according to the actual situation, making it more convenient and labor-saving to use, although she still can't express its essence well. After all, she is devoted to the Sentinel course and has only a partial understanding of the research, but she can already control it freely. In the past, when Hattie released a skill, it would cause a freezing effect almost every time, which is also the origin of the name of the skill. Now, she can completely lower the temperature of an object by only a few degrees and control the rate of cooling. Baizhen even felt that he might be able to release heat. Although the name, Ice Wolf, is not worthy of its name to a certain extent, no one would care about it. Dry fractionation of palm oil is actually to filter the oil by repeated heating and cooling to separate the hard fat and soft fat. The melting point of hard fat palm oil is higher than about 33 degrees Celsius, and it is generally solid at room temperature. The melting point of soft fat is about 24 degrees Celsius, and it is liquid at room temperature. Only the latter is suitable for cooking oil. This process requires repeated trials, and it is very demanding for the user of sentinel skills. Not to mention the precise control of temperature. The long and slow release is enough to make any sentinel exhausted. In the past, Baizhen had no confidence that she could complete this task. But now, she doesn't even need to rest, except for doing a real job. At Hua Mu's strong request, it took another 2 days, and the palm oil was finally baked. After removing various moisture, impurities, stearin and losses from the 10 kilograms of oil cakes, less than 200 grams of edible oil were finally obtained. It took a whole week. Looking at the little bit of oil in the glass bottle, Hua Mu didn't know whether to cry or laugh. It was too difficult. Just for this small bottle of stuff. The two spent a lot of manpower and material resources. If Baizhen wasn't so strong, it might have taken more time. At this time, she really missed the civilized society deeply. Baizhen saw her complicated expression and comforted her. Miss, although there is not much oil, there are many byproducts. The wooden house can also start to deal with it. The result is still good. When I become proficient, I can increase the production and shorten the time. Find other raw materials. And soon, I won't have to worry about cooking oil. Hua Mu also knew that this result was not bad. But she felt sorry for Baizhen. The help she could provide was a drop in the bucket for the sentinels. And she had to bear all the hardship and fatigue alone. It's good. However, after being busy for so long, it's really not time to say discouraging words. Hua Mu cheered up and said with a smile, "The new year is coming soon, and I can use this oil to make something delicious. Oh, the wine is almost gone. I need to get some more." Before, Hua Mu would take it herself. But after that incident, she was really afraid to enter the cave. "I'll go get it, and I can put the things I got this time away." The cave is currently piled with food. Baizhen has the room to set up an ice cellar because of his increased ability. She would freeze a few buckets of water every day and put them in the cave. The cave has become a semi-natural freezer. Although Baizhen is very strong, Hua Mu is still worried. "I'd better go with you. Luna is not very useful, but at least she can see that ugly little thing." Baizhen thought about it and agreed. The two of them had already cleaned and tidied the cave. Not only did they add new shelves, but they also added lighting fixtures on the mountain wall. There are rings for torches, platforms for candles, and small lamps for lighting oil lamps. They have considered everything. The byproduct of this extraction is grease that can be used as fuel, which can be used for lighting. There are 2 racks in total, both about 2 meters long and wide, 50 centimeters thick, and divided into 4 layers. One is used to store food, and the other is used to store items. Baizhen has moved the materials and candles found before into the hut. The racks stand on both sides, one on the left and one on the right. Further in, the cave narrows like a bottleneck, with the narrowest part less than 1.8 meters high and half a meter wide. After this narrow opening, there is a wine cellar inside. The temperature in the wine cellar is very low, only about 10 degrees, probably because of the previous experience. Hua Mu was very nervous this time. She held Baizhen's hand tightly all the way, and even shivered when she entered the wine cellar. Meow. To be on the safe side, she not only summoned Luna, but also called the sleeping reserve food, which was very unkind. She was well prepared. Seeing that she was scared, Baizhen simply hugged her in his arms. "It's okay. I don't feel any problem for the time being. Your previous experience here may not be related to that thing." With Baizhen around, Hua Mu was of course much more at ease. Let's get the wine quickly, and get more this time." The wine in the wine cellar had been cleaned once before, and the remaining containers were all intact. The bottles of wine, big and small, roughly weighed several hundred kilograms. Even if some of them were damaged, it was more than enough for 2 people who didn't drink much. Hua Mu guessed that the person who was stranded on the island was an alcoholic and a smoker. Otherwise, how could he make so much wine and make his own tobacco? You know, brewing wine is a waste of food, and she has no plans to do so at the moment. This should be enough for cooking. Baizhen picked up a jar of wine weighing about 10 kilograms. "Do you want to drink any wine? You didn't seem to like the honey wine last time." Hua Mu only drank 1 glass that day, and never touched it again after that. She poured it all to Baizhen. The slightly tipsy sentinel had a more amazing charm. Wilder and more interesting. And she liked it very much. I don't like drinking. It just looks delicious. Well, but take a bottle. I see you like it. Baizhen rarely touched alcoholic beverages in the past because she had to perform tasks. But this does not mean that she has a poor alcohol tolerance. On the contrary, she has a good tolerance for alcohol. Okay, then you pick a bottle. Besides, Hua Mu was pouring wine for her now. As long as it was prepared by the eldest lady, she could eat anything. Hua Mu completely lost her nervousness because of the image of the tipsy sentry in her mind. She bent down and carefully selected the wine while thinking about it as a side dish. In the evening, this blue bottle looks delicious. I want this. Woo 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 meow. Just as Hua Mu picked up a glass bottle of about 500 milliliters, the reserve food that had been in her arms suddenly roared. At the same time, Hattie, who had been hiding in the dark, suddenly jumped out and blocked Hua Mu. Hua Mu was startled, and the bottle in her hand almost fell to the ground. After finally grabbing it in a panic, the reserve food had already jumped out of her arms and stood at Hattie's feet, as if she knew there was such a giant wolf around. Who? Hattie made a threatening sound, and only Luna still had no sense of crisis, and walked calmly in the direction of the confrontation between the two beasts. Hua Mu reflexively adjusted Luna's perspective, and as expected, she saw the spirit body at the junction of the firelight and darkness. It's it! Baizhen had already protected Hua Mu behind him, and he couldn't help but frown when he heard her voice. Is it the spirit from last time? Well, it should be. Should be? Hua Mu immediately identified it as the creature from last time when she saw it. But then she was a little uncertain, because the spirit was obviously smaller than last time. Yes, it has become smaller. Hua Mu gestured with his hands. It was originally as big as a seabird, but now it is only a little bigger than the reserve food. And it looks very pitiful. Not only the size, but the condition of the spirit didn't look good either. It looked like it was dying. Chapter 113 Speculation. The size of the spirit body can indeed change, but since it does not have much meaning in itself, the host will not deliberately adjust it under normal circumstances. Unless it is a natural change in form due to the improvement of power after the combination like Hattie, the normal form of the spirit body is usually fixed. Smaller? How does it look? Because this little guy looks so weak, pitiful and helpless. Hua Mu's sense of horror when he encountered an unknown creature in the depths of the dark cave also completely disappeared at this time. Luna had already walked to the spirit and made a woo-woo sound, as if communicating with it. Hua Mu used its perspective to see the spirit's situation clearly. It doesn't feel good. Last time I saw it, it looked a little slippery, but this time it feels dry. If it wasn't an illusion, it seemed that its eyes were a little cloudy. Gulu. The creature finally made a sound, which sounded like bubbles in the water. It made a sound, although Hua Mu heard its words. Through Luna's senses, she really didn't understand what it wanted to say. Luna tilted her head and gently poked its body with her front legs, and then called out to Hattie softly, as if asking for his opinion. Woo-ay! Hattie seemed very dissatisfied, shaking his head a little irritably, kicking his hind legs to vent his emotions. Luna da-da-da ran back, rubbing its head as if to act coquettishly or to comfort it, and kept babbling. The grain reserve jumped away as if it sensed something, and looked at the direction of Hattie and Luna for a while, and then looked at the direction of the unknown creature, and finally grabbed Hua Mu's legs and jumped back into her arms. It seemed that he didn't want to meddle in other people's business anymore. Baizhen was a little confused about the current situation, but Hattie's irritability was clearly transmitted to her. Fortunately, Luna's intimacy quickly calmed Bai Lang's emotions. Although he was still a little reluctant, Baizhen still felt that Hattie was convinced. Convinced? What did it agree to? Baizhen soon found out the answer. Luna returned to the place where the unknown creature was, and a silver light was emitted from her horn. Oh my god, what is this for? Not to mention Hua Mu, even Baizhen had never seen such a situation. When sentinels and guides first awaken, their spirits usually go berserk, because they have a low synchronization rate with their spirits, and their spirits act autonomously. Although Hua Mu had awakened a long time ago, she had only been with Luna for a short time, so she would often take some autonomous actions, and today's behavior was obviously one of them. Does Luna want to save it? This is the possibility that Baizhen subconsciously thought of. The spirit body has become smaller and weaker. which is likely because its owner's mental power has decreased and can no longer help it maintain its form. The most appropriate thing to do at this time is of course to replenish the guide element for the host, but at the same time, soothing the spirit body is also a good choice. Although Luna's behavior is somewhat different from the soothing method that Baizhen knows, the purpose should be the same. Huamu has a very good compatibility as a guide, and Luna can also provide soothing for almost any spirit body. This also explains Hattie's irritability. Spirits have a very strong possessiveness for the object they are combined with. Even if simple comforting behavior will not have any impact on them, it will still feel unhappy. In short, it is jealousy. And Hattie is obviously more jealous than ordinary spirits. This domineering attitude makes Baizhen feel a little incredible. But considering the specialness of Huamu and Luna, she feels very understandable. Huamu watched the white light in Luna's horn flow into the spirit like water, and then thought about Baizhen's words, and suddenly realized it. It seems so. That thing looks much better. Almost at the moment when the light flowed into the body, the wrinkled skin of the spirit body became smooth and flat at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not only did the eyes that originally looked a little cloudy become brighter, but even the purring sound showed a bit of strength. The effect was so fast that Baizhen was a little surprised. So fast? Yes. It worked immediately. The little guy jumped a lot, wagging his tail, as if to thank Luna, and rubbing his round head against its hoof. Hattie immediately showed an unhappy look, growled, and jumped to Luna's side. Although it couldn't see, its senses were very sharp. The little guy seemed to be frightened, twisting its butt and hiding behind Luna. Luna immediately came up and licked the white wolf's face endlessly, which made it lose its temper instantly. Although Baizhen couldn't see the spirit body, he roughly guessed what happened and said helplessly. Hattie was not like this in the past. Huamu liked Hattie's nervous look towards Luna, and said with satisfaction, "There's nothing wrong with this." Baizhen smiled and didn't respond. "That thing, how is it?" Huamu still doesn't know what it is. If it is a spirit, then where is its owner? It looks pretty energetic. I don't think it poses any threat. Do you think its owner has encountered some danger, or is trapped somewhere, so he hasn't come out? Perhaps because the little thing didn't seem to be in danger, Huamu subconsciously changed his mind. Baizhen was silent for a while, and agreed. Well, it's possible. Should we go and save him? Huamu thought one thing after another, and Baizhen couldn't help laughing. Miss, there is no conclusion yet. And this matter needs long-term consideration. Let's go out first and talk about it. That's right, it's very cold here, but I don't know what to do with that thing. Maybe because she was bored on the island for a long time. After confirming that the other party was not a threat, Huamu became very interested in the little thing. Baizhen was a little troubled by her curiosity. I see it is very close to Luna, even if it doesn't come with us this time. We should meet it again in the future. Miss, didn't you want to try making cookies with palm oil before? If you delay it a little, you won't be able to make it today. Don't worry about that. Hey, do you really want to eat cookies? Come to think of it, I haven't eaten it for a long time. Baizhen rarely eats sweets, and doesn't like sweets very much, but now in order to attract Huamu's attention, he has to risk it. In that case, let's go back first. Compared to those trivial things, Baizhen is of course more important. Huamu immediately transformed into a housewife, ready to show her skills for her lover. Baizhen breathed a sigh of relief, looked at the spirit body apologetically, and then left the cave with Huamu. The spirit body did not follow. Huamu waited for a while, and stopped thinking about it. As Baizhen said, everything is still undecided. She can't let down her guard and feel sympathy just because the guy looks weak. Compared to this unexpected spirit, the two of them have more important things to prepare for. It is only a week away from the end of December, and the first new year after she and Baizhen are together is coming soon. After preparing palm oil, many things can be put on the agenda. Baizhen can start to process the surface of the house and furniture, and Huamu can start to study how to make desserts. Starch is mainly extracted from breadfruit, and with the starch extracted from yam and sambar pith, sago can also be made. Because there was no yeast, Huamu chose to use liquor to ferment flour, and she did make some bread-like products. Now that she had palm oil, she could use the stearin in it to replace shortening and butter, and she could also make cakes. A better life was beckoning her, and Huamu tried her best to successfully make desserts before the Chinese New Year. Baizhen's work was also proceeding in an orderly manner. In addition to adding doors and windows to the wooden house, the roof was also reinforced. After applying wood wax oil to the walls, The waterproof performance of the house was greatly improved, and it finally stopped leaking on rainy days. The hut is no longer empty now. It has tables, chairs, cabinets and beds. Baizhen even made a dressing table for Hua Mu, and even small things like jewelry boxes were not neglected. The sentry would pick up some beautiful pearl shells and put them in the hut whenever he had time, including a piece of amber. Although Hua Mu would not wear them, it was beautiful to take them out and look at them. Baizhen's day was undoubtedly busy, including some things that Hua Mu had to do, which required her to make preliminary preparations. However, the sentry had little leisure time in the past, and he was not at all uncomfortable with the current situation. For her, life on the deserted island was much happier than before. But there was only one thing that made her uneasy and worried. The appearance of the spirit reminded her of a rumor about the base of the genetic modification plan. At the beginning, the International Sentinel sent forces to the Alliance and various countries to lure out the snakes and arrested almost all the main people involved in the modification plan. However, no matter how they interrogated, they were unable to find out the specific location of the experimental base. Some said it was underground in a desert. Some said it was on an island in a sea area. And some said it was in the mountain of a dead volcano. At the beginning, the Alliance sent many sentinels to patrol the places that met the requirements. But they all returned empty-handed and had to give up the pursuit. But perhaps, those people did not lie. But they could only remember the general fragments because they were hinted. Combined with the notes found in the cave, some truths are about to come out. It is not that someone was stranded on the island, but that they fled to the island and dared not leave. This island has a unique geographical location. The sea circle is a lawless place. Not only do countries need to apply for the deployment of armed forces, but the means of searching are also extremely limited. And if this island is really the experimental base of the genetic modification plan, then the spirit body also has a definite identity. But she didn't want Hua Mu to see all this, not only because of her own cowardice, but also because the truth was too cruel. Chapter 114 New Year. New Year is one of the most important festivals in the Shang Dynasty Empire. The government will hold a parade on this day. Nobles from all over the country will go to the capital to meet the queen. The royal family will open part of the palace to entertain guests. What the common people talk about most is who will be the lucky person who will be received by the queen every year. On this day at the end of the year, the queen will meet with 10 commoners selected by lottery and listen to their opinions or suggestions. This is a tradition of the royal family. Although it has become more and more showy now, it has become the highlight of the year because it is enough to entertain the public. Ambitious participants hope to take this opportunity to show their talents, while those who join in the fun just hope to see the queen up close. At this time of year in previous years, the whole country is already full of festive atmosphere. But this year is different. Since Hezhou declared independence, the atmosphere in the empire has been depressed. Although the celebration will be held as usual, the royal family cancelled this year's aristocratic gathering, showing a bit of caution in their attitude. Just when the public was wondering whether the session of meeting with civilians would also be cancelled, the royal family announced the list of people to be met. In order to ensure the queen's safety, the identity and background of all civilians will be investigated in detail before the meeting. This year's procedures are particularly strict. After a thorough security check, the 10 civilians were finally allowed to enter the palace. Sentinels from the guards escorted the group to the queen's reception room. This is where the queen usually entertains foreign guests, dignitaries, and accepts interviews. This time, the meeting was also broadcast live by satellite. During this tense period, the palace was guarded more strictly. The 10 people were taken to the lounge to wait for the queen's summons. Hua Chu had just returned from the headquarters in Hezhou in the morning. After handling the backlog of official business, she met with the prime minister. She only had half an hour to rest before the live broadcast began. The queen lay on the massage chair with her eyes closed, wearing a steam eye mask, and the faceless man stood behind her silently. Sheng, help me pour a glass of water. Hua Chu crossed her hands on her lower abdomen and spoke with a bit of fatigue. The faceless man obeyed the king's order. While helping her pour water, he said, "You shouldn't call me like that. Is it not okay when it's just the two of us?" Hua Chu lifted the eye mask and looked at her, and the faceless man just handed the cup to her. Hua Chu didn't take it immediately, and stared at her. The two of them were in a stalemate for a while, and the faceless man finally gave in. "Forget it. As long as you are happy." Hua Chu took the cup of water and showed a smile of victory. The faceless man waited quietly for her to finish drinking the water. and then handed her a plate of caramel cookies. Eat a little. I don't know how long the meeting will take. Although most of the time each meeting will be controlled within 10 minutes or even shorter. If you meet someone who is prepared to give a long speech and does have some insights and knowledge, in principle, you will not interrupt their speech. Once, a visitor wrote a speech of 100,000 words and spent 2 hours to explain his views. The king fell asleep. What's more interesting is that he became the prime minister of the empire 10 years later. And he always brought up this experience as an interesting anecdote, which made this tradition gain more attention. Huachu rarely couldn't eat sweets. So she pushed the biscuits away and shook her head, saying, "No. Is there anything sour?" Perhaps because of too much pressure. She had a poor appetite recently, and had obviously lost a lot of weight. Then have some plums. The faceless man took a stack of candied fruits from the coffee table and handed it to her. You should stay in the palace to rest at night. The situation in Hebei New District is stable. There is no need to rush back overnight. Although transportation is convenient now, the journey still makes people feel tired. Moreover, the atmosphere in the frontline command post is tense. The situation in the newly recovered Hebei New District is complicated. It is better to stay in the capital to celebrate the new year. Huachu shook her head. No. The situation in the new district is still unclear. There are many emergency situations that need to be decided. I can improve efficiency there. Not everything needs to be decided by the king. Huachu raised her eyebrows. Of course, it is not necessary at ordinary times. But now the situation is special. If we don't solve the problem quickly, when can we find Mumu? To Huachu, Huasu's behavior is just a dying struggle. If it wasn't for Hua Mu's disappearance, she wouldn't mind if she was slowly grinding. The queen is not thinking about national affairs but about love, which seems to make the leader feel helpless. It seems that your father's decision is correct. You are not suitable to be the queen to some extent. Not to mention Huajian. Huachu used to be angry about the faceless man's view. But now he has learned to laugh it off. Whether it is suitable or not, I am already the queen. For the people, a monarch with human touch is not a bad thing. Besides, don't we have you? You can think about rational things. As for Ajian, he is not interested in this. And it is already unfair for him to worry about official duties. If Mumu was not there, he would probably go to guard Xinin's grave after her death. Grand Duke Huajian's infatuation is very famous in the empire. So even though it is said that he lives a luxurious life and behaves absurdly, there are still many female fans who support him. You two have a deep relationship between sister and brother. One of you takes care of your sister, and the other one takes great care of your brother. Huachu looked at her and smiled ambiguously. Are you jealous? After all, infatuation is the tradition of the royal family. After the abolition of the system of multiple concubines, the relationship between children will naturally be harmonious. You see, even someone as ambitious as Huasu would rather break the rules and marry Alyssa. Even if Derek hadn't awakened, he would never have thought of remarrying. In addition to infatuation, isn't widowhood also a tradition? As if it were a curse. The more harmonious and loving the relationship between the royal family members, the earlier the other half died. In today's technologically advanced world, the average age of ordinary people is 100 years old. And in the case of abnormal deaths of sentinels and guides, they can even live to 200 years old. It is very rare to die before the age of 40. But looking at the history of the royal family, more than 60% of the spouses of the members died before the age of 30. And less than 2% of them lived to the end of their lives. The closest branches to the direct lineage today. Grand Duke Huajian's wife died at the age of 22. Huasu's spouse Elisa also suffered an accident at the age of less than 30. And Huaju's uncle, the old Marquis Hua Yuanziwei's wife, also died early without leaving any children. Not to mention the former king Hua Yuandu, Huasu's father Hua Yuanqing and others. The names of Huachu's elders were taken from Qingdu Ziwei. The third brother used 2 characters because his mother died of dystocia. Although it was not said openly, scholars had already proposed the tradition of royal widowhood in anonymous forums. Many people also believe that monarchs like Huachu who announced that they would not marry were doing so to protect their lovers. Huachu did not expect the other party to believe this, and showed a playful smile. You believe this? Xinin has been in poor health since she was a child. And Ajian had already made psychological preparations before marrying her. There are only a few bloodlines close to the royal family now. How can such a small statistical sample be a scientific conclusion? If we extrapolate back, we must also consider the average age at that time. Right? The queen believes in science and sneers at the so-called tradition. Besides, it is impossible to have peace in the center of power. It is probably a curse to some extent. What's the matter? You don't want to go to Hezhou in person. Is it because of this? Watch, you never worried about Hua Zheng, because in her heart, Hua Zheng's strength has surpassed the level of mortals. She really couldn't imagine anything that could hurt her. And she believed that the other party had such confidence. She said this just to kill time and argue with Hua Zheng, and was prepared for the other party to mock her with, "I'm not your lover." Unexpectedly, the faceless man said something unbelievable after a moment of silence. "Even if it's just adoption. I was a member of the royal family after all. Since Hua Zhu ascended the throne, Hua Zheng has never left her side, guarding her like a shadow. But she always thought that the other party just regarded this as a mission, because she could never forget that incident. She had to remind herself frequently that this person has no heart, so as not to misunderstand some of her actions and words. Hua Zheng was very rational. Hua Zheng was very evil. Hua Zheng did not understand love. Hua Zheng was just an omnipotent robot prepared by her father, and she just had to obey her. But such words definitely could not be said by a heartless person. Right? Come here. Hua Chu's mood fluctuated, and she sat up slightly and waved to the faceless man. Hua Zheng didn't hesitate, and obediently squatted at her feet. The queen rarely hugged her guard openly, and said with a smile, "What do you mean by this? Explain why I can't leave your side." "Then you admit?" The queen bit her lip, a little shy. "I am your lover?" the sentry said in a puzzled tone. "Why do you understand it this way? Aren't we talking about your safety?" Hua Chu was so angry that she pinched the faceless man's thin back and said harshly, "We are obviously talking about the tradition of royal widowhood. Aren't you worried about me because this? Is that so? In this emergency situation, Hua Su will certainly find ways to target you. Why do I need another reason to worry about you?" The queen found that she was fooled again, and she was so angry that she almost fainted. Hua Zheng, go to hell. The entire empire was watching the live broadcast of the meeting between the queen and the civilians today. The queen herself informed us of the victory of the recovery of the Hebei New District, which brought a good ending to this slightly turbulent year. No one would doubt the victory of this war. As long as the queen firmly grasped the power of the tower, Hua Su would not be able to make any big waves. Everyone was concerned about how to reduce losses and casualties. Now the royal family has handed in an answer sheet that most people are satisfied with. The meeting was full of problems as in previous years. There was an old man who fainted due to excitement, a young man who had to be interrupted in the end. And of course, there were also some warm scenes. The last lucky person was a 5-year-old girl, who happened to be from the Hebei New District that was liberated this time. Everyone was speculating that this was the highlight deliberately arranged by the royal family. The little girl was very delicate and cute, and her childish words also made everyone laugh frequently. The queen even stood up and walked to the meeting to hug her. But just when the audience was about to witness this historic hug, a black figure suddenly flew across the camera, followed by a strong fire and a huge explosion, and the live broadcast was interrupted. Chapter 115, New Year. Hua Mu finally succeeded in making the cake on the day before the new year. Although it was not real cream, the flavor was quite special, and the young lady was very satisfied. The biggest advantage of being on a tropical island is that you don't have to worry about wintering. Because she had to accompany her aunt and father to attend various occasions, she had spent the new year in the capital in the past, so this was the warmest new year for Hua Mu. In addition to the small cakes, Hua Mu also made other big meals. Needless to say, there were seafood, roasted chicken, and wild boar made from seabirds. The wild boar this time was smaller than the last time, but it was almost 100 kilograms. Because of the ice cellar, a large part of the wild boar this time was directly frozen and stored. As long as Baizhen was there, Hua Mu didn't worry about not being able to finish the food. She tried her best to eat the big fish and meat. The dishes on the table were filled up 3 times. In the end, even Baizhen was defeated. Big lady, I really can't eat anymore. Hua Mu's cooking has always been exquisite, but for some reason, each dish was very generous this time. The nearly 1-meter-long stingray was made into 3 dishes, and each dish could fill up most of the table. In addition to seafood and meat, there are also a lot of fungi, ferns, and vegetables made from palm cores and young shoots. The staple food is sago porridge and cakes. Hua Mu stopped eating a long time ago, and picked up some food for Baizhen with chopsticks. Eh? Eat more. Baizhen was afraid of this. Frowned and said bitterly, I really can't eat it anymore. Miss, I will finish it tomorrow. You really can't eat it? Well, oh, then don't force it. Pack it up and put it in the refrigerator. We can take it out and heat it up later. In addition to using the cave as an ice cellar, Baizhen also made a refrigerator, which is a double-layer metal container with ice in the interior layer, surrounded by a wooden barrel on the outside, and filled with rags and plant fibers. And the cold preservation effect is quite good. Baizhen didn't expect her to be so easy to talk to. As if he had been pardoned, he quickly put the food on a rack and put it in the refrigerator. After they packed up, they washed up but didn't rest immediately. Hua-Mu was sitting at the table, not knowing what she was doing. Baizhen walked to her side and saw her writing something on paper with a feather pen in the candlelight. The feather pen was made of seabird feathers by Hua-Mu, and the ink was replaced by rambutan juice. Miss, what are you doing? Writing this year's summary and next year's plan and goals. I've been so busy that I almost forgot. This is the task that her aunt assigns her every year, asking her to look back and see if the plans and goals she said have been completed, and whether this year has been wasted. The queen never asked her to have any ambitions or ideals. She was asked to set her goals for what she really wanted to achieve. Of course, even if Her Majesty the Queen didn't say anything, Hua-Mu knew she shouldn't write it down, such as wanting to be fought by her own sentinel. Over the years, she had already developed a habit. If she didn't write it down, she would feel like something was missing. Baizhen was a little curious and subconsciously looked at the paper. The paper Hua-Mu used should be one of those materials. Unlike other materials, this one had a lot of blank pages at the end, so she used it as a notebook. Oh, why are you still looking at others' writing? Hua-Mu saw Baizhen curiously looking around, and hurriedly covered the notebook. Baizhen realized her impoliteness, and quickly looked away, apologetically saying, Sorry, I didn't mean it. It wasn't that serious. Hua-Mu asked her to sit down. You come and write together, and show it to me when you're done. This. Speaking of reports, Baizhen had written quite a few official documents, such as year-end summaries, and she also had the habit of writing diaries before she was stranded on the island, but she had never tried this type of plan. Oh! Stop talking nonsense. Come and write together. This is our family tradition. Not only do I have to write, but my aunt and dad also have to write. How can you not write? Hua-Mu turned the page, cut a piece of paper for her, and handed her a feather pen. Okay. Hua-Mu saw that she was embarrassed, and smiled. It's not a serious matter. Just write it casually. If you show it to me, I will show it to you too. This temptation was obviously very useful, and Baizhen was immediately motivated. Things like feather pens are now only a pastime for noble ladies. Baizhen has never used one before, and she held it very carefully. Hua-Mu saw her sitting upright like a good student, writing very seriously, and felt inexplicably sweet in her heart. This is a family tradition. Baizhen is already a family member to her. Hua-Mu's handwriting is specially practiced. The lines are soft, clear and beautiful, matched with the natural light ink color of rambutan juice, full of artistic sense. On the other hand, the sentinel had a little difficulty in writing. Although Baizhen is one of the few people who still writes diaries with pens, she has always used fountain pens, and is not very good at using feather pens. The originally strong and neat handwriting now looks a bit soft and round because of the pen. Hua-Mu quickly finished writing a page, lifted the paper and blew it gently, and was very satisfied with her work. Although most of the goals set last year were not completed, her goal when she was 12 years old was finally achieved. As for next year, Hua-Mu secretly glanced at Baizhen, and saw that she was sweating profusely while writing, and suddenly felt that she was cute. Have you finished writing? Not yet, not yet. Let me see how much you have written. Hua-Mu stretched his head over, and saw Baizhen's handwriting for the first time. Your handwriting is pretty good. Have you practiced? Most people nowadays are not good at handwriting. Baizhen's handwriting is already quite good. The sentry looked a little embarrassed. A little? She is really an artistic girl. She actually practiced handwriting. You are so busy at work, why would you think of practicing handwriting? Baizhen glanced at her paper, and her face flushed a little. She felt ashamed that she had been discovered for imitating others. But Hua-Mu was very happy to realize her original intention. Hee. If you like, I can teach you how to write. Hua-Mu was proud that he finally had something to teach her. Really? Of course. when the bathroom and toilet are built. We should not be so busy. And practicing calligraphy together can also kill time. Baizhen smiled happily and nodded repeatedly. Yeah. How easy is it to learn? It's so satisfying to learn to write a word. Hua-Mu realized belatedly that teaching calligraphy might take up other entertainment time, and wrinkled her nose in regret. Forget it. Let me see what you wrote. Well, isn't this just a work summary? What's the point of poor protection? It's not your fault that the ship was wrecked. What's the point of offending me? Do you prefer to use the word offend? She saw that the sentry was excited about the word offend. Miss, I have it written before. Can you show me yours first? Okay, I'll show you. Hua-Mu handed it to her generously, and Baizhen felt brightened when he took it in his hand. Although it was also a summary and plan. Hua-Mu's beautiful handwriting, poetic layout, and clear organization were really pleasing to the eye. Rather than calling it a plan, it would be more appropriate to call it an essay. Baizhen has always known that Hua-Mu is versatile. But this is the first time he has seen her article. How is it? Because she wanted to show it to Baizhen. Hua-Mu wrote it leisurely, and she was used to it anyway. You wrote very well. But many of last year's goals were not completed. Which is a pity, because she became an adult. Hua-Mu was supposed to prepare a year-end celebration for the royal family this year. But now she just made a big meal. Plans cannot keep up with changes. There is nothing we can do about it. And it can't be said that we have gained nothing. Rather, the gains are really huge. Baizhen cheered up. Miss, don't worry. I will definitely find a way to let you go back. Hua-Mu didn't plan to stay on the island for the rest of her life, but she firmly believed that her aunt and father would come to find her. I know. Before that we have to work hard on the island. It was getting late. Hua-Mu didn't have the patience to wait for Baizhen to finish writing, so she took her paper and put it together with her own. Forget it. Don't write tonight. It's the new year. Let's go to bed early. Hua-Mu was ready to spend the new year lazily, the kind that wouldn't get out of bed. Baizhen agreed with her. Then I'll put these in the cabinet first. It's not that troublesome. Oh, you put it there. Hua-Mu was a little impatient, but when she thought that the table might be requisitioned, she immediately agreed. Baizhen seemed to know what she was thinking. While pursing his lips and smiling, she packed up the papers and the document. She accidentally saw the words on the cover of the document, and asked casually, Miss, have you finished reading this book too? I have read it. But this project is truly a bazinga. The reason for launching it is ridiculous. It was because several researchers made a bet to see if the mixed blood of the two races with the lowest awakening rate can produce sentinels and guides. Baizhen seemed stunned for some reason, and then slowly asked, Is it the Black-Eyed tribe and the Tamir tribe? It was not surprising that the sentinel knew this. Hua-Mu did not think about it, and nodded. Yes, because these two races have strong physical fitness. They are very suitable as experimental subjects. The upper echelons of this organization agreed to this project in order to verify the role of the awakening gene. Hua-Mu had a lot to complain about when talking about this project. One is pity for the experimental subject, and the other more important reason is that one of the two races with the lowest awakening rate is the Black-Eyed clan. Since it is the Black-Eyed clan, it is related to Baizhen. Since it is related to Baizhen, it is related to her. Hua-Mu showed some empathy and indignation. It's too much. Miss, don't be angry. Baizhen saw that she was angry, and she felt less uncomfortable. How can I not be angry? Although I don't know much about the Tamir clan. The Black-Eyed clan is your mother's family. Anyway, she was very angry about the whole thing. Baizhen smiled, and actually gave her a popular science lesson. The Tamirs are a people of the Heliopolis Empire, living on the cold ice fields. They are tall and strong, and have a strong ability to adapt to the cold and harsh environment. It is said that the people who pull their sleds are real wolves. So that's how it is, she said, and she didn't know why she felt something was wrong. Looking at Baizhen's smiling face, she always felt a little weird. No wonder this organization would use this project as a pre-experiment for Hela, adding various miscellaneous project results, like a hodgepodge. After all, Hela is the top priority of the entire project. Even if only this one succeeds, the whole plan is worth it. But that's too. Although the experimental subjects of each project are pitiful, I have never seen anyone more miserable than Bazinga. Because there are so many people involved and there is no dedicated person in charge. The entire project is progressing slowly. What's worse is that the experimental subjects of this project are not treated as well. Although the experimental subjects of other projects are not treated as human beings, at least they are treated as valuable resources by these researchers. And most of them die because of experimental failure. However, the research basis of Bazinga's experimental subjects is only the hybrid of two races. So the experimental subjects are mass-produced like making dolls. And once a new idea comes up, the previous individuals will be discarded and remade. Then have you seen the results of the experiment? Hua sighed. The person who wrote the information didn't care about it at all. Anyway, it was said that there were still a few experimental subjects alive in the end. Is that so? Baizhen walked silently to the cabinet and put away the information and papers. Miss, let's not talk about this. Let's go to bed early. Chapter 116. Rain on January 1st. New year. New atmosphere. If she were still in the imperial capital, Hua Mu would have to get up early on this day to go to the suburbs to pray. But life on Dream Island is a bit timeless. As long as there is no trouble with food, the two of them have a lot of free time. Hua Mu woke up to the sound of rain. It was a novel experience for her to have rain on the first day of the new year. At this time, the imperial capital would only have snow. Miss, are you awake? The sentry woke up earlier than her and asked softly behind her. Are you hungry? I'll go make breakfast. Hua Mu grabbed the other's arm around her and shook her head and said coquettishly in a squeaky voice. No, sleep a little longer. Baizhen certainly had no objection, holding her in his arms like a baby, gently stroking her platinum half-long hair. Are you tired? The sentry said it seriously, and it was obvious that he was concerned. But the young lady felt it was erotic no matter how she heard it, and turned her red face away and hummed. Not really tired. Although her physical strength is indeed not as good as Baizhen's, but she has made some progress over this period of time. Baizhen was moved by her shy appearance, and couldn't help but kiss her forehead gently. Hua Mu was stunned for a moment, and then took the initiative to move forward and ask for a kiss. This sentry is like this, gentle and innocent. He treats her with care, treats her like a treasure, and makes her as active as possible to show some enthusiasm. Hua Mu is tired, and doesn't want to be reserved anymore. She has said so many dirty talks. She doesn't need to care about her bottom line in front of Baizhen. Hua Mu's little girl attitude makes Baizhen feel pity. He simply hugs her to himself, and kisses her carefully and densely. Rainy days are always very suitable for staying at home, and of course, it is more suitable for being with your lover. The wind and rain outside the house made the house more quiet and peaceful, as if there were only two people left in the world. And indeed, there were only two of them on the island. Hua Mu felt a little uneasy and helpless when she thought of this. But as long as she saw Baizhen's face, as long as she was hugged by the sentinel's strong arms, she would feel at ease. If it was just the two of them with Baizhen, what would it matter if they were on a deserted island? Only when you have truly obtained it will you know the regret of not having it. Hua Mu always felt scared when she recalled the past. If she hadn't survived this desperate situation, she and Baizhen might have really missed each other. Then how is her world different from being on a deserted island? White pillow. I like you. Although they had done everything, Hua Mu rarely said, I like you. The young lady is indeed very reserved in some aspects. The sentry was obviously stunned. After a while, he said with tears in his eyes, I know. Young lady, I like you too. Hua Mu showed a proud expression, and poked her shoulder with his slender jade fingers and asked, If you were not with me, would you feel regretful? If it was in the past, I would probably have regrets that I couldn't explain. But now? Baizhen looked at her. His expression was extremely serious. I would feel that life is worse than death. Sentinels have a strong sense of dependence on guides. It is also a combination. If the sentinel dies, the guide can survive to a large extent. However, if the guide dies, the sentinel will almost certainly not be able to bear the pain of losing his spouse. The royal family members of the Shengchao Empire seem to be an exception. In the final analysis, the characteristics of the sentinels are destined to make them sensitive and delicate. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are fragile. Even Baizhen couldn't bear the pain of separation from Hua Mu. Hua Mu saw panic and anxiety on her face, but such an assumption was enough to make the sentinel worried and frightened. Don't worry. Baizhen in this state was really lovable. Hua Mu showed some heroic spirit to protect her lover, and said confidently, I'm here. I'll take care of my aunt and dad after returning home. My aunt is generally very reasonable, and it's impossible for her to separate the sentinel and guide, who have already been united. Baizhen didn't burst her innocence, and smiled and nodded. Then it depends on you. Miss. Hua Mu's vanity was greatly satisfied, and his mind was also stirring. The two of them still interacted with each other in that aspect. But Hattie was more aggressive than Luna, and Baizhen was much stronger than her. So most of the time, she had no power to resist in the end. But to be honest, as a same-sex person, it didn't mean that only Sentinel could do that. She could do it too. Baizhen looked so delicious. Why couldn't she eat it properly? Baizhen. The Sentinel saw the expression of the person on his body become sneaky. And for some reason, he had a bad feeling in his heart. What? What's wrong? Miss? Hua Mu leaned close to her ear and whispered. Tell me. Baizhen's face had turned red to the root of his neck after hearing her words. And he said stutteringly, This? I don't know how to say it. How can I not know? There must be a way. You can do it. And I can do it too. But this is? It's natural. Why can't she do it naturally? Is it because Luna is stupid? I don't care. You have to teach me. You can't do it alone, right? Ahem. Compared to the young lady, the sentry shame level was obviously too high. At this time, he was already a little overwhelmed. Hua Mu didn't care about her, and simply started to do it herself. If you don't teach me, I'll try it myself. I'm an excellent student. Wait. Young lady, don't do this, Hey. The sound of rain outside the house was getting louder, falling on the roof covered with tarpaulin and palm leaves, making a rustling sound. Although the residence this time is next to a water source. A water collection device was still built when the house was first built. The rain dripped down the eaves into the water collection tank, and then flowed to the bamboo filter standing at the end of the corridor. The filter is large at the top and small at the bottom, and the middle is filled with palm bark, charcoal, canvas and other materials. The rainwater passes through the filter, and finally falls into the water tank. The water tank is not big, and the rainwater quickly overflows the edge of the tank and flows everywhere. When Hua Mu came to his senses, most of the day had passed. Miss, are you hungry? Hua Mu lazily listened to the sentry's voice, and always felt that this sentence sounded familiar. This time she was really hungry, and her stomach was cramping. What did she want to do before? Oh, forget it. Let's eat first. The young lady had no strength, so the task of cooking naturally fell to the sentry. Anyway, the dishes were all prepared, and she just had to heat them up. Baizhen not only heated up the dishes, but also held Hua Mu and fed her directly. The young lady really enjoyed this kind of life of drunkenness and dreams, and she ate with relish. It feels like the rain won't stop anytime soon. It's normal for it to rain for several days on Dream Island. Hua Mu didn't take it to heart. Then let it rain, just in time for us to rest during the new year. The sentry was a little worried. But your birthday is coming soon. I want to build the bathroom before then. Although it wouldn't feel cold to take a shower directly in this weather, Hua Mu still wanted to take a hot bath occasionally, especially during her period. Hey, are you still thinking about this? Forget it, I was just saying it casually, just take your time. Hua Mu even forgot that she had asked for a birthday gift. But soon after my birthday. It's her menstrual period again. Hua Mu is really worried about those days. Okay, but I think we should be able to make it in time. There are still 10 days left. Hua Mu was talking to Baizhen, but he suddenly frowned. Almost at the same time, Hattie jumped out of the picture. What's wrong? It's the spirit from last time. Ah, where is it? Hua Mu quickly summoned Luna, and hurriedly said, Quick, let's put on some clothes first. The host can see the perspective of the spirit. Seeing that Hua Mu and he were worried about completely different things, Baizhen was no longer nervous for a while. It's okay. Miss, go check where it is first. Yes. Hua Mu was about to give an order to Luna, but the unicorn had already run to a corner of the house, sticked its head out of the wall, and brought back the half-fish. Half-bird spirit. Gurgle. The spirit drooped its tail listlessly, looking a little smaller than last time. Why is it smaller again? Hua Mu remembered that after being comforted by Luna before, it looked much better. Baizhen frowned as if struggling, and was silent for a long time before saying, Miss, its host should be dying soon. What? Are we going to save him? But where is he? Although Baizhen didn't want Hua Mu to see those things, he really couldn't bear it. After so many years, there are still spirits on the island. This may be destined. No matter whether the final decision is to save or not, and whether it can be saved or not, it is better than just watching it disappear. She was afraid that she would be bothered by it when she thought of it in the future. It's not us, but me. I will go and take a look. Go to the depths of the cave. Hua finally realized that the sentry's attitude was a little wrong. Judging from Baizhen's tone, she obviously knew a lot. But she kept perfunctorily answering her. Wait. Before we argue about whether you go or we go, don't you think there is something you need to explain to me? You actually know, right? What exactly is this thing? Luna put the spirit down and licked it, and then began to release white light from its horns. Hattie rarely lost his temper, but walked to Luna's side, groping and rubbing his face against the little guy he couldn't see. Miss, do you remember the intelligent creatures I mentioned? Hua didn't like the mysterious feeling of Baizhen. Frowned and said, Remember? You said it was the spirit of an intelligent creature? Yes and no. The genetic modification project is actually divided into two major parts. One part focuses on sentinels and guides, and the other part focuses on the research of intelligent creatures. The two parts are independent of each other, but also cooperate with each other. You should have known that the genes of intelligent creatures are mixed into human test subjects. But what about mixing human genes into intelligent creatures? To some extent, that is the real monster. Chapter 117 Departure. It was hard for Hua to imagine just integrating the genes of intelligent creatures into human genes, let alone the opposite approach. You mean, this spirit is the creature you said? Then why is it here? Although Hua only had a vague understanding of gene integration, she had read so much information on the island, and had read some science fiction novels in the past, so she still had some ideas. Is this a research base? If I guess correctly, the base should be right below here. Hua took a breath. Why didn't you say it earlier? She never thought that she would end up in the lair of an evil villain after all the trouble she had. It was so scary. What kind of life is this for a protagonist? Baizhen looked at her dimly, as if he was about to say something but stopped. Are there still bad guys in this base? There shouldn't be any, but as an experimental base, the security facilities must be very complete. There are certain risks in going there rashly. After Luna's comfort, the spirit seemed to be in a slightly better state, lying on its belly gurgling. On the ground. Hua looked at it, and was in a dilemma for a moment. If it was a human, then it would be worth taking the risk to save it. But if it was that kind of creature, they couldn't be sure if it was a threat. So are you going to go take a look? Since Baizhen had made up her mind, she would not change it. She knew that the place was a Pandora's box for her, and once it was opened, many things might be irreversible. But keeping it in her heart, pretending not to care, and hiding it from Hua was undoubtedly a torture for her. Well, I want to go there to confirm some things, and take a look at the host of this spirit. Hua was a little surprised by Baizhen's answer. After all, Baizhen was stranded on the island with her, and he had obviously never been here before. So what was there to confirm? What do you want to confirm there? A very important thing. Baizhen's dark pupils looked affectionate and melancholy. Hua suddenly had a flash of light in her mind. Was the Sentinel's understanding of the entire plan a little beyond common sense? Hua originally took it for granted that it was normal for Baizhen to know this as a Sentinel. But thinking about it carefully, this plan was more than 30 years ago, and the main person in charge had already been arrested. Why did Baizhen need to know this? Once she thought about it in this way, the vague feelings before quickly became clear. Not long ago, she had read that information, and then learned that the Black-Eyed Clan was one of the races with the lowest awakening rate. But wasn't there a Black-Eyed Clan Sentinel in front of her? No. This Sentinel could not possibly be a pure-blooded Black-Eyed Clan member, as his tall stature and deep facial features were far from the characteristics of the Black-Eyed Clan. Hua had never thought deeply about this, even after seeing that project. In her heart, Baizhen was Baizhen, a persevering and loyal Sentinel. What does the low awakening rate of the Black-Eyed Clan have to do with her? Because she is special. But now she has to face a question. How special is Baizhen? Huamu's hesitation suddenly disappeared. Then I will go too. She looked at Baizhen and said firmly, Don't refuse me. No matter if there is danger there, or what facts there you don't want me to see, I will go with you. I am not that fragile, and I am not a burden to you. I can help. The eldest lady's expression was firm and stubborn. The Sentinel looked at her for a while, finally stopped talking, and nodded in agreement. The situation ahead is unclear, so it is not possible to go there just like that. The two had explored briefly before, but they did not reach the end after walking for half a day. Because of the limited torches, they had to return the same way for safety. Of course, they had to be fully prepared this time, not to mention lighting tools, but also sufficient water and food. The two prepared for a few days, and the spirit seemed to have a premonition, and had been outside with Luna for the past 2 days. Nothing should be missing. Hua Mu checked the contents of the basket, and after confirming that nothing was missing, Baizhen carried the basket on his back. Before leaving, Baizhen confirmed with her again. Miss, are you really going? Hua Mu carried a small bamboo basket on her back, wore a small straw hat on her head, and a shawl made of pandanus leaves, looking like an explorer. Of course. How can I not go to such an interesting thing? If I were not the eldest daughter of the Duke's family, I might be a famous gold hunter now. It is impossible to say that I am not afraid at all. Hua Mu is quite afraid of the dark. But in the process of preparation, she gradually developed a sense of adventure. Baizhen finally stopped persuading her, and said, Don't be too far away from me. There are some strange things about this mountain, and my perception cannot extend too far. Hua Mu simply held her hand. This way you don't have to worry about getting lost. Baizhen smiled, and shook her hand tightly. There should be an elevator somewhere in the cave. And if you are lucky, you may be able to use it. Such an experimental base would certainly have more convenient means of transportation. But Baizhen didn't think about it at the beginning, so he never looked for it. Anyway, we'll do our best, and leave it to fate. It would be best if we find the entrance. But if we can't, we won't think about it anymore. Just as the two were about to leave, a petite figure suddenly jumped out from the corner, and quickly climbed into Hua Mu's arms. Store food? The rusty-spotted cat meowed, as if it wanted to go with us. Baizhen thought of its sensitivity to spiritual bodies and suggested, Miss, why don't we take it with us? The rusty-spotted cat was only a few pounds, so it was not difficult to hold it. It could also keep warm in the cold cave and relieve boredom. Hua Mu also agreed. Okay. Since you are so attentive, I will take you with me. The two of them brought more than a dozen torches, many candles, and a can of palm oil. In a dark environment, light is the most important thing. Baizhen held a torch in one hand, and Hua Mu in the other hand, and took Luna, Hattie and the spirit body with him, and set off on a journey of exploration. The location of the wine cellar is only a few dozen meters away from the cave entrance, and there is a fairly wide spherical space. Baizhen believes that if there is an elevator, it is very likely to be set up here. However, she and Hua Mu searched for a long time, but found nothing unusual, so they could only choose to move forward. No matter what kind of facility it is, in addition to the elevator, there must be a safe passage. For facilities like this that are completely built underground, the safe passage is often directly converted from the fortification passage when the facility was first built. There is more than one passage in the mountain, and the two chose the main road that seemed to be the largest. If this is an ancient tomb or a treasure trove, this way of thinking is obviously unreasonable. But as a safe passage, this conjecture is quite reliable. The road is not easy to walk on. It can be seen that it was not carefully repaired at the beginning, probably because it was known that it would not be used much. It is easy to imagine how boring it is to just walk. Not to mention that the dark, cold and narrow place will cause great pressure on people. Hua Mu had to talk to distract himself after walking for a while. Baizhen, are your hands tired? Do you want me to hold the torch? I'm fine. How long have we been walking? The surrounding environment remained unchanged, except for the dark rocks and dark rocks. The light emitted by the torch seemed to be absorbed by the cave wall. About half an hour. Why did you only walk for half an hour? Are you tired? Miss? I'm not tired. But I'm bored. Depressed. Let's talk. Okay. The sentry agreed, and then racked his brains to think of a topic. Miss, are you cold? But her ability to find topics is really not very good. Hua Mu sighed helplessly. I'm not cold for the time being. I'm not thirsty or hungry. Let her find a topic. Let Baizhen come to her, and she will become more and more bored the more she talks. Baizhen, I remember you said your master is the leader. Right? Why don't you tell me about her? I'm quite curious about her. Baizhen was stunned for a moment, hesitantly said, Miss, do you really remember nothing? Even my master's affairs? What is it? Hua Mu felt puzzled. Baizhen was interrupted when she recalled the elevator last time, so she didn't finish talking about the faceless man coming to save the two. Hua Mu was immersed in the joy of being with the sentinel, and she didn't ask any more questions. Baizhen didn't know what happened between the two, but she only knew that when she was Hua Mu's guard, the two of them were like strangers. She originally thought that Hua Mu had grown up, so she began to observe royal etiquette. But later she found that the two of them were no longer distant, but completely like strangers. As far as I know. Baizhen didn't know whether she should say it or not, and was afraid that it would embarrass her master. But when she thought of the intimacy between the two of them, she felt that such forgetfulness was really heartbreaking. After all, even she could see how much the leader cared about the young lady. Hua Mu saw her hesitating, and became even more curious. What is it? Tell me quickly. Baizhen gritted her teeth. Young lady, when you were 6 years old, we were trapped in the elevator, and it was the leader who rescued us. You call her Mian Mian, and act very intimate with her. My master, leader also calls you little sweetheart, saying that your aunt will criticize you for calling her that. Anyway, I think you had a very good relationship at that time. Hua Mu was stunned. The faceless man who followed her aunt like a ghost all day long, who had no sense of existence at all, who had a cold voice, and always looked at her with disdain, actually called her little sweetheart? What's more terrifying is, she actually had the courage to call her Mian Mian. Mian Mian is too funny. Isn't it? It doesn't fit her image at all. Chapter 118. If you have something to talk about, we can talk. The air in the cave is not turbid, probably because the original facilities are still in operation. The ventilation is very good. The passage continues to extend downward in a circuitous way. Because they have a goal, the two people's pace is much faster than the last time they came in. It took only more than 2 hours to reach the place they explored last time. There is another fork in the road ahead, but unlike the forks they encountered before, this time the small fork on the right is carved out of the right wall. Just as the two continued to plan to walk towards the main passage, the spirit body that had been following them suddenly rushed up, twisting and turning, and crawled towards another path. Is it leading the way for us? Hua Mu was a little surprised. Let's follow it and see. The other passage was very low and narrow, and the air was obviously not as ventilated as the main passage. Baizhen stopped Hua Mu and covered her with a wet cloth, and then continued to move forward. Hua Mu felt a little chest tightness, and the increasingly low cave ceiling made her feel a little panic and sweating. Baizhen was already hunched over and moving forward, which looked very difficult. The passage had a clear slope, first extending upward and then downward. Baizhen quickly realized the significance of this passage. It was very likely that something had happened on this section of the main passage, so they had to dig out such a small path from the side wall later. After 50 or 60 meters, even Hua Mu had to bend over to walk, and Baizhen could only squat with the basket on his back. Hua Mu held Baizhen with one hand and held the mountain wall with the other. As they walked, they suddenly touched something that was obviously different from the touch of rock, which scared her badly. Wow! What is this? She couldn't help but scream, and leaned over Baizhen. The sentry immediately shone a torch over there, and saw a white object exposed in the middle of the dark rock, with a metallic luster on the surface, and a small honeycomb texture on the cross-section. Baizhen immediately recognized these things, and said to Hua Mu, "Don't be nervous. This should be the skeleton of an intelligent creature. It's not dangerous. Although it's not dangerous, it can greatly affect the ability of the sentinels and guides. The skeleton of intelligent creatures is a natural shielding material for the spirit body, although there are better and cheaper artificial substitutes now. In the past, most important facilities relied on the skeletons of intelligent creatures to ensure the safety of the facilities." Baizhen finally understood the reason for the decline in perception. It was not just in the experimental base. Back then, those people had generously buried the skeletons of intelligent creatures throughout the mountain. No, or this so-called mountain was actually man-made. This also explains why there were no signs of animal invasion in the middle of the mountain. Hua Mu was still in shock. Why are there skeletons of intelligent creatures in the mountain? She was so scared that she almost... Baizhen saw that Hua Mu had been in this claustrophobic environment for a long time, and her spirit was very nervous. He subconsciously kissed her forehead and comforted her. "Don't worry, Mississippi. I will protect you no matter what happens." "Ah! Why did you kiss her suddenly?" Hua Mu's attention was diverted. She felt a little shy and dissatisfied. She couldn't kiss because of the cloth. She was so angry. But the current situation did not allow her to be sentimental. She said stubbornly, Okay. I'm not that timid. Let's go out first." Fortunately, this section of the road was not long. After about 100 meters, the two saw the exit. The exit was much higher than the ground. Hua Mu almost fell down without paying attention. She was so scared all the way that when Baizhen carried her down from the cave entrance, she was already sweating all over. She was so nervous that she didn't even talk much. She sat down as soon as she returned to the main passage. I thought I was going to fall to death. She panted while pulling off the wet cloth covering her. Baizhen put down the basket and took out a small mat from it to use as a cushion for Hua Mu. Miss, let's rest for a while. Okay. I'm a little hungry. Hua Mu couldn't wait to rest. While taking the torch from her hand, she said, and it's too cold in here. I'm going to freeze to death. The temperature in the cave was not high. At most a dozen degrees. Hua Mu sweated again and started sneezing. Baizhen quickly put all the fabric of the coat on Hua Mu and took out the heating pot, lit the charcoal and boiled hot water. Hua Mu was shivering with cold and was held by Baizhen and warmed by the fire for a while before she gradually came to her senses. Miss, are you feeling better? Hua Mu sniffed and nodded. Much better. I didn't expect to be frozen in the tropics. Baizhen let her go and let her continue to warm by the fire, and lit a candle in the small lantern. The passage gradually became brighter, and the two of them could see the surrounding situation more clearly. This place is very different from the cave they walked in before. Although the cave wall is still rocky, the cave ceiling has exposed some metal texture materials, and there are obvious light strips on it. Baizhen changed the torch and looked around by the light of the fire. He soon found the reason for digging this small passage. The main passage was blocked by a huge metal door. Baizhen checked a little bit and found that the hot water was already boiled. Hua Mu put the sago and dried goods into the pot, and soon a rich fragrance came out. Delicious food can really make people feel better. Hua Mu took a deep breath, and her original nervousness was relieved a lot. Luna and Hattie stood aside and seemed to be combing the spirit. Hua Mu ignored them and called Baizhen to come over for dinner. Are we almost there? After swallowing the hot porridge, Hua Mu's body finally warmed up completely. It should be like this. Baizhen drank the porridge slowly and frowned slightly. Although the progress so far has been smooth, her expression has never been relaxed. Hua Mu patted her shoulder in a relaxed manner. Okay. So half of the work has been done. Isn't it good? The sentry was unhappy, worried, and the young lady didn't like this at all. Baizhen. What's wrong? Big? Hua Mu pouted and kissed her, and didn't stop until she was out of breath. Baizhen was caught off guard by the sudden kiss, and was dizzy for the first time. Big, miss. Hua Mu wiped her mouth proudly, showing a smug look. How is it, I won this time? Didn't I? This? Baizhen didn't understand what she was saying, and was blushing with shame. Every time you bully me with your big lung capacity, you can't do it this time. Right? I didn't. I said yes and it's there. This lady has already discovered that you are actually super dishonest, you hide everything from me, and you have a lot of little tricks. Miss. Now that we're here, you can tell me what you want to confirm. Right? As smart as Hua Mu is, as long as he has a suspicion, Baizhen never thinks he can hide it from her. Miss. You should have guessed it. Right? Hua Mu pouted and said dissatisfiedly. Since you know that I have guessed it, what are you afraid of now? Why don't you tell the truth quickly? Having said that, I really don't know where to start. Baizhen hesitated for a while, and finally said slowly. Before I awakened at the age of 12, I always thought I was just an ordinary orphan. But after being sent to the tower, I began to understand some things. I understand that I am different from others. And I also began to understand that the impact of these differences may not only be on me. Later, I learned about the genetic modification plan, and found out the reason why I am different from others. I was not born through normal means. This is the only possibility that can explain my abnormality. I have investigated many things over the years, but when I got close to the truth, I backed off. Miss, I am not the kind of person you think I am. Neither honest nor courageous. You know what kind of person I think you are? Hua Mu was a little angry. Baizhen always had the ability to make her angry. I have never been disappointed in you, even now. Do you think I like you because of your background? Or something else? Let's not talk about Sentinel's feelings for her. Just talk about Sentinel's face and body. She will never regret falling in love with Baizhen. I know you are not such a person. Miss, but, after all, there are too many uncertain factors in such an identity. Even if she lived a normal life, like a Sentinel for the first 20 years, what will happen in the future? She can't be sure. Most importantly, this incident made her realize her timidity and cowardice. She was afraid that she would hurt Hua Mu. This time she made up her mind to come and investigate. She hoped to be changed, and also hope to be redeemed. Nothing is just, in my opinion. The most annoying thing about you is that you keep everything in your heart. Can't I give you confidence? Can't I be your pillar and support? Obviously. We are the closest people now. You may not have parents, but now you still have a family. Hua Mu, who was awkward, could say so many of her inner thoughts in one breath, and she made up her mind after thinking for many days. She may not be able to do anything substantial for Baizhen, nor can she change the past. But at least, she cannot let Baizhen misunderstand, because of her so-called self-esteem and shame. She wants to make her understand that she only cares about her, let her know that she only likes her as a person, and let her fully understand her determination. Since this is the case, Baizhen should not think of getting rid of her. Baizhen smiled, as if he was relieved, and as if he had expected it. I know you will say this, but I don't know why I am still afraid. Miss, what you are going to see next will definitely not be so beautiful. Please be mentally prepared. Hua Mu looked nonchalant, patted her chest. I am also a person who has experienced many storms. How can I be so fragile? The two of them took a short break, packed up their things, and then continued on their way. Chapter 119 Foundation. The two continued to move forward. The surrounding scenery gradually changed. The surrounding rock walls were gradually replaced by metal walls. The light strips on the top even began to show faint lights. After many years, some facilities of the base are still in operation. This time they did not walk for long. The two were blocked by a hydraulic metal door. There was an interface for identity verification on the right side of the door. The two obviously needed to go through this verification if they wanted to go in. Oh, what should I do now? Hua Mu did not think too much. He was a little confused about this situation, but Baizhen was well prepared. The power facilities on this island are obviously independent. Since the appearance of the spirit, she guessed that the backup power supply of the base can at least provide the operation of some equipment. The security system is the foundation of the foundation, and of course, it is one of the first batch of equipment to be guaranteed. It is not so easy for the two to get in. Miss, please step back. I will destroy the circuit first, and then open it manually. If it were in the past, she would definitely carry special tools with her, and just hack in. But now we have to use the simplest and crudest method. I just hope that the security system 30 years ago was not so advanced. Hua Mu saw her rubbing her hands, and was amazed. The hydraulic door in front of the two of them weighed at least several tons. Opening it manually from the outside would rely on pure brute force. Can you do it alone? She knew Baizhen's strength, but this door was too heavy. Wasn't it? You can try. If it was Baizhen back then, she naturally didn't think she could do such a thing, but now she was inexplicably confident. Hua Mu swallowed her saliva. And suddenly, she admired her own physical fitness. Could it be that she was actually very strong? Otherwise, how come she hadn't been hit by the sentry for so long? Baizhen walked to the identity verification machine and said to Hua Mu, Miss, try to step back. Her words were interrupted by a female voice with noise. The sensor probe detected her presence. Hello. The base is currently at the highest level of alert. Please conduct DNA identity verification above the supervisor level. Please select the corresponding level of identity verification after the prompt sound. Please select 1 for supervisor level. Select 2 for branch base manager. Select 3 for project manager. And select 4 for royal family member. Hua Mu couldn't help but complain. I really don't know whether to say the system is advanced or backward. Identity verification has to be divided into options. Can't it be automatically recognized? Baizhen knew why. Generally, the reason for this situation is that the genetic algorithm of identity verification is different. Some genetic identity verification is for individuals, while others are for family-specific gene fragments. The latter was very popular more than 100 years ago. Before the overthrow of the regime, the royal families of some countries often urgently built such secret bases in order to leave wealth to their descendants. It should be that the genetic algorithms of the royal family members are different, so they are separated. Are there any royal family members involved in this project? Which royal family is so shameless? Royal family members have been selected. The system seems to have an automatic recognition function for specific languages, and mistakenly took the conversation between the two as the answer to the option. Baizhen didn't take it seriously. He explained to Hua Mu. This plan was originally a formal project supported by several royal families. But later, dear members of the royal family of Shang Dynasty, welcome to the Frankenstein base. Please put your hair and blood samples in the sample slot. The originally slightly rigid female voice suddenly became sweet, as if it had entered business mode. Hua Mu was stunned when he heard it. And Baizhen was also a little stunned. I just heard it. Is it Shang Dynasty? Hua Mu walked forward involuntarily, looking at the spirally open sample slot next to the verification interface, and hesitated. You say, will it be useful if I put it in? I don't know. This news was also unexpected to Baizhen. If there were multiple royal options in the royal member column, she might not be so surprised. But there was only one. This was obviously the result of a later change in the settings. It is said that the royal family is still secretly supporting the project in the later stage. But there is no conclusive evidence pointing to anyone. Hua Mu simply pulled out a hair and threw it in, and then took out a dagger to cut a wound on her fingertips. Not only Baizhen. She was also becoming more and more curious about this base. Miss Baizhen, it seems that this is not just your business. After Hua Mu dripped the blood in, the sample slot was quickly closed. After about a minute or two in silence, the female voice of the artificial intelligence sounded again. Verification successful. Now I will open the gate of the base for you. I am Xiaohua, the artificial intelligence of the Frankenstein base. I will serve you wholeheartedly. If you need anything, please call Xiaohua to summon me. Thank you again for your visit and guidance. Xiaohua. Hua Mu finally resisted the urge to complain. It seems that my authority is quite high? The hydraulic door was opening slowly. It may have been unactivated for many years. The foundation is now short of electricity. There was a loud noise during the opening process. It even stopped halfway. But the scene behind the gate still appeared in front of the two. Under the dim light, the first thing that came into view was a parking lot for balancing scooters, with about a dozen small scooters parked there. Hua Mu hadn't seen modern technology for a long time. Although it was 30 years ago, he ran up to check it out with some excitement. Unfortunately, the scooter had run out of power and could not be used at this time. Hua Mu sighed with regret. I thought I could take a break. If you are tired, I can hold you. No need, I can still walk. Hua Mu got off the scooter, and Baizhen followed the stopped conveyor belt to the platform. There was an elevator entrance on each side of the platform, and it was unknown where it came from. Ahead was the entrance to the laboratory. This time, as soon as the two of them walked to the door, it opened automatically. This was an empty hall, except for a huge transparent culture chamber in the middle. There was almost nothing else. Hua Mu saw the contents of the culture chamber and felt sick, almost vomiting what he had just eaten. It was a brain, and it was incredibly huge. The brain was suspended in the nutrient solution, glowing with a faint blue fluorescence, and seemed to be alive. What is this? Although it was obvious that it was a brain, its size was really shocking. Even for a whale, the brain is only about 9 kilograms. But the one in front of her is as big as her. Miss, are you okay? Hua Mu's mouth was sour, and she reluctantly waved her hand and said, I'm fine. I want to take a closer look at the brain. Do you want to wait for me here? I'd better go with you. It's nothing special. Although she said so, Hua Mu still turned her back when she walked to the side of the incubator. The closer she got, the greater the impact. The grooves and surface texture of the brain stimulated her stomach to move. This may be the brain of a whale-shaped intelligent creature. I heard that an individual with a body length of more than 100 meters was captured. Why did they leave the brain behind? This is too abnormal. Hua Mu felt goosebumps all over his body after hearing this. He thought of Xiaohua, and hurriedly summoned her to answer his questions. Xiaohua, what is this? A light spot on the nutrition cabin flickered slightly, and the voice of artificial intelligence sounded at the same time. Hello. This is the brain of an intelligent creature originally from the blue whale species, belonging to the individual named Leviathan. Leviathan is a pregnant female whale captured in October 2101 in the 3,000-meter deep sea near Niels. It is 145 meters long and weighs about 30,000 tons. Its skeleton plays a very important role as the basic material for base construction. Other parts of its body are also used as precious experimental materials in various fields of the plan. Its brain is currently used as a terminal of the ground-based intelligence system. Do you have any questions? Wait, you mean it's still alive? No. Don't you mean? You are? I can't answer this question for you. Hua Mu was horrified when she heard it, and she wanted to get into her arms, with her arms around Baizhen. Baizhen saw that she was shaking, so he simply picked her up. It's okay. Although it is used as a terminal, it should not have self-awareness. Hua Mu did not try to be stubborn this time. Baizhen's embrace made her feel safe. What should we do now? Without this artificial intelligence. Baizhen originally planned to conduct a carpet search, but now it is not necessary to go through so much trouble. Xiaohua, how many living experimental subjects are there in the facility? Searching for you. Search completed. Most of the experimental subjects were transferred in March 2143. And there are currently 37 experimental subjects in the base. And one is still alive. Where is it? The location is on the negative B floor. Do you need to select a way to get there? Where is the data room? The data storage location is in room 306 on the positive A floor. Do you need to select a way to get there? Select. Selecting. The elevator is not powered enough and cannot be started. Please go through the safe passage. Now I will start real-time navigation for you. The safe passage is 50 meters to your right. Please go straight upstairs. Just as the artificial intelligence started navigation, the rusty spotted cat that had been hiding behind Baizhen also climbed out of the basket and crawled into Hua Mu's arms. This little guy has been hiding since he refused to come out. I almost forgot about it. Hua Mu saw its cowardly look and couldn't help laughing. You must have followed me before. But you are so timid now. Meow. Baizhen's eyebrows moved and suddenly asked, Xiaohua, does the base have any projects using cats as experimental subjects? Searching for you. Hello, 3 projects have been retrieved, using the subgenus tiger, the subgenus lion, and the genus leopard as experimental materials. Which experiment does the rusty spotted cat belong to? Hello, the rusty spotted cat is a sub-project of the Hela project, classified as an emergency response measure aimed at detecting and suppressing the spiritual body of Hela individuals. There were 6 successful experimental subjects in this project, 4 were transferred, 1 died, and 1 escaped. Chapter 120 Foundation. Judging from the age of the rusty spotted cat, it is obviously impossible to be the escaped rusty spotted cat. But considering its sensitivity to spiritual bodies before, it is very likely to be the offspring of the escaped experimental subject. Hua Mu heard Baizhen ask this, and he had a clue in his heart. He held the back of the neck of the rusty cat and looked at it for a long time. I didn't expect you to have a background. The rusty cat seemed to be quite proud and meowed. Little guy, you are so proud of being praised. Hua Mu nestled in Baizhen's arms to tease the cat, and looked so comfortable. Baizhen walked towards the safety passage holding a person and a cat, and said, Miss, let's go to the data room first, and then find the experimental subject. Hua Mu naturally had no objection. But when the two of them walked into the safety passage, the spirit that had been following them suddenly ran in the opposite direction. And Luna was so anxious that she could only shout. Kun ran away. Baizhen was confused. Kun? Oh, it's that spirit. Hua Mu undoubtedly had a bit of a naming habit. But at the beginning, she didn't know whether the spirit was an enemy or a friend. And she was afraid that she would develop feelings after naming it. So she kept it in her heart. It's more convenient to give it a name. Baizhen was once again shocked by Hua Mu's elegant naming taste. Oh, it's gone. It ran to the opposite safety passage. Hua Mu was a little anxious. It should have gone to the host. It's okay. We'll go down and find it later. Hua Mu was a little worried. But she also had many questions that she couldn't wait to get answered. Yes. The base has 7 floors. With the highest altitude on the positive A floor, and the lowest altitude on the negative A floor. Baizhen successfully came to the positive A floor under the guidance of artificial intelligence. And the access control gates encountered on the way were automatically opened. The rooms in the base are arranged in a ring, with 6 rows of houses on each floor, and the numbers increase from the inside to the outside. Room 306 is located in the 3rd row. Baizhen walked along the circular corridor, walked about 100 meters east, and found the data room without much effort. Nowadays, paper documents are rarely used for archiving. The so-called data room is usually just a place where devices with browsing permissions are placed. However, considering the box of paper records they found above, the data room here is likely to also contain some physical records. Hua Mu's authority is incredibly high, and he can easily enter even the data room. There is no need to doubt it anymore. The royal family that supported the organization in the end should be the Hua family. Both Baizhen and Hua Mu have realized this fact, but they tacitly did not mention it. The scene in the data room is a bit messy. It can be seen that there are indeed a lot of paper materials stored here. But at this time, except for some scattered paper scraps on the ground, several huge vertical safes have been emptied. Xiaohua, can you turn on the optical computer in the data room? After entering the base, Baizhen obviously changed a mode from a guard who obeyed Hua Mu's orders to a sentry on a mission. Compared to Baizhen, who always obeyed his orders, this autonomous and professional look also had a different charm. Trying to start. Insufficient voltage detected. Some lighting facilities need to be turned off. Do you want to turn them off? Turn them off. Almost at the moment Baizhen answered. The already dim light went out instantly. The room suddenly fell into endless darkness. If Hua Mu hadn't been nestled in Baizhen's arms, she would have screamed. Meow. The reserve food seemed to be a little nervous, and buried its face in Hua Mu's chest. The darkness did not last long. The optical computer projection facility in the center of the room had already emitted a blue light. The sound effect of the system startup was a bit old, but fortunately it was still running normally, and the 3D projection was also in good condition. The optical computer has been turned on. Please select the content you want to browse. Unlike before, Shihua's inquiry did not get an immediate response from Baizhen this time. Hua Mu knew that she was preparing herself, so she simply said, retrieve the information of the relevant personnel of the Shang Dynasty royal family. Beep. The artificial intelligence made a failed sound for the first time. Sorry, you don't have enough authority. Please choose to browse other content. What? I don't have enough authority to retrieve my own family's information. That's too much. Hua Mu was so angry that he almost jumped off the sentry. Baizhen knew that she was just trying to relax herself, and he stopped hesitating and said to the artificial intelligence, please check the Bazinga project first. Currently checking. Successfully checked. Now I will explain the general content of the project to you. Both of them had a certain understanding of the project. The only thing that was unclear was whether any of the experimental subjects survived. The 3D projection continued to play the effects of the original experiment. And when rows of culture tanks appeared, Hua Mu's hair stood up, and he felt cold all over. The room that appeared on the screen was like a production workshop with vertical culture chambers densely arranged. The effect of the 3D projection was a little dim due to the voltage, but the two still saw the appearance of the experimental subjects clearly. There are 302 experimental subjects in this project, 300 of whom died, and 2 were transferred. Baizhen has always been very concerned about the transfer mentioned by the artificial intelligence. At this time, he finally asked, when is the specific time of the transfer? The transfer time of the 2 experimental subjects of the Bazinga project is October 2nd, 2140. The experimental subjects of the Frankenstein base began to be transferred in August 2040. A total of 1,019 experimental subjects were transferred in 3 batches. 2040 is 24 years ago. No. It should be said that it was 25 years ago after the new year. At this point in time, the main culprits of the Angel's Hand project should have been arrested. And in Baizhen's past investigations, there was no such follow-up. If she was one of the 2 experimental subjects, then what about the other experimental subject? Where did the other 1,017 experimental subjects go? Was this transfer arranged by Xiao after he attacked the International Alliance? Or was it a strategic transfer by the other party to avoid being hunted down? Or was it a third party behind the scenes? No. She was originally sent to the Black-Eye clan by the tower. And considering the role played by the Shang Dynasty royal family in this, an answer is obvious. It is very likely that the royal family of Shang Dynasty arranged this transfer. Baizhen felt a chill on his back, and asked calmly, what is the transfer destination? No specific destination has been set. Hua Mu naturally thought of what Baizhen thought of. Although this matter must have nothing to do with her, she couldn't help but feel heavy. What is Grandpa thinking? 25 years ago, the Shang Dynasty Empire was still under the rule of Hua Mu's grandfather Hua Yuandu, and she naturally thought that all this was arranged by him. Baizhen did not dare to criticize the previous monarch, and only said, the situation is still unclear. Let's wait and see. At this moment, Hua Mu's feelings about this plan were extremely complicated. On the one hand, she would think that if there was no such plan, Baizhen would not be born, and there would not be such a person in her life. On the other hand, she would think that her family was involved in such an inhumane experiment that took human lives lightly. And how would Baizhen feel when facing herself as a victim? She couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Since the sentry arrived at the base, he has been in a tense state. She can see that he cares about this matter. White pillow. Hua Mu wanted to say something, but didn't know where to start. Xiao Hua. Call up the image of the Bazinga experimental individual. Calling up. The image of the Bazinga experimental individual has been called up for you. The 2 transferred individuals are numbered 300 1 and 302. Both are female. This is the image of them being transferred from the artificial womb to the incubator. The staff are injecting nano-monitors into them. It is natural that you can't see anything about the newborn baby. Even the skin does not have a clear distinction between black and white. Monitor. Hua Mu was really horrified. Baizhen looked at the two babies, who had monitors injected from the back of their necks with a wooden face. He didn't know what he was thinking. Do you have a way to detect the experimental subjects? All laboratories are equipped with rapid analysis instruments. Do you need to choose the shortest route for you? Select. Baizhen. Hua Mu suddenly pressed Baizhen's arm. Let's finish reading the information first. The sentry looked down at Hua Mu, as if he had suddenly come to his senses. Seeing her anxious face, his originally numb heart was slightly ached. Her expression softened, and her tone became gentler. You're right. Xiaohua, cancel navigation. Call up the Hela project data. Navigation cancelled. Sorry, your authority is not sufficient to browse the Hela project data. Please reselect. It seems that the authority of royal members is not useful sometimes. Baizhen had no choice but to give up. The two asked some questions one after another, and read a lot of information, most of which were answered. The final executor is Dr. Holmenstein, who set the foundation to the highest alert state with the authority of the supervisor. Hua Mu had seen the name Holmenstein before, and he was one of the people who wrote the notes. It seems that the person who stayed on the island was Holman. I don't know what happened to him in the end. Baizhen didn't have time to think about this. Although she was extremely scared, she couldn't wait to confirm her identity. Turn off the optical computer and go to the nearest laboratory. Shutting down. The nearest laboratory is on the right side of the data room. Please turn right after leaving the door and go 20 meters to enter the analysis room. Baizhen. Not only Baizhen, but Hua Mu was also very nervous about the upcoming truth. Of course, she was not unable to accept Baizhen's identity. But she just didn't want to see him sad. If this situation happened to her, she felt that she would not have much reaction. But Baizhen was different. Sentinel's experience since childhood made her always care about her differences from others and her incompatibility with this world. And now, the answer to the almost doomed mystery is about to be revealed. How should she feel?